No money to buy a house? No money to buy a car? That's because you lack a killing system. The white-collar worker in the capital, Yang Ming, suddenly becomes the host of the killing system, and his life takes a turn for the luxurious. This is because the things in the killing system are incredibly cheap. Yang Ming, I want to buy a Lamborghini. System assistant. Sure, only 20,000 renminbi. Yang Ming, I want to buy a big villa. System assistant. Sure, just pay 100,000 renminbi. Yang Ming, I want to buy shares in a real estate company. System assistant. Sure, as long as. There's nothing you can't buy. Only what you can't think of. Chapter 1. The Killing System. When Yang Ming came out of the company, it was already midnight, but he looked around the office buildings, many of which were still brightly lit. He then glanced back at the Jinling building where he worked. Shaking his head helplessly, he had lost track of how many times this month he had worked overtime until so late. But for someone like him, a corporate worker, overtime was unavoidable. Companies in the Magic City do not support idlers. After graduating from university 2 years ago, Yang Ming had no car, no house, and no girlfriend, and now he was just a planning assistant in an advertising company. What is a planning assistant? Simply put, it means doing odd jobs, anything and everything. Hard work, tiring work is a given, and dirty work is commonplace. Looking at the few pedestrians on the street, Yang Ming felt a sense of confusion about life for the first time. When he graduated, his parents had earnestly advised him to return home to take a civil service exam, so he could live a stable life with them. But Yang Ming reacted very strongly, insisting on staying in the Magic City, even at the cost of hurting his parents' feelings. In the end, Yang's parents compromised. There are no parents in the world who can win against their children. Alas, how pitiful is the heart of parents everywhere. 2 years have passed, and Yang Ming is no longer the naive boy he once was, but with a monthly salary of just over 7,000 renminbi, after paying rent and various bills, there's really not much left. Yang Ming's inherent pride makes him reluctant to ask his parents for help every time his mother calls. He always shares good news and never bad. And after hanging up, he sits on the edge of his bed, feeling that life has no future. When will this life come to an end? Yang Ming sighed skyward. Hey, Yang Ming, what are you doing? Following the voice, Yang Ming saw a girl appear beside him. She was 1.68 meters tall, with a curvy figure, slender where it should be and fuller where it should be. The professional outfit she wore fit her perfectly, and her face was adorned with delicate makeup, making anyone who saw her swallow hard. Oh, nothing, just feeling a bit emotional. I didn't expect your department to be working so late. I've been working overtime so much lately, I'm almost on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Yang Ming spoke softly and shyly to the girl, showing no masculinity at all. The girl glanced at him and said, "Stop lamenting about the unfairness of the heavens. Focus on getting promoted and a raise. Buying a house in the Magic City is the real deal." After saying that, she ignored Yang Ming's reaction and walked straight ahead. "Manchi, is it safe to go back so late? Do you want me to escort you?" Li Manchi didn't look back, just pointed to a nearby Mercedes-Benz with flashing lights, and Yang Ming immediately understood. That's right, a beauty like you would never lack a driver. Yang Ming mocked himself inwardly. As long as you want, suitors could line up from the company entrance to the subway station. Yang Ming had a crush on Li Manchi, but he knew his own worth and didn't have the courage to confess. Li Manchi joined the company 2 years ago, and they got along well due to their similar ages. However, Li Manchi was very capable and quickly stood out, later being promoted to the assistant director of the administrative department, rising rapidly. In contrast, Yang Ming's character was strong, yet not smooth, and he faced limitations in the planning department, ultimately relegating himself to doing odd jobs. After Li Manchi got into her car, the man beside her was very attentive, asking her how she was doing, and only returned to the driver's seat after Li Manchi showed signs of impatience, driving away. As she passed by Yang Ming, Li Manchi opened the window, waved at him, and said, "See you tomorrow." What a pity, she looks quite good, but that doesn't put food on the table, Li Manchi silently thought to herself. Her life goal was clear, to find a quality man to marry and have children, to have a happy family. To achieve this goal, her partner needed to be exceptional, at least financially capable of meeting her requirements. So Yang Ming was early out of the running, and not even in Li Manchi's consideration. It wasn't that she looked down on him, but life had taught her the difference between a young girl's fantasies and an adult's reality. Li Manchi's stringent requirements for a partner were well known in the company. If she found someone unsuitable after a date, she would directly tell them. This way, both parties wouldn't waste time playing emotional games. As for some men who would cling to her even after being rejected, Li Manchi didn't mind utilizing resources, like getting picked up and dropped off, as she had tonight. But she never gave hope, never made promises, and always maintained a stern demeanor. This was her principle in dealing with matters, and Yang Ming understood, so he never thought of pursuing her. When they met at work, they greeted each other like ordinary friends, just a nod and a hello. That was all. When he returned to his rented room, it was nearly 2 a.m. After washing up, Yang Ming lay on his bed, staring at the mottled walls, and for the first time, he had the thought of buying a house. However, the housing prices in the Magic City, starting at around 50,000 to 60,000 renminbi per square meter, made Yang Ming sigh. If this continued, when would he ever have his own house? If only houses could have discounts or flash sales like on e-commerce platforms. Yang Ming thought silently, his mind filled with imaginations of future life. Just as these thoughts popped into Yang Ming's mind, he heard a mechanical voice. Detecting the host's needs, the killing system is starting to load. 5, 15, 35, 60, 7, 88, 100. Binding complete. What is this voice? Yang Ming felt that his nerves were deteriorating significantly lately, and he was starting to hallucinate. But the interface that then appeared in his mind truly shocked him. What is this? Yang Ming wanted to reach out and touch it, but found nothing in the void. The content on the interface surprised Yang Ming even more. This interface was very similar to Taobao, with a dazzling array of products. The main interface was crowded with names of various categories of goods, with many subcategories below, and in the upper left corner, the words "killing system" hung there like a plaque. The homepage interface was clean and clear, without the various advertisements of Taobao, and in the upper right corner was a button for the system assistant. This should be clickable. Unexpectedly, a dialog window suddenly popped up, indicating System Assistant is typing. This seems a bit like the operations of an e-commerce platform. Moreover, Yang Ming hadn't touched the button with his hand. It seemed to be driven by his consciousness. System Assistant, thank you for using the killing system. Please click on my killing system at the top center to check the host level. Chapter 2. Can really kill a house. Yang Ming consciously clicked on my killing system. The interface switched. Name, Yang Ming level. Level 1 my account. 28,907 renminbi killing limit. 10,000 renminbi my killing card. Click to enter my orders. Click to enter my favorites. Click to enter my tasks. Click to enter my points. Click to enter my other. Under construction my reviews. Click to enter. A clear and straightforward personal detail. Moreover, this interface is basically similar to Taobao's functions. Just now, Yang Ming was still in a daze, thinking it was his Taobao account. Wait a minute. Damn, this system actually invades my personal privacy. How can you directly put my bank account balance into the system balance? Yang Ming hurriedly opened his bank account, and only after seeing that his money hadn't decreased did he finally relax. Just now, he almost thought that the money he had saved for 2 years was gone. This was what he had painstakingly saved by living frugally. Although it wasn't much, it could still be used in case of emergencies. He didn't expect that this flash sale system was so powerful that it could directly access bank information. If that's the case, then this system has quite strong capabilities. What is this flash sale limit? And points, reviews, tasks, what do they all mean? A screen full of questions filled Yang Ming's mind. System Assistant. According to the system check, 99.9% of the products and services on your planet can be found in the flash sale system. Please take your time to experience it, host. Damn, you don't even provide a user manual for me to explore on my own. What do I know? Despite his dissatisfaction, Yang Ming still seriously studied the flash sale system. This led to a rather bizarre scene. In a room where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, a person sat dazedly on the bed, staring blankly ahead, with a vacant expression and a grimace. If someone were to see this under the moonlight at that moment, they would surely be startled. At this moment, Yang Ming had already entered the category of weapons, and a dense list of country names was displayed below. Yang Ming chose country M. The interface instantly switched, and the content was different. Army. Click to enter Navy. Click to enter Air Force. Click to enter. Yang Ming randomly clicked on Air Force. Weapon name, F-22 weapon type. Fighter jet detailed parameters. Click to enter flash sale amount. 999,999,999. Yang Ming was dumbfounded at the sight of the amount. It was all his fault for being too curious. He probably wouldn't be able to afford it in his lifetime. He didn't even finish scrolling through the weapons interface at the bottom of the page before he closed it. Just now, his curiosity led him to want to see what kinds of weapons were classified, but after looking, he thought it would be better not to touch it, lest he get caught and end up in trouble. He decided to look at houses in Magic City instead, which was what Yang Ming urgently needed. So he clicked on houses, then selected Magic City, and immediately several housing information popped up. House name, Phoenix City house location, Minhang District house type, commercial housing house number, building 3, room 1102 house area, 105 square m, flash sale amount, 8,700 renminbi. House name, Binjiang City House location, Pudong New District house type, commercial housing house number, building 1, room 803 house area, 121 square m, flash sale amount, 9,200 renminbi. House name, Huaiwei Garden House location, Suwei District house type, commercial housing house number, building 2, room 1902 house area, 120 square m, flash sale amount, 9,300 renminbi. The information of the three communities instantly flooded Yang Ming's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He carefully looked at the flash sale amounts and confirmed that they were within his budget. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He never expected that houses could really be bought at a flash sale price that was so cheap. Moreover, these communities were located in Minhang, Suhui, and Pudong, which weren't too bad for Yang Ming, especially Huaiwei Garden, where he had previously shared a rental house with others. The community had a beautiful environment, complete facilities, and convenient living. Although the rent was expensive, it was still affordable when split among 3 people. If it weren't for the other 2 returning to their hometowns, Yang Ming wouldn't have moved out at all. Now it seemed that the basic operation of the flash sale system was quite similar to online shopping platforms. If he could really buy a house in Huaiwei Garden for less than 10,000, it would be a dream come true. Yang Ming no longer hesitated and directly clicked to proceed. Then a system interface popped up. System Assistant. You will spend 9,300 renminbi to purchase Huaiwei Garden Building 2, room 1902. Yes, no? Yes. Yang Ming's mood surged with excitement as he clicked yes. Then he heard a sound from his phone. Yang Ming saw a text message from the bank notifying him of the deduction of 9,300 renminbi. System Assistant. The host can log into the system to see the logistics information in my orders. We welcome you to visit again. Yang Ming indeed found the order for the house he had just purchased in the orders, with logistics showing it was awaiting pickup. Thinking about it, there probably wouldn't be any delivery companies working at this late hour. So Yang Ming decisively chose to sleep first. In fact, he was already exhausted. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he immediately fainted. Ding, ding, ding. Yang Ming was groggily awakened by the alarm he had set, looked at the time, and saw it was 7 in the morning. Dragging his tired body, Yang Ming quickly got up to wash up. Today was going to be a busy day. Various documents awaited him for copying, and numerous PPT presentations needed to be demonstrated. Without having time to tie his tie properly, Yang Ming rushed out of his rental apartment. He had to catch the subway before the morning rush hour, or he would definitely be late. Every white-collar worker has to endure the trials of the subway, and Yang Ming was no exception. Last night's events felt like a dream, and Yang Ming seemed to have forgotten all about it. After finally arriving at the company building before 9 o'clock, he encountered a full elevator, forcing him to climb up to the 11th floor. Rushing to his workstation, his supervisor wore an expression that said he was almost late. I'm so damn tired. Yang Ming sighed. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Yang Ming answered the call. Hello, this is Yang Ming. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Ming? I am a courier from Shunfeng Company. I have a package for you that I placed in the security room downstairs. Chapter 3. I finally have a house in the Magic City. What? A delivery? Yang Ming stood there holding his phone in disbelief. Was last night's event not a dream? Hello, Mr. Yang, are you still there? The courier from Shunfeng said on the other end of the line. Oh, sorry, I was a bit distracted. You can just leave it in the security room. Thank you. Yang Ming snapped back to reality, feeling an urge to rush down and get the package. However, seeing the fierce gaze of his supervisor, he obediently stayed at his desk. The morning was busy and mechanical, and Yang Ming only had a chance to breathe at noon. As he saw his colleagues leaving one after another to nearby restaurants for lunch, Yang Ming dragged his tired body to the security room. It was a light and thin package, but it carried Yang Ming's hopes of owning a house. He carefully opened the package, and what greeted him was a big red book, along with keys and an access card. The property ownership certificate boldly displayed Yang Ming's name. Excitement and exhilaration overwhelmed him. He couldn't find words to describe his feelings. I finally have a house in the Magic City. At that moment, Yang Ming couldn't care less about lunch. He quickly closed the package and hurriedly hailed a taxi to Huawei Garden. The ride took about 20 minutes since it wasn't far from the company. After getting out, Yang Ming, under the watchful eyes of the community security, swiped his access card and successfully entered the community. He jogged to room 1902 in Building 2. With trembling hands, he inserted the key into the anti-theft door's lock and gently turned it. Beep, the door opened. The room before him was stunning. A 120 square meter 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 bathroom layout. With a good orientation. But that wasn't the main point. The highlight was that this was a fully furnished apartment. All the furniture and appliances were from well-known brands, and the decor leaned towards European style. Looking at everything before him, Yang Ming seemed to envision his future happy life. He never expected that last night's flash sale system was real. He opened the system interface, clicked on My Orders, and indeed there was a prompt for pending delivery. Yang Ming clicked to confirm receipt and then gave it a 5-star rating. He suddenly realized that he could participate in flash sales every day, as long as he didn't exceed the limit. The flash sale price was indeed impressive. This apartment in Huaiwei Garden was worth nearly 10 million. Yet he had acquired it for less than 10,000. Next, it should be a buying spree. Yang Ming was overjoyed at the thought that he could become wealthy by selling houses, and he felt a surge of excitement. System Assistant, products in the flash sale system cannot be sold. What? Can't sell? Yang Ming felt a splash of cold water from the System Assistant, snapping him back to reality. But then again, if that were the case, the story would wrap up right here. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and asked the System Assistant if there were any other restrictions on the flash sale system. It was better to understand everything at once to avoid future complications. System Assistant, Level 1. No more than 3 properties, total area not exceeding 500 square meters. System Assistant, Level 1. No more than 3 vehicles. System Assistant, Level 1. No more than 1 commercial property. System Assistant, to upgrade from Level 1 to Level 2, 5 million is required. Yang Ming was surprised by the many restrictions. He could not own more than 3 properties, and he couldn't sell them either. He thought for a moment and directly searched for properties near schools in the Magic City within the system. He was too lazy to look for relevant property information one by one. Using the search function was much more efficient. However, the interface kept failing to display results. System Assistant, the host should input the exact name or location when searching. Otherwise, too many search results may cause the system page to fail to display. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? Specific schools? Yang Ming wasn't sure about that. What he was thinking was that since he couldn't sell the properties, he could rent them out. The rental income from houses in the Magic City was also quite considerable. To maximize the rent, the properties needed to be near schools or office buildings. Parents accompanying students would rent, and white-collar workers would rent as well. Both of these groups had strong demand, so the rental prices wouldn't be low. As a city where private schools were strong and public schools were weak during the elementary and middle school stages, the prices of houses near many private schools were quite high. Yang Ming had never paid attention to school district information when he didn't own a house, and now he could only feel anxious. But when in doubt, ask Baidu. Yang Ming searched for Huafei apartment again. Page jump. Property name, Huafei apartment. Property location, Pudong district. Property type, commercial housing. Property number, Building 6, Room 502. Property area, 114 square meters. Flash sale price, 9. For 100 yuan. Property name, Huafei apartment. Property location, Pudong district. Property type, commercial housing. Property number, Building 3, Room 601. Property area, 114 square meters. Flash sale price, 9. For 100 yuan. Property name, Huafei apartment. Property location, Pudong district. Property type, commercial housing. Property number, Building 4, Room 402. Property area, 114 square meters. Flash sale price, 9. For 100 yuan, the prices of the 3 apartments were the same, and the areas were the same too. Yang Ming chose Room 502 and Building 6 based on his mood. He could already see the continuous stream of rental income beckoning him. The system popped up a confirmation box. System Assistant, you will spend 9. For 100 yuan to purchase Room 502 and Building 6 of Huafei apartment. Confirm? Without hesitation, Yang Ming clicked yes. Unexpectedly, the System Assistant prompted that the flash sale limit for the day had been reached. There was nothing he could do. So Yang Ming had to save this apartment in the flash sale cart and prepare to pay for it tomorrow. He felt he needed to rent out the property quickly to recoup some money after buying the apartment in Xinghebei tomorrow. He would only have a few hundred yuan left in his bank account. Chapter 4. Resignation. The system interface jumped. Property name, Xinghebei. Property location, Ming district. Property type, commercial housing. Property number, Building 11. Room 1102. Property area, 248 square meters. Flash sale price, 9. 800 yuan. Property name, Xinghebei. Property location, Ming district. Property type, commercial housing. Property number, Building 13. Room 202. Property area, 248 square meters. Flash sale price, 9. 600 yuan. Property name, Xinghebei. Property location, Minhang District, property type, commercial housing, property number, building 9. Room 502, property area, 248 square meters, flash sale price, 600 yuan. Yang Ming carefully compared the prices of the 3 apartments. He ultimately chose room 1102 in building 11, which was the best building in Xinghebei. System assistant, you will spend 800 yuan to purchase room 1102 in building 11 of Xinghebei. Confirm? Yang Ming clicked yes without hesitation, but unexpectedly. The system assistant indicated that the flash sale limit for the day had been reached. There was nothing he could do but save this apartment in the flash sale card and prepare to pay for it tomorrow. Yang Ming felt he needed to rent out the property quickly to recover some funds after buying the apartment in Xinghebei tomorrow. He would only have a few hundred yuan left in his bank account. This amount of money probably won't last until the end of the month. Now I can only wait for the property certificate to arrive, then everything will be in order. Suddenly, Yang Ming's phone vibrated. Looking at the caller ID. It was his department supervisor, Zhao Li. Oh no, I was so happy earlier that I forgot the time. Yang Ming cursed himself inwardly. Hey, Yang Ming. It's almost half an hour into work. Are you planning to just not show up? Zhao Li roared on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I'll be back right away. Something came up at home. Yang Ming could only keep apologizing. Once I rent out the house, I'm quitting immediately. Yang Ming ran to the street to hail a taxi back to the office. By the time he arrived at the company, Zhao Li looked at him with eyes that were not quite right. He caught Yang Ming and started berating him. The idea of quitting grew increasingly firm in Yang Ming's mind. Near the end of the workday, the express delivery guy still left Yang Ming's package at the security room and called to inform him to pick it up early. When Yang Ming received the call, he was almost overjoyed. He hadn't been to the Huafei apartment yet, but that didn't stop him from listing the property online. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes after posting it, the phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Yang? Yes. I just saw your rental information online. Is the Huafei apartment still available? Yes. Regarding the price? No problem. Just go with the online price. Yang Ming originally wanted to offer her a discount, but he didn't expect the other party to be so agreeable. The price he listed online was 18,000 a month, which was inflated, thinking that most people would bargain. Hearing the other party agree so readily left Yang Ming stunned. Hello, Mr. Yang? Are you still there? Oh, I got a bit distracted. Let's arrange to see the apartment tomorrow. Yang Ming was also worried about the long night leading to dreams. The sooner he rented it out, the sooner he could feel secure. Just as he hung up, Supervisor Zhao Li appeared out of nowhere behind Yang Ming. I say, Yang Ming, you're quite busy with your business, huh? If you don't want to work, just say so. There are plenty of people waiting in line behind you. Zhao Li seemed to have Yang Ming all figured out. He knew Yang was alone in Shanghai, and if he lost this job, he would have nothing. As he spoke, he chuckled to himself with a smug and disgusting expression. As the saying goes, even Buddha can get angry. It's not that he doesn't get angry. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Yang Ming found a piece of blank paper and quickly wrote the words resignation letter. Slap. Yang Ming slapped the paper on the table and said angrily, Mr. Zhao, this is goodbye. Zhao Li didn't expect that the usually submissive Yang Ming would actually resign. But soon, he snapped back to reality. Little prick. You dare to slam the table when you resign? You'll regret it. The surrounding colleagues looked at Yang Ming with sympathetic eyes. Everyone usually dared to be angry but not to speak up. After all, Zhao Li was known for his abusive behavior towards subordinates, making the department a place of resentment. But who could blame him when he had connections at higher levels? Although the white-collar workers in Shanghai are a high-paying class, they all have 3 fears: fear of marriage, fear of illness, and fear of resignation. Looking at these former colleagues who were already middle-aged, with elderly parents and young children to support, Yang Ming felt no resentment. It's not easy for anyone in this world. Just as Yang Ming was about to leave, Zhao Li's annoying voice came from behind again. Little prick. You go to the HR department to handle your resignation. I don't have the time to run this errand for you. And let me tell you, don't think that just because you're not working here anymore, I can't do anything to you. As long as you want to stay in the advertising industry, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Yang Ming laughed in anger. Mr. Zhao, you don't need to lift a finger. I'm planning to quit the advertising business altogether. Zhao Li's blatant threat made the colleagues who were ready to get up and see Yang Ming off sit back down. Who could guarantee that Zhao Li wouldn't seek revenge later? Zhao Li glanced at the quiet office area, satisfied, and nodded. Yang Ming packed his things, took his resignation letter, and took the elevator to the 12th floor. Due to the cardboard box he was carrying blocking his view, he bumped into someone as soon as he exited the elevator. He was about to apologize when the other person spoke first. Young Ming, what's going on with you? Young Ming put down the box and saw it was Limanchi, feeling a warmth in his heart. You really have no brain. How can you make such a foolish decision to resign just because you were provoked? As expected, good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels fast. Just after Yang Ming resigned, everyone in the company knew about his confrontation with Zhao Li and his stylish resignation. There was even a little video of Yang Ming writing his resignation letter in the company group. Yang Ming didn't respond. He enjoyed being scolded by Limanchi. It showed that there were still people in this company who cared about him. Say something. It's okay, Manchi. I've been thinking about resigning for a long time. Now it's great. I finally feel like I've escaped. Yang Ming kept looking at Limanchi with a smile. Limanchi, looking frustrated, stomped her foot and turned to leave. Although she disdained Yang Ming for being unsuccessful, she always considered him a close friend. Now she could only move forward alone in the company. Yang Ming watched her leave and shook his head, picking up the cardboard box and continuing towards the HR department. Chapter 5. 1. 29 million received the next day. When the alarm clock rang, Yang Ming painfully got out of bed. After washing up, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he had resigned and didn't need to go to work anymore. Thinking about how he had been provoked by Zhao Li yesterday and angrily resigned, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Forget it. Today there are still important matters. Once the house is rented out, I can seriously consider my future. Yang Ming first bought the property he had snatched from the car at Xinghe Bay Building 11, Unit 1102, paying the 9,800 yuan sale price, and successfully became the owner of 3 properties. There's nothing a property can't solve. If it can't, then buy another one. Yang Ming's imagination had already seen his future self lying on a comfortable big bed, surrounded by several enchanting beauties. Can't think. Fear of 404. Ding ding ding. Yang Ming saw it was the tenant who had called him yesterday and immediately picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Yang. I've arrived at the Huafei apartment. Oh. Just a moment. I'm coming over now. Yang Ming stopped his wild thoughts, shouldered his bag, and left the rental apartment. At the entrance of the Huafei apartment. Are you Mr. Yang? I'm Hanji, the one who contacted you yesterday about renting the apartment, and this is my daughter Yaojin. Yang Ming carefully examined the mother and daughter who had just gotten out of a Land Rover. Hanji looked to be in her 30s, but her entire demeanor was elegant and noble, as could be seen from her attire. Next to her, Yaojin looked to be 7 or 8 years old, with 2 adorable dimples, giving off an innocent vibe. Ms. Han, let's go inside and take a look at the apartment. Thank you, Mr. Yang. After that, Yang Ming led the mother and daughter into the community. In fact, Yang Ming hadn't seen how the apartment looked either. He had always been anxious about whether it could be rented out. Until he opened the door, everything before him completely won Yang Ming over. As expected, products from the system are guaranteed to be high quality. This 114 square meter furnished apartment was just as luxurious as Huawei Garden. A satisfied smile spread across Hanji's face. I didn't expect such exquisite decoration. These furniture and appliances are brand new. Mr. Yang, you must have just renovated it recently. How could Yang Ming respond? Should he say that all of this was directly handled by the system and he knew nothing about it? He could only awkwardly nod while surveying the layout of the entire room. After viewing the apartment, Hanji said, Mr. Yang, my daughter is preparing to attend Mingzhu Primary School nearby, so I need to accompany her here for studies. I was wondering if you could rent it to me for a long term? For how long? Yang Ming thought since it was already rented, a long-term lease would be better. 6 years. The apartment exceeded her expectations completely. It was unlike any other place she had seen before. Importantly, the house had just been renovated, making it a brand new home, which satisfied her even more. Yang Ming readily agreed and immediately signed the rental contract with Hanji, who would directly transfer 6 years' worth of rent into Yang Ming's account in one go. The two shook hands at the entrance of the community, and as they were leaving, the young girl Yaojin waved at Yang Ming and said, Goodbye, uncle. Once they got in the car and drove away, Yang Ming couldn't wait to check his online banking. 29 million was quietly resting in his account. I can now consider myself a person with millions. After getting the money, Yang Ming shook off the gloom of resigning the day before and prepared to enjoy the rare leisure time ahead. He called the landlord of his previous rental to inform them he was terminating the lease, then hurried back to pack his things, finally hiring a moving company to transport some large items to Huawei Garden. That night, when Yang Ming lay on the sofa in Huawei Garden, it felt like a dream. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, he was a struggling assistant working overtime until midnight, and now he was living in a big house with over $1 million in hand? Earlier, Yang Ming had picked up the property deed and keys for Xinghebei from the security office of Huawei Garden. Before he could finish marveling at how the system knew about his move, he received several calls from people looking to rent. He didn't expect such a large property like Xinghebei to be in such high demand. Of course, Yang Ming was happy to make some extra money. After all, upgrading the system required 5 million. The next morning, Yang Ming arrived early at Xinghebei. He needed to check the apartment for himself. Otherwise, like yesterday, he would be shocked alongside the tenants, which would be awkward. As Yang Ming walked, he couldn't help but admire. Building 11 of Xinghebei truly deserved to be called the king of the community, with complete landscaping, pavilions, and a swimming pool. When Yang Ming reached the 11th floor and opened the door, the feeling of excitement in his heart never ceased. To be honest, he felt a bit reluctant to rent this place out. The room had 3 south-facing openings with a transparent layout. It had 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms for bathrooms, and 1 kitchen with a suite design and 2 large balconies at the front and back. As Yang Ming looked around, he thought about how the system had provided such excellent renovations for each room. He was clearly at a loss. One could only say the system was wealthy and indulgent. This place was practically move-in ready, with air conditioning, underfloor heating, a refrigerator, bed, and all other furnishings fully equipped. Ding dong. Yang Ming knew it was the tenant arriving and opened the door, only to find that 2 groups of people had come together. Oh, Yang Ming, what's going on? You quit your job and are now in the rental business? Among the visitors was even his former boss, Zhao. I didn't expect you to come looking for a rental. Aren't you from a wealthy family? Yang Ming didn't back down and retorted. It's not me, it's my niece. I have plenty of houses. Before he could finish, Zhao, seeing the layout and decoration inside, suddenly stopped, even though he was well experienced. The luxury of the room left him speechless. Everyone entered the house. Like Zhao, no one thought Yang Ming was the owner. They probably assumed he was too young and must be from a real estate agency. Uncle, I think it's great. I want to rent it. After viewing the interior decoration, Zhao was determined to live there. Zhao wasn't foolish and signaled her to wait. He carefully checked everything from the room to the kitchen and then to the balcony, ensuring there were no issues, and then asked Yang Ming, "How much is the rent for this month?" Yang Ming didn't want to rent the place to Zhao, so he casually replied, 50,000 per month, with a minimum rental period of 12 months. In reality, the location of Xinghebei was decent, the community was quiet, and the transportation was convenient, usually around 40,000 per month. But since Yang Ming didn't want to rent to Zhao, he deliberately raised the price. Sure enough, Zhao frowned upon hearing this and laughed. I say, Yang Ming, isn't this price way above market rate? Shouldn't you check with the landlord? Chapter 6. I'm the landlord. Yang Ming certainly understood Zhao's intentions. He wanted the landlord to be present so he could negotiate directly and avoid dealing with Yang Ming. Yang Ming replied, I'm sorry, I have the right to handle everything. Just tell me if you want to rent or not. Before Zhao could respond, a middle-aged man spoke up. You're young, right? Here's the deal, 540,000 for a year. I'll rent for 8 years, and I'll pay in one lump sum. If you can negotiate with the landlord, I'll give you a big bonus later. Wealthy. Yang Ming was overjoyed. He kept encountering such generous people lately. Here's my business card. Keep it safe. And contact me if you have news. Sushi, supervisor of the logistics department at Shanghai Xingxing Trading Company. Yang Ming looked at the printed words on the card and thought that if it really got rented out, the system upgrade would be promising. No problem, Mr. Su. I can represent the landlord. Let us find a convenient time to sign the contract. Sushi was visibly taken aback, not expecting the other party to agree to the price reduction without consulting the landlord first. Although he still felt a bit uneasy, since Yang Ming agreed. He didn't say anything further. Perhaps the landlord had some agreement with him, and he didn't need to get involved. As long as the contract was still signed with the landlord later. Zhao was seething with jealousy, having found someone willing to rent, leaving him with no bargaining chips. However, Zhao was not the type to let things go easily. With a seemingly kind expression, he said, Buddy, keep your eyes open. This outsider might cheat you out of your rent. Sushi was clearly influenced by Zhao's words, appearing hesitant. Yang Ming said, Zhao, business is business. You're being excessive. Upon hearing this, Zhao immediately showed his true colors and said, Yang Ming, don't think you can use a feather as a command. Bring the landlord here if you have the ability. Yang Ming knew that Zhao intended to sabotage his business today. I am the landlord, so you understand. Zhao nearly burst out laughing when he heard Yang Ming claim to be the landlord. He then pointed at Yang Ming and began to scold, You little trickster. Do you think you can fool me, or do you think we're all idiots? As he spoke, he glanced at Sushi. Indeed, when young Ming introduced himself as the landlord, Sushi frowned, probably thinking that this young man seemed a bit unreliable. Young Ming remained calm, taking out the property deed and keys, along with a pre-drafted contract, and handed them to Sushi. Mr. Su, don't worry, the house is mine. Here's the property deed and the keys. I can make the rental decisions myself. After hearing Yang Ming's words, Sushi took a look at the property deed. While Zhao Li couldn't believe that the apartment belonged to Yang Ming, so he leaned in to look at the deed as well. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. How is this possible? With your family background, and having lost your job, how could you afford a house in Shanghai? Zhao Li felt like a cornered beast. But the name on the property deed forced him to believe it. Zhao, take care. No need to see you off. Yang Ming's words were undoubtedly a dismissal. Zhao Li wanted to continue making a scene, but Zhao Yu pulled him aside and whispered, Uncle, let's just go for now. Zhao Yu clearly understood the situation better than Zhao Li. Continuing to make a fuss would only embarrass themselves. Young Ming, don't think having a house makes you impressive. Without a job, you're still useless. Zhao Li didn't forget to leave a harsh remark as he left, saying that one could lose face but not lose ground. Humph. Little trickster, don't think I can't deal with you. Just wait and see. Zhao Li was definitely unhappy about the treatment he received today, especially from a subordinate who had resigned in anger not long ago. As for how Yang Ming managed to afford a house in Shanghai, Zhao Li had already imagined a family drama where Yang Ming borrowed heavily and fell into debt. When Zhao Li and the others left, Sushi quickly apologized. I didn't expect to jump to conclusions. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. So, do you still want to rent this place? Yang Ming didn't want to beat around the bush and asked directly. No problem. Please give me an account number, and the company will transfer the money later. Sushi didn't put on airs either. The two signed the contract, exchanged phone numbers, and then left. By the time Yang Ming got home, 32 million had been transferred to his account. After receiving Sushi's call, Yang Ming confirmed that he had received the money and that he would leave the subsequent housing matters to him. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up the phone. Wow. For Yang Ming, who used to live paycheck to paycheck, having over 6 million in cash in his account was truly a fortune. Now, what lay ahead for Yang Ming was to quickly level up to level 2 and lift more restrictions. Yang Ming hurriedly opened the interface of my flash sale system. Name, Yang Ming level 1. My account, 610, for 109 yuan, flash sale limit, 10,000 yuan, my flash sale card. Click to enter. My orders, click to enter. My favorites, click to enter. My tasks, click to enter. My points, click to enter. My others, under construction. My reviews. Click to enter. Yang Ming let out a deep breath. Finally, he could level up. He then gently clicked on the level. A confirmation box popped up. The upgrade conditions had been met. Do you want to upgrade the flash sale system? Yes. Without any hesitation, Yang Ming clicked yes, and suddenly the screen went black for a moment. And it didn't show anything for a while. After about 10 minutes, Yang Ming saw the system interface in his mind again. System Assistant, congratulations. The host's level has been upgraded to level 2. The system interface had slightly changed. Name, Yang Ming level 2, my account, 610, for 107 yuan, flash sale limit, 100,000 yuan, my flash sale card. Click to enter. My orders. Click to enter. My favorites. Click to enter. My tasks. Click to enter. My points. Click to enter. My others. Under construction. My reviews. Click to enter. Yang Ming didn't expect that upgrading would directly deduct 5 million from him. What the heck? You didn't say that upgrading would cost money. System Assistant, according to the rules, the upgrade fee will be deducted from the host's balance. Please check in a timely manner. However, seeing that the flash sale limit had increased significantly, Yang Ming felt somewhat reassured. At least he wouldn't have to worry about limits when buying things. Even so, being deducted 5 million all at once still kept Yang Ming tossing and turning in bed at night. Previously, 10,000 yuan was enough to live comfortably in the Magic City, but now a whole 500 times that amount just disappeared. It seemed that this system wasn't a good one, specializing in such shady dealings. System Assistant, Chapter 7, changes at level 2 the next morning when Yang Ming got up. He was still troubled by the fact that the system had swallowed 5 million. System Assistant, please note, host, you are no longer the little loser you used to be. You are now a wealthy individual with a flash sale system. System Assistant, in view of the host's underdeveloped thinking and physical qualities, the system will carry out various transformations on the host. What the heck, system? You finally showed your true colors. Are you going to take action against me? The system assistant sighed helplessly. System assistant, given the host's nearly subpar intelligence, the system will first help the host increase their IQ by 20 points. Suddenly, Yang Ming felt a wave of drowsiness, yawning continuously, and in no time, he was asleep on the sofa. After falling asleep, Yang Ming seemed to enter a new dimension. Feeling weightless and then floating in the air, beginning to swim freely. Gurgle, gurgle. A strange sound echoed in the empty house, waking Yang Ming up from hunger. Helpless, he had to get up and cook something. Strangely enough, after waking up this time, Yang Ming felt somewhat different. His mind felt clear. His body wasn't as heavy as before, he was nimble in his tasks, and he no longer had his previous procrastination issues. This feeling was truly wonderful. System assistant. The host is currently undergoing system transformation. System assistant. To prevent those around the host from noticing any drastic changes. All transformations will occur gradually over the next few days. Surprisingly, Yang Ming accepted the system's explanation without any resistance. In the past, he would have had all sorts of conspiracy theories. This must be the result of his increased intelligence, he thought to himself. Reflecting on how his understanding of the world had changed since he got up, and he no longer dwelled on the 5 million loss to the upgrade. It seemed he had become more rational and calm, and his ability to think independently had also improved significantly. Yang Ming no longer cared about how the system was transforming him, in what aspects it was changing him, or when it would end. He knew he would only get better and better. Everything else was insignificant. Since the system had upgraded to level 2, he wondered if he could expand his property area. This was something Yang Ming could only ask the system assistant. System assistant, level 2, total property area cannot exceed 1,500 square meters. System assistant, level 2, office area cannot exceed 3,000 square meters. System assistant, level 2, the number of vehicles cannot exceed 6. And their total value cannot exceed 100 million. System assistant, level 2, the number of merchants cannot exceed 2. System assistant, level 2 requires 10 million to upgrade to level 3. Yang Ming carefully studied the differences in the level 2 system. In simple terms, various quantity limits had increased, and the office area had also expanded, which meant he could have an office building, right? Yang Ming immediately opened the system to search for office buildings. Office building name, Jinling Building. Office building location, Huangpu District. Office building level, Grade B. Office building floors, 11th and 12th floors. Office building area, 1,000. Flash sale amount, 50,000 yuan. Property name, Securities Building. Property location, Pudong District. Property type, Grade A. Property number, 8th floor. Property area, 500. Flash sale amount, 62,000 yuan. Property name, Wealth Building. Property location, Putuo District. Property type, Grade A. Property number, 12th floor. Property area, 600 square meters. Flash sale amount, 65,000 yuan. Upon seeing this information, Yang Ming was taken aback. The 11th and 12th floors of Jinling Building were not the locations of his company? When the company was working in Jinling Building, Yang Ming had heard colleagues say that the owner of those 2 floors was elusive. No one had ever seen their true face, and communication was mostly done via email. So everyone speculated that the owner might be a hidden big shot who preferred to stay out of the limelight. But these were just daily conversations, and no one really knew the details. Yang Ming looked at the search results. Although they were all within limits, he knew there were many better office buildings available. System assistant. The system will filter out the options that are temporarily most suitable for the host from all results, and other results will be automatically hidden. Yang Ming was just venting, but he didn't expect the system assistant to jump in and start explaining. Ignoring the system's complaints, Yang Ming directly chose Jinling Building. System assistant. You will spend 50,000 yuan to purchase the 11th and 12th floors of Jinling Building, right? Yang Ming decisively clicked yes. Next, he just had to wait for the delivery. After a few previous transactions, Yang Ming gradually adapted to this situation. Being a landlord is better than being a company employee. Just as Yang Ming was feeling pleased with himself, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? Hi. I am Xueling Feng from the legal department of Feihong Advertising Company in Modu. Feihong Advertising? Isn't that the company I just resigned from? How can I still receive a call from the company after leaving? Yang Ming was puzzled. Mr. Yang, the company has a matter that requires your cooperation in an investigation. Please come to the legal department this afternoon. Before Yang Ming could ask for clarification, the person hung up. What a mystery. Did I leave something unresolved when I resigned? After thinking hard, young Ming still had no clue. Forget it, it's just a trip back to the old company, and I'm quite free anyway. At 1:30 p.m., as Yang Ming set off from Huaiwei Garden, he realized that although he could purchase 6 vehicles, he still hadn't bought a car. Sitting on the way to Jinling Building, Yang Ming skillfully opened the system and started searching for cars. However, the search results were unexpected. Unlike real estate, which generally consists of regular properties, this time the search results only showed supercars. Yang Ming was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 8. Framing vehicle name, Ferrari LaFerrari, vehicle type, supercar flash sale amount, 12,000 yuan, vehicle name, Bugatti, vehicle type, supercar flash sale amount, 15,000 yuan, vehicle name, Lamborghini Veneno, vehicle type, supercar flash sale amount, 20,000 yuan. After reading one page, Yang Ming turned to the next page. Vehicle name, Pagani Huayra, vehicle type, supercar flash sale amount, 22,000 yuan, vehicle name, Aston Martin, vehicle type, supercar flash sale amount, 25,000 yuan, vehicle name, Koenigsegg Agera, vehicle type, supercar flash sale amount, 35,000 yuan. After reading the vehicle information, Yang Ming was extremely excited. Can you imagine a limited edition supercar that can be purchased for just tens of thousands? Yang Ming, suppressing his overwhelming excitement, clicked to purchase the Veneno. If you ask why Yang Ming didn't buy the most expensive Koenigsegg, the reason is quite simple. He simply likes the Veneno. After all, he could buy more in the future, so why rush? System assistant, congratulations, host, for your successful purchase. Please keep an eye on the order information. Sir, we've arrived at Jinling Building. With the driver's reminder, Yang Ming finally snapped back to reality from his earlier excitement. After paying the fare, he hurriedly got out of the car. Looking at the Jinling Building in front of him, Yang Ming felt a surge of emotions. Not long ago, he had just resigned. And now he was back like a king. Tremble, Zhao. Just as Yang Ming was about to stride in with an air of indifference, a voice came from behind. Hey, isn't this Yang Ming? Are you here to turn yourself in? Yang Ming turned around to see that it was none other than his former department colleague, Zheng He. This person was a staunch supporter of Zhao Li, commonly referred to as a sycophant. Turn myself in? Yang Ming looked at Zheng He with a puzzled expression. At the same time, several former colleagues were beside Zheng He, all looking at Yang Ming with complex gazes. Yang Ming, how long do you plan to keep pretending? Didn't you receive a call from the legal department? Zheng He's words reminded Yang Ming that even if the company had a matter, it shouldn't be the legal department contacting him. At this moment, Yang Ming's intelligence, enhanced by the system, was no longer the same as before. He pieced together Zheng He's expressions and words, his colleagues' evasive gazes, and that mysterious call from the legal department, and concluded that things might not be so simple. It seemed Zhao Li had something planned. He just didn't know what kind of trap Zhao Li had set for him. It looked like this trip was going to be an ordinary visit to his former company. However, Yang Ming was afraid. He didn't know if his courage and strategy had also improved under the system's transformation. In any case, Yang Ming suddenly felt a surge of excitement and a little anticipation in his heart. Let us go. I'll do my best to help. Delivering the Buddha to the west, Zheng He wore a look of regret, making Yang Ming feel a chill. Since I'm here, I'll just go with the flow. Yang Ming took the elevator straight to the 12th floor of the legal department. Other colleagues got off the elevator at the 11th floor, but to Yang Ming's surprise, Zheng He actually accompanied him to the 12th floor. The legal department was actually the most mysterious department in the entire Fei Hong company. During his 2 years in the company, Yang Ming had hardly ever seen the legal department open its doors when he came to the 12th floor for business. From his colleagues, Yang Ming learned that there were currently only 2 people in the legal department, and they were both temporarily assigned from Jaime Law Firm. Most of the legal matters of the company were entrusted to Jaime Law Firm. Usually, the 2 people in the legal department could handle minor issues. Only when things couldn't be resolved or were urgent would personnel be temporarily dispatched from Jaime Law Firm to help the company. Zheng He pushed open the door and said, "Please, Yang Ming." Yang Ming took a deep look at Zheng He and stepped into the office he had long wanted to explore. In fact, every office is somewhat similar. Just a matter of how many people are there. The legal department, just as discussed among colleagues, was large and didn't have cubicles. The whole room only had a large conference table. A quote from the famous legal scholar Guo was written on the wall. The essence of law is that there is no absolute freedom, and even less absolute equality. Upon entering, one felt a solemn and serious atmosphere. Please sit. Two people sat across the conference table. One was Feng, who had called Yang Ming in the morning, and the other was an older person whom Yang Ming didn't know and had never seen in the company. Yang Ming found a seat to sit down, and surprisingly, He also sat down. Feng, let me introduce. This is lawyer Xiaoguiyun. He then said to Yang Ming, the company has a contract involving around 5 million that we need to understand from you. Yang Ming knew the drama was about to begin. You can ask, Yang Ming said casually. Xiaoguiyun, according to the report from the planning department as He, when you signed a contract worth about 100 million with Blue Sky Technology Company, you privately took a kickback of 5 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming glanced at He, thinking so you were sent by Zhao Li to be the front line, huh? Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoguiyun continued, you only need to answer yes or no. Yang Ming laughed. Lawyer Xiao, are you treating me like a criminal? Don't you know if the evidence is sufficient? If there is evidence, you can just call the police. Xiaoguiyun didn't expect Yang Ming to still be defiant at this point. Xiaoyang, we're giving you a chance to confess. If the police take you away, your future will be ruined. Yang Ming, lawyer Xiao, wouldn't you just rely on He's one-sided words to conclude that I took a kickback, would you? That would be too childish. Yang Ming still appeared calm, but in his heart, he was already calculating. This was clearly a case of framing. Last month, Zhao Li had pushed to let him represent the negotiation with Blue Sky at the last minute before signing the contract. So he must have already planned to make him the scapegoat. Now that he was isolated, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer, and his mental state would soon collapse. Chapter 9 Legal Services. Yang Ming opened the system and asked the system assistant if he could purchase legal services. System assistant. The system can instantly buy any goods and services worth up to 999 on this planet, and legal services are available for purchase. As he spoke, the system switched interfaces. Law firm name, Jintian Law Firm qualifications, number of lawyers, 20 instant purchase amount, 1,000 yuan, law firm name, Deshang Law Firm qualifications, number of lawyers, 25, instant purchase amount, 1,200 yuan, law firm name, Ronghao Law Firm qualifications, number of lawyers, 30, instant purchase amount, 1,500 yuan, law firm name, Zhongluan Law Firm qualifications, number of lawyers, 46, instant purchase amount, 1,800 yuan, law firm name, Haihua Law Firm qualifications, number of lawyers, 54, instant purchase amount, 2,000 yuan, law firm name, Longan Law Firm qualifications, number of lawyers, 100, instant purchase amount, 4,000 yuan. Yang Ming flipped through a few pages and finally chose the most expensive and best qualified Longan Law Firm's legal services. System assistant. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. The order will be completed shortly. Please pay attention to check and evaluate. What? Is that it? Yang Ming was confused. How do I receive this service? System assistant. Please be patient. Host. Just wait. The simple explanation made Yang Ming feel frustrated, but he had no way to resolve it. Yang Ming, are you listening? Xiaoguiyun's sharp voice pulled Yang Ming back to reality. Zhonghe, Yang Ming, you really are something. Even at a time like this, you can still be lost in thought. I truly admire you. Yang Ming couldn't be bothered to respond to him and directly said to Xiaoguiyun, Lawyer Xia, if you have evidence, just call the police. There's no need to waste breath here. Smack. Feng slammed the table, stood up, and angrily said, Yang Ming, you are ruining yourself. Don't think that if you don't speak, we don't have evidence. The business manager of Lantian has already confessed everything. He is recording a statement at the Huangpu District Bureau, and soon the truth will come out. Yang Ming was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Li to prepare to escalate this. All right, I'll play along with you. I cannot agree with lawyer Shui's words. I currently have no charges against me, and you treat me as a suspect. Don't you think that that's inappropriate? Feng angrily pounded the table, his face somewhat twisted. His voice quickly attracted people from other departments on the 12th floor, and everyone gathered at the door, pointing and commenting. Even people from the 11th floor came up to watch the excitement. He had intentionally left the door open earlier, probably to let people come and see Yang Ming's joke. Do you know what happened? I heard Yang Ming embezzled 5 million. So much? That's quite bold. Who would be thought? This little Yang usually seems so honest, but you never know a person's true character. Exactly. Looks like we should keep our distance from such people in the future. The discussions outside reached Yang Ming's ears, and He also heard them. However, Yang Ming felt no anger, just a sense of loss. He was quite pleased with his work, continuously typing on his phone. Yang Ming stood up and said to Xiaogu and Shueling Feng, "If you have evidence, please let the law enforcement come. I want to serve anyone else." After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked out. The corridor was crowded with people, and Yang Ming felt a headache looking at the crowd of onlookers. He simply couldn't push through. Xiaogu and Shueling Feng exchanged glances. They indeed didn't have enough evidence, but Yang Ming's attitude was genuinely irritating. "Stop. Who told you to leave?" That familiar voice was Zhao Li. It turned out he had been using his phone to report to Zhao Li from the legal department. Now, Zhao Li saw that he hadn't intimidated Yang Ming and hurried over. "Yang Ming, you say you didn't take kickbacks? Then let me ask you. The house in Xinghebei costs over 10 million. How could you possibly afford it?" As soon as Zhao Li finished speaking, the surrounding crowd began to stir again. "Well, the house in Xinghebei, that must cost over 10 million. Not just that, it starts at 20 million. The prices only go up." Hearing this price, many people gasped. Yang Ming was indifferent. "I bought it with my own money. Is that a problem?" He laughed loudly beside him. "Yang Ming, you know your own worth. We all know it well. Why pretend to be something you're not?" Yang Ming's actual situation was clearly recorded in the company's HR department. His parents were ordinary workers, and even if they didn't eat or drink, they couldn't afford to buy a house for Yang Ming in the metropolis. Yang Ming scanned the surroundings and saw Li Manqi, but she seemed to be quietly watching, her expression unchanged. Looking at this group of former colleagues who were stirring up trouble, now preparing to kick him when he was down, Yang Ming finally began to feel anger rising. Didn't he expect the President Zhao to care about me so much, investigating me so thoroughly? Yang Ming clearly lost the calmness he had earlier, which was exactly what Zhao Li wanted. He wanted Yang Ming to be unable to hold his head up high in front of others, to step on him and prevent him from rising again. "You have a house, right? That must have come from embezzling kickbacks." The commotion in the corridor finally caught the attention of the chairman of Fei Hong Company, Guo Yuan. "What are you all doing here? If you don't want to work, get lost," Guo Yuan shouted as he stood there. Everyone quickly returned to their places in a flash. Xiaogu hurriedly went up to report this matter to Guo Yuan. As Guo Yuan listened, he also scrutinized Yang Ming, his face changing between gloom and brightness. "Then why allow this to happen? Call the police and send him directly to jail." After Guo Yuan finished, he scolded Xiaogu without mercy. But the evidence chain is still incomplete." Xiaogu could only brace himself and explain. "Chapter 10 deeply terrifying. I invited you here to work. If there is no evidence, hurry up and find it. Don't play monkey tricks here." Guo Yuan was already losing patience. A simple matter had turned into this, although 5 million wasn't too much to him. Breaking the rules meant punishment. Guo Yuan looked at Yang Ming with some disgust and turned to head back to his office. Ding! At this moment, the elevator light flickered, and a group of people came out of the elevator. Guo Yuan frowned at the sight. What is going on? When did my company's security become so poor? Are so many people planning to fight? Xiaogu and Shueling Feng were startled when they saw the newcomers and quickly blocked Guo Yuan, then whispered to him, "Chairman Guo, it's Zhu Xingyan from Longan." Guo Yuan clearly didn't know Zhu Xingyan, but seeing Xiaogu's serious expression, he realized he must be a big shot in the legal industry. "Professor, what brings you here?" Shueling Feng stepped forward with a smile. Zhu Xingyan ignored him and walked directly to Yang Ming, extending his hand. Yang Ming knew that his legal service had arrived, so he reached out and shook hands with Zhu Xingyan. "I apologize for startling you, Mr. Yang. Rest assured, I have basically understood the situation. Have you thought about how to handle it? How have you understood? I haven't even started talking about my grievances yet." System assistant, after purchasing legal services, the default service provider understands the host's situation in real time. Wow, it can operate like this. Yang Ming didn't expect that all his grievances could be synced to someone else. This function is quite powerful. "Lawyer Zhu, please tell me how we can handle this." Yang Ming didn't get caught up in it. He didn't have a suitable way to deal with the current situation, so he decided to leave the professional matters to the professionals. First, severely punish those who falsely accuse you. This matter primarily stems from a report, so it can be basically confirmed that the person who reported you is the accuser. Second, the legal department of Fei Hong Company illegally detained you without any direct evidence. Depending on the severity of the circumstances, their lawyer's license can be revoked. Even if it cannot be revoked, I can inform the Bar Association in my private capacity, and I believe they will face harsher penalties. Third, Fei Hong Company must pay the price. Knowing it is a false accusation, they still condone the accuser, which is also a charge you can apply for civil compensation. Yang Ming was a bit stunned. Is it really that powerful? Not just young Ming. Everyone around was taken aback, and the crowd that had just dispersed gradually gathered again. At this moment, Zhang He reacted. Who are you? Just because you say it's a false accusation doesn't make it true. If Yang Ming didn't take kickbacks, where would he get the money to buy a house? In stark contrast to Zhang He's reaction, Shui Lingfeng and Xia Guan were clearly sweating. Both sides saw deep fear in each other's eyes. Teacher, there must be a misunderstanding. Yes, Professor, it's all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Xia Guan and Shui Lingfeng had completely lost their earlier momentum, and both were close to tears. Who is Zhu Xingyan? He was once a professor at the Capital University of Political Science and Law, the dean of the law school, and founded Long & Law firm in 1999. He has basically never lost a case that came to him, recognized as an excellent lawyer in the country, ranked among the top 100 lawyers, and is one of the most influential lawyers in the country, also serving as an advisor to the National Legal Committee. Many legal articles currently being drafted in the country have his involvement. It can be said that in China's legal profession, he is a master-level figure. And with many of his students in public security and law positions, Zhu Xingyan is someone whose mere presence can shake the industry. However, in recent years, the elder has aged and hardly takes on any cases, mainly working on writing legal books. This time, when Yang Ming purchased legal services, the system directly designated the elder to personally assist, which is why he drove to Jinling Building. At this moment, even if Gui Yuan didn't know Zhu Xingyan, seeing the expressions on Xia Guan and Shui Lingfeng's faces made his heart skip a beat. Yang Ming silently gave Zhu Xingyan a thumbs up in his heart. This old man is amazing. He scared these two to death. Someone nearby had already searched for Zhu Xingyan's identity and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. This old man is a big shot in the legal world." Where? Let me see. After everyone read the introduction, they all looked shocked. No one expected that a lawyer like Zhu Xingyan would personally come to solve Yang Ming's legal problems. Then everyone thought, could it be that Yang Ming is also a hidden big boss? The HR manager had a look on his face as if he was holding in a bowel movement. Yang Ming's resume didn't mention he knew Zhu Xingyan. Zhao Li, seeing that the situation was not right, was preparing to sneak away, but was unexpectedly stopped by Zhang He, who had finally reacted. Zhang He spoke to Yang Ming with a near-crying tone. Yang Ming, I didn't mean it. It was Zhao Li who asked me to falsely accuse you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. This time, he had kicked a steel plate, not expecting that Yang Ming had such a deep background. At this moment, Gui Yuan stepped forward, wanting to shake hands with Zhu Xingyan. Mr. Zhu, I will definitely investigate this false accusation until the truth comes out. You can rest assured. Zhu Xingyan glanced at Gui Yuan and said to Yang Ming, Mr. Yang, Fei Hong Company has been operating for so long, they probably have many legal issues. If you need, I can find someone to investigate. Hearing Zhu Xingyan say this, Yang Ming knew he meant well. This matter would mostly just hold Zhao Li, Zhang He, Xia Guan, and Shui Lingfeng accountable legally and wouldn't have a significant impact on Fei Hong Company. However, Yang Ming shook his head, indicating to Zhu Xingyan that it wasn't necessary to go through so much trouble. At that moment, Yang Ming's phone rang. Unsurprisingly, it was the delivery guy from Shunfeng Express. Yang Ming instructed him to deliver the package to the 12th floor of the building, and after successfully signing for it, he said to Gui Yuan, Director Gui, I'm afraid your company needs to move. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Gui Yuan couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yang, you don't need to worry about my company's affairs. Yang Ming did not refute. He opened the package and handed the property information and the lease contract signed with Fei Hong Company to Gui Yuan. Gui Yuan took it with suspicion and looked at it for a while without moving. Director Gui, do you understand what I mean now? Yang Ming teased in a joking tone. Someone with quick eyes and hands peeked at what was behind Gui Yuan and immediately became anxious. What the hell did I just see? What did you see? Someone nearby asked anxiously. Unexpectedly, the mysterious owner of the 11th and 12th floors, who had not shown up for many years, turned out to be Yang Ming. This news hit everyone like a bombshell. It was like an 8th-grade earthquake. Who would have thought that the mysterious owner had been living in their company for 2 years? The implications are terrifying. Chapter 11. Lamborghini Veneno. Gui Yuan never expected the situation to become more and more unbelievable, with even the long-absent owner showing up. And he was an employee of his own company. Zhao Li, who was slumped on the ground, couldn't understand how the little person Yang Ming, who had worked hard for 2 years, suddenly transformed into a hidden big boss. If they were given another chance, they would definitely not have acted so recklessly. Now everything is ruined. Yang Ming smiled and took the elevator down with Zhu Xingyan. The remaining matters would be handled by the people from Long & Law firm that Zhu brought. and young Ming believed the outcome would definitely satisfy him. He didn't expect to enjoy such high-quality legal services for just 4,000 yuan. It was truly worth it. After reaching the first floor, Zhu Xingyan said to Yang Ming, "I will serve as your personal legal advisor for a year. If you have any issues, just call me directly." Saying this, he handed his business card to Yang Ming. What else could Yang Ming say? He could only silently praise the system's magic in his mind. System assistant, just basic operations. This system really knows how to get carried away. A little praise, and it loses all sense of direction. As Zhu Xingyan and his group left, the police from the district bureau arrived and took Zhao Li and Zheng He away. Due to the pressure from the people sent by Long and Law firm to the bureau, the business manager from Blue Sky not only did not falsely accuse Yang Ming, but instead honestly confessed to the crimes of Zhao Li and Zheng He taking kickbacks. As for Xia Guan and Xueling Feng's fate, Yang Ming wasn't too concerned. They would probably face dire consequences anyway. With the matter resolved, Yang Ming shook off his spirits and prepared to leave. However, he didn't expect a group of former colleagues who had just come to watch the excitement to follow him. What a hassle. Yang Ming's head ached. Why did he expose his identity? These colleagues were all savvy people from the Magic City. They just wanted to get close to Yang Ming so they could leverage his influence in the future. In the first floor lobby, everyone exchanged glances. With no one leaving or stepping forward, Yang Ming revealed a barely noticeable smile, knowing full well what was going on. Everyone wanted a piece of the action. But no one was willing to be the first to rush in and fight. So, Yang Ming turned around and said to the large group behind him, "I'm leaving now. No need to see me off. We'll meet again." After saying that, he ignored the size of the crowd behind him and walked away. Sigh. This is all you guys amount to. Yang Ming sighed, shook his head, and exited through the revolving door. Ding, ding, ding. The sudden ringtone of his phone interrupted Yang Ming's search for the Didi ride-hailing app. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Yang Ming? Yes. Hello. I am Su Zhong from Magic City's Xingyao car dealership. I have delivered your Lamborghini Veneno to Jinling Building. Are you available to pick up the car now? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming realized that not far away, a large truck was slowly driving towards him. I am at the door, and you can let the truck unload in the parking lot at the entrance. At this moment, a young man gets out of the passenger seat of the truck and, upon seeing Yang Ming, bows respectfully. In this world, no one lives better than a dog. Mr. Yang, please take a look. These are all the vehicle documents and the related files for the license plates. Yang Ming took them over and glanced at the various receipts, feeling a bit of a headache. As long as everything is done, I won't look at them. Su Zhong, not daring to waste a moment, directed the large truck to slowly unload the supercar at the back. A silver-gray Lamborghini gradually came into Yang Ming's view as Su Zhong's voice guided it. The hurried people nearby suddenly stopped in their tracks, amazed at the scene unfolding at the entrance. The Jinling Building isn't just home to Fei Hong Advertising. There are many other companies, and it just so happens to be around the time when people are getting off work. The first floor exit already had a large flow of people, and with the employees finishing work, the lobby became quite crowded. What kind of car is that? Hey, look. That car is so beautiful. That's a Lamborghini, clearly someone who hasn't seen one before. How much does that cost? The guy next to the car, I know him. He's from the 11th floor. I've seen him in the elevator before. Truly, as the old saying goes, where there are people, there is gossip. The employees of Fei Hong Company had shining eyes. Yang Ming's surprises kept coming in waves. High tide doesn't come this frequently, right? Someone knowledgeable explained to others, this model should be a 2013 Lamborghini, known as Poison in Spanish. There are only 3 in the world. And it accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.8 seconds, with an official price of 3 million euros. Immediately, someone chimed in, that's just the official price. This car is a limited edition. If you calculate the price based on that, it probably exceeds 100 million. And it's a case of having a price, but no market. Everyone was shocked by the price and felt fortunate to witness this divine vehicle in person. At this moment, Yang Ming felt a bit regretful. He hadn't expected to cause such a stir. He had only bought the Lamborghini Poison to satisfy a small dream of his. Now, he was almost like a giant panda, surrounded without any way to escape. That wasn't even the worst part. People nearby had already begun to raise their phones to take pictures, and he could only imagine what kind of commotion would ensue online. Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately threw the keys to Su Zhong and said, let's leave here first. He wasn't sure if he could handle driving the car just yet. So it was safer to let Su Zhong drive for now. Is that okay? Can I really do it? Am I capable? Su Zhong excitedly asked Yang Ming. This car is the dream of many men. Even if they can't afford it, just looking at it can be fulfilling. Now, the owner actually let him drive it. What luck! Less talk. Let's get out of this cursed place. After saying that, he jumped into the car, and Su Zhong quickly followed suit. The low rumble of the engine roared, seemingly warning those who tried to approach. I'm leaving. Su Zhong suppressed his overwhelming excitement and slowly maneuvered the car around the crowd. In a moment of no one being around, Su Zhong pressed the accelerator and zoomed past. By the time everyone came to their senses, the car had already sped away. Did you get it on camera? Did you? Yes, I just uploaded it to my moments. Damn, I was asking if you got the guy next to the car. You didn't say. I thought you wanted to film the car. I'm a girl. Why would I want to film that car? Just getting close to that guy is enough. The car is nothing. The people next to her collectively fell silent. At this time, everyone's attention was on the sports car and Yang Ming. No one noticed that Li Manqi quietly turned around in the lobby, leaving behind a lonely figure as she slowly entered the elevator. She pressed the button for the 12th floor, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Chapter 12. The car god. If anyone regretted the most at the scene today, it would be Li Manqi. Originally, she had the best relationship with Yang Ming in the entire company, and she knew that Yang Ming had a crush on her. However, the old Yang Ming was truly understated to the extreme. He had only looks, but now, how many women value looks? Money is the ultimate truth. Even though Yang Ming had left early, he still left some good impression in Li Manqi's heart, but that was purely out of admiration. But what happened today? Just now. Li Manqi had also been watching the whole process with everyone. When Yang Ming was accused, she stood there. She couldn't be said to be adding insult to injury. But the principle of self-preservation is still very useful in the workplace. Although she felt that Yang Ming couldn't possibly do such things, she wouldn't be foolish enough to stand up and defend him. Until Zhu Hengyan appeared, the situation began to develop in a strange direction. Li Manqi started to regret it. Once Yang Ming's identity was revealed, not only were his department colleagues regretting not latching onto him in time, but Li Manqi was also filled with regret, having missed out on such a quality man. So, when Yang Ming was about to leave, she followed the crowd downstairs, hoping to find an opportunity to be alone with him. Then she saw the Lamborghini worth over 100 million, and at that moment, Li Manqi was cursing herself in her heart. After cursing herself wasn't enough, she also scolded Yang Ming in her mind, clearly a rich second generation, yet pretending to be a poor boy. Are all wealthy people so perverse now? Do they have such severe masochistic tendencies? Until Yang Ming got in the car and left. She didn't have the courage to step forward, ultimately having to silently go upstairs. However, it wouldn't be easy to soothe her feelings of regret and remorse later on. Yang Ming was unaware of Li Manqi's feelings at this moment. Even if he knew, he'd probably just laugh it off. He had indeed had a crush on Li Manqi. But did that matter? The current Yang Ming was no longer that meek little person in the company. This might also be related to the system's transformation of him. Just now, he had seen Li Manqi in the crowd, respected her choice, and therefore did not take it to heart. After leaving this time, Li Manqi would be no different from a passerby. Thinking about how decisively and calmly he could forget Li Manqi, Yang Ming was actually a bit startled in his heart. But fortunately, the system immediately provided an explanation. The host's abilities are currently improving. Intelligence, 23, physical strength, 41, mental strength, 55. Mental strength includes resilience, coldness, composure, and endurance. Perhaps it was because Yang Ming's mental strength had improved so significantly that his mindset had matured and stabilized a lot. Over here, Yang Ming drove away from the Jinling building, gaining a new understanding of the performance of the poison. In summary, 2 words, awesome. He felt an eagerness to try. But thinking of his driving skills, he immediately lost the desire to test drive. Oh, since there's legal service, maybe driving skills can be bought too. Thinking of this, Yang Ming had no time to pay attention to Su Zhong's excited demeanor and quickly opened the system to search. Sure enough, the system displayed, skill name, beginner driver, skill level, flash sale amount, 100 yuan skill name, skilled driver skill level, flash sale amount, 1,000 yuan skill name, veteran driver skill level, flash sale amount, 8,000 yuan skill name, racing enthusiast skill level, flash sale amount, 15,000 yuan skill name, racing driver skill level, flash sale amount, 20,000 yuan skill name, car god skill level, flash sale amount, 25,000 yuan. He didn't expect that skills could also be purchased in the flash sale system. That would be great. Although Yang Ming desperately wanted to choose the experienced driver, reason told him it wouldn't work. For skill-based options, the more expensive, the better. Yang Ming chose the car god. Calculating, he realized he was still 1,000 short of the 100,000 limited time offer today. That was close. However, that no longer mattered. System assistant, congratulations. Host, purchase successful. Would you like to equip it? Yang Ming decisively chose yes. He couldn't wait to experience this supercar. At a quiet street corner, Su Zhong introduced Yang Ming to the driving precautions for the vehicle before bidding farewell. For Su Zhong, today was quite a deal. Not only did he deliver a car, but also got to experience it. How could he not be excited to help Yang Ming? If you want to flaunt. Nothing beats driving a supercar on the street. The skills of the car god were impressive. The Lamborghini felt like a part of his body, smoothly driving wherever he wished. While attracting attention, it also fulfilled his long-held fantasies. Yang Ming looked at the envious glances from the street and felt a great sense of satisfaction. What he didn't know was that discussions online had reached a fever pitch. Wasn't this car supposed to have only 3 in the world? Right? I haven't heard of any big shots getting one. There were no media reports. So beautiful, honey, I want one too. Shut up, you spendthrift. I can't even afford a wheel, so keep quiet. Can someone please reveal the identity of this car owner? Yes, 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 we demand to find that car owner. Don't even think about it. This is my husband. Shameless, you wench. I'll have my car owner boyfriend beat you up. Online forums, Weibo, WeChat, and videos were buzzing with discussions, but Yang Ming was leisurely driving on the road. He had no idea how many times he had been married off, asked for sponsorship, divorced, or called out online. He hadn't planned to expose himself so quickly. He wanted to develop quietly for a while. When the world finally recognized him, he hoped to do so with an overwhelming presence that would shock everyone. Right now, he was still quite weak. At most, he was at a self-sufficient level of comfort. Chapter 13. Blind date the next day. When Yang Ming got out of bed and opened his phone to browse the news, he found it filled with reports of rich second-generation kids buying luxury cars. Fortunately, most were just silhouettes, and Yang Ming was glad for his decisive decision back then. However, this Lamborghini poison was now a bit too flashy. Yang Ming's Huaiwei garden had a garage with a rolling shutter door. So last night, he parked the car in the garage under the cover of darkness, planning to take it out when the onlookers weren't so crazy. The urgent task was, of course, to buy a less eye-catching car. Otherwise, his impressive driving skills would go to waste. He opened the system, set the filtering conditions, and priced the models above 1 million. The system quickly displayed vehicle name, Porsche Panamera vehicle type, coupe, limited time price, 2,400 yuan vehicle name, Land Rover Range Rover vehicle type, limited time price, 2,300 yuan vehicle name, Lexus vehicle type, limited time price, 2,200 yuan. Yang Ming didn't hesitate and chose the Porsche Panamera, paying 2,400 for this understated luxury vehicle. This car certainly belonged to the luxury category, but on the streets, especially in Magic City, it was quite common and wouldn't attract much attention. The key was that Yang Ming had had his eye on this Porsche for a long time. He could only sigh silently before, but now he could easily buy it. System assistant, the vehicle is ready. Please proceed to the Porsche 4S store to pick it up. Yang Ming didn't mind, but he was curious about the system's different logistics arrangements each time. System assistant, please take care of yourself. Curiosity can kill the cat. Damn. Yang Ming couldn't help but curse at the system for occasionally invading his thoughts. However, it was mostly pointless. Just as he was about to head out, a phone call came in. Looking at the caller ID, it was his mother, Huang Lan. Yang Ming had to answer. Mom, what's up? Huang Lan, son. I have something to tell you, but don't get mad at me. Yang Ming, what is it? Why so serious? Huang Lan, my colleague, and Tan, who held you when you were little, said she wants to introduce you to a girl. She's in Magic City, and I've seen her photo. She's very pretty. You should get in touch. After hearing his mother's serious matter, Yang Ming was speechless. He wasn't planning to find a girlfriend yet. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard his mom reminding him, Aunt Tan is already arranged for you to meet. You need to contact her now. I'm waiting for your good news. Yang Ming had to swallow his words and could only respond perfunctorily. Okay, please send me her phone number and name. After hanging up, Yang Ming felt overwhelmed. He had 2 older sisters, and since he was the only son, he had been spoiled by Huang Lan since childhood. He could refuse anyone's requests, but he couldn't say no to his own mother. Soon, Yang Ming received the contact information and a photo of the girl from Huang Lan. She had long hair, an oval face, and beautifully arched eyebrows. Her big eyes seemed to speak even in the photo. In short, this girl was indeed as beautiful as his mother had said. However, most photos were often misleading. and Yang Ming truly had no intention of looking for a girlfriend right now, but to fulfill his mother's task. He might as well meet her. Yang Ming called the girl, and after a long ring, she picked up. "Hello, is this Chu Chanqian?" The other side replied with a yes. Then Yang Ming heard her say, "You must be Yang Ming. Aunt Tan just told me about you. How about we meet at the Starbucks on Dongfang Road in Pudong around noon?" Chu Chanqian's voice was sweet but carried a hint of aloofness. However, since Yang Ming was also going to the Porsche 4S store on Dongfang Road to pick up his car, he agreed happily. After hanging up, Chu Chanqian felt troubled. This was such a bizarre blind date. Just now, Aunt Tan had praised the guy to the skies, and Chu Chanqian felt a chill. If such a perfect man really existed, who would need a blind date? However, Chu Chanqian had listened carefully. Aunt Tan mostly talked about the boy's looks and academic achievements, rarely mentioning his job or financial status. Therefore, her first impression of Yang Ming was that he looked decent and was a top student since childhood. But as for now, she thought it was probably meh. Chu Chanqian mentally sentenced Yang Ming to a suspended death penalty. Meeting him would just be a formality. "Chanqian, this afternoon, Mr. Yang will come to pick up the Panamera. All the information is here. Please attend to him." "Okay, manager." Chu Chanqian took the documents and casually placed them in the office drawer. Already thinking about how to quickly wrap up the blind date to avoid affecting the customer's car pickup in the afternoon. Chu Chanqian was the sales manager at the Porsche dealership in Pudong New District. Having graduated just 2 years ago, she was in a rising phase of her career. She had been the sales champion at her store for 3 consecutive months, and she had hoped to maintain her lead this month, but unexpectedly, her colleague Han Jing sold 5 Porsches in a row yesterday, putting her ahead in total sales. Therefore, she needed to seize every moment to expand her potential customer base, hoping to convert these users into actual car owners before the end of the month and achieve a turnaround. At noon, Chu Chanqian tidied up her mood and prepared to go out. "Chanqian, where are you going for lunch?" Chu Chanqian saw it was Han Jing and hesitated for a moment. They were now competitors and had been subtly fighting for some time, which everyone in the company was well aware of. "I'm going to Starbucks to meet a friend." "Oh, I see. Then I'll go first." Chu Chanqian found Han Jing's questions a bit aimless and felt uneasy, but since they hadn't openly confronted each other, she didn't show it and could only walk towards Starbucks feeling quite frustrated. In fact, Han Jing had been eavesdropping on Chu Chanqian's phone call with Yang Ming earlier. At this moment, she was secretly plotting to see Chu Chanqian make a fool of herself. Chapter 14. The annoying woman. The war between women is far more complicated than that between men. While men just fight it out when they are unwilling to yield, the competition among women perfectly illustrates what a war without gunpowder looks like. According to their agreement, Yang Ming had arrived at Starbucks and had been waiting for a while, feeling quite bored. So, he opened the system and looked at his recent gains, feeling very satisfied. However, the property area and office space of the Level 2 system were still not fully allocated. This meant he could still acquire several more properties, and even villas could be considered. What puzzled him most were the limits on those 2 commercial properties. How was he supposed to use them? "System assistant, please search for commercial in the system." Host. Yang Ming smiled. As expected, when he had questions, the system would answer them itself. It really was a thoughtful encyclopedia. But now was not the time to tease the system. Yang Ming searched for commercial in the system. The system interface displayed company name, Dingxing Real Estate, development potential, purchase share, 499, flash sale amount, 80,000, company name, Porsche Store 4 in Pudong New District. Magic City, development potential, purchase share, 75, flash sale amount, 15,000. Yang Ming was stunned. What did this mean? System assistant, the host can directly purchase shares in the corresponding companies through the system, and it is a mandatory purchase. Hearing mandatory purchase, Yang Ming felt the system was acting like a robber. This forced buying and selling was quite impressive. After complaining about the system's robbing behavior, Yang Ming focused on the 2 commercial companies. Clearly, the real estate company above had more weight. Yang Ming had not heard much about Dingxing Real Estate. However, since it was recommended by the system, it must be strong. After searching online about Dingxing Real Estate, Yang Ming was almost shocked. Dingxing was actually one of the top 5 real estate companies in the country, although its recognition could not compare to Hongda, Baiyuan, or Wank. One could get a rough idea just by looking at online reports. Dingxing Real Estate was established in 1992 and, unlike other real estate companies, focused on 3rd and 4th-tier cities, while many large real estate companies fought for land resources in 1st and 2nd-tier cities. Dingxing quietly occupied 60% of the market share and resources in third and fourth-tier cities. Even more exaggerated was that they eventually leveraged these initial accumulations to break back into first- and second-tier cities, creating a bloody path. This rural encirclement of cities method had always been talked about in the real estate circle. Dingxing had already achieved assets exceeding 100 billion in the market and was truly a large group with projects underway in major cities across the country. Buy. Must buy. Ming quickly clicked to purchase. System assistant. You will spend 80,000 yuan to purchase 499 shares of Dingxing Real Estate. Is that correct? Yes. Ming confirmed the purchase without hesitation. System assistant, congratulations. Host, the purchase was successful. Please pay attention to the logistics for all shareholding proof documents. Ming was unexpectedly excited to find out he had become a shareholder of a large company. Compared to constantly buying properties like a game, Ming felt that becoming a real estate tycoon might be the real deal. However, relying solely on these shares to become a real estate mogul was a bit underestimating the industry. At this moment, Ming would not realize that his spontaneous purchase of shares due to boredom had already caused chaos at the headquarters of Dingxing Real Estate. After buying the first commercial property, Ming looked at the second one, which was the shares of the Porsche store 4 he was about to visit. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if the system had arranged it intentionally. Nevertheless, Ming didn't care too much, since the system only recommended these two. He decided to buy quickly. He then spent 15,000 to acquire 75 of the shares in the Porsche store 4 in Pudong New District, which practically gave him control over the entire store. Ming thought he would check the store's situation after the blind date ended. However, he wondered why Chu Tiantian had not arrived yet. Ming glanced at his phone and realized he was already a bit late. However, he wouldn't call to rush her. Maintaining a gentleman's demeanor was important. This was also thanks to the system's transformation. Ming had already mastered these basic social etiquettes. Hey, doesn't that handsome guy's back look like the one who drove the Lamborghini Veneno yesterday? No way. That kind of privileged person wouldn't linger in such a mundane place for long. All right, let's hurry up. You little flirt, can't move when you see a handsome guy. At the entrance of Starbucks, a few passers-by were discussing Ming's back openly. Meanwhile, as Chu Tiantian got closer to Starbucks, she felt increasingly nervous. She silently prayed that the boy her Aunt Tin introduced would be reliable and not a weirdo. After calming herself down, she finally picked up her phone and called Ming. Hello, I'm at the entrance of Starbucks. Where are you? Ming turned around and saw a beautiful woman standing at the door. He waved his other hand to signal Chu Tiantian to his location. Okay, I see you. After Chu Tiantian said that, she hung up and walked towards Ming. Sorry, I'm late. No problem, I just got here not long ago. Ming said as he handed the coffee next to him to Chu Tiantian. He did look quite good, although he didn't have a celebrity face. He was still somewhat handsome. Chu Tiantian felt reassured, took a sip of her iced coffee, and thought that her aunt had finally not introduced her to any bald or overweight uncles this time. Ah, Tiantian, you're here too. Just as Chu Tiantian was about to continue chatting with Ming to get to know him better, she suddenly heard Han Jing's voice. Yes, I didn't expect to run into you here. Chu Tiantian silently cursed Han Jing in her heart. She had just asked where she was going and knew she would be at Starbucks for lunch, yet now she pretended it was a coincidence. It was truly shameless. However, on the surface, Chu Tiantian couldn't show it, feeling extremely frustrated inside. My boyfriend is buying drinks over there. Do you mind if I sit here? Chu Tiantian was about to find an excuse to refuse, but unexpectedly, Ming spoke up. No problem, please sit. Han Jing was indeed a schemer, always full of tricks. Even though Chu Tiantian was 100% unwilling, she couldn't publicly chase her away. This woman was truly annoying, haunting her endlessly. Chapter 15. The man who lives off women. What Chu Tiantian didn't expect was that Han Jing was doing it on purpose. She could do dozens, even hundreds of things to make Chu Tiantian uncomfortable. Before Chu Tiantian arrived, Han Jing had been the sole dominant figure at the Porsche store in Pudong New District. Why? Of course, it was because she was pretty and charming. People who can enter the store to buy a car are generally quite wealthy. Otherwise, who would buy $1 million Porsche for no reason? Just to show off? Even if someone is foolish, they probably wouldn't go that far. Therefore, those who are able to buy cars are mostly rich people. As long as they are well entertained and served, combined with good looks, their sales performance is basically assured. Han Jing is a salesperson who understands this well. At least before Chu Tiantian arrived, she was the monthly sales champion. The Porsche store has a rule. Any sales manager who wins the sales championship for 4 consecutive months will either be promoted or get a raise. Just as Han Jing was about to achieve this honor, Chu Chanxian stirred things up, creating a rivalry between them. On the surface, they were polite to each other. But behind the scenes, Han Jing resorted to all kinds of underhanded tactics, while poor Chu Chanxian had to maintain a public relations smile in the store. It's really heartbreaking. This time was no different. Whether Chu Chanxian was planning to go on a blind date or sell cars, Han Jing wanted to sabotage it. Handsome, what is your relationship with Chanxian? Han Jing looked at Chu Chanxian next to her with a smirk. Chu Chanxian had no choice, luckily. She didn't plan to keep in touch with young Ming anyway, so she could just focus on selling cars. I'm her boyfriend. Chu Chanxian nearly spat out the coffee she had just taken a sip of. Han Jing looked at Chu Chanxian suspiciously, thinking to herself, so she quietly got a boyfriend. Quite composed. Chu Chanxian, on the other hand, looked at young Ming with a face full of disbelief. Unable to help but complain in her heart. What's wrong with this guy? This is our first meeting, and he's being so unreliable. Unknowingly, the little fondness Chu Chanxian just felt had completely vanished. Chanxian, this is where you went wrong. You got a boyfriend but didn't report it to your colleagues. Are you afraid we'll make you treat us? Han Jing feigned an angry expression. No, it's just that it hasn't been long, and the relationship isn't stable yet. I wanted to wait a bit before telling you all. Chu Chanxian was anxious but didn't want to confront young Ming on the spot. She still had some decorum. Handsome, how did you two start dating? Han Jing adopted a gossiping tone, making it hard for anyone to refuse her questions. I guess it was love at first sight. In today's society, people tend to focus more on material conditions. It's rare to see someone as naive and romantic as you two. Has society really degenerated this much? Han Jing saw young Ming's face and knew he was probably inexperienced in social matters. What, don't you believe it? When my boyfriend pursued me, he picked me up and dropped me off every day, with flowers and diamond rings nonstop. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed so quickly. She pulled down her collar and continued. Look, this necklace has a 1-carat diamond. Not only that, he recently helped me sell 5 cars. After saying that, she gave Chu Chanxian a meaningful glance, implying, can your boyfriend do this? At this moment, Chu Chanxian truly felt overwhelmed, listening to their conversation and feeling dragged into their competition. She couldn't stand Han Jing. And now she didn't have any good feelings towards this naive guy Yang Ming either. Why bother listening to someone flaunt their relationship here? Handsome, what do you do for a living? Han Jing felt it was about time to expose Chu Chanxian's situation. I just quit my job and am currently unemployed. Yang Ming spoke frankly. He had long realized that Chu Chanxian and Han Jing didn't get along and was worried about Chu Chanxian being laughed at during the blind date. So he boldly escalated their relationship. However, Yang Ming didn't expect that this woman named Han Jing would be so difficult, seemingly determined to outshine Chu Chanxian today. Unemployed? Doesn't that mean you're living off a woman? Han Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The outwardly decent man in front of her turned out to be a kept man. She felt she had finally found something to ridicule Chu Chanxian about in the future. Thinking about how she could spread this dirt about Chu Chanxian in the store without restraint in the future made her feel incredibly satisfied. Chanxian, handsome guys are generally unreliable. You're really asking for trouble. Then Han Jing smiled at her boyfriend holding the coffee and said, men like my boyfriend, who are both handsome and wealthy, are almost extinct in this world. She shot Chu Chanxian a disdainful look, linked arms with her boyfriend, and walked toward the neighboring table. After all, she had gathered all the dirt she needed. She genuinely wanted to see how Chu Chanxian would continue to work in the store. Watching Han Jing's triumphant smile, Chu Chanxian felt like crying without tears. She could already see her future awkwardness in the store. Did I say something wrong? Yang Ming asked innocently. You didn't say anything wrong. I'm just having a bad day. Let's leave it at that for now. My lunch break is almost over. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang in her bag. Chu Chanxian no longer had time for Yang Ming. Upon seeing the caller ID, she immediately answered the call. Where have you been? The voice on the other end was magnetic yet authoritative. Mr. Rin, I went out for lunch, and I'm heading back right now. She hurriedly hung up the phone, not even having time to say goodbye to Yang Ming before heading for the door. Meanwhile, the once arrogant Han Jing also received a phone call. Sister Han, come back quickly. Something happened at store 4. The caller was a little admirer Han Jing usually chatted with, also considered a backup. After hanging up, Han Jing exchanged a few words with her boyfriend and hurried back to the store. At this moment, only Yang Ming was still in a daze, wondering why everyone was leaving so suddenly. However, Yang Ming, who wasn't particularly focused on the blind date, felt relieved and could now explain to his mother. A blind date really is a gamble for the rest of one's life. Before leaving, Yang Ming silently vowed never to go on another blind date. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it wasn't long until his appointment to pick up the car at store 4 in the afternoon. Yang Ming tidied his clothes and walked towards the Porsche store in Pudong New District. He had just checked the phone map and found it was indeed very close. It would take him less than 10 minutes to stroll there. Yang Ming thought that since the system had prompted him to complete the equity transfer at store 4, and since he had nothing else to do today, he could conveniently accomplish 2 things at once. Chapter 16. My name is Yang Ming. When Chu Chanqian returned to store 4, she saw everyone looking serious. Sensitive as she was, she realized that something big might have happened in the store. Han Jing, who arrived shortly after, also pulled her backup, Lu Yiping, into a corner to whisper. What is going on? Chu Chanqian asked the front desk receptionist, Lu Yun. Lu Yun replied quietly, I don't know, but several big bosses have arrived, and they've been upstairs for almost an hour without any news. Chu Chanqian frowned. This wasn't a good sign. Clearly, the bosses couldn't reach a consensus. Were they planning to close this store? A bad premonition rose in her heart. Chu Chanqian thought about how hard she had worked over the years, only to find herself potentially swept out the door in an instant. She felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. If anyone was unwilling, it was Han Jing in the corner, who was gritting her teeth. She had also learned the details from her backup, Lu Yiping. Anyone with a bit of sense could deduce that this might be related to Store 4's operations. Otherwise, the bosses wouldn't all show up at the same time and stay locked in a conference room for so long, clearly indicating significant disagreements. Excuse me. A voice broke the silence. Everyone turned to look at the young man at the door. It was none other than Yang Ming, who was about to pick up his car. Han Jing recognized him immediately as Chu Chanqian's boyfriend from earlier at Starbucks. Oh, isn't this the kept man? Yang Ming was also taken aback. He didn't expect to see this woman again. Life really is full of unexpected encounters. However, when Yang Ming heard the call of the soft rice man, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. This woman was being a bit excessive. When Chu Chanqian saw Yang Ming, she was also very surprised. She recalled that she hadn't mentioned she worked at the Porsche dealership, and she wasn't wearing her work uniform just now. So it could only mean that Yang Ming had followed her here. Chu Chanqian's mood was at its lowest point. Her job might be at risk, and now even the person she was set up with might be a stalker. How could she feel good about it? Hearing Han Jing's reaction earlier, Chu Chanqian could already anticipate a wave of sarcasm aimed at her. How could you follow me here? Chu Chanqian clearly lost her earlier gentleness, her tone becoming very stiff. Yang Ming was about to explain when Han Jing and her little follower came over. Sister Han, is this the soft rice boyfriend you mentioned? Chanqian? I see it. He looks pretty decent, and he could showcase his talents in this line of work. Lu Yiping, a staunch supporter of Han Jing, was now fully displaying the qualities of a sycophant. Han Jing smiled and said, Chanqian, how can you let your boyfriend stand here like this? Quickly invite him to the reception room. Since there are no customers now, it's just sitting empty anyway. If manager Ren asks later, I'll just say you're discussing something with a client. The other salespeople nearby heard their conversation and instantly understood the situation. One had to admit that salespeople were the best at reading the room. Is that Qian's boyfriend? Judging by Jingjing's tone, it should be. But didn't you just hear? It seems like he is being supported by Qian. This kind of man looks good but is useless. No way. Qian wouldn't do that, right? You're too naive. As the saying goes, you can know someone's face but not their heart. Be careful when you're looking for a boyfriend in the future. The discussion in the showroom was lively, and Han Jing, seeing that everyone had been successfully led by her, revealed a satisfied smile. Chu Chanqian felt awkward and didn't know what to do. Standing there with her chest rising and falling, Han Jing said, Hey handsome, is it really okay for you to just stand here? We are selling Porsches after all. Do you think others will believe that a jobless person comes here to buy a car? Han Jing had already lost her earlier teasing mood, adopting a high and mighty posture. She wanted to step on Chu Chanqian. The harsher she was now, the more Chu Chanqian would struggle to lift her head in the future. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the showroom showed expressions of disdain. Yang Ming, feeling his anger rise as Han Jing kept calling him a soft rice man and saying he was jobless, thought, Can't I just be here to buy a car? Oh, you're getting defensive now. What do you plan to use to buy it? Your body? Or your face? Han Jing looked at Yang Ming mockingly. Chu Chanqian finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, This isn't a place for you. Hurry up and leave. Before she finished speaking, she intended to pull Yang Ming away. Yang Ming didn't expect that at a prestigious Porsche dealership, the service attitude could be so rude. If this deal went south, he might suffer a big loss. Although he had spent much money, it had occupied a business slot. What is all this noise about? Rinyu shouted from the second floor after glancing downstairs. Manager Rin, Qianqian's boyfriend, is causing a scene during work hours. And I was just about to have Qianqian kick him out. Han Jing saw that Rinyu was angry and immediately poured oil on the fire. Manager Rin. He is leaving soon. Chu Qianqian anxiously explained. Qianqian, this is a critical time. Don't bring personal matters into work. Also, have you looked over the materials for Mr. Yang that I gave you this morning? Has he come to pick up the car? Chu Qianqian remembered that the documents from the morning were still in her drawer. Quickly dropped Yang Ming and ran to get the documents. After a while, she returned to the showroom, opened the folder, and explained to Rinyu. I went out for lunch, so I haven't looked at the documents yet. However, Mr. Yang's appointment is in the afternoon, and I just hurried back. But I haven't seen him come to pick up the car. Rinyu stared at Chu Qianqian and said, Mr. Yang is already a major shareholder of our dealership. If he comes, please quickly invite him to the second floor. Okay, Manager Rin, Chu Qianqian said, but her words suddenly stopped as she turned to Yang Ming, looking at him as if he were a monster. What is going on, Qianqian? Manager Rin is asking you a question. Han Jing quickly tried to trip Chu Qianqian up, hoping to make her lose the trust of her superior completely. Yang Ming, seeing that Chu Qianqian finally remembered him, decided to be straightforward and said to Rinyu, I'm Yang Ming. Shocked gazes turned toward Yang Ming, and if looks could kill, he would have been in pieces by now. You're lying. Han Jing was the first to react. Yang Ming, however, no longer felt angry. Instead, he found it a bit amusing. Do I need to lie? That was true. Such a lie would be quickly exposed, and there was no need for deception. There are so many people with the same name in the world. It's just a coincidence. Han Jing was still desperately struggling, hoping this was just a coincidence. Chapter 17. The mysterious big boss. Chu Qianqian trembled as she said to Yang Ming, Could you please show me your ID? Yang Ming readily took out his ID and handed it to Chu Qianqian. She quickly opened the first page of the folder and carefully checked the number. Although there was no photo of the car owner inside, all other personal information was complete, and the ID number was undoubtedly the quickest way to verify Yang Ming's identity. The showroom suddenly fell silent, and everyone dared not breathe. Everyone had clearly heard Manager Rin say that Yang Ming was not just here to pick up a car but was the new big boss who had acquired a major shareholding. Han Jing was sweating profusely, silently praying that this Yang Ming was not the same as the one she knew. Once it was confirmed that Yang Ming was indeed the mysterious big boss, whatever she had said earlier would be too late to take back. Others were also trembling a bit, as everyone had more or less misunderstood their new boss earlier. The verification didn't take long. But Chu Qianqian looked back and forth 10 times. After confirming without a doubt, she first nodded to Rinyu upstairs, then said to Yang Ming, Director Yang. I'm sorry, I didn't attend to you properly just now. It was a joke. Her earlier performance was enough to get her fired 10 times over. Rinyu turned around and shouted, The person has arrived. Then he quickly walked down the stairs. The meeting room door was thrown open, and 3 people rushed out. Hurrying downstairs. Director Yang, I apologize for the poor reception. Please don't hold it against us. Yes, we've been waiting for Director Yang for several hours. We didn't expect you to arrive so low-key. All right, Director Yang, let us not stand here. Let us go to the meeting room on the second floor. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Before going upstairs, he turned to Han Jing and said, There are many people with the same name in the world. But there aren't that many coincidences. After saying that, he followed Rinyu and the others up to the second floor. Qianqian, come to the meeting room. Rinyu suddenly turned back and said to Chu Qianqian as he reached the second floor. He suddenly remembered that Han Jing had said Yang Ming was Chu Qianqian's boyfriend. So he took the opportunity to give Chu Qianqian a chance. Once everyone entered the meeting room on the second floor, various gasps of relief erupted in the showroom. Everyone collapsed to the ground as if they had just run a marathon. The atmosphere had been incredibly tense just now, but once it relaxed, they realized their backs were already soaked. Han Jing, was this intentional? Yeah. Do you have a problem with your eyesight? Calling the big boss a soft rice man. You're not trying to set us all up, are you? Usually, it's fine if you tease Qianqian a bit. But now you plan to drag all of us down with you? Exactly, you have a rich boyfriend. If you don't want to work anymore, that's fine. But we still have to make a living in this city. Listening to everyone's accusations, Han Jing felt an impulse of self-inflicted misery. But how did things develop to this point? Clearly, Yang Ming himself said he was an unemployed youth. So why did he silently acquire shares? He looked like a loser. Yet he suddenly transformed into a big boss. This was something not only Han Jing couldn't understand, but even Chu Chanqian, who was currently in the conference room, couldn't figure out either. However, now was not the time to ask these questions. In the conference room, several people were sizing up Yang Ming. Director Yang, this is the share transfer agreement. The former director Lu has already signed it. You just need to sign, and this transfer will be completed. Ren Yu handed the agreement to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't speak, took the agreement, flipped through a few pages casually, and signed his name at the end. Congratulations, Director Yang, on officially becoming the major shareholder of the Porsche 4 store in Pudong New District. Ren Yu clapped his hands with a smile, and the others also clapped a few times in a show of respect. Ren Yu pointed to the person next to him and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Lu Fei, who holds 10 of the shares." Then he pointed to another person. "This is Lu Yi, who also holds 10. Before Ren Yu could continue with the introductions, the last person stood up and said, "My name is Lu Yin. I only have 5 of the shares. And I hope Director Yang will take care of me in the future." They all share the surname Lu, which made Yang Ming think that the person transferring the shares to him must be the head of the Lu family. Yang Ming thought this in his mind while greeting the 3 in turn. "Ren, please introduce the basic situation of the 4 store," Yang Ming said. Ren Yu, who was prepared for this question, opened the documents and said, "Director Yang, here is the situation." Yang Ming leaned back in his chair, propping his chin with his hands, pretending to listen attentively. From Ren Yu's introduction, the basic structure of the 4 store was very clear. There were a total of 4 shareholders. Ren Yu was the general manager brought in to manage it, and there were currently 23 employees at the 4 store, with an annual profit of about 50 million. Once Ren Yu finished his introduction, Yang Ming spoke up. "Manager Ron, and all directors Lu, I'm not very interested in management. The current operational situation of the 4 store is pretty good, so I think we should just maintain the status quo." Everyone was surprised to hear this. It was the exact opposite of what they had worried about. They were concerned that after Yang Ming acquired the shares, there would be a series of adjustments affecting the normal operation of the 4 store, but it turned out Yang Ming had no intention of managing it at all. He seemed to be a wealthy second-generation rich kid, just putting some money into a business for fun. However, none of this mattered as long as it didn't interfere with their profits. The group politely shook hands with Yang Ming and then left. Only Ren Yu, Chu Chanqian, and Yang Ming remained. Ren Yu said, "Director Yang, you should say a few words later, otherwise, the atmosphere in the store won't change." Yang Ming smiled and declined. "Forget it. It's mainly manager Ren managing things. I'm just here to collect dividends, so I'll leave all management matters to you." Seeing that Yang Ming really had no intention of speaking, Ren Yu had to give up. When the 3 went downstairs, the showroom had returned to normal. Ren Yu said, "Chanqian, when Director Yang's car arrives, please handle the paperwork. The license plate will be the one reserved by the store." Yang Ming said, "Then I won't be polite." Just as he was about to leave, Yang Ming seemed to remember something and turned to Ren Yu, saying, "Chanqian is my friend, Manager Ren. Please take care of her in the future." Although Yang Ming was the major shareholder and held all the power, he didn't want to interfere with the actual management and also didn't want to diminish Ren Yu's authority. So he thought it would be more appropriate to promote Chu Chanqian through Ren Yu. As for Han Jing and Lu Yiping, Yang Ming had seen them since he went downstairs. However, not long after, the receptionist Lu Yun respectfully handed Ren Yu the resignation letters of the 2. It seemed they had saved him the trouble of firing them. Yang Ming felt a bit regretful. These 2 were quite sensible, fully aware of their future fate. Rather than being unceremoniously kicked out like a stray dog, it was better to leave voluntarily. However, Yang Ming lost a chance to show off as a big boss. What a pity. Chapter 18. Supercar team Chu Chanqian let Yang Ming sit in the VIP room while she ran back and forth to handle the relevant paperwork for him. This included the vehicle license plates, and whenever Yang Ming needed to cooperate or sign, Chu Chanqian patiently explained everything to him. It was clear that Chu Chanqian was genuinely surprised. Buying shares in this 4 store must cost a fortune. Moreover, Yang Ming was now the big boss of the entire store. Even if he requested her to provide exceptional service, Chu Chanqian felt it was only natural. She really wanted to call Aunt Tan to ask about Yang Ming's actual situation. How did he go from an unemployed youth to a wealthy young man? However, reason told her that some things were better left unknown and not to pry unnecessarily. By the time the paperwork was completed, about 2 hours had passed. Yang Ming placed some manuals and invoices into the glove compartment of the passenger seat and then started the car, ready to leave. The sales managers in the showroom knew the boss was leaving, so they all came out to see him off, creating a rather comical scene. Everyone was smiling and saying goodbye to Yang Ming, welcoming him to visit again. It looked ridiculous. Chu Tianqian originally wanted to say something privately to Yang Ming. But seeing that her colleagues were present, she could only follow suit and bow and nod to the boss. Yang Ming felt like laughing when he thought about how these people had acted when he first arrived compared to now. The contrast was stark. From disdain to flattery, it was amusing to think about. He only nodded at Chu Tianqian and said, "Let's keep in touch," before driving away. However, this could be considered a satisfactory conclusion to his first blind date. After all, she was introduced by his mother's colleague. It was only polite to acknowledge that. Driving on the Yan'an elevated road in the Magic City, Yang Ming reflected on today's events and sighed. Money really is sometimes. Perhaps because it was just before the end of the workday, there weren't as many cars on the Yan'an elevated road as usual, so Yang Ming unconsciously increased his speed. With his godlike driving skills, Yang Ming suddenly thought that if he participated in an official race, he wondered if he could win a championship. Just as he was lost in thought, he saw several sports cars zoom past him, the roaring engines like reminders for surrounding vehicles to be cautious. Yang Ming instinctively slowed down, gradually moving to the right along with the other cars, leaving a lane open on the left. A flashy small Porsche supercar team, which was often driven by wealthy second-generation kids, was on display. The lead car was a Porsche 918, which Yang Ming recognized from when he had hosted clients at an advertising company. Following it was a line of 911s. And the Porsche team drove all the way from the inner ring elevated road to the Yan'an elevated road, causing other vehicles to swerve aside upon seeing them. Nowadays, there were plenty of arrogant rich kids, and most ordinary citizens were unwilling to provoke trouble, preferring to avoid them. Moreover, they formed a convoy of 10 cars. If one got in the way, they might even be looked down upon for not being able to handle their own vehicle. "Brother Lin, don't you think we're being a bit too ostentatious driving like this?" asked one of the younger guys. "Don't say Brother Lin isn't looking out for you. Did you see the news about that Lamborghini yesterday?" "I did. What about it?" "I'm saying if we don't go out and show off, the people in the Magic City might think we don't have any supercars left. But the traffic police said my dad wants me to keep a low profile recently. There's no but about it. We're following traffic rules, haven't been drinking, and aren't speeding. The law can't possibly make things difficult for good citizens, right? Besides, the cars on the road are intentionally giving way to us. We're not forcing them." Lin Guo, whose real name was Lin Jianhong, and the younger brother next to him, Wang Yuan, were both members of the Magic City Supercar Club. The back of the Porsche sports car is filled with members as well. Speaking of the Supercar Club in this magical city, it's quite a long story. Established in 2008 and centered in this magical city, it was initiated by supercar owners from provinces, regions, and South China, and is also the first non-profit green club in the country. The club currently has over 300 members, nearly 200 of whom are supercar owners, models including Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Aston Martin, etc. Among these members, more than 65 of the car owners are young people born in the 1980s, a quarter are young entrepreneurs who started from scratch, and 3/4 are children of entrepreneurs. Approximately 35 are successful individuals from the 1970s. However, recently, due to the sentencing of the club's founder, Wang Yiqing, the atmosphere in the club has become tense. Additionally, a Lamborghini Veneno appeared suddenly yesterday, which surprisingly was not even a member of the Supercar Club, leading to mockery from netizens. Therefore, Lin Jianhong, one of the founders, gathered several Porsche owners to plan a street racing event to unite the dispersed members and promote morale. Otherwise, this magical city would soon be overshadowed by the supercar clubs in the capital and Guangdong province, which is unacceptable for the founder of the Supercar Club in this magical city. "Xiao Wang, hurry up. I need to accelerate," Lin Jianhong shouted suddenly as they approached the exit of the elevated road with just 2 kilometers to go. Wang Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest, unsure of how fast they would go next, and regretted getting into Lin Jianhong's car. Accidents always happen unexpectedly. The Yan'an elevated road has 6 lanes in both directions and is usually smooth during non-peak hours. However, during peak hours, an aerial view shows all lanes packed with cars. Now, as it nears the end of the workday, traffic on the Yan'an elevated road is gradually increasing. In front of the Porsche convoy, the right 2 lanes are occupied by slow-moving vans and small trucks, while the middle 2 lanes are regular vehicles. Yang Ming is slowly moving forward in the middle lane with the larger group. On the left, there is a large truck, followed closely by a Corolla. The Corolla has been trying to overtake by leaning left, but unfortunately, There's a Mercedes next to the truck blocking the way. For some reason, the Mercedes has been keeping pace with the truck, and the Corolla, after several unsuccessful attempts to overtake, honks in frustration. The truck completely blocks the view of the cars behind, making it impossible for the Corolla to see the traffic ahead. Just then, Lin Jinhong's Porsche 918 breaks away from the convoy and rockets up from behind like a rocket. It first floors the accelerator and, in the blink of an eye, surpasses the Corolla. Then it attempts to overtake the large truck just like the Corolla did earlier. Chapter 19. The sudden accident, unfortunately. The Mercedes in the left overtaking lane refuses to budge. Lin Jinhong is now getting anxious, wondering what's up with the Mercedes. The reason the Mercedes has been alongside the truck is that they are nearing the exit, where the elevated road begins merging with traffic from other roads, making the situation quite complicated. After several unsuccessful attempts to overtake, Lin Jinhong finally loses his temper. He sees a gap between the Mercedes and the truck and floors the accelerator to squeeze through. Then, feeling somewhat smug, he glances at Wang Yuan and says, "Ha ha ha. These two cars actually dared to block my way. They really don't know how to write death." The Porsche 918 weighs 1,700 kilograms, has a hybrid power of 887 horsepower, and can accelerate to 100 km/h in just a few seconds. After the Porsche accelerates and overtakes, before Lin Jinhong could bask in his triumph for long, he sees the fear on Wang Yuan's face. Indeed, with the heavy traffic ahead, after the Porsche reaches its maximum speed, he realizes there aren't many open lanes to slow down. As a result, the cars in front, hearing the roar of the approaching vehicle and seeing a red sports car rapidly closing in through the rearview mirror, all choose to swerve into other lanes. However, the speed of the 918 is just too fast. Even if Lin Jinhong slams on the brakes now, it seems futile. He can only desperately steer left. The screeching of the brakes is accompanied by a loud crash. Young Ming, who is behind, feels a jolt of realization that something has gone wrong. The Mercedes behind slams on its brakes but suddenly swerves right, colliding directly with the adjacent truck. Young Ming, possessing the driving god skill, has an astonishing reaction speed while driving. He lightly presses the accelerator, turns the steering wheel left, and swerves past the queue of cars to the left, overtaking several vehicles. Suddenly, his field of vision opens up significantly. Aside from the collision between the Mercedes and the truck, the most critical issue is that the 918, having hit the left guardrail, is being propelled into the air by the force of the impact. At that moment, Lin Jinhong's biggest mistake in life is to wildly steer the wheel at the moment of impact, causing the car's tires to run over the damaged guardrail and bounce back. Thus, the entire Porsche 918 is airborne, preparing for several 360-degree spins. If this continues, it will surely fall from dozens of meters high on the elevated road. Even if it doesn't result in death, it would likely end up as a pile of scrap metal and flesh. The cars still on the road urgently slam on their brakes, with some even reversing several meters, fearing they might get caught in the chaos. Some drivers realize the situation and are left dumbfounded, unable to even scream. In a split second, Yang Ming floors the accelerator without any time to think. What rescue? How to rescue? What would the consequences be if he did? What would happen if he didn't? All these thoughts flash through his mind. Possessing the driving god skill, Yang Ming's grip on the steering wheel is firm, and an immense confidence surges within him, exuding a fierce determination as if he owns the world with the steering wheel in hand. At this moment, time seems to stand still for Yang Ming. He sits in the car, calmly assessing the landing point of the 918, determining that he must impact his car at nearly the same speed as it lands to counteract the force of the second bounce. Yang Ming should actually be grateful for the system's enhancements that have elevated his mental capabilities to another level. Otherwise, in such a situation, he would be too scared to even move forward. As Yang Ming approaches the landing point, he urgently makes a 180-degree turn, intending to use the empty passenger seat to absorb the impact and reduce the force on himself. In slow motion, you can see Yang Ming's fierce gaze, fully focused on the airborne 918. In his mind, he has already simulated the entire rescue process, including potential damage, the best timing, the optimal impact force, and even the angle of the tail swing. Bang! The airbags in both the Panamera and the 918 deploy simultaneously. The force of the collision is just right, and the 918 slides a distance on the ground before coming to a sudden halt less than 3 meters from the edge of the elevated road. With the sound of gasps, chaos erupts behind them. Those who brake do so, and those who scream do so. What the hell is happening? Many people get out of their vehicles, staring at the scene they just witnessed, letting out exclamations of disbelief. The entire process is actually very brief. From the moment Yang Ming floors the accelerator to the impact with the 918, it takes less than 10 seconds, but many feel it lasted an eternity. Finally, he did it. As Yang Ming steps out of the driver's seat, he feels a pang of fear, worried he could have ended up as collateral damage too. He still has too many things left undone, too many regrets unfilled. But some things must be done. With great power comes great responsibility. Moreover, just now in the car, Yang Ming clearly felt as if he could do anything, rushing forward without a hint of hesitation. Perhaps it was the effect of the car god's skill. He muttered to himself. The screams around him had not yet stopped, but Yang Ming personally stepped forward to check the safety of the people in the car. He pulled the door open with force and dragged Lin Jianhong, who was in the driver's seat, to a safe place. At this moment, the personnel from the following convoy had also arrived. Seeing Yang Ming prying open the passenger door, they all rushed over to help. Yuanzi, are you okay? Without receiving a response, many people had already started making calls, thinking how terrifying it was. Hey, brother, lend a hand, let's get him out first. Or there might be secondary injuries, Yang Ming said to one of them. That person didn't waste words, helping to unbuckle the seatbelt and, together with Yang Ming, pulled the person to safety. In the distance, the sound of sirens grew louder. When two doctors arrived on the scene, they quickly measured Lin Jianhong and Wang Yuan. Unfortunately, their breathing and heartbeat were relatively normal. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. This is a great miracle. One member of the convoy shook Yang Ming's hand, nearly in tears with excitement. If these two had died today, their group would probably have paid a painful price. Who knew that they would be fine while the two of them had an accident? They were all second-generation rich kids and understood the consequences very clearly. But at least now, the people were safe, which was a great fortune amid misfortune. However, Yang Ming frowned at the nearly wrecked Porsche, not expecting that his new car had turned into scrap iron after just 1 hour of driving. Brother, leave a number. There will definitely be a reward later. The car owner said to Yang Ming. Forget it. It was just a small effort. After saying that, Yang Ming walked very casually towards the police who had just arrived. The car owner was left in disarray, thinking to himself, Brother, do you have some misunderstanding about a small effort? Chapter 20. You went viral online. Such a major car accident occurred without any fatalities, which even the arriving traffic police found unbelievable. After the doctor's preliminary examination, Lin Jianhong had a mild concussion, and both his arm and leg were fractured. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, was basically unharmed, just suffering from some muscle strains and skin abrasions. Although the people were fine, the police needed to investigate the entire incident thoroughly, and the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Thus, Yang Ming was taken to the nearby police station along with other members of the Porsche convoy. During this time, the fathers of Lin Jianhong and Wang Yuan also arrived at the police station. After everyone watched the high-definition footage from the surveillance cameras on the overpass, they were all stunned. Even the organizing traffic police could not help but praise Yang Ming for his selfless behavior. However, he also warned Yang Ming that if a similar situation occurred in the future, he must not act recklessly. This time might have been a blessing from Lady Luck, barely escaping disaster, but people are not always so fortunate. What could Yang Ming say? Should he tell the police that he was possessed by the car god, and that doing this was like playing a game? Regardless of whether the police believed it. Even if someone did, Yang Ming would still end up being dissected. So, Yang Ming obediently nodded and assured the police he would not do it again. In the end, he was very fortunate to have only 6 points deducted from his driving license, and even the fine was waived, as long as his license was not revoked. He was overjoyed. After leaving the police station, he had not walked far when he heard someone calling him from behind. Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. Yang Ming turned around and saw that it was Lin Jianhong's father Lin Shi and Wang Yuan's father Wang Yu. Gentlemen, are you looking for me? Yang Ming just wanted to be a hero who did good deeds anonymously, but others certainly couldn't pretend nothing had happened. After all, it was Yang Ming who saved their sons. Mr. Yang, here is my business card. Please accept it. If you ever need anything in Shanghai, feel free to call me. Yes, I feel the same way. Lin Shi and Wang Yu each handed over their business cards. You are too polite. It was really just a small effort. Yang Ming continued to speak frankly. However, he took their business cards and put them into his pocket. After all, they were free, so he accepted them. Who knows when he might need them one day. Mr. Yang, you're amazing. Your driving skills are extraordinary. To be honest, in my 50-plus years of life, I have never seen anything like it. Lin Shi's flattery made Yang Ming feel quite good. However, Yang Ming quickly calmed down and reminded himself not to get carried away. While it felt great to be flattered, it was also very dangerous. After bidding farewell to Lin and Wang, Yang Ming suddenly realized he was without transportation again. The Panamera had already been notified to be towed back by Chu Qianqian, and when it would be repaired, or even if it could be repaired, was unknown. System Assistant. Given the host's heroic performance today, a super-level instant kill quota has been rewarded. Just when Yang Ming was still troubled about needing to buy a car, unexpectedly, the system gave him a huge surprise. At first, it sounded just okay, as Yang Ming could continually increase the instant kill quota through upgrades. But when Yang Ming came to his senses, he felt like he had been given an infinite black card. After all, upgrades require money and time. What if he needed to buy something super-level urgently one day? System Assistant. Given the host's first transformation was very successful. The plan to transform the host will soon enter the second round of upgrades. Damn, this feels bad. The first transformation almost changed me beyond recognition. If there's a second time, Yang Ming doesn't even know if his mom will recognize him when he gets home. System Assistant, please rest assured, host. Sigh. With no choice but to surrender, Yang Ming could only give up resisting and let the system handle it. However, the first reward was not bad, serving as some consolation for himself. By the time Yang Ming returned home, it was already late at night. It wasn't until he lay on the sofa in his home at Huawei Garden that he truly relaxed. Some things, after they happen, make one feel a bit scared upon reflection. When Yang Ming took off his clothes, he found his back sticky. And only then did he realize how much he had sweated during the situation. Without the system's enhancement, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A toast to the morning sun. A toast to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without looking back. Unafraid of rain in my heart and frost in my eyes. In the empty room, the phone rang. After undergoing a life-and-death test yesterday, Yang Ming decided to change his phone's ringtone. Perhaps it was because he wasn't used to this phone's ringtone, or perhaps he was just too tired yesterday. It was until the ringtone rang several times that Yang Ming finally reached out from the blanket to answer it. Hello, Mr. Yang. This is Chu Qianqian. Sorry for disturbing you so early in the morning. On the other end, Yang Ming held the phone while scanning his surroundings, feeling a sense of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a long pause, Yang Ming confirmed he was still inside the commercial apartment at Huawei Garden and lazily replied. It's quite early. What is the matter? Chu Qianqian. Well, the Panamera you sent for repairs yesterday is basically totaled, so Mr. Ren instructed me to get you a new car. I'm already processing the paperwork, and I'll send it over shortly. Please send me your location. After hearing Chu Qianqian's words, Yang Ming finally came to his senses and remembered that his vehicle had been completely wrecked yesterday. However, since it was his own company, it seemed reasonable to send a car to the boss. Okay then, I'll send you the location shortly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming couldn't fall asleep anymore. He got up to wash up and then sent the location of Huawei Garden to Chu Qianqian. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. Yang Ming opened the door and saw Chu Qianqian, looking a bit worn out, and felt a pang of guilt, especially when he noticed she had even brought breakfast, which nearly brought him to tears. Let's eat together. After all, I'm alone too. Yang Ming gestured for Chu Qianqian to sit down, and, worried that she might feel embarrassed, he stood up and insisted she take a seat. Chu Qianqian looked around the house, and then at the man beside her. Wishing there was a way to turn back time or a way to express regret, she wanted to appear in front of Yang Ming in her best form, rather than in this superior-subordinate relationship. However, she was self-aware. Yesterday she felt Yang Ming was not worthy of her, but today she felt she couldn't meet his expectations. In fact, Chu Qianqian was quite good-looking and had decent work abilities, but unfortunately, Yang Ming was not interested in dating. To sum up the current situation in one sentence, wrong time, wrong person. The two of them silently ate breakfast. Suddenly, Chu Qianqian broke the silence, saying, Mr. Yang, you don't know, right? You've gone viral online. Chapter 21 Trending Topics. What do you mean? Yang Ming stopped his chopsticks and looked at Chu Qianqian in confusion. Chu Qianqian replied, You don't know? It's that video from yesterday when you crashed your car to save someone. It's gone viral online and has almost taken over half of Weibo's trending topics. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming lost his appetite and quickly took out his phone to check. He really hadn't expected that yesterday's incident would cause such a stir. It was actually quite normal for this to become a trending topic. There were so many vehicles stranded at the scene, and so many people filming with their phones. Just a couple of videos uploaded online would definitely create a sensational topic. Young Ming found the video of himself crashing the car to save someone on the Weibo homepage. He was shocked when he saw it. The homepage was almost completely filled with news about him. He scrolled down for nearly 10 minutes, and it was still all news related to him. The comments from netizens were all kinds of flattery that refreshed Young Ming's worldview. Netizen 1, car god. This is definitely a car god. Netizen 2, well done. This Porsche driver was calm under pressure. The operation was smooth as flowing water, terrifying. Netizen 3, no one can compare. I've never seen anyone more impressive than you. Netizen 4, this person really dares to think and act. Netizen 5, just from that operation, I think this driver can brag about it for a lifetime. Netizen 6, oh my god, after watching this video, I was stunned for over an hour. It felt like a dream. Are you sure this is something a human can do? Netizen 7, incredible. Driver, do you even realize how awesome you are? Netizen 8, wow wow wow. Car god, please take me as your disciple. From now on, you are my dad. Netizen 9, bro, I won't say anything else. From now on, you are my brother. Can you let me know in advance next time you show off your skills? I have a heart condition. If I hadn't had my heart medicine just now, I would have said goodbye to this world. Netizen 10, wow. I bet even 10 world champions combined wouldn't be enough to compare to this car god. Come and challenge me if you don't believe it. Netizen 11, brother driver. Can I say I got wet after watching the video? The comments from online users were truly bizarre, but they were mostly flattering, with some teetering on the edge of crossing the line. Young Ming wanted to reply, aren't you afraid of getting your account banned? However, aside from these fancy compliments, there were also some more rational and straightforward comments. Netizen, I personally appreciate this driver's brave act, but I think everyone should not try to emulate it, because you don't have that kind of skill. Netizen 1, first of all, I want to emphasize that I have no grievances with the driver, but I strongly criticize this kind of personal heroism, which disregards consequences and does not value life. Netizen 2, this driver's skills are godlike. But aren't you afraid someone might imitate your actions and lose their life? Netizen 3, I admire you, but I firmly oppose your irresponsible act of saving someone. Netizen 4, your example has a very negative influence. Yang Ming looked at these heartfelt admonitions and felt a warmth in his heart. To be honest, after thinking about it yesterday, he felt quite scared. If something like that happened again, Yang Ming believed that even with the aura of a car god, he might not be able to replicate his actions perfectly. Many decisions, movements, and timing would change with the circumstances at the scene. He realized he had indeed acted too recklessly. Mr. Yang. Chu Chanqian's voice pulled Yang Ming back to reality. Ah, these silly netizens are too cute. Yang Ming couldn't help but complain to Chu Chanqian. Mr. Yang, look, you've monopolized the top 10 of Weibo's trending topics. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming quickly took her phone and, sure enough, all the trending topics were related to his car crash and rescue from yesterday. 1. The car god's driving skills. 2. Saving lives or endangering lives. 3. Who is the car god for? How the vehicle achieved precise collision. 5. Has the car god gone mad? 6. The car god's past and present. 7. How to become the car god's disciple. 8. The car god's profile. 9. The car god's address. 10. Questions about the car crash rescue video. Yang Ming discovered that not only had his rescue incident occupied the top 10 of the trending topics, but it had directly taken over the top 30 spots. These people really had too much free time. Yang Ming seemed to be talking to himself, but it was also directed at Chu Chanqian. However, since this was a private matter for the boss, Chu Chanqian sat quietly beside him without offering any opinions. Her view of Yang Ming elevated a step further. She hadn't expected her boss to have such great driving skills. She wondered if he often drove so aggressively. Then, without realizing it, some very inappropriate thoughts began to sprout in her mind. Hey, why are you blushing? After checking his phone, Yang Ming was about to return it to Chu Chanqian when he noticed her, lost in thought, with a face as red as if she had applied a full tube of red lipstick. Oh, no, Mr. Yang, it might just be too hot. Then let me turn on the air conditioning for you. Yang Ming thought it might be due to the weather and stood up to get the air conditioning remote. No need, Mr. Yang. I have a client scheduled in the morning, so I won't disturb you. Yang Ming looked at the flustered Chu Chanqian and finally had an epiphany. He wanted to laugh because he had realized why she was blushing. What a typical infatuated girl. I left the car keys on the table. Before he could finish his sentence, the door slammed shut with a bang. Hee, running away faster than a rabbit. Is she afraid I'll eat her? Although Yang Ming had no intention of finding a girlfriend, that didn't stop him from flirting with girls from time to time. To sum it up, the scoundrel Yang was about to awaken. After all, excellent men are always surrounded by various beauties. Once Chu Transient awkwardly fled, Yang Ming turned his attention back to the trending topics. What to do now? Yang Ming carefully watched videos from various angles, and no matter which angle he looked from, he couldn't clearly see his face. This meant his face had not been exposed yet. Then why should I care? You all discuss your things. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Ming decided to ignore those silly netizens and get back to his own business. He tidied up the dining table, styled his hair to perfection, grabbed the keys from the table, and headed out the door. At this moment, Yang Ming had no idea that the entrance of Huawei Garden was in complete chaos. Chapter 22 Must Resell a House in Seconds. The Huawei Garden in Magic City was completed and delivered in 2014. The community is not large, and it does not implement a separation of pedestrians and vehicles. However, the management and security of the entire community are relatively standardized and well implemented, with good landscaping and orderly parking by the residents. It can be said that the relationship between the owners and the property management in Huawei Garden is more harmonious compared to other communities. Today, it is security guard Wang Xingji's turn to be on duty. He arrived at the property early in the morning, put on his security uniform, and began patrolling the community. After finishing all the basic tasks, he and a group of security guards gathered in the security room to listen to the team leader, Song Mao, rambling on. Wang Xingji is from Sichuan province and has been working in Huawei Garden for almost 3 years. His daily routine consists of the same old patrols. So sometimes he would slack off and hide in a corner for a while. Because of this, he has often been criticized by team leader Song Mao. Hey, Lao Wang. Did you hear about the accident on the Yan'an elevated road yesterday? Asked Li Dan, a young security guard from Sichuan, noticing that Wang Xingji seemed out of sorts. Yeah. It's all over the internet. It's hard not to know, Wang Xingji replied, shaking the cigarette in his hand and giving Li Dan a glare. How come that Porsche owner is so amazing? In such an emergency, he showed off such incredible driving skills. That's harder than going to heaven. After finishing his smoke, Wang Xingji patted his pants, stood up, and said, Hey, that's business for big shots. We small security guards should focus on our own work and not get involved. Li Dan sighed and said, If I could meet that hero, I'd feel my life was worth it. Just as he finished speaking, the intercom in their hands suddenly crackled with the team leader's call. All personnel, please pay attention. All personnel, please pay attention. Immediately close the north gate. All security guards gather at the south gate. Please respond. Song Mao's voice was urgent and anxious, but it carried an authoritative tone that left no room for disobedience. Received? Li Dan replied. Received, Wang Xingji echoed. Instantly, security guards at various locations in the community responded through their intercoms. Something had happened. Wang Xingji's expression turned serious. He knew Song Mao had never summoned all security guards in such a direct manner before. Lao Wang, wait for me. What could be happening? Li Dan hurried after him, but it seemed he couldn't catch up. Since when did Lao Wang run so fast? Li Dan thought to himself. At the south gate of Huawei Garden, team leader Song Mao was staring intently at the situation outside the community with a grave expression. What's going on, Captain Song? Wang Xingji asked as he entered the gate post and saw Song Mao standing still, gazing ahead. The hero who saved people on the Yan'an elevated road yesterday is in our community. Look, over 100 people have come outside, saying they want to meet that hero. Song Mao hesitated. Wang Xingji had never seen his captain frown so deeply. So many people rushing into the community posed a significant security threat and could disrupt the normal life of the residents. There was no way to let them in. But how to calm them down? What if this group of people didn't listen? The property manager had already arrived at the south gate, ready to negotiate with the people at the entrance, hoping they could remain rational. Lao Wang, Shaoli, quickly contact Mr. Yang from Unit 1902 and tell him what's happening here. We hope he can leave the community temporarily. Otherwise, if this agitated crowd rushes in, we don't know what might happen. After speaking, he glanced at the entrance, noticing it seemed even more crowded. We just want to meet the car god from yesterday. Just let us in. We'll be out soon. Yes, we won't cause any trouble. We'll go in quietly. Absolutely won't disturb the residents. Not disturb the residents. Not disturb the residents, they echoed, rolling up the banner they had just unfurled that read, Car God, we love you. The property manager faced this group of people, forcing a smile that was harder than crying. Not disturb the residents? I believe you, sure. Once this group got in, it would be chaos, and anything could happen. Meanwhile, when Yang Ming arrived downstairs at Unit 2, he didn't see his Panamera. But there was a brand new Porsche Cayenne parked in the space opposite the building entrance. The license plate was the same one he had on his Panamera yesterday. It seemed Renew had gotten himself a new car. However, Yang Ming didn't care much as it was just a means of transportation. Just as he was about to get in the car, he saw two security guards running breathlessly towards Building 2. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked, puzzled. We are looking for Mr. Yang from 1902, Wang Xinji replied, panting heavily. Yang Ming was taken aback. Looking for me? I'm Yang Ming from 1902. What's the matter? Wang Xinji hurriedly explained the situation at the community entrance. Wow, I never expected things to escalate to this point, Yang Ming said. Realizing that his personal address and contact information had only been left for follow-up investigations at the police station yesterday. He didn't expect this group of netizens to be so resourceful. But jokes aside, staying in the community now, I really don't know what might happen. Is there a way to get out? Yang Ming asked. Yes, Mr. Yang can use the east gate, which is usually not open. That's a fire exit. So there are very few people there, and it's basically never used. We came to escort Mr. Yang out. I have the key to the main gate. Li Dan quickly answered. Are you kidding? My idol is so close. I have to show my appreciation. Wang Xinji gave Li Dan a glance, thinking. What are you thinking about at a time like this? All right, you two get in my car. He opened the car door, letting Wang Xinji and Li Dan in. Then quickly got in and started the engine. With a slight press on the accelerator, the Cayenne surged out like a beast, showcasing its smooth driving skills. Which made Li Dan ecstatic. Wow, is this the car god's impressive driving? It's fast yet stable. It feels like the car is a part of him. In no time, while Li Dan was still savoring the experience, Yang Ming had already arrived at the east gate. The two quickly got out and opened the gate. And Yang Ming drove forward slowly. At parting, Li Dan and Wang Xinji stood respectfully on either side of the gate. Attention! Salute! Wang Xinji called out. And their actions followed immediately. Yang Ming nodded slightly to them and drove straight out of the community. In the rearview mirror, Yang Ming saw the two security guards still standing there, maintaining their salute, standing tall. This was a tribute to Yang Ming for saving people in danger. Then Yang Ming withdrew his gaze, cursing inwardly, damn it, I can't even go home now. I must resell a house in seconds. It has to be a big house, the most expensive one. Right? It must have the highest security level. I never want to escape so embarrassingly again. Chapter 23 Kafko Seaview Number 1. Tangchen Pin since Yang Ming was promoted to level 2. He hadn't bought a house and didn't know if he could get a better, more upscale community property with the 100,000 limit. He quickly entered the system interface, checked that he still had 1,000 square meters of property area remaining, and then searched for real estate to see what kind of houses the system would recommend to him this time. System page jump, property name, Fortune Seaview Garden, property location, Pudong New District, property type, duplex, property number, building 2, room 2002, property area, 352 SQM, flash sale amount, 30,000 yuan, property name, Fortune Seaview Garden, property location, Pudong New District, property type, duplex, property number, building 3, room 2102, property area, 352 SQM, flash sale amount, 30,000 yuan, property name, Xingda Jinpan, property location, Pudong New District, property type, duplex, property number, building 1, room 3901, property area, 302 SQM, flash sale amount, 35,000 yuan, property name, Xingda Jinpan, property location, Pudong New District, property type, duplex, property number, building 2, room 3701, property area, 302 SQM, flash sale amount, 35,000 yuan. First page, system assistant. Should the second page be displayed? Yang Ming glanced at it. Damn, this is only the first page. There are still more than 20 pages not displayed. It seems that the flash sale limit has increased, and there are many more houses available for purchase. From this situation, it looks like the more expensive ones are towards the back. Yang Ming was currently ranting about the system's unreliability. You are making it seem like I'm just trying to fill up words. Although I really want to do that, can you not make it so obvious? System assistant, the host preferences are really hard to grasp. Well, system, just show me the most expensive, best, highest quality, and most profitable houses that I can afford. Although Yang Ming had a lot of complaints about the system, after all, it was his provider, so he couldn't be too harsh. At this moment, the system displayed again. Property name, Kafko Seaview Number 1, property location, Pudong New District, property type, duplex, property number, building 8, Room 3602, property area 696 SQM, flash sale amount 50,000 yuan, property name Thompson Riviera, property location Pudong New District, property type duplex, property number Building 4. Room 4401, property area 767 SQM, flash sale amount 50,000 yuan, property name Garden Apartment, property location Pudong New District, property type Building 1, property number Rooms 201, 202, 301, 302, 401, 402, 501, 502, property area single unit 38 SQM, total 304 SQM, flash sale amount 50,000 yuan. Wow. Yang Ming couldn't help but curse. Not to mention Thompson Riviera and Kafko Seaview No. 1. Yang Ming remembered that the garden apartment was also in Lujiazui, Pudong. Moreover, it was the most expensive single apartment in the Magic City. When Yang Ming was renting before, he had gone to see it, and each room was very small. But it had all the necessary functions. The garden apartment has a total of 10 buildings, each with only 5 floors. And the bottom floor is an empty layer with no rooms. These small rooms are very popular among single men and women working in Lujiazui. So it caused a sensation when it was first launched. Yang Ming had learned that the annual rent for each room in the garden apartment could reach over 200,000 yuan, and it was still in short supply. Buy it. Must buy it. Yang Ming actually wanted to directly take the top duplex mansion of Thompson Riviera. But after calculating his remaining property area, it was only enough for Kafko Seaview No. 1 and the garden apartment combined. Anyway, after the system upgrade, the property area would also increase, so for now, just add Thompson Riviera to the flash sale cart. System assistant, you will spend 50,000 yuan to purchase building 1 of the garden apartment. Is that correct? System assistant, you will spend 50,000 yuan to purchase Kafko Seaview No. 1, building 8. Room 3602, is that correct? Without any hesitation, Yang Ming quickly clicked yes twice in the system. System assistant, congratulations, host, on your successful purchase. Please check the property ownership certificate in the trunk of the Cayenne. Huh? You actually arranged this in advance, just waiting for me to fall into the pit. After getting out of the car and opening the trunk, sure enough, a pile of bright red property certificates was quietly waiting for their owner. This wave was not a loss. Yang Ming collected the property certificates and a bunch of keys, then quickly walked to the driver's seat. Now, let's go to Kafko Seaview No. 1 and see where he would be living. I hope the security there is strong enough. Over there, at the south gate of Huawei Garden Community, as the number of people continued to increase, the atmosphere had begun to become somewhat subtle. The emotions of the gathered crowd were not particularly stable, like a powder keg quietly placed there. But if a small spark appeared, it would be a disaster. The property manager also realized the seriousness of the situation. The whole matter had already lost control. While patiently explaining the community rules to the crowd, he urged Song Mao to quickly call the police for help. After receiving the emergency call, the police from the Suwei branch quickly arrived at the scene. Even though they had prepared psychologically before arriving, when they actually got out of the car and saw the situation, they still gasped in shock. Why? The crowd was so densely packed that it was intimidating. If something went wrong, it could lead to a mass incident. Chapter 24. Did you enjoy it today? Immediately, calls were made, and the authorities finally realized the seriousness of the situation. What to do? Of course, it was urgent to arrange a large number of police forces to disperse the crowd. Otherwise, who could bear such a big responsibility? Moreover, the leaders who arrived at the scene clearly stated that they would give a clear explanation to the vast number of netizens. Thus, after several hours of effort, the crowd gradually dispersed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That was fast. That afternoon, the authorities quickly spoke through official channels such as television, newspapers, and new media channels like Weibo, releasing the complete video of the Yan'an elevated bridge incident from the previous afternoon, explaining the cause, process, and handling results of the incident, as well as the driving trajectory investigated by the traffic police after arriving at the scene. The announcement stated that it recognized the life-saving actions of Porsche owner Yang, but did not advocate it, hoping that netizens could remain rational. At the same time, it stated that Yang would be rewarded for his bravery. Under the official announcement, netizens were all spamming 666, 6666 with excitement. Although the matter had calmed down, netizens said they would continue to pay attention to this mysterious Porsche owner. What else could they do? Personal information couldn't be disclosed. Could they really leave a message on the official website to petition? That would really be a dead end. Meanwhile, car god, Yang Ming was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of room 3602 in Building 8 of Kafko Seaview No. 1, overlooking the Huangpu River ahead. The noise on the internet at this moment couldn't compare to the exhilaration of looking far and wide. There are two major luxury residences near the Huangpu River in the Magic City, Kafko Seaview No. 1 and Thompson Riviera. The positioning of the two luxury residences is different. Thompson is positioned for high-end wealthy individuals, while Seaview No. 1 is for high-end improvement types. Although each has its focus, for most people, they are dreams that are out of reach. At least the old young Ming wouldn't have dared to think about living in a top luxury residence in the Magic City. But all of this was already in the past. Yang Ming didn't continue to stand in front of the window pretending to be deep. After all, the people below, like ants, couldn't see him high up on the 36th floor. The 696 Escune duplex Seaview house, not far from the core of Lujiazui, has an extremely open river view, especially since the system delivers it in fully furnished condition every time, making the entire European-style decoration look resplendent. The smart technology system, underfloor heating, fresh air system, and high-end kitchen and bathroom brands are leading a new luxury lifestyle. When Yang Ming entered the community just now, he didn't need to swipe a card or press a button. He was directly matched by facial recognition, feeling the magical integration of smart technology within the community. Of course, the high-end luxury community is matched with one of the world's top 5 renowned property management companies, Galley International Property. Since it was Yang Ming's first visit, he felt completely bewildered, much like Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden for the first time. However, the property manager quickly arrived to serve him upon recognizing the new owner through the facial recognition system, showing no impatience despite Yang Ming's overwhelming curiosity. "Hello. I am the owner of Unit 3602 in Building 8. I would like to dine at the clubhouse in the community. Could you please arrange it?" "Sure, Mr. Yang. I will arrange that for you right away." The visual communication system in the room can connect in real time to the property's 24-hour call center. With just a phone call, everything can be settled. So the question arises, why do so many people go to great lengths and adopt unscrupulous means to become wealthy? Is it because money is more appealing? Hiki. The overall planning and layout of the community are very avant-garde, with imported alloy steel plates from Finland covering the entire exterior wall of the community. The top-notch dual clubhouses, indoor and outdoor swimming pools, multifunctional halls, fitness and massage facilities are scattered throughout every corner of the community. From the restaurant and the clubhouse, one can see the sunset slowly descending in the distance. This dinner might be the most unforgettable and pleasurable meal of Yang Ming's life. Looking at the table full of dishes, including Caesar salad, French foie gras, New Zealand lamb chops, onion pork tenderloin, exquisite lobster soup, Jack Daniel's marinated salmon, and premium caviar, Yang Ming felt his stomach churning with excitement. "Mr. Yang, I am Chef Tony. Would you like me to prepare any other Chinese dishes?" Yang Ming was still mesmerized by the food in front of him and nodded repeatedly. "What else should I prepare? Do you have a preferred cuisine?" Yang Ming's attention finally returned. "Oh, no need. This is already great. Thank you very much, Chef Tony." "All right, Mr. Yang, enjoy your meal." As he was leaving, Chef Tony glanced at the lobster soup pushed to the opposite side of the table by Yang Ming and said, "Mr. Yang, this lobster is sourced from the Caribbean shallow waters and was air freighted over this morning, very fresh. If you don't like it, I can try other cooking methods next time you come." After saying this, he smiled and bowed to Yang Ming before returning to the kitchen. "Mr. Yang, this is a high-vintage Tuscan wine prepared for you by Chef Tony, which will perfectly complement the food," a nearby waiter said respectfully. At this moment, Yang Ming felt that his previous self had been living like he was in his grandmother's house, experiencing a life that was simply ridiculous. Now, he felt like he was truly living like a person, with a bit of an emperor-like illusion. Of course, moments like this are essential for social media. A 9-square grid of food photos, along with the location tag and a slightly pretentious caption of, "Did you enjoy today?" Yang Ming was very satisfied and casually clicked to post. After this dinner, tens of thousands of dollars just vanished, but Yang Ming did not feel any regret at all, because he would soon have rental income rolling in. That garden apartment was quietly waiting for Yang Ming's favor. However, urgency is not a matter of the moment. After returning to his room, lying on the soft imported sofa, Yang Ming organized the things he needed to handle the next day. First, he needed to drive the Lamborghini Veneno to Ocean View No. 1. This house comes with 4 large parking spaces, which is also the reason why Yang Ming is driving over. Moreover, the security in this community is truly tight, with guards every few steps, resembling a confidential unit. The key point is that the owners usually do not see these security personnel, which is quite strange. Next, he needed to rent out Huawei Garden and the garden apartment. This time he would need to find an agent. He wondered how much money he could make from it. Would it be enough to upgrade? After all, a level 3 system is very appealing. Chapter 25. Changes in physical fitness. Early the next morning, Yang Ming woke up very early. He didn't know if it was because the bed in Ocean View number 1 was comfortable, but he slept straight through until dawn. When he opened his phone, wow! There were hundreds of comments and countless likes on his social media, dazzling Yang Ming's pure gold eyes. The comments praising, worshipping, and liking him mainly came from former colleagues and clients who had learned about the actual situation, while the doubts and negative comments mostly came from distant relatives and acquaintances. In any case, the polarization was very severe. Those who praised Yang Ming were showering him with compliments, almost treating him like an ancestor, while those who envied and resented him mostly called him hypocritical, pretentious, and staged. Yang Ming did not reply at all. He smiled and put his phone in his pocket. Since the second wave of transformation by the system began, he vaguely felt that he was becoming wiser and more calm, able to see many things clearly, without the past nagging and lingering worries. Not only that, but his physical abilities seemed to have greatly improved. For example, before, whenever Yang Ming ran, he would generally have sore waist and back pain the next day, with legs that wouldn't obey him. However, after experiencing the gym last night, he felt refreshed when he got up this morning. Nevertheless, Yang Ming thought it might also be his nerves acting up and overreacting. At this moment, the system was not happy and hurriedly came out to explain. System Assistant, Intelligence 43, Physical Strength 67, Mental Strength 89, Comprehensive Physical Quality 33. Why is there an additional indicator? Yang Ming knew the other indicators. Moreover, since the second wave of transformation began, the data had increased noticeably. As for this comprehensive physical quality, System Assistant, comprehensive physical quality includes reaction speed, strength, agility, and the functional enhancement of various organs in the body. Yang Ming discovered that this broken system was actually steering him toward becoming superhuman. System Assistant, please rest assured, the system is not a fantasy system. It merely allows the host's physical indicators to be slightly distanced from ordinary people, in line with the host's godly persona. What benefits does this have for you? Yang Ming asked in confusion. System Assistant, this way, the host will not easily perish, and the system can continue to survive. System Assistant, it seems that the enhancement of the host's intelligence has not yet reached the standard, leading to the host's questions sounding so childish. System Assistant, the next stage will focus on enhancing intelligence levels. Damn, after Yang Ming understood everything, he stopped paying attention to the system and decided to let it change him slowly. Yang Ming got dressed, took the car keys, and went out. He was still unaware of the situation at Huawei Garden, so he carefully wore a hat to shield his captivating looks. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the community entrance, he found a peaceful atmosphere. Yang Ming pondered. Even if these online users were persistent, they were still human, and humans need to eat and sleep. As long as he didn't appear, they would soon disperse. After figuring this out, he didn't dwell on it, pressed the accelerator, and entered the community. However, upon entering Building 2, he discovered that the elevator was out of order and under repair, which was really frustrating. With no other choice, he had to walk up to the 19th floor. Strangely enough, after the improvement in his comprehensive physical quality, his waist didn't ache and his legs didn't hurt. He went up to the 19th floor in one breath without getting winded. After giving the system a thumbs up and a cool gesture, Yang Ming walked straight into his room. He simply tidied up his clothes and some daily necessities, leaving everything else behind. Since Yang Ming didn't have much stuff to begin with, and with everything available at Ocean View number 1, in the end, he only needed to take a small suitcase. Then he went to the garage to take out the Lamborghini Poison, waiting for Chu Tiantian to come and drive the Cayenne. After all, Yang Ming couldn't drive two cars at the same time. It wasn't long before Chu Tiantian appeared in Yang Ming's sight. Mr. Yang, so this Poison is yours? Chu Tiantian obviously knew this car. She had seen it in videos several times, but had never connected it to Yang Ming. She found that the longer she spent time with Yang Ming, the more shocked she was by his affairs. Once again, she regretted her earlier blindness. You can go back. Remember, the fewer people who know about my matters, the better. Chu Tiantian nodded, feeling a sense of awe. She thought Yang Ming was indeed too mysterious, giving off an inscrutable vibe, driving a limited edition sports car, possessing godlike driving skills. not only living in a regular apartment like Huawei Garden, but now residing in a luxury mansion like Zhongliang Haijing No. 1. Even as an ordinary citizen, she was familiar with places like the core of Lujiazui, Thompson Epine, and Haijing No. 1. Chu Chanxian had completely fallen into a fog. But she had a good habit. If she couldn't understand something, she wouldn't delve too deeply into it. This also allowed her to quickly accept the reality before her. Yang Ming handed the Qian's key to Lu Shuang, the property manager of Building 8, whom he had already contacted, asking her to help drive it to the underground garage. Lu Shuang just glanced at the Lamborghini Poison, said nothing, and asked nothing. This was the professional quality of a world-class property manager. However, Yang Ming needed to explain something special to Chu Chanxian, and the comparison between the two was evident. Yang Ming was very satisfied with such attentive concierge service, as if he didn't have to worry about anything. Once everything was arranged, Yang Ming drove straight to the real estate agency store of Lianjia in Lijiazui. When he rented a house, he had found it through Lianjia. Looking at the thick property certificate in the passenger seat, Yang Ming felt as if he had crossed into another world. Who would have thought that not long ago? He was just an ordinary young man huddled in a 20-square-meter space, shivering and worrying about not being able to pay next month's rent. When he watched the movie The Shawshank Redemption, he imagined what it would be like if he could also be reborn, like the main character Andy, who crawled hundreds of meters through filth to escape prison and gain a new life. After obtaining the instant kill system, Yang Ming's intelligence and mental strength continuously improved, and his thought processes deepened. Since heaven had chosen him, he had to respond and accomplish something big. When Yang Ming stepped into the Lianjia store in Lijiazui, there weren't many real estate agents, and everyone was orderly arranging their work. Hello, may I ask if Sister Li is here? Yang Ming was looking for the agent Li Minglan, who had nearly run herself ragged helping him find a rental last time, wanting to repay the favor. You're not the fake rich second-generation Yang Ming from before, are you? This voice was full of mockery, nearly overflowing with sarcasm. Yang Ming recognized it. Hey, Yang Ming, I'm talking to you. I'm looking for Sister Li. I have nothing to say to you. Yang Ming replied with a smile, not angry at the person's arrogance at all. This person, like Li Minglan, was a real estate agent from Lianjia named Xiao Zhang, who lived up to his name and was quite arrogant. But he knew who he could step on. Someone like Yang Ming was someone he could look down upon. However, when facing big clients, he would act like a quail, obedient and flattering. Li Minglan's performance was poor, often only earning a basic salary, living paycheck to paycheck. In contrast, Xiao Zhang was the top agent among all Lianjia stores in the city, sometimes earning tens of thousands or even over 100,000 a month. In other words, being an agent is actually the second most perceptive profession after sales. It is definitely a high-income industry. As long as you have a sharp mind, smooth talking, and thick skin, congratulations, you can dive in. Xiao Zhang was one of the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a gold medal agent. Li Minglan is out doing business. If you're here to rent a house, I advise you to go to another store. Yang Ming looked directly at Xiao Zhang and said slowly, What? You guys don't do business anymore? Business is to be done, but looking at your pathetic appearance, I guess you'll have to scrape together the agency fee. After saying this, he laughed heartily, which made the other agents nearby laugh along. Yang Ming, last year I lost a big deal because I helped you with your rental. And I haven't settled the score with you yet. Do you still dare to come to my store? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Xiao Zhang now regarded Yang Ming as a broke office worker, so he had to vent his frustrations from last year. Otherwise, keeping it bottled up would lead to depression. In fact, this was entirely Yang Ming's fault. After Yang Ming moved out of Huawei Garden last year, he was looking for a house everywhere. One day, his former boss Zhao Li asked him to wash his car. After washing the car, Yang Ming drove Zhao Li's BMW 5 Series to this store, which caught Xiao Zhang's eye, and he treated Yang Ming like a long-lost father. Xiao Zhang thought that someone who could drive a BMW 5 Series, which costs hundreds of thousands, would definitely spend thousands on renting a house. So Xiao Zhang took Yang Ming to check out all the luxury studios in the city. Unexpectedly, in the end, Yang Ming told him, My budget isn't enough. I can only rent something below 2,000 a month. Xiao Zhang almost flipped out on the spot. What made him angrier was that when he returned to the store, exhausted, he learned that a big client he was working with had bought a house through another colleague because he was absent, resulting in a loss of 100,000 in commission for Xiao Zhang. Brother Xiao, aren't your words too harsh? Is this how you treat clients? You think you're worthy of that? If it weren't for you showing off in a BMW, I would have secured that 100,000 commission and gathered enough for my mother-in-law's bride price. Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth and said, What Yang Ming didn't know was that Xiao Zhang was about to get engaged to his girlfriend. And if he had landed that deal worth 100,000, he would have had the 500,000 his mother-in-law wanted, and he wouldn't be in this miserable state now. Hurry up and leave, while I can still hold back. I don't know what will happen if you stay longer. I really have something to discuss with Sisterly. If you don't want to see me, I can wait at the door. Brother Xiao. Is this the fake rich second generation who caused you not to marry your girlfriend? Get lost. What does that have to do with you? Hurry up and get out. The colleagues glanced at Yang Ming and laughed as they went about their business. Many agents in the store remembered Yang Ming, even taking secret photos to ensure they wouldn't forget him. They knew that this type was definitely a poor guy and didn't need to be bothered with. Yang Ming helplessly waved his hand. It's my fault then. Xiaoyang, why are you here? When Li Minglan saw Yang Ming, he had been neglected in the corner, not even given a glass of water. Sisterly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What is the matter? Is the house you rented last time not suitable, or what? Li Minglan was a typical Northeast woman, speaking and acting with a strong demeanor. If you want, I can take you to see a few more. I guarantee they'll be both cheap and good. The agents nearby burst into laughter. Li Minglan, my dear big agent. Are you aiming for the sky? Cheap and good again? Is this buying fruit? Xiao Zhang pointed at Li Minglan, speaking as if he couldn't bear her foolishness. Yang Ming, there is nothing in this world that is truly both good and cheap. If it exists, it's just something whose value has been discovered yet. So, you get what you pay for. Your rent can only afford a pigeon coop. Please don't come and affect our business anymore. At this moment, customers who were in the process of transferring ownership or negotiating to rent large apartments all cast disdainful glances at Yang Ming. Xiao Zhang, shut up. They didn't come looking for you. What business is it of yours? The Northeast Tiger girl shouted, startling everyone. Haha, if you want to court death, I won't stop you. But don't drag down the store's sales. That will lower my rebate percentage, you idiot. Xiao Zhang was indeed very arrogant at this moment. He said this to provoke public anger, as it concerned everyone's income. Helping Yang Ming find a house truly brought more harm than good. There was little money to be made, and this deal could ruin it, resulting in a lower rebate percentage from headquarters. As others realized this, they joined the condemnation. Sisterly, just let it go. Xiao has said that. Just turn a blind eye and let him go to other stores. Yeah. I need to pay my down payment this month. I'm just short of this few tens of thousands in agency fees. Don't let him mess it up. Stop being stubborn. You can tell he's broke at a glance. Sisterly, why bother? With everyone joining in, Li Minglan knew it was unwise to provoke the crowd, and looked at Yang Ming with grievance. Xiaoyang, Sisterly will introduce you to agents from other stores. Don't worry about the judgment of these snobs. Yang Ming watched with a smile, thinking it had been a long time since he had seen a show, and today he finally got to watch an office drama. Not bad. The acting was quite on point. However, after feasting his eyes, it was time for him to step up. Before Yang Ming could speak, a fat man came out of the manager's office and shouted at everyone, "What are you doing? Has this month's performance been completed?" Still chatting over there. The fat man was Lu Chun, the manager of the Lujiazui branch. He then glanced at Yang Ming and said, "Xiaoyang, it's you again, this time renting again?" "That's right, manager. I've already sent him to another store." Xiao Zhang took the opportunity to mock Yang Ming. "I'm not here to rent. I'm here to rent out." Yang Ming's words were resounding, echoing throughout the store. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Ha 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 ha. You, Yang Ming, renting out? Xiao Zhang was the first to laugh, completely unconcerned that manager Lu Chin's expression was turning increasingly angry. This is the funniest joke I've heard this century. Xiao Zhang still hadn't realized that Lu Chin's face had turned red from anger, with a pair of hawk-like eyes fixed on him. Xiao Zhang, let him finish. You go back to your position. Lu Chin finally couldn't hold back and roared. Yang Ming handed Lu Chun a bright red property certificate and said, "See if we can rent it out for a good price." Xiao Zhang's laughter froze in place, unable to open or close his mouth. Lu Chun suspiciously took the property certificate, opened it, and indeed saw Yang Ming's name in the owner's section. He was a bit shocked but quickly regained his composure. This little scene was nothing to him. He had once seen an old beggar come into his office holding 2 property certificates from the Pudong new area of Magic City. This level of surprise was trivial. Huaiwei Garden, nice location, can be rented out. How much do you plan to rent it for? You guys handle this. But it needs to be managed by Sisterly. Lu Chun glanced at Li Minglan and nodded, saying, okay. The nearby agents were incredibly curious. The person just now who was ridiculed by Xiao Zhang as being broke had actually brought a well-located commercial property to rent out. What was going on? Xiao Zhang was also stunned. He didn't expect that this poor guy had actually bought a house in the year he hadn't seen him. But he still comforted himself internally. He must have paid a down payment and taken out a huge loan to buy it, and now he couldn't afford the mortgage. Planning to rent it out. After all, he was still poor. Yes, it must be like this. Definitely like this. Young Ming, I didn't expect you to overestimate yourself and buy a house. Tell me, how much did you borrow? 5 million or 10 million? You must be running out of money for the mortgage now. Although Xiao Zhang had lost some of his previous composure, he still insisted on believing Young Ming was poor. Shut up. Lu Chen was furious. No matter if he's borrowing money or not, as long as he's renting out property with us, he's our client, our benefactor. But. He clearly. Xiao Zhang was unwilling to admit this fact, but the others had lowered their heads, quietly going about their work. Ming Lan, help Mr. Yang with the authorization agreement. Lu Chen said to the stunned Li Ming Lan. Oh, okay, manager. Li Ming Lan came to her senses and quickly replied. While looking at Yang Ming with a complicated expression, Lu Chen shook off his excess fat and prepared to return to his office. I don't know about Huayuan apartment. Can you help me rent it out too? Yang Ming said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the impact far exceeded when he had taken out the Huawei Garden property certificate. Lu Chen turned around with a genuinely shocked expression. What did you just say? Huayuan apartment. The 4 words now had the explosive power of an atomic bomb in their store. Did you just say Huayuan apartment? Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat, anxiously asking Yang Ming. Li Minglan tugged at Yang Ming's sleeve, signaling him to think carefully before speaking. She knew what those 4 words meant to Lu Chen. Their Lujiazui branch had never rented out any unit in Huayuan apartment, which could be seen as a satire of Lu Chen's career. Every time he went to headquarters for meetings, he was always mocked by the managers of other branches. The key was that he had no way to refute it. So Lu Chen had established a new rule in the store. Whoever could find a unit in Huayuan apartment and successfully rent it out in the name of the Lujiazui branch would be supported by the entire store to become a gold medal agent. The temptation was great, but it was of no use. The sources for Huayuan apartment remained silent. Now that he heard Yang Ming mention Huayuan apartment, it was like exposing a scar he had always been reluctant to show. Yang Ming, this isn't something you can just say casually. Our store manager Lu gets angry, and he can do anything. Xiao Zhang didn't forget to trip Yang Ming at this time. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lu Chen's expression turned unfriendly. Oh, you all didn't hear clearly? Then I'll say it again. Huayuan apartment. Can you help me rent it out? Yang Ming was completely unfazed. Lu Chen quickly walked up to Yang Ming and said, show me the property certificate. His tone was urgent, showing no mercy. First, tell me how this house is to be rented. What is the price? After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen replied, as long as it's a real property source. Our store will help you rent it out for free, without charging any agency fees. If you want to renew the lease later, we can discuss it again. As for the price, currently the general rate is 260,000 per unit per year. I can try to raise it for you, extend the rental period. And we'll find some quality tenants, ensuring there are no issues. That's reasonable, then let Sister Li handle it as well. Yang Ming was not entangled. From the looks of everyone, he saw that Lu Chen was making the biggest concession. All right, hurry up and show me the property book. Which building and which unit? Lu Chen was already somewhat dazed, even showing a bit of an awkward expression. It should be noted that Lu Chen was once a tough guy. He dared to confront other agencies with a knife for sources and clients. But this time was the closest he had ever been to Huayuan apartment. And he was determined to secure it at all costs. Building 1 of Huayuan apartment. It's actually Building 1. Building 1 has the best location in the entire community. This is the king of buildings. The price could potentially go up, but it also depends on the floor. What specific floor is it? Lu Chen's eyes were already sparkling with excitement. I'm talking about the whole Building 1. Chapter 28 Good people are rewarded. Yang Ming repeated once more. This time, everyone finally heard him clearly. However, there was silence for a while. Yang Ming looked around in confusion. The scene seemed to have frozen. Could it be that the system was playing tricks again? System assistant. The host should not judge the system with a narrow mind. This system has even learned proverbs. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. The enormous cheers shook the entire house. Yang Ming could only cover his ears and watch this group of frenzied people. After a while, Lu Chen finally realized that he hadn't seen the property certificate yet. What if it was fake? At that moment, Yang Ming took out a stack of red certificates from his tote bag and handed them to Lu Chen. Lu Fatty carefully accepted the property certificate as if he were holding a newborn baby. He flipped through them one by one, mumbling to himself, 201, 202, 301, 302. for 101. Ha ha ha. Finally, I can turn my life around. Yang Ming felt that Lu Chun was on the verge of madness. Li Minglan was also stunned. Her jaw dropped. While Xiao Zhang had curled up in a corner, trembling, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance, all the agents showed Yang Ming a creepy smile. Like a big bad wolf looking at Little Red Riding Hood. Immediately stopping their current work, everyone quickly called their clients working at the Lu Jiamouth Financial Center, telling them there were properties available at the Garden Apartments. First come, first served, no reservations. Clear? Clear. Are you all not eating? Speak louder. Clear. Everyone shouted loudly again. Soon, the store was filled with the ringing of phones. Hello, Mr. Wong. We have several properties available at the Garden Apartments. Would you like to take a look? Oh, great. I'll hold them for you. What? You want to see them right now? Sure, I'll arrange it immediately. Sisterly. The Garden Apartments you asked me to keep an eye on. We have properties available now. What? You're going over right away? Oh, okay. I'll rush over. Bro. I have several properties at the Garden Apartments. What? You want to pay 2 years rent up front? I can't decide that. You need to ask the store manager. Seeing the busy store, Lu Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then reached out his little chubby hand to shake Yang Ming's hand, saying, Mr. Yang, you actually played the pig to eat the tiger, almost making us lose a big client. Yang Ming. Li Minglan. Little Yang, oh no. Mr. Yang, thank you for your trust. At this point, the now less arrogant Xiao Zhang came up to Yang Ming with a flattering smile. Brother Yang, oh no. Father Yang, why do you have such a twisted sense of humor, almost making me believe you were a poor kid? Speaking of Xiao Zhang, he truly had thick skin. Being able to rise to a top agent among thousands in the Lianjiao of Magic City was no easy feat. Yang Ming didn't want to argue with him and turned to Lu Chun, saying, Manager Lu, I've said it before, all properties are only for Sisterly. Even if others rent them out, all achievements must count under Sisterly. After a pause, as if remembering something, he added, I also have the 11th and 12th floors of the Jinling Building's office space. Please help me rent those out as well. Notify the previous company to move out within a month, or else the deposit won't be refunded, and I'll cut off their electricity. Lu Chun had already become immune to Yang Ming's office space matters. Although still shocked, his reaction was relatively normal compared to before. However, when the other agents heard this, they all stopped on the phone, leaving the person on the other end yelling in confusion. Everyone looked dumbfounded, likely taking 2 or 3 hours to recover. I'll let Xiao Zhang handle this. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and I'm not worried about them not moving. Lu Chun had great confidence in Xiao Zhang. Let him take the blame and earn the achievements under Minglan. Xiao Zhang nodded continuously beside him at this point. It was not the time to be concerned about personal gains or losses. When it's time to hug a big thigh, absolutely do not hug arms. This is an iron rule. The Golden Agent Xiao had figured out this life truth in Magic City over the years, more than he had in the entire morning. He secretly vowed to hold onto Yang Ming's big thick thigh tightly. Even if it meant cutting off limbs, he would never let go. Hearing Lu Chun's words and seeing Xiao Zhang's eager expression, Yang Ming felt a bit reluctant to refuse. Forget it. It's yours then. It's also some compensation for the business I let you lose earlier. This office space's performance will be counted for you. Yang Ming waved his hand. And this matter was settled. Xiao Zhang, who was just about to leave, immediately rushed over, crying and shouting, ready to hug Yang Ming. Almost kneeling down to sing conquer to him. Yang Ming waved his hand. Stay away from me. My sexual orientation is normal. Manager Lu, for the following matters. Let Sisterly contact me directly. From now on, Sisterly will be my spokesperson for all properties. I'm very busy. If there are any more properties to rent, let Sisterly handle them, and I'll take my leave. After saying this, Yang Ming threw all the documents and keys to Li Minglan, pushed open the glass door, and prepared to return to Haijing Yuan. Mr. Yang, please take care, and welcome to visit us again. All the agents, including Lu Fatty, bowed respectfully with smiles. People are truly a strange kind of animal. Yang Ming hadn't gotten into the car at the door when he heard Li Minglan calling from behind. What's wrong? Sister Li? Mr. Yang, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If it weren't for you, I might have gone back to my hometown in northeast China after this month. In fact, Li Minglan's performance had always been poor, consistently at the bottom of the store, with her salary barely covering her expenses in Magic City. This was related to her personality. The Northeast Tiger Girl was straightforward, loved helping others, and preferred to shoulder everything herself. Even if the houses couldn't be sold or rented, she was unwilling to let others suffer losses. This is what you deserve. You don't need to thank me. Instead, I should thank you for taking care of me for so long without saying thank you. Young Ming helped Li Minglan, who was already in tears, comforting her. In the future, still call me Little Yang. I'm still that poor kid, and you will always be my sisterly. I will always remember the scene of you braving the heavy rain, riding a bicycle to help me find a house. I probably won't forget it in this lifetime. I want everyone to know that good people are rewarded. Chapter 29 Reward for Heroic Acts. Yang Ming, feeling emotional, gently said to Li Minglan. Although the system was transforming him towards a calm and composed direction, there are some things and some people that he would never forget in this lifetime. In some relationships, money cannot compare. Li Minglan is one of them. At this moment, Li Minglan smiled, still the fiery character of a Northeast tiger girl. Quick to come and quick to go. Then it's settled. We will call each other brother and sister for life. Good. Yang Ming nodded heavily. As he left Lujiao Mouth, Yang Ming looked at the many tall buildings in the distance and couldn't help but feel emotional. Those places were the starting point for the proud children of heaven and also the birthplace of many legends. So, what kind of person will Yang Ming become in the future? The answer is naturally unknown because this requires Yang Ming to seek it himself. 1 cup to the rising sun, 1 cup to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the cold window, thus allowing me to fly against the wind without looking back. Unafraid of the rain in my heart or the frost in my eyes. While driving, Yang Ming saw that it was his mother, Huang Lan, calling. So he immediately put on the Bluetooth and answered the phone. Huang Lan, Xiao Ming, I heard from your sister that you had a very luxurious dinner in your circle. Yang Ming, yeah, Mom, I went with the leaders. Huang Lan, oh, I see. I just wanted to ask, are you short on money lately? Yang Ming was taken aback. How should he respond? Is it enough or not? It's enough. Don't worry, I'll come back to see you when I have time. You've said that 800 times. You didn't come back during this National Day holiday either. By the way, how did you feel after meeting the girl I introduced to you last time? Not much feeling. The girl is still focused on her career and hasn't thought about dating so soon. It's all because you and Aunt Tan were anxious, making me feel awkward too. Yang Ming subtly didn't mention that he also wasn't interested in dating. He thought that this way, his mom might be more cautious when introducing someone to him next time, instead of just pushing any girl onto him. I see, then I'll make sure to ask clearly next time before introducing someone to you. Also, remember to come home for your dad's birthday this time. Okay, got it. Take care of yourself. I'm hanging up. Yang Ming's dad's birthday is indeed approaching in early November, and it seems he hasn't been back for a long time. Taking advantage of his dad's birthday to give them a surprise would be nice. With this decision made, Yang Ming's mood instantly improved a lot. In the past, he worked 9 to 5 and occasionally had to work overtime, leaving him no time to care about much. Now, as an unemployed drifter, he has plenty of time. What worries him is that if his parents find out he suddenly has so much money, they might be shocked. So he needs to find a gentle way to tell them gradually. Just as he was feeling a bit relaxed, his mood became serious again. When he returned to Haijing Hao, it was still early, so Yang Ming summoned the system, preparing to fill up the area of his office building. Otherwise, when the system upgrades to level 3, having too much remaining area would make it harder to choose then. He searched for Lu Jia's office building. The system interface switched. Office building name, Shanghai Global Financial Center, location, Pudong New District grade, A floors, 75 area, 1,000 purchase amount, 100,000 yuan, office building name, Shanghai Global Financial Center, location, Pudong New District grade, A floors, 56 area, 1,000 purchase amount, 100,000 yuan. Yang Ming glanced at the results displayed. It was the Shanghai Global Financial Center, a place where the elite gathered. So this time, Yang Ming bought it without hesitation. System assistant, you will spend 100,000 yuan to purchase the 75th floor of the Shanghai Global Financial Center. Is that correct? Yang Ming quickly clicked to confirm the purchase in the system. As for the 56th floor, he planned to buy it tomorrow once he had the limit. System assistant, congratulations. Host, the purchase was successful. Please wait for the logistics to arrive. This time, it's a more normal delivery method. He is now the owner of the most valuable office building. Just asking who else is there? Not getting inflated means not self-destructing. If he doesn't self-destruct, the system won't come out. System assistant, with the host's current assets, the global ranking is 9999, 999, 9999, unable to display the correct ranking. System assistant, with the host's current assets, the national ranking is 9999, 999, 9999, unable to display the correct ranking. The slap in the face came so quickly, not even giving Yang Ming a quarter of an hour of joy. System assistant, please note. Host, the system has no feelings, only mechanical honesty. System assistant, also. Host, you are still far from being a wealthy god. At most, you are at the level of a newbie village chopping chickens, so if you don't act recklessly, you won't be beaten. Hee. A system without feelings, I believe you. You're right. Yang Ming didn't bother to argue with the system. And after sitting on the sofa for a while, he unexpectedly received another call. Is this Mr. Yang Ming? Yes, that's me. This is the official office. In light of your selfless act of saving someone the other day, we are awarding you the Bravery Honor Certificate and a reward of 10,000 yuan. Hearing her speak, Yang Ming felt it sounded like a scam call. However, he still politely asked, when and what do I need to prepare? Yang Ming thought it was useless to say more and chose to ask directly. If they wanted him to transfer money or something, he would just hang up. This afternoon at 3 p.m., in the 6th floor conference room, some media will attend and take photos. If you feel uncomfortable being in the public eye, we can cover your face a bit. The office staff on the other end didn't hesitate, clearly stating the time, place, and details. There were many rumors online. And when Yang Ming logged back onto Weibo, his video of becoming a car god was still going viral, but the focus of attention on the internet was slowly shifting. Perhaps it was related to the fleeting enthusiasm of netizens, or maybe the official timely and effective guidance was quietly at work. Chapter 30. The man who became a legend regardless. Bringing this matter to a satisfactory conclusion was not only the official's idea, but also Yang Ming's. He deliberately kept a low profile but didn't expect to occasionally trend hot searches, which was really frustrating. At 3 p.m., in a conference room, when Yang Ming entered, he was immediately met with a dazzling flash of lights. Dressed in a simple suit he bought for his interview with Fei Hong, which he had been reluctant to wear until now, it surprisingly came in handy. Wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses that covered most of his face, it was hard for anyone to recognize who he was. Time passed quickly, with no media Q&A or speeches from leaders. The host straightforwardly announced the award ceremony began, and everyone present cooperatively applauded. Yang Ming went on stage to receive the certificate and the prize, then announced he would donate the money to the Red Cross, and hurriedly wrap things up. The officials were downplaying the impact of the incident, and so was Yang Ming. Nevertheless, once various brief reports appeared in the media, it caused a stir. Why is the car god hiding his face? I just want to see what he looks like. Even though you can't see his face. That figure is amazing. Love it. This guy definitely looks handsome. Those long fingers suggest he's a big shot. Is Sherlock Holmes upstairs? Judging looks by fingers is too hasty. Why not show his face? I was ready with a high-definition camera to print a 3-meter poster to hang on the wall. It can be said that the comment section is always more exciting than the novel itself. The various imaginations of netizens are truly astonishing. However, for Yang Ming, this matter had already come to a close. No matter how curious the public was, car god Yang Ming would become a legend. In the following days, Yang Ming suddenly found himself with free time. He opened the system and purchased the 56th floor of the global financial center that he hadn't bought yet. Hello. I'm the express delivery person from Shunfeng. Your package has been handed over to the property management. Please sign for it in a timely manner. Okay, thank you. Soon, Yang Ming received 2 property ownership certificates from his housekeeper, Lu Shuang. Then, he called Li Minglan, handing over the 56th and 75th floors of the Shanghai Global Financial Center to her. He also asked her to select some qualified individuals or enterprises with good development prospects for long-term leasing, saving the hassle of repeated leasing in between. As for the price, the most expensive office building in Shanghai is not just talk. In any case, Yang Ming didn't have to worry. He just needed to stay home and count money. After this series of operations, the asset limits set by the system were all filled. Yang Ming leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied expression, thinking these days felt like a dream. System assistant, the host's vehicle valued at 100 million is still not filled to the limit. Please pay attention. Yang Ming? Yang Ming. No way, system. My poison is close to 100 million, right? That doesn't even count the Cayenne and the wrecked Porsche Panamera. System assistant, due to the serious bubble and various resources on your planet, this system only calculates the actual value of goods or services. The official price of the poison is 300 euros, and even with the host's other 2 cars, it doesn't exceed 30 million. Yang Ming was stunned. How should he put it? Many things in this world are artificially inflated, whether it's everyday items, luxury goods, various services, or even stocks and real estate, which all have varying degrees of bubble value that can be squeezed. So, Converting that means I still have nearly 70 million worth of cars to buy. Oh, I never expected to be troubled by this kind of thing one day. It's truly a sweet burden. He opened the system and searched for sports cars. The system displayed vehicle name, Pagani Zonda, vehicle type, supercar, price, 22,000 yuan, vehicle name, Aston Martin, vehicle type, supercar, price, 25,000 yuan, vehicle name, Koenigsegg 1, vehicle type, supercar, price, 35,000 yuan, system assistant. The host can choose two of these cars. Yang Ming thought for a moment and chose the Pagani and the Koenigsegg, then clicked to purchase. System assistant. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. Please keep an eye on the order information. Great. Now he suddenly owns 3 limited edition sports cars. Even if he changes them up, it won't be a problem. However, Yang Ming was more concerned about when he could upgrade. Days passed, and there was still no news from Li Minglan. But Yang Ming had entrusted everything to Li Minglan. So it wouldn't be good to call and urge her. Otherwise, it would seem like he wasn't magnanimous and was going back on his word. So let it be. A cup to the morning sun, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without looking back. Not afraid of rain in my heart or frost in my eyes. The phone ringing interrupted Yang Ming's thoughts. He looked at the caller ID and answered casually. Hey, Mingzi, are you free tomorrow night? Let's go out for a drink. The person on the other end sounded dejected, clearly someone with a story. I'm free. I've been bored lately. But Lao Yi, you better not make me eat dog food all night like last time. The caller was Yang Ming's college classmate Yi Song, whom Yang Ming usually called Lao Yi because he looked old and had an old mindset. He had actually started taking care of his health in their freshman year, shocking everyone in the dorm. Later, he even influenced a group of people to eat healthily and rest well. After graduating, only Yang Ming and Yi Song stayed in the Magic City. The others either went home or abroad, and they had lost contact. Only Yi Song would occasionally invite Yang Ming out for drinks, boast, and discuss how to make a name for himself in the Magic City. However, recently Yi Song had found a girlfriend and hadn't actively sought Yang Ming out for drinks for a while. Was something wrong? Chapter 31. Su Zhong's determination. No. I'm just a bit annoyed and wanted to vent to you. Just think of me as a trash can. Yi Song chuckled awkwardly on the phone. His expression as bitter as could be. Damn, Lao Yi, saying that is even worse than eating dog food. I just remembered I have something to do tomorrow. Before Yang Ming could finish, Yi Song hurriedly explained, we're just chatting, not as serious as you think. No more talking, same place tomorrow night. Don't be late. He hung up quickly, fearing Yang Ming might not come and wanting to avoid giving him a chance to refuse. This Lao Yi, when did he become so sensitive? Am I really the kind of person who sits back and does nothing? Yang Ming helplessly said to the beeping sound on the phone. Lao Yi. Could it be that he's really run into something? Yang Ming murmured Yi Song's name while holding the phone. However, being anxious wouldn't help. So he decided to wait until they met tomorrow to talk. Maybe it wasn't as serious as he thought. Perhaps Lao Yi was just bored and wanted someone to chat with. Thinking this, Yang Ming shook his head, realizing he had been a bit neurotic lately. Imagining the worst in every situation. A cup to the morning sun, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without looking back, not afraid of rain in my heart or frost in my eyes. The next morning, while Yang Ming was taking a shower in the bathroom, he heard the phone ringing in the living room. After quickly drying off, he ran to the living room and answered the phone. Mr. Yang, this is Su Zhong from Xingyao Car Dealership. Do you remember me? Su Zhong? Yang Ming recalled something and responded, of course, I didn't get a chance to thank you for driving the car last time. Su Zhong sounded excited on the other end. I can't believe Mr. Yang remembers this little person. It's such an honor. Yang Ming was unsure why Su Zhong was calling, so he asked, did you call me today for something? Su Zhong suddenly remembered he hadn't gotten to the point and quickly said, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. I got too excited. It's like this. The limited edition Pagani and Koenigsegg you purchased are being handled by our dealership as intermediaries for all the procedures. The vehicle import and registration procedures have been completed, so I wanted to ask when it's convenient for me to deliver them. Yang Ming suddenly remembered he had bought 2 more sports cars to reach a value of 1 billion. But then got distracted by Yi Song's call and almost forgot about it. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Listen, Yang Ming was now somewhat indifferent to these limited edition sports cars worth over 100 million. In fact, for sports cars, the first one might be interesting. Wanting to try driving and show off, but by the second and third, the initial passion was indeed gone. One car or many, it's just a change in numbers. After all, Yang Ming couldn't become 3 people and drive 3 cars at once. Besides, he had only bought these cars to meet the requirement, so he had even less expectation for them. Su Zhang on the other end of the phone was stunned, thinking he might have a hearing problem otherwise. How could he have misheard several words from Yang Ming just now? He thought that after delivering the cars, he would go to the ENT department of a hospital to check his hearing. If it really was a hearing issue, it could be serious. Communication with clients would be a problem. Mr. Yang's memory is so good, he must be joking with me. Hearing this, Yang Ming said, "Really? I really forgot." Su Zhang fell silent again, thinking he not only needed to check his hearing, but maybe even his mental health, because he felt he was hallucinating. However, at this moment, Yang Ming added, "If I forgot, I forgot. After all, it's not much money." With a thud, Yang Ming heard the sound of the phone dropping on the other end, followed by the call disconnecting. This Su Zhang, how can he not even hold on to a phone? It seems I was too hasty letting him drive last time. Less than a minute later, a strange call came in. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm sorry, my phone fell and broke. Is it convenient for me to deliver it to you now?" Su Zhang no longer wanted to chat. He felt he needed to complete the handover quickly, or else he might have to get checked all over at the hospital: MRI, gastroscopy, colonoscopy, capsule endoscopy, everything. "Sure, deliver it to Zhangliang Haijing number 1. And I'll have the housekeeper go down to receive it." "Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll arrange for the truck to leave right away." After hanging up, Su Zhang sighed, realizing that big shots were indeed different. Even receiving things was done by a housekeeper. Are the hands and feet of rich people made of gold? Haijing Yihao? Su Zhang felt that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. While Su Zhang was puzzled, 2 colleagues next to him were boasting to each other. "Yesterday, I introduced a car to a wealthy woman, and unexpectedly, she took me back to Tangshan Yipin. That house was incredible. I completely forgot my purpose and just stood there looking at the Huangpu River, imagining I had a place like that." Another person quickly interrupted him. "Just tell us how you got kicked out." No, it wasn't getting kicked out." The 2 of them laughed as they talked. Tangshan Yipin is nice, but the nearby Haijing Yihao is not to be underestimated either. You haven't seen the security there. It's extremely tight. That building by the river has such a wide view that even Tangshan Yipin can't compare. Are you saying Haijing Yihao is by the Huangpu River? One person chuckled. "What's this? Sugu interested in luxury homes too?" Su Zhang replied, "No, I just have a client living there." "Oh, then they must be either rich or noble. Sugu, you better serve them well." After saying that, he continued chatting with the other person. Su Zhang fell silent, deep in thought. I must serve Mr. Yang well. Anyway, if I treat him like my own father, there won't be any mistakes. Su Zhang silently made up his mind. Chapter 32. The collapse of adults often happens in an instant. "Mr. Yang, I've arrived." Yang Ming replied, "Please wait a moment. Someone will come down to hand over to you shortly. I have something to do, so I won't come down." He was lazily lying on the sofa reading a book, dressed in silk pajamas. He thought about changing clothes if he went out, but decided against it. "It's fine, Mr. Yang, you go ahead. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I guarantee it will be handled properly." This attitude was good. Yang Ming thought he lacked a few sensible people like Su Zhang around him. If there were things to do in the future, he could let him handle them. After all, Chu Qianqian was a woman, and it was often inconvenient for her to handle some men's affairs. At this time, housekeeper Lu Shuang had already received Yang Ming's call. When she saw Su Zhang at the community entrance, she said nothing extra and directly let him unload the car, then drove it to the underground garage in 2 trips. Thus, Yang Ming's 4 large parking spaces in the basement were filled. "Mr. Yang, the cars are all parked. When you have time, please take a look in the basement." Yang Ming replied, "Thanks for your trouble." Housekeeper Lu Shuang always gave a cold impression. She didn't say much, and when asked to do something, she didn't procrastinate. As long as it was within her responsibilities, she could handle it well. Since Yang Ming moved into Haijing Yihao, he rarely did things himself. Everything was arranged by Lu Shuang, including cleaning, property management, and household chores. Of course, the property fee of several $100,000 a year was no joke. Yang Ming didn't care about money, as long as he could enjoy quality service. That was what a rich man like him should do. In the evening, Yang Ming changed his clothes, drove his Qian, and headed straight to Hejiao restaurant in the outskirts of Suwei. Although it's called a restaurant, that was somewhat of an exaggeration. It was just a shabby 2-story small building in the countryside, and the usual customers were the nearby migrant workers. After work, they would come to the restaurant, shouting and having a round of truth or dare. Yang Ming and Yi Song liked this atmosphere because here, no one knew your identity, and no one cared about your status. It was just a shared camaraderie among the downtrodden. The owner of He Jia restaurant, He Mingsheng, was over 40 years old. He came to Shanghai 20 years ago, and it was said that he was involved in the underworld in his early years. However, after meeting his current wife, Li Xianglan, he eventually retired from the scene and opened this restaurant. But this was all hearsay from the diners, and it had never been confirmed by old He himself. So, every time Yang Ming came, he would ask again if it was true. At that time, old He would shyly tell him, "That's exaggerated. I'm just a farmer's son." After a few times, Yang Ming got lazy and stopped asking. As long as he could relax here, that was enough. At 6:30 in the evening, Yang Ming arrived at He Jia restaurant right on time, as usual. "It's been a while since I last came." Old He smiled when he saw Yang Ming. "Yeah, I've been quite busy lately. I made a pact with old Yi tonight. We won't stop drinking until we're drunk." Yang Ming instantly relaxed in the restaurant. One characteristic of He Jia restaurant was that there were no private rooms. Everyone stayed in the hall to drink. Therefore, here, you could hear many voices, cursing, complaining about their bosses, even some singing after getting drunk. It was completely different from the style of the Hai Jing Yihao clubhouse. The clubhouse was a place for the rich to leisurely enjoy life, while this was a paradise for the common people to gather. Ultimately, He Jia restaurant had a lively atmosphere. "Ming Zi, you actually arrived earlier than me. Of course, you invited me, so I dropped everything and rushed over." Yang Ming spoke with Yi Song without any reservations, saying whatever felt good. Yi Song pulled out a chair, crossed his legs, and shouted, "Old He, bring us each a case of Tsingtao beer." "Hey, I haven't eaten yet. If I drink like this, I'll be done for." Yang Ming glanced at Yi Song. But when old He brought the beer, he didn't refuse. The two clinked glasses, each downing half a bottle, then snacked on the dishes on the table. "Ming Zi, how's the company lately? I quit. Shaoli the old rogue forced me out." Yi Song was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "Why didn't you tell your buddies? At least you had someone to look out for you in Shanghai." "Oh, come on. I know you. It's hard enough to make a living, and now adding a girlfriend? Don't overexert yourself." When Yang Ming mentioned his girlfriend, Yi Song's expression visibly changed. "No matter what, you should have told me. At least two heads are better than one." Yang Ming had previously complained to Yi Song about the workplace ecology and Zhao Li's ugly behavior. So, Yi Song was not surprised by Yang Ming's resignation. He just felt a bit hurt that Yang Ming didn't ask him for help after quitting. Thus, the two continued to drink, quickly finishing half a case. Under the influence of alcohol, Yi Song started to talk more. The surrounding seats were already full. He Jia restaurant felt like a refuge for these lower-class people, where everyone could find mutual support. Nothing was more useful than alcohol. It could quickly numb people and help them forget their worries in yesterday. "Ming Zi, quitting was a good decision. I told you long ago to leave that horrible place." Yi Song's tongue was a bit tied now, and his words were not very fluent. Yang Ming knew he was already drunk. "Old Yi, if you can't hold your liquor, oh, don't force it. I'll have to carry you back later." "Sigh. What are you talking about? We share good fortune and misfortune. How could I make you carry me? I'll just walk back myself." Yang Ming remained silent, looking at him like he was a fool. "Ming Zi, do you still remember our lofty ambitions when we graduated from university? Do you remember we said we wanted to be Su Wenxiang and Ding Li of Shanghai? Do you remember we talked about getting married together, buying houses, having our wives give birth to kids, and if they were girls, we would let them become sworn sisters? And if boys, we would make them brothers? Yeah, back then we were so vibrant, so passionate and idealistic. But now what?" Yang Ming fell into deep reflection. Before he could process it, he suddenly heard a wow next to him. Yu Song was crying, looking very sad. The feeling of tears and mucus flowing together is incredibly disgusting. Yang Ming handed him a tissue, indicating that he should wipe his face. Unexpectedly, Yi Song cried even louder, drowning out the noise in the hall. Many people turned to watch this scene. Sigh. An adult's breakdown often happens in an instant. Chapter 33. Fighting Skills Gift Pack. Yang Ming didn't continue to persuade him, but calmly ate and drank nearby. With the continuous improvement of his mental strength, Yang Ming could clearly sense Yu Song's emotional fluctuations. Rather than suppressing these negative emotions, it would be better to let them all out at once. Thus, amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, one person sobbed loudly while another observed coldly. After about half an hour, Yu Song's cries gradually subsided, leaving only occasional sniffles. "Talk to me," Yang Ming said, his calm face revealing an unknown authority. "Mingzi, do you believe in love?" "Bullshit love. Ever since Lin Yuhan abandoned me, I felt that this thing is not a good thing. Yang Ming spat. This was also the fundamental reason why Yang Ming had a crush on Li Manqi, but delayed taking action. He couldn't afford to get hurt. He didn't believe in love and was afraid of being hurt. Tomorrow is the day I break up with my girlfriend Li Nan. Tell me, am I right or wrong to do this? Yi Song stared at Yang Ming, hoping for an encouraging look. Weren't you two doing well before? Why are you fighting now? Yang Ming did not respond to Yi Song's plea, but was puzzled about what was going on between the two. Her people are not worthy of love, marriage, children, or happiness. Yi Song gripped his chopsticks tightly, as if he wanted to break them. Mingzi, do you know? The tolerance for rich people in this world is very high. But the prejudice against poor people has always existed. Yi Song took a breath and continued. So, as a man, you must work hard to make money. Only when you have money can you have the ability to get what you want and protect the people you want to protect. And I, thoroughly, am a failure. How can I dare to hope to give Li Nan happiness? Not to mention her parents and those relatives disagree. Even I myself have no confidence in giving her happiness. Oh, Yang Ming understood. It was just that Li Nan's parents and relatives disagreed with their relationship. How big of a deal could that be? What does Li Nan think? Yang Ming asked Yi Song. She has always stood firmly by my side, so I feel even more guilty for not giving her the life she wants, even causing her to fall out with her family. Yi Song said, then started drinking again. Her relatives have mocked me several times, and I've endured it. But thinking about how Li Nan will suffer with me in the future, I hesitated a bit. So you plan to break up with her tomorrow? You really are a coward. I look down on you. Yang Ming felt anger for the first time. Yi Song self-deprecatingly said, how could I not know that I am a coward? But I can't let her suffer with me. Before he could finish, he suddenly collapsed onto the table. Damn it. If you can't drink, then don't. Now I have to clean up after you, damn it. Boss, check please. Yang Ming called over old He. After paying, He Mingxing asked with concern, are you okay? Why not just stay here for the night? Forget it, I won't trouble you. Saying this, he helped Yu Song to the door. After putting Yu Song in the car, Yang Ming hurriedly opened his phone to look for a designated driver. He didn't know if he could find one. This place was too remote. While he was cursing, evidently a bit tipsy. Ding dong. Your order has been accepted by a certain driver. Please wait for the driver to arrive. Oh. Before he knew it, it was already October. And the weather was gradually getting colder. Facing the cold wind, Yang Ming shivered and dropped the car keys on the road. Hey, who are you? Do you know that parking is not allowed here? Yang Ming picked up the keys and saw a person questioning him aggressively. Yang Ming replied, I don't know. The person spat and angrily said, little punk, I'm telling you now, this is my territory. If you don't drop 5,000 yuan, don't even think about leaving. Saying this, he clapped his hands, and 2 or 3 young men walked out from the shadows. Damn it, I've run into some punks. Yang Ming wasn't afraid. But there was still someone passed out in the car, making it tricky. The so-called spending money to avoid disaster, although Yang Ming had money. He clearly had no intention of paying after drinking. He opened the system to search for fighting skills. The system displayed, skill name, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, skill level, grade A, instant kill amount, 500 yuan, skill name, Sanzho, skill level, grade A, instant kill amount, 500 yuan, skill name, Karate, skill level, grade A, instant kill amount, 500 yuan, skill name, Boxing, skill level, grade A, instant kill amount, 500 yuan, skill name, Muay Thai, skill level, grade A, instant kill amount, 500 yuan, skill name, Jeet Kune Do, skill level, grade A, instant kill amount, 500 yuan, skill name, Shaolin Kung Fu, skill level, grade A, instant kill amount, 500 yuan. Damn. There are so many. Which one should I choose? Looking at the amounts, they weren't very high. Why not just buy them all? System assistant. The host level is only level 2, so you can only have 2 skills. The host has already purchased the Car God skill, so only 1 slot remains. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I can't even upgrade my level, and my skills are restricted. System assistant. The host can purchase the fighting skills gift pack. The system then switched, skill name, fighting skills gift pack, skill level, horror level, instant kill amount, 10,000 yuan. Yang Ming had no choice but to buy it. Even if he knew the system was purposely inflating the price, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the immediate predicament was the most important. Purchased. Chapter 34. Skill Backlash. Yang Ming quickly clicked to confirm the purchase on the system interface. System Assistant, purchase successful. System Assistant, warning, warning, warning. Yang Ming? System Assistant, the host's current physical quality has not been fully modified and cannot bear the heavy burden brought by the fighting skills gift pack. Before the system could finish speaking, Yang Ming suddenly felt as if his head had exploded, and all his bones creaked as if they were about to detach from his body. Ah! Yang Ming screamed, his consciousness gradually becoming blurry. Damn system, I'm gonna get you. Yang Ming never expected that buying a fighting skill would lead to this outcome. What a classic case of dying before the battle even begins. Yang Ming was now regretting why he hadn't destroyed this system. He was just too hasty. The little punks across from him had never seen such a scene. They hesitated without even starting to fight. Each looked at one another. They saw Yang Ming kneeling on the ground with a twisted face, thinking he was about to give in. Then hurry up and hand over the money. Seeing you drive this luxury car, you should have plenty of cash. The leader, with long hair, picked up a wooden stick and casually walked over to Yang Ming. In your dreams, even if I have money, I wouldn't. Before he could finish, the full-body pain that had almost taken him out hit him again. If we don't teach you a lesson, you might think we have no means. After saying that, he swung the stick, intending to smash it onto Yang Ming's left leg. System assistant, life-threatening danger detected for the host. Life-threatening danger detected for the host. Life-threatening danger detected for the host. The system is broken. I know it. What's the fuss? Yang Ming thought the system was an idiot. The scene clearly showed that he was the one about to be taken down. System assistant, activating temporary protection mechanism to alleviate skill backlash symptoms. Yang Ming suddenly felt that he wasn't in so much pain anymore, and the pain had eased significantly, just as he wanted to dodge the attack from the wooden stick. He was unexpectedly blocked by a large hand. You were too unruly. Lao He, who didn't know when he had come out, stood in front of Yang Ming. Lao He, you'd better not meddle in this. I respect you and call you big brother He, but if you interfere with my brothers making money, don't blame me for not respecting the old and cherishing the young. Chang Mao swung the wooden stick down again. Ming Sheng let out a heavy grunt and directly punched the wooden stick, causing it to crack. Your fist is really hard. Chang Mao sneered and said, let's see how many you can take on. I have plenty of people. Just as Ming Sheng was about to act, he heard Yang Ming on the ground say, Lao He, this has nothing to do with you. They're here for me. Xiaoyang, are you all right? Not for now. Yang Ming really wanted to tear the system apart. It was always screwing over the host, and only he, this idiot, could defeat the system. So it's up to you next? Ming Sheng asked suspiciously. Just watch me. You go back to do business. Don't underestimate me. I'm actually very strong. As soon as he finished speaking, a fast punch appeared right in front of Yang Ming's eyes. Smack. Yang Ming blocked it with one hand. Very good, very good. I misjudged you. Ming Sheng turned and went back into the shop, leaving without a care, seemingly unconcerned that Yang Ming would be beaten to a pulp. Kid, Lao He has given up on you. Ha 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 ha. Chang Mao teased. And the few people around him began to laugh along. However, sometimes the frozen expressions of laughter were truly comical. Yang Ming now possessed the most comprehensive fighting techniques in the world. Although his head still hurt a bit, it did not affect his performance at all. Before Chang Mao could finish laughing, Yang Ming struck everyone around him at lightning speed. Each person received only one punch, directly hitting their weak spots with no pain. No delay, they all fell to the ground in response. Chang Mao was stunned. What kind of powerful martial arts was this? The few people on the ground were clutching their stomachs and moaning continuously. Yang Ming actually didn't know which fighting technique he had used. He only knew that when he struck, he instinctively saw everyone's weaknesses and their next moves in his mind. His punches were also instinctive, as if these fighting skills had existed in him for decades. Master. Yang Ming unconsciously thought of this term. There were no flashy moves, no dazzling effects, just efficient strikes. The most effective kind of technique. It took a while for Chang Mao to come back to his senses, looking at Yang Ming in terror as if he had seen a ghost. Why you? Don't come over. After saying that, Chang Mao ignored his fallen brothers and turned to run. Yang Ming couldn't be bothered with him. He clapped his hands, glanced at the few people on the ground who were howling, and then opened the car door and got in. I almost thought I was going to die. Yang Ming still felt a lingering fear. The system's unreliability had been going on for a long time, and he realized he had been too reckless. At this moment, the designated driver who had accepted the order arrived. Yang Ming told him the address, and then sat in the passenger seat. System assistant, the temporary protection mechanism lasts for 1 hour. Please move to a safe place, host, to accept the skill backlash. If it were possible right now. Yang Ming really wanted to drag the system out and give it a good beating. This was so damn annoying. Why do other people's systems just have to sign in daily, boast a bit, and they can receive 1 or 200 million? While he had to deal with this broken system, but now that things had come to this, saying anything was useless. After all, This instant kill system had helped Yang Ming transition from a loser to a millionaire, although his assets weren't much yet. At least he had reached the threshold of being a rich person. The designated driver started the vehicle, and Yang Ming watched the buildings on both sides of the road fly by, then glanced at the drunk Yi Song in the back seat, and then smiled wryly. It's still easier to be drunk. Yang Ming called Lu Shuang in advance, asking him to arrange for someone to help Yi Song into his house. So, when Yang Ming got out of the car from the basement, several strong security guards immediately approached to help Yang Ming carry the unconscious Yi Song up to the 36th floor. Although Yang Ming could have carried him up himself, he was about to face the backlash from his body transformation and thought it was wiser to conserve some strength. Chapter 35. Shock from Yi Song. After finally getting the dead-drunk pig onto the bed, Yang Ming quickly returned to his room to prepare for the new round of backlash. System assistant, please prepare for the backlash. Please prepare for the backlash. Please prepare for the backlash. Damn, is this ever going to end? I'm already ready. Yang Ming ruthlessly interrupted the system's rambling. Soon after, the familiar pain returned, and Yang Ming gritted his teeth, rolling on the bed. As this heart-wrenching pain intensified, Yang Ming finally couldn't hold on any longer. The book is finished. Just kidding. I'm very happy. The unconscious Yang Ming dreamt that he was wearing a tailored suit, carrying a suitcase full of cash, quietly sitting on a sofa, as if waiting for someone's reply. In the early morning, when everything was silent, suddenly, a few pig-like howls broke out. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Yang Ming rubbed his sleepy eyes and ran to the guest room, looking confused at Yi Song. Old Yi, there was no earthquake. What's wrong with you? Yi Song replied, Mingzi, where is this? Did we enter heaven? Yang Ming looked at him as if he were an idiot and said, do you look like someone who has the fate to enter heaven? If not, then this hell is too luxurious. If I had known, I would have done more bad things, and maybe I could have exchanged for something even more luxurious. Yi Song looked regretful. Did you drink your brain away? Yang Ming was too tired to complain. This is my home. You better keep it down. I used all my strength last night to carry you back. Don't disturb me. I need to catch up on sleep. Yi Song wanted to say something, but he was ruthlessly cut off by Yang Ming. To be honest, Yang Ming hadn't yet recovered from last night's backlash and needed more rest. After saying that, Yang Ming ignored Yi Song's surprised expression and went back to his room. Before closing the door, he said to Yi Song, you can explore on your own. Don't disturb me before noon, or you'll be responsible for the consequences. Bang! The sound of the door closing woke Yi Song up. Where is this? Yi Song opened his phone's navigation and checked his location. Kofko Hijing number 1? What a familiar name. He felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, Yi Song's mouth dropped open, and he quickly covered his mouth to suppress the sound he was about to make, then quietly punched the blanket. Damn. This was the legendary luxury residential community. Yi Song suppressed his excitement, and his body started to tremble involuntarily. Amazement, excitement, shock. Yi Song's emotions were complex at this moment as he stared at the closed door in the distance, lost in thought for a long time. What had Mingzi been through? He mumbled to himself, but his body honestly began to get out of bed, then explored this nearly 700 square meter duplex luxury apartment. After a round of exploration, Yi Song surprisingly felt a bit tired. What kind of feeling was this? Just wandering around made him tired? Is it because I haven't exercised enough? Yi Song punched himself in frustration, cursing inwardly. Yi Song, you're almost useless. If you keep this up, Li Nan will look down on you even more. And you'll come to despise yourself too. Thus, throughout the morning, Yi Song relentlessly whipped himself. Yang Ming, after catching up on some sleep, got up again, and it was almost noon. Opening the door, he was pondering how to explain to Yi Song that he had become rich overnight when he saw Yi Song staring seriously at the kitchen sink. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked. Mingzi, I noticed your sink doesn't have a handle, and neither does the bathroom. Yang Ming was taken aback, took a closer look, and indeed, there was no handle. What a strange design. Suddenly, he realized and cursed, you country bumpkin, this is voice-controlled and sensor-operated. You almost led me astray. Oh. Is it that high-end and sophisticated? Yes, so put away your rustic demeanor. Here you need to show your noble qualities. Yi Song had a look of confusion, as if wondering where he was and what he was supposed to do. But soon he snapped back to reality and asked, Mingzi, tell me, what is going on here? Yang Ming, what do you mean what is going on? Yi Song, you're just pretending to be clueless. I'm asking you how this house came to be. Yang Ming, I bought it recently. After saying that, he leaned closer to Yi Song with a look of anticipation and whispered, actually, I've been bound by a mysterious system lately, so now I can buy whatever I want and do whatever I want. Yusong was first taken aback, then replied mysteriously, I have a secret to tell you too. I'm actually an alien sent to Earth as an undercover agent. And I plan to return to my planet in a few years, and I'll take you along for a trip then. The two stared at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Damn it, stop using those novel cliches to fool me. After all, I've read countless books. And your little tricks are just embarrassing. Yusong wore a calm expression as if he had seen through it all. Ming didn't bother explaining, shook his head, and sighed inwardly. The world is going downhill. Now even honest people telling the truth aren't believed. After a while, Ming came out of the bathroom. Seeing Yusong still standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window striking a pose, frowning and saying, let us go, it's time to eat. Yusong reluctantly withdrew his gaze and followed Ming out of the door. Inside the clubhouse, Chef Tony prepared Sichuan cuisine for Ming this time. With over a dozen dishes filling the entire table, Ming glanced at Tony and said, this is over the top. Chef Tony laughed, unfazed. Each dish has been carefully prepared by me. You two should try if this foreigner-esque cooking is authentic. Yusong couldn't wait any longer and started to wolf down the food, with food still in his mouth as he spoke. Delicious, this Sichuan cuisine is definitely authentic. I'll come again next time. Enough with the theatrics, hurry up and finish eating. Don't spray saliva everywhere. Yusong was also unreserved, rolling up his sleeves and starting to eat voraciously, completely disregarding the other guests nearby. However, the people around didn't particularly pay attention to Ming's table. After all, who doesn't have a poor relative? After they were full, Ming took Yusong to the underground garage, saying, pick one. Yusong was initially curious about whose cool sports cars these were, but didn't expect Ming to let him choose one. Hey, man. This isn't just picking cabbage. I can't afford to pay for even a scratch on any of these cars. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and say which one. Yusong pointed at the Cayenne. He didn't recognize the others, but they all looked expensive. So he chose this one car he recognized as a luxury vehicle. Chapter 36. Li Nan's troubles. Little did he know, Ming didn't follow the usual script and threw him the keys to a Koenigsegg. I want that Cayenne. Why are you driving this one? I think this one suits your temperament better. Besides, aren't you supposed to be doing something important today? Yusong thought about his impending fate and reluctantly nodded. Mingzi, let me ask you, have you done something illegal? If you have, tell me, and we'll face it together. Yusong was still somewhat uneasy. Forget it. I don't have the guts for that. Besides, with my small stature, which boss would want me? Ming said, glancing at Yusong. Seeing that he was still skeptical, and continued explaining. Recently, I partnered with someone in business and made quite a bit of money. Upon hearing this, Yusong was indeed less resistant than before, but still worriedly said, is this business reliable? If it's that easy to make money, why would they bring you in? Nowadays, people are all about getting rich quietly. Ming didn't want to keep arguing with this guy and urged, hurry up. Get in the car and let us go. I have things to do this afternoon. Yusong could only helplessly get in the car. But soon he was captivated by the cool center console inside, and after Ming explained the basic performance of the car, he started the engine and took off. Whoosh. He instantly disappeared from the underground garage. Driving this car, I wonder if you can still break up successfully. You might even be able to press her whole family down and rub them into the ground. Ming's wicked humor was truly unpreventable. At this moment, Yusong was driving the Koenigsegg on the road, his hands gripping the steering wheel, shaking nonstop. Nervous, excited, thrilled, various emotions were surging in Yusong's heart. He revved the sports car's throttle, and the engine roared, making him feel incredibly exhilarated. Pedestrians on both sides stopped to watch as this beautiful sports car passed by. For a limited edition sports car, the head turning rate was completely not an issue. Some even beautiful women threw flirtatious glances at Yusong, shouting loudly, "Big brother, wait for me. Wait for me," and then desperately chased after him. Yusong enjoyed the attention from these people, completely forgetting about the plan to break up with Li Nan in the afternoon. Meanwhile, at Li Nan's home, several people were sitting around, sharing the good news about the impending relocation. Li Nan was a native of Shanghai. Her family had been living in the Tongfu Lianjulu Road in Huangpu District since her great-grandfather's time. As a child, Li Nan often played and chased other kids in the alley, and now the official relocation preparations had begun. Therefore, Li Nan and her parents would also have to leave this place. Li Nan had been feeling low all day, as if she had a premonition. She knew Yusong had something important to tell her today, which made her anxious. Nan, what is wrong? Li Nan's aunt, Li Xiu, asked. What else could it be? She's definitely thinking about that poor kid again, Li Hua, her little aunt, said disdainfully. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll make Nan Nan unhappy. Li Xiu tried to stop her sister from continuing, but clearly that was impossible. Li Hua, Nan Nan. Haven't you broken up with that Yusong yet? Li Nan, little aunt, when did I say I wanted to break up? I don't think this is going to work. Breaking up early is the best way to cut ties. Dragging it out will only hurt us women. Li Hua changed her tone to advise her. Little aunt, Yisong is a really good person. Please stop meddling in my affairs and care more about your cousin's marriage. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Li Nan, Li Hua turned to Li Nan's father. Brother, look at your daughter. I'm telling her to break up with Yisong for her own good. How can she refuse to listen? Li Nan's father, Li Xiangqing, was one of the first educated youths to return to Shanghai. After returning, he built a career with his own hands, and now in his 50s, he was the editor-in-chief of a well-known magazine. Although Li Xiangqing didn't particularly agree with Li Nan's choice, he was well-educated and understood that love and marriage are free now. If he forcibly broke them apart, his daughter would probably never forgive him. In the previous stage, he could only follow his daughter's thoughts, but secretly met with Yisong and analyzed from various aspects why he was not suitable for Li Nan. This was the decisive factor for Yisong to with Li Nan today. Better a short pain than a long one, even if Li Nan disagreed. As long as Yisong gave up, everyone could get over this hurdle with a bit of patience. Let her be. You should say less and not keep bringing up useless things every day. Hearing his elder brother say this, Li Hua could only keep quiet. Yet she still did not give up her own thoughts. Next, the families gathered together for a meal. After dinner, everyone was in the hall, eating fruit and chatting. When are we going to start the demolition here? Li Hua asked with concern. Soon, in about 2 weeks, my house should be able to fetch around 20 million. And your two families will probably get about 10 million each. The three siblings' houses were adjacent, but the elder brother Li Xiangqing had 2 units. So the demolition compensation was also double for the sisters. To be honest, 10 million is not a lot of money in the Magic City, because you can't buy a house of the same location and area with that amount. However, the 3 siblings of the Li family had already invested in other properties, so this demolition compensation was a real cash income for them. After all, they were tired of the plain brick houses here and had long been bored living in them. Among the 3 siblings, Li Hua's family was the most struggling, living in a not-so-good house, so she took this opportunity to subsidize herself, buying her son another house and a car. Eldest brother, are you planning to buy a house for Nan Nan this time? Li Xiu asked. It's not certain yet. Let us see. Li Xiangqing intended to wait until Li Nan broke up before using this money to buy her an apartment in the direction of Luojia in the Magic City. But he did not say it out loud. After all, she was still dating Yisong. Nan Nan, look, this is a new car we bought. Isn't it beautiful? Li Nan looked at the brand new Mercedes at the door and was speechless. This family of her aunt really had no sense of crisis. The demolition compensation hadn't even been received, and they already took a loan to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands for her cousin. What if they suddenly decided not to demolish? Wouldn't the whole family be in trouble? Besides, Li Hua usually worked as a cleaner in a company, and her husband was just a taxi driver, with low income barely maintaining their lives. Now, because of the demolition, they were spending money so lavishly. Didn't they realize money is not easy to come by? Li Nan disapproved of her aunt's nouveau riche mentality, but wouldn't say anything to make the elders uncomfortable. Li Nan's cousin Lu Feng saw that his sister wasn't speaking, thinking she was shocked by his new car, so he became even more arrogant. Just then, a roar of engines came from a distance. Chapter 37. Surrounded. Lu Feng was curious, so he ran to the door and saw a very cool sports car slowly approaching his Mercedes. Who is this? So impressive. Wait a minute. This car seems to be a Koenigsegg. Is it really that model? Damn, I've never seen the real car before. For a seasoned car enthusiast, encountering or seeing a favorite sports car is a huge honor. Inside the house, Li Hua was still educating Li Nan about modern love. You're not really planning to marry that kid, are you? I tell you, now that our family is being demolished, if he finds out about this news, he will definitely cling to you. You should break up soon. Li Nan was really speechless at her aunt. She was this arrogant when she was working as a cleaner. Now she was completely unrestrained, as if afraid others wouldn't know she was a demolition household. Li Hua had been a worker in a state-owned enterprise in her early years, later laid off and started her own business, only to find her husband's business failed, leaving them with huge debts. Over the years, the couple had worked hard to pay off their debts. However, their family conditions had not improved much. They say that when someone has been poor for a long time, once they suddenly become rich, both their psychology and physiology go through huge changes. Li Hua belonged to this category, having always been at the bottom of the magic city. She was truly afraid of poverty, often looked down upon and despised while working outside. This led to her becoming eccentric. Plus, with a substantial amount of money about to come her way, she couldn't help but take the opportunity to step on those she deemed beneath her to regain the dignity she had lost over the years. You're living with your parents now, with food and drink, in a big house, driving a good car. What if after you marry him, he can't afford a house? Are you going to rent? Li Hua kept lecturing Li Nan. That one tea happened. Yi Song said he will buy a house. Li Nan rebutted. Where will he buy? It won't be those small houses in the suburbs, right? I'm telling you, Nan, don't be foolish. You will definitely regret it later. Li Nan's expression fluctuated, seemingly very annoyed with her aunt's comments about her and Yi Song. Li Hua wanted to continue, but at that moment, Lu Fong rushed in, shouting, Uncle, Aunt, Nan, a super impressive sports car is outside. A few people heard and asked, what sports car? Although there were some wealthy people in their alley, most were into real estate investment, and no one had heard of anyone buying a sports car. I'm not joking. It's a Koenigsegg one. I've seen it online before. Li Xiangqing was the first to react. He knew about the limited edition Koenigsegg sports car because his magazine had planned to feature it on the cover, but after inquiring around, he found that no one in the country had the purchasing qualifications. In the end, the cover didn't happen, which Li Xiangqing still regretted. Let us go take a look. A few people, led by Li Xiangqing, walked to the door. Sure enough, behind Lu Fong's Mercedes was a sports car parked. Li Xiangqing recognized it at a glance as the Koenigsegg one. Meanwhile, Yi Song, sitting in the car, had no idea that he was already surrounded by a crowd outside. He was concentrating on organizing his words, preparing to break up with Li Nan. Okay, I'll say it like this. Yi Song seemed to have made a big decision. With a click, the Koenigsegg's scissor doors slowly opened and tilted forward. As Yi Song took a step out, he saw a mass of heads around his car. What the hell? What is going on? Li Xiangqing was the first to recognize Yi Song, while Li Nan was squeezed outside and couldn't see what was happening inside. Little Yi, you this. Li Xiangqing looked at Yi Song with confusion. Before Yi Song could answer, a lady next to him spoke first, Old Li. Is this your Nan's boyfriend? Li Xiangqing wanted to say no, but then thought, wait, he is still her boyfriend. So he nodded. Hey, Old Li. What does your son-in-law do? Driving such an impressive car, this car must be worth millions. The one who said this was the household in the alley with the most properties, who would receive over 50 million in demolition compensation this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled away by his son, who reminded him, Dad, there's probably only this one car in our country. It's estimated to be worth over 100 million. Don't talk nonsense, you'll be laughed at. Wow, so expensive. It's more than our demolition compensation. That person looked at Li Xiangqing with envy. At this moment, others also started inquiring about Yi Song's identity. When they found out he was Li Nan's boyfriend, they all sighed in regret. Soon everyone dispersed, as their daughters had no chance anymore. Li Xiangqing now felt very conflicted. He still subjectively didn't want to agree to Li Nan continuing her relationship with Yi Song, but deep down he hesitated. Could he be a hidden rich second generation? Uncle, what is going on with you? After the crowd dispersed, Yi Song asked. It's nothing. Everyone just came to see your beautiful car. Li Xiangqing replied awkwardly. After Li Nan, Li Hua, and Lu Fong waited for the crowd to disperse, they finally saw the car and Yi Song. Old Yi, when did you buy this car? Upon seeing Li Nan, Yi Song was about to smile, but suddenly recalled the task for today, and his expression fell. Son, this car is so ugly. This is the domestic car that Nan's boyfriend bought, right? It can't compare to our Benz at all, Li Hua proudly said to Lu Fong. Lu Fong was alarmed. His mom really had a way with words, not knowing that trouble often comes from the mouth. He quickly covered his mother's mouth, fearing others would overhear. As young people nowadays care a lot about their image, his mom didn't even know what car it was and was making ridiculous comments, which could lead to them being laughed at and called fools. Mom, don't say that. That's a foreign sports car. My car can't even compare to its steering wheel. Lu Fong's face turned beet red. Li Hua was stunned. What does that mean? Is this car really that expensive? Lu Fong nodded vigorously in response to his mother's gaze. Li Hua gasped. It was impossible for this poor kid to afford such a car. He must have borrowed it, she thought. Lu Fong, genuinely afraid of his mom now, quickly added, if this car can be borrowed, it's not something to be trifled with. Mom, please keep quiet. Don't speak again. Li Hua felt wronged and was about to cry, but what could she do? With her son's reaction, it seemed Yi Song was not someone to be trifled with. Just then, Yi Song was about to say something to Li Nan, but Li Xiaoqing quickly interrupted. Little Yi, let's go inside and talk. Don't block the neighbors from enjoying the sun out here. Yi Song looked at Li Xiaoqing in surprise. Was this still the uncle who had been harsh with him before? Before he could react, he was pushed inside the house by Li Xiaoqing. Huh, this script seems off. I thought I was here to break up with Li Nan today? Chapter 38. Entering the house, Yi Song, feeling confused, entered the Li family's house. In the living room, Li Xiaoqing, Li Xiu, Li Hua, Li Nan, and Lu Feng were sitting on either side of him. It looked extremely funny, reminiscent of an ancient trial. Little Yi, is this car yours? Yi Song shook his head and said, it's my buddy's. I stayed at his place last night. And today he was worried I'd be late for my business, so he let me drive it over. He turned to look at Li Nan. Still thinking about how to bring up the breakup, but after the earlier commotion, he instantly forgot everything he had planned to say. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Hua said, turning to look at her son, as if to say, I knew it. However, Lu Feng was gripping his mother's hand tightly, fearing she might say something irrational. Letting a buddy drive such a car surely indicated a close relationship. They must have been inseparable since childhood. Lu Feng's mind started to race. Although he graduated from high school, his imagination was unmatched. He had already concocted a perfect explanation in his mind for this brotherly bond. Imagining grand and magnificent scenes. Uncle, I have a favor to ask. Yi Song was taken aback, thinking, you're not going to make me break up with Li Nan right here, are you? With so many people, I'd have to crawl out. But despite his fear, he still said earnestly, what do you need, Uncle? Li Xiaoqing replied, it's like this. My magazine has always wanted to feature an outside Koenigsegg sports car on the cover. But we haven't had the opportunity, so I wanted to ask you. Yi Song breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was tea about breaking up with Li Nan, he was okay. That should be fine. I'll ask my buddy. He picked up his phone and dialed Yang Ming. The call was quickly connected. Mingzi. Li Nan's dad wants to use the car as a model for high-definition photos for his magazine cover. Is that all right? Yi Song was on speakerphone. And everyone held their breath, listening intently for the response. No problem. What's mine is yours. You can drive the car. I don't need it recently. If you really like it after driving it, I can transfer ownership to you anytime. Yi Song knew Yang Ming was just being polite, so he didn't take it too seriously. All right, I'll take charge then. Bye. After hanging up, he looked at Li Xiaoqing and said, Uncle, you heard that. No problem. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqing was stunned, wondering if he was experiencing ear ringing. Did he really hear what he just heard? This car worth over 100 million. A global limited edition was being given away just like that. What kind of relationship could allow such extravagance? Lu Feng was truly relieved that he had held onto his mom's hand tightly, preventing her from saying anything reckless. If anything had gone wrong, he and his mom would have been in big trouble. Just from the brief conversation on the phone, Lu Feng was certain that the scenario he had imagined was undoubtedly true, more real than gold itself. Li Nan sat silently beside them, her face filled with disbelief. But she chose to trust Yi Song because she knew he was not the type to put on a show. Since he had promised, he would surely be able to deliver. Thinking about it, her face flushed, and she couldn't help but smile to herself in excitement. Yi Song thought that since he had borrowed the car and Yang Ming had agreed, it was time for him to fulfill his promise to Li Xiaoqing. Just as he was hesitating, waiting for a quiet moment to break up with Li Nan, Li Xiaoqing unexpectedly put his arm around his shoulder and said, Come on. Let us go to my study. I have a good bottle of wine. We won't leave until we're drunk. What the heck? Was I just being kicked out to lick my wounds alone? Why are you suddenly so friendly? I'm genuinely scared. Yet. He couldn't escape Li Xiaoqing's grip and turned to Li Nan with a smile that was more painful than crying, before being dragged into the study. Wait for me, Uncle. I have a good tolerance for alcohol too, and I want to try your wine. Lu Feng, seeing the opportunity, also slipped into the study. The living room fell silent instantly. Nan, didn't you know your boyfriend has such powerful friends? Li Hua broke the awkward silence and asked. I'm not very clear. He usually spends time with me and rarely goes out, so I thought he had no friends in the city, Li Nan said, puzzled. When did Yi Song have such wealthy friends? Everything felt strange. Plus, she hadn't invited Yi Song over today. Why did he come without notifying her? It seemed like there was something between her dad and Yi Song that she didn't know about, although the situation had exceeded Li Nan's expectations. Seeing Yi Song being acknowledged by her dad finally relieved a big weight off her mind. Nan, you must hold on to this boyfriend. It seems those old guys outside have their eyes on Yi Song. You need to be careful. Li Nan looked at Li Hua in disbelief. Was this the same person who had just been urging her to break up with Yi Song? How had the tide turned so quickly? Li Nan was somewhat confused. But that didn't stop her from enjoying the compliments others were giving Yi Song, especially from the aunt who had been so opposed. That night, Yi Song naturally stayed at Li Xiangqing's house, and no one seemed to have any objections. It felt like a private agreement, or perhaps an unspoken rule. Anyway, Yi Song had now truly entered the family, and there was no way to drive them away. Old Yi, does your friend have a girlfriend? No. Why? I have a close friend. How about I introduce her to him? He has done us such a big favor. I doubt it. This kid was probably hurt too deeply by love in the past, so he probably won't want a date for a while. Let's give it a try at the headquarters. Anyway, both of them are single. If it works out, we can consider this favor repaid. All right. I'll talk to him about it tomorrow, but I won't explicitly say I'm introducing him to a girlfriend. I'll find another reason to invite him. No problem. Huangsu will host an auction tomorrow. Let's invite him to go and take a look. Okay, no problem. Now, hey, old Yi, you rascal, where are you touching? Ah. It's so itchy, so itchy. Sure, uncle is upstairs in the next building, keep it down. The next morning, Yi Song woke up refreshed. But Li Nan had gotten up. Last night, she was exhausted by Yi Song's antics and swore she would never want to deal with him again. Chapter 39. Level 3 System. When Yang Ming was woken up by a phone call, he was filled with frustration. Seeing that it was Yi Song's call made him even angrier. Hey, Mingzi, you don't have anything going on today, right? If you do, just say it. Spit it out. Yang Ming's tone was clearly full of resentment. Oh, Mingzi. Who upset you? Why are you so fired up? Don't you have any self-awareness? What time is it? After hearing this, Yi Song looked at his watch. Wow, it's 7 o'clock. No wonder, no wonder. Sorry, Mingzi, I was too excited earlier and didn't pay attention to the time. Why don't you go back to sleep for a bit? Sleep your head. I'm telling you, old Yi, how can you be so troublesome? All day, just knowing how to torment me. Who can Yang Ming complain to about the grievances in his heart? Just yesterday, he had shamelessly said he would give Yi Song a car to help him continue with his girlfriend. He thought that with this guy having a beauty by his side, he could settle down for a while. He even gave him his protagonist halo, but unexpectedly, he forgot everything after showing off. Yang Ming didn't want to chat aimlessly with Yi Song anymore, but then he heard Yi Song's explanation. It's a good thing, a good thing. I'm inviting you to the auction today, don't let me down. Yi Song didn't take it seriously. Everyone has their morning grumpiness, right? Oh, only you, Yang Ming. Didn't sleep enough. As for me, old Yi, I'm still sharp as ever. I could lie in bed all day. If it weren't for your happiness, Yang Ming. He wouldn't have gotten up so early. Not going, not going. You should go with your girlfriend. Yang Ming shook his head like a rattled drum. Hey, you have to go. 4 p.m. at the Magic City Jinshan auction house. If you don't come, we'll be done for. Before Yang Ming could react, Yi Song quickly pressed the hang-up button. Damn, here we go again. Yang Ming wished he could smash his phone. All right then, no need to sleep anymore. Since resigning, Yang Ming hadn't woken up this early. He quietly sat in the living room, staring blankly at the ceiling. 1 cup to the rising sun. 1 cup to the moonlight, awakening my longing, softening the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without looking back. Unafraid of rain in my heart and frost in my eyes. Seeing the phone ring again, Yang Ming picked it up. Hello, Xiaoyang. All your properties and office buildings have been rented out. The cheerful voice of Northeast girl Li Ming Lan came through the phone. Good, good, good. Sister Li's workability still remains fierce as ever. Yang Ming felt overjoyed. It was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. He had been worried about his bank balance being under 100,000. Now, it seemed he would be receiving quite a sum. Xiaoyang, you really know how to make your sister happy. Your properties and office buildings are in great locations and have high cost effectiveness. Any agent could handle it easily. I'm just riding on your coattails. Yang Ming let out an awkward yet polite laugh. All right. I'll send you the detailed information and forms later and transfer the funds to your bank account, Li Minglan said. Then I'll trouble you, sisterly. Not long after hanging up, Yang Ming received the detailed account and rental situation from Li Minglan. Among them, the garden apartments had 8 single rooms rented at a price of 300,000 per year for 2 years, totaling 8 million, paid in one lump sum. Huawei Garden was rented for a year to a white-collar worker at 20,000 per month, with a total collection of 300,000 including the deposit. Jindong Building's 11th and 12th floors had Fei Hong Company officially starting to relocate, and this time Xiao Zhang mobilized his largest network ever. In the shortest time, He found tenants, an internet company, renting at 7 yuan per square meter per day for 2 years, with a total of 11 million paid in one lump sum. No deposit. The biggest deal was the Magic City Global Financial Center. It was prime real estate, and the rent would naturally not be cheap. The price was 12 yuan per square meter per day, still in high demand. Yang Ming had 2 entire floors of 2,000 square meters, and to maximize profits, Li Minglan rented it out to 4 companies separately. Yang Ming didn't look at the cumbersome processes and directly flipped to the rental income section, where it boldly stated the annual rent was 76 million. Although some were for 2 years and some for 1, Yang Ming believed Li Minglan would prioritize his interests, which is why she chose to rent for just 1 year. This way, when negotiating the rent for the second year, they could adjust the price according to market changes. As for price drops, ridiculous. The name of Lu Jezue wouldn't lead to losses. Yang Ming closed the file on his phone, lost in thought. 8 million 11 million 300 000 8 76 million 18 97 million. This money was enough for him to upgrade to a level 3 system. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't naively think he would definitely receive 97 million. After all, taxes would deduct a portion, just not knowing how much. As a law-abiding good citizen, Yang Ming certainly wouldn't do anything unwise. Moreover, while Lu Chun waived his commission for the garden apartments, he still needed to pay commissions for the other properties. After all, the Lianjia store still needed to make a living, and Yang Ming didn't want to do something that would drain them dry. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, he received a bank deposit notification totaling 47 million, leaving him with a balance of 576,407. A satisfied smile appeared on Yang Ming's face. Finally gathered enough for the 10 million upgrade. Now it depended on the system's performance. Who told him to bear most of the fundraising work? Yang Ming opened the system in his mind. Name, Yang Ming level 2 my account, 13,576. 407 yuan flash sale limit, 100. 000 yuan, my flash sale card. Click to enter. My orders, click to enter. My favorites, click to enter. My tasks, click to enter. My points, click to enter. My other, under construction, my evaluation, click to enter. Sure enough, it showed after the level, which proved he met the upgrade conditions. Yang Ming no longer felt the heartache he had when 5 million was deducted before. After all, the system also had to make a living. Understanding each other is what matters most. System assistant, long live understanding. Yang Ming quickly clicked on the 2 behind the level. A confirmation box popped up. Upgrade conditions have been met. Do you wish to upgrade the flash sale system? Yang Ming clicked yes without hesitation, and his vision went dark. This should be a sign that the system was upgrading. However, this time it indeed took much longer than the first upgrade. After about an hour, Yang Ming finally saw the system interface in his mind again. System assistant, congratulations. The host's level has been upgraded to level 3. Chapter 40. Beautiful auctioneer. Name, Yang Ming level 3, my account, 576, 407 yuan, flash sale limit, 500. 000 yuan, my flash sale card. Click to enter, my orders. Click to enter, my favorites. Click to enter, my tasks. Click to enter, my points. Click to enter, my other. Under construction, my reviews. Click to enter. Yang Ming glanced at the system interface, where his level, account balance, and flash sale limit were still changing. At this moment, Yang Ming again inquired about his other restrictions with the system. System assistant, level 3. The total value of fixed assets recognized by the system shall not exceed 500 million. System assistant, level 3. No more than 5 businesses allowed. System assistant, level 3. Can purchase items or personal information no more than 3 times a day. System assistant, to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, 100 million is required. System assistant, the host has 1 chance to purchase items or services beyond level. Level 3 system is a bit different? System assistant, the level 3 system will count the host's fixed assets such as real estate and vehicles without categorizing them anymore. I understand this, which means I will no longer be restricted in purchasing which type of fixed assets, whether it's cars, office buildings, or commercial housing. As long as the total value of all fixed assets does not exceed 500 million, it's fine. System assistant, you can understand it this way. So what is the current value of all my fixed assets? System assistant, the system recognizes the total value of vehicles as 100 million. System assistant, the system recognizes the total value of real estate as 25 million. System assistant, The system recognizes the total value of office buildings as 75 million. What the hell? Why is it so low? System assistant, I can only say that the property bubble on the host planet is too high. So in the future, the value is whatever you say? Yang Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with the symbol of money, happily continuing to communicate with the system in his mind. Why not just set a price of 100 yuan for each fixed asset? Yang Ming was already fantasizing about the glorious days of buying up properties in the Magic City and even the whole country. System assistant, I don't want you to think. I want to think for myself. Then it went silent. No matter how much Yang Ming called out, it wouldn't respond. Damn. It seems that the changes in the level 3 system are significant. If according to the system's calculations, the total value of all my fixed assets is 200 million, then isn't there still a surplus of 300 million? Jackpot. In the future, I can just be a landlord and collect rent. While Yang Ming was enjoying himself, he caught a glimpse of the system description, and there was another new rule: items and personal information. What the hell is this? System assistant, you can purchase the past and present of target individuals or items in the flash sale system every day. This seems a bit exciting. This means if Yang Ming wants to know what this person has done in this life, what they have said, and what they are planning to do, he can buy it through the system. The items are good, but only 3 times a day seems a bit too few. System assistant, the host can increase the number of purchases by leveling up. After a few hours of exploration, Yang Ming finally figured out some new features of the level 3 system but then lost interest. Anyway, everything else is similar. There's no need to dwell on it. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, softening the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without looking back. Unafraid of rain in my heart and frost in my eyes. Before Yang Ming could gather his thoughts, Yusong's urgent call came. Mingzi, are you still at home? Hurry up, we're almost there. Don't rush me. If you keep rushing, I'm not going. Okay, I won't rush you. But remember the time, don't be late. Yang Ming hung up the phone, hurriedly put on his clothes, grabbed a few bites at the club, then drove off in his Kian, heading straight for the Jinshan auction house. There are many auction houses in the Magic City, and Jinshan auction house is located on Fuzhou Road in Huangpu District, not particularly far from where Yang Ming lives. When Yang Ming parked the car in the parking lot, he unexpectedly ran into Yisong. Let me introduce you. This is my buddy Yang Ming, and this is my girlfriend Li Nan. Yang Ming, hello, sister-in-law. I've heard you talk about you before. And now I finally get to meet you. Li Nan, he didn't say anything bad about me, did he? Yang Ming, he almost drove me crazy. Always feeding me dog food. I'm about to be sweetened to death. Li Nan next to him laughed, then pinched Yisong's arm. And the two started gazing at each other. Damn, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. I came here to witness their show of affection. Yang Ming looked like he wanted to leave, making it clear not to stop him. Go. Hurry up and go in. I still need to introduce someone to you. Yusong quickly pulled Yang Ming inside. Yang Ming had no choice but to follow. He understood that coming to the auction house was just a pretext. The real reason was to introduce someone. But since he was already there, he might as well see who it was. Yang Ming suddenly wanted to try out the system's new feature, so he called up the system and searched for Yisong. Name, Yisong, age, 26, confidentiality level, flash sale amount, 100 yuan. Yang Ming quickly clicked to confirm the purchase. System assistant, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please receive the information. Yang Ming was very curious about how the system would deliver Yisong's information to him. Would it be delivered by courier? But wouldn't that be too simplistic, considering this is a feature just opened in the level 3 system? Suddenly, everything around him became still, and Yang Ming felt a heaviness in his head as images appeared before his eyes. What is going on? Is this the way information is transmitted? System assistant, please receive the information about Yisong. Unexpectedly, this delivery method was in the form of a video and images replaying directly in front of him. Moreover, the speed was astonishingly fast. Much faster than the usual 32x fast forward, but strangely, even though it was fast, Yang Ming could understand it and even remember some parts. Could it be that my physical quality has improved again? System assistant, while the host receives information. The system slows down the pace of the world and instantly enhances the host's brain functions, ensuring the host can timely and effectively receive and understand information. It seems the system has truly developed my bodily functions, especially my brain functions, to the fullest. System assistant, while the host is browsing information. Even though it feels like time is passing, in reality, only 1 second may have passed outside, ensuring the host won't be seen as a fool while receiving information. Hearing the system say this, Yang Ming wanted to praise it for being so considerate. Suddenly, Yang Ming was stunned. Because the information had played to last night's steamy moment. Yang Ming decisively cut off the information receiving channel. He wasn't about to eavesdrop on someone else's private matters. Nan, why are you here? Yang Ming had regained his senses, and when he saw the newcomer, he was also a bit surprised. Mainly because this girl was too beautiful, with clear bright pupils. Curved willow-like brows, long eyelashes slightly trembling, and flawless fair skin with a hint of rosy blush. Her thin lips were as delicate and dripping as rose petals. Dressed in professional attire, she was undoubtedly a beautiful auctioneer. Chapter 41. Theft in Custody. Yang Ming stared at the beautiful girl in front of him with wide eyes. But upon hearing her greet Li Nan, he realized she was the person Yi Song had mentioned he would introduce to him. Susu, you're here. Li Nan calmly greeted her. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Yi Song, and this is his friend Yang Ming. Yi Song, constrained by Li Nan's presence, found it inappropriate to act too warmly. However, Yang Ming didn't mind and directly shook hands with Huang Su in a friendly manner. Please wait a moment. I need to go on stage for the final auction, Huang Su said with a smile. In the morning, Li Nan had sent her a message saying she would introduce a man to her today. Although she wasn't very willing, since her best friend asked, she could only agree. After all, it was just a meeting. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, while she was backstage preparing to count the auction items, she saw Li Nan coming over with two men. One of whom Huang Su thought was quite handsome. Huang Su was Li Nan's university classmate and best friend during their school days. She was the center of attention with many suitors, including some rich second-generation heirs and big bosses. However, Huang Su had never agreed to any of them. Yang Ming had just heard from Li Nan that Huang Su had a boyfriend after graduating from university, but the relationship ended when he cheated on her. And she had been single ever since. You go ahead with your work. We'll see your dashing auctioneer style down here later, Li Nan said, pushing Huang Su to hurry back to her tasks. Hey, how's it going? Not bad, right? Yi Song nudged Yang Ming and winked at him, almost revealing that he was full of excitement. It's okay, but it seems like a career woman isn't really my type, Yang Ming said seriously. That depends on how much you like her. If it's true love, wouldn't you go to great lengths to pursue it? A mere career issue is easily resolved. Yi Song teased Yang Ming. Let's go sit down below. Here's the bidding paddle, Li Nan said, handing a paddle with the number 56 to Yang Ming. Specially prepared for him, as Yi Song mentioned that Yang Ming was not an ordinary rich person. Since Li Nan and Yi Song wouldn't need the bidding paddle, they specifically prepared one for Yang Ming. What did you say? How could something be missing? Just as the three of them walked a little further, a loud shout suddenly came from the preparation room nearby. Then a man and a woman rushed out of the preparation room, looking very anxious. Is that woman Huang Su? After Yang Ming's physical fitness improved, both his ordinary and dynamic vision significantly enhanced. Even though they were a bit far away, he recognized Huang Su at a glance. Li Nan immediately confirmed, it's her. Li Nan, having been Huang Su's classmate and dorm mate for 4 years, could easily notice Huang Su's small gestures that others might miss. Just now, as that woman left, she unconsciously tapped her heel on the floor, which was Huang Su's habitual action when she was nervous, something most people wouldn't notice. Could something have gone wrong? A bad premonition rose in Yang Ming's heart. Let's go take a look, Yang Ming suggested. Is that a good idea? What if we go over and cause trouble for Susu? Li Nan instinctively intended to reject Yang Ming's proposal. It's fine, let's listen to Mingzi. What if we can help? Yi Song spoke up. All right then. The three of them headed in the direction Huang Su had disappeared. Manager Lin. The last auction item is missing. As they reached the end of the corridor, they heard someone on the phone. No, Manager Lin, it's not my fault. Huang Su didn't check properly, and she's right here with me. Okay, I'll notify security to seal off the entrances immediately and hurry to find the item. What about Huang Su? Hearing this, Huang Su's body trembled slightly, and her emotions were clearly getting out of control. Okay. The man repeated 3 okays before hanging up. He then cast a disdainful glance at Huang Su and coldly said, after this matter is resolved, you will submit your resignation. If the item isn't found, you will have to sign a compensation agreement. Huang Su stumbled and fell to the ground. Li Nan quickly rushed to help her up. But with her long hair covering her face, Huang Su was already in tears, her body shaking uncontrollably. Who are you people? How can you be in the staff area? The man shouted angrily. These 3 are my friends, Supervisor Ding, Huang Su said, her voice choked. Ding Minghui, 33 years old, was currently the head of the marketing department at Jinshan Auction House and Huang Su's superior. Huang Su, you actually let outsiders into the staff area during work hours. Do you know what kind of impact this could have? Huang Su was taken aback, feeling as if she had made many serious mistakes today. Li Nan was also stunned. When she came to find Huang Su before, she hadn't heard that outsiders weren't allowed in the staff area. So she had directly brought Yi Song and Yang Ming in this time. She didn't expect her oversight would cause Huang Su such a big problem. Security, security. Hurry and get these people out. Ding Ming, we shouted. A few security guards nearby heard the shout and rushed over. Huang Su didn't expect the situation to escalate to such an unimaginable level. Huang Su, if this item can't be found, not only will you bear civil liability, but you might also face criminal liability. Do you understand? After saying this, he glanced at Yang Ming and the others, coldly stating, at such an important moment, you let outsiders in. You might be suspected of colluding with thieves. What do you mean? Are you saying we're thieves? Yi Song couldn't help but shout loudly. What? Do you want to deny it? Damn it. I don't even know what happened. Don't put this on us. Yi Song was now furious. Yang Ming looked at Huang Su on the ground and felt that she no longer had the calm demeanor of a professional woman. Suddenly, a protective instinct surged within him. I don't know if Supervisor Ding could explain to us what exactly happened so that we can be mentally prepared, Yang Ming said in a friendly tone. Humph. It's good to tell you. When the police arrive later, you better think about how to collude, Ding Minghui replied. Yi Song was about to explode at this remark but was stopped by Yang Ming. Please go on. This afternoon, the last auction item that was supposed to be auctioned off has gone missing. As the auctioneer for this event, Huang Su bears significant responsibility for negligence. However, in my opinion, you all have considerable suspicion as well, Ding Minghui hinted. What exactly was the item? It was a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, valued at around 16 million. Huang Su slowly stood up with Li Nan's support and answered. Have you checked everywhere? Yes. Huang Su felt a bit helpless. After discovering the item was missing, she immediately went to the monitoring room to check the footage but found no clues. Nothing disappears without reason. Chapter 42. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yang Ming's words were short and powerful, resonating with everyone. All attention was drawn to him. Ding Minghui's anger flared as he said, Then tell me how this blue and white porcelain went missing. Since you were so confident, you must be able to find this item. Yang Ming chuckled internally. It was just a broken vase. Finding it was a matter of minutes. Nevertheless, the task of searching would still fall to the system. Yang Ming asked Huang Su, Do you remember the last time you saw the blue and white porcelain? Huang Su thought for a moment and replied, Around 2:30 p.m. Yes, that was the time because the first auction had just ended. Yang Ming summoned the system and searched for the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, locating information from this afternoon between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. Item name, blue and white porcelain. Location, Jinshan Auction House. Era, Yuan Dynasty. Confidentiality level, snatch amount, 100 yuan. What the heck? This is worthless information. It's only level confidentiality. Yang Ming quickly clicked to confirm the purchase. System assistant, congratulations. Host, your purchase was successful. Please receive the information. After a short while, a video appeared before Yang Ming. After finishing reading, Yang Ming understood the whole situation and realized that the person who stole the blue and white porcelain was Ding Minghui. At the same time, he discovered a shocking secret. What is everyone doing? Have you found the item? After receiving Ding Minghui's report, General Manager Lin Sheng hurried over. Seeing a group of people gathered together, he felt anger rising within him. It's a critical moment, yet they are so leisurely chatting together. Lin. These 3 people were brought in by Huang Su. They say they are her friends. I suspect she is in collusion with her accomplices to steal the blue and white porcelain, someone said. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng scanned Yang Ming and the others with a scrutinizing gaze and said, Have you called the police? This kind of thing should be reported sooner. Huang Su quickly explained, Lin, this has nothing to do with my friends. I take full responsibility for my actions. I will definitely find the blue and white porcelain. And if I can't, I will compensate at the assessed value. Lin Xing had always valued Huang Su, not only because she was beautiful, but also because she was hardworking and dedicated. While others left work, she stayed late. While others rested, she worked overtime. Even when others were dating, she was still working late. Such people are certainly favored by leaders. However, this was not the time to defend Huang Su, as everything seemed to be against her. If Lin Xing were to show strong favoritism, he would be the one in trouble next. Lin. I was too panicked earlier and didn't have time to call the police, Ding Minghui said as he prepared to take out his phone. No need. I already know who took it and where they put it, Yang Ming said calmly. You know? Nonsense. We've searched this area several times, almost digging 3 feet into the ground. A nearby security guard scoffed. Ha ha ha. Wait until I find it, then you will know. Yang Ming said as he walked into the preparation room unhurriedly. Although others were skeptical, they still followed him in, wanting to see what Yang Ming was up to. Where do you think the blue and white porcelain is most likely hidden? When a group of people heard this, they were puzzled. I think it must be in a very secretive place, like an air vent, a beam, or a corner, Yisong suggested. Others nodded in agreement. Yang Ming was pleased with their reactions. Supervisor Ding, what do you think? Ding Ming, we did not expect Yang Ming to suddenly call his name and casually replied. Those places have already been searched. The nearby security guard and Huang Su also nodded, indicating that they had indeed searched those areas. At that moment, Yang Ming walked over to the trash can, seemingly casually, and then opened it, pulling out a package from inside. He shook it, and the sound of porcelain shards clinking came from within. Well, Huang Su hurried over, snatched the package, and opened it. Sure enough, it was pieces of blue and white porcelain, some large and some small, but the edges were very neat. How could this happen? How could this happen? Huang Su murmured. Supervisor Ding, why do you think this thief would break the blue and white porcelain? Ding Minghui was now panicking, cold sweat on his forehead, and he replied defensively. How would I know? Do you think I'm the thief? Wait, since there are no clues and no surveillance, how do you know? Yang Ming asked. Generally speaking, only the thief would know where the item is hidden, right? Ding Minghui felt pleased with himself as he thought of a reason to escape suspicion. He was also puzzled. He had been very discreet, and how could he still be discovered? Sure enough, after hearing Ding Minghui's words, Lin Sheng's expression turned unfriendly. It seems Supervisor Ding is truly unrepentant. Yang Ming remained unfazed and immediately opened the large screen in the preparation room, projecting a video from his phone onto the screen. Indeed, Yang Ming had previously asked the system whether the video could be sent to his phone, and the system confirmed it could. Therefore, Yang Ming had specially clipped a segment of the incident video onto his phone. The screen displayed the entire process of Ding Minghui entering the preparation room and pouring the blue and white porcelain shards into a garbage bag. The more Ding Minghui watched, the colder his heart became, and eventually he simply sat on the ground. He muttered, "Impossible, impossible. How could there be surveillance footage here? I clearly checked," Lin Sheng said. Ding Minghui, the company has treated you well. What were you thinking, using this kind of thing to ruin the company's reputation? Ding Minghui, sitting on the ground and watching the video, was dazed because he knew his life was over. It's over, it's over, it's over. After a while, Ding Minghui suddenly stood up, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression twisted, completely losing the demeanor of a supervisor. At just over 30, he had no girlfriend, had not bought a house, and had many things left undone. Lin, can you let me off this time? Lin Sheng snorted and shook his head. Good. Ding Minghui, like a prisoner awaiting execution, spoke. You asked me why I did this? I'll tell you, because I see no future in the company, no money, no love. I've been with the company for 5 years. I am qualified for the position of deputy general manager, but it never comes my way. My salary has always been the same. And then there's you, Huang Su. Ding Minghui pointed at Huang Su's face and continued, I've pursued you for so long. Even a stone should have been warmed up by now. So, I plan to pull off a big score this time. I secretly smashed the blue and white porcelain and planned to take it out after work. I found an expert who could perfectly restore it. Although the value would drop a bit, there would still be many people eager to buy it. That way, the company's reputation would be ruined. I would make money. And Huang Su, you would be punished. This should be what the ancients referred to as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 43. The Peony Painting. However, Ding Minghui never expected that his carefully laid plans would be exposed by Yang Ming, proving that there is always someone more cunning. Fate has its own designs. Soon, the police arrived, and what awaited Ding Minghui was the punishment of the law. As he was leaving, he asked Yang Ming a question. How was the video recorded? Yang Ming chuckled but did not answer. Was he supposed to tell him it was a level 3 new feature of the system? At that moment, Lin Sheng walked over and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, great method. This time, Jinshan owes you a favor. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I was just helping a friend clear their name, nothing to do with helping Jinshan. Lin Sheng laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned, and continued, no problem, the final result is good. Then he turned to Huang Su and said, Young Ding is too young. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. However, his road ahead is still long. And I hope he can change. The company has indeed wronged you this time, and I will nominate you to the board to take over Ding's position. It was clear that Huang Su was very happy, but she did not become arrogant. Instead, she humbly said, "Mr. Lin, I will continue to work hard." She unconsciously glanced at Yang Ming, feeling that he had become even more handsome and inscrutable than before. At that moment, Li Nan nudged Huang Su and joked, "What's wrong? Are you moved?" Huang Su blushed slightly and did not answer directly, only saying, "The auction is about to start." Although the closing piece of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain is gone, there are still other items to be auctioned. Yang Ming was already somewhat impatient because he had something to buy, and it had to be at the auction. Yu Song was puzzled. How did Yang Ming, who seemed uninterested in the auction earlier, suddenly appear anxious? This was actually not Yu Song's fault. He simply didn't know the value of the item. If he did, he would probably be the first to run. The auction venue of Jinshan was very large, and there were many people. Many left after the first round, but more were waiting for the second round of the auction. "Mr. Yang, I didn't expect to see you here." Yang Ming turned to look at the person, trying hard to search his mind for this face. "Mr. Yang, I am Lin Shi, the father of Lin Jianhong whom you saved on the elevated highway last time. I left you my business card." Yang Ming suddenly realized that this matter had come to an end, so he had no intention of bothering Lin Shi about it, and instinctively deleted Lin Shi from his mind. "Oh, it's Mr. Lin. What brings you here to shop?" Yang Ming asked. "It's nothing much, just bored. Accompanying my son here for some fun," Lin Shi said, waving to his son Lin Jianhong, who was not far away. "Dad, what's up?" "I'm busy." Lin Shi slapped Lin Jianhong on the forehead and said angrily, "All you do is play all day. You've just healed from your injuries and already forgotten the pain. Let me introduce you to your savior." Lin Jianhong looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Suddenly, Yang Ming felt his hand being tightly gripped by another hand, and he couldn't pull it back no matter how hard he tried. "Master, I really don't know how to thank you. You are my savior, Lin Jianhong. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." As he spoke, the handshake grew even stronger. "I'll help you with whatever I can, and if I can't, I'll find a way to make it happen. In short, in the Magic City, no one will be able to touch you because I will always stand in front of you." Lin Jianhong's words were heartfelt, moving Yi Song and Li Nan beside him. "Mingzi, what's going on? Why does this sound so sentimental?" Yi Song asked, confused. "Oh, I just blocked a car for him on the Yin and elevated highway a while ago." Yang Ming replied calmly. "Well, Mingzi, you're the car god that everyone's talking about online." Yi Song finally understood. "You kid, you've changed so much lately. If I didn't know you, I'd think you were an alien." The recent discussions about the car god had swept across the internet, so Yi Song couldn't be unaware. But he was surprised that this car god was actually his buddy Yang Ming. All right, Mr. Lin, little Lin, old Yi, enough about that. The matter is settled, I've already forgotten," Yang Ming said, not wanting to bring this up in public. Just then, the auction was about to start, and he was preparing to focus on the item he wanted. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't want to say more, Lin Shi and Lin Jianhong didn't press him. Lin Jianhong said, "Call me Little Lin in the future. Let's exchange contact information so it's easier for me to reach you later." So, Yang Ming exchanged phone numbers and WeChat with Lin Jianhong, and the father and son bid farewell and went to another table. Meanwhile, Yi Song couldn't calm down for a long time, thinking that his brother was so impressive while he was still so lacking. They had agreed to be like Su Wenxiang and Ding Li, and he needed to work harder to keep up. Yang Ming was unaware of Yi Song's thoughts, and if he knew, he would definitely advise him not to compare himself with someone who is already successful. Otherwise, he would always be the one getting hurt. Yang Ming's attention was now entirely on the auction. Several items had already passed, but the one he wanted still hadn't appeared. As bids continued to be placed, the item was eventually acquired by a boss from the capital. "Next, we will auction a peony painting by the Su province artist Hidarong." The audience began to murmur, clearly unfamiliar with Hidarong. To be fair, Hidarong was only relatively famous in Su province, and he only gained recognition after his death. He lived a life of poverty, and his relatives and friends avoided him. Only his niece often brought him food out of pity. Hidarong never married, and when he passed away, only his niece was by his side, making his life quite tragic. Naturally, everyone thought his paintings had little value. Hidarong had given all his paintings to his niece, telling her to take good care of them. The fact that these paintings became popular was due to a chance encounter. One time, his niece attended an art exhibition and happened to meet a famous painter from Su province. She showed him Hidarong's paintings on her phone, hoping to see if they had any value. The painter, with his high artistic skills, immediately recognized the uniqueness of Hidarong's work and purchased all of his paintings on the spot. Thus, Durong's paintings began to spread in Su province and gradually gained some fame. Unsatisfied with just local recognition, the niece took Durong's last peony painting to the Jinshan auction house, hoping to auction it off. The appraisers at Jinshan, after consulting with their peers in Su province, finally decided to accept the painting but did not guarantee it would sell. At this moment, Huangsu on stage looked surprised at young Ming, who slowly raised his paddle and shouted loudly, 1 million. Chapter 44. Painting within a painting. Others were stunned to hear the bid. A painting by someone who didn't even have a reputation was being shouted at a high price of 1 million. This person must be either crazy or a spendthrift. Although Huangsu on stage was shocked, her professionalism took over. She ignored the crowd's reactions and continued, 1 million for the first time. 1 million for the second time. She scanned the crowd while holding up the gavel, then shouted, 1 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. 56 for acquiring this peony painting. Young Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid someone would outbid him. With the gavel falling, many people around began to laugh quietly. This person is really wasteful. Buying a car with 1 million would be much more appealing, right? Haha, this guy looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be from the Magic City. No wonder an outsider comes to the Magic City to throw money around. I wonder if his ancestors will rise from their graves to beat this unworthy descendant. Ha ha ha, today's young people really lack humility. So ostentatious, their upbringing must be terrible. In the venue, everyone was either mocking or sighing. No one thought young Ming made a good purchase. All believed he was just a fool with too much money. What's wrong with the benefactor? Spending so much on this painting, I can't see anything special about it. This Mr. Yang is really standing out. The only ones expressing goodwill were Lin Shi and his son, but even they thought Yang Ming's purchase was too hasty. Yang Ming ignored the gossip because he had more important matters to attend to. Where are you going? Yu Song asked with concern. It's nothing. You guys stay here. I'll be back soon. Yang Ming wasted no time and called Lin Sheng directly. In the preparation room, Yang Ming shook hands with Lin Sheng again. A few experienced appraisers were nearby, all veterans in the field, with rich insight, experience, and professional knowledge. Mr. Yang, here are all the proofs for the painting you just purchased, as well as the proof of payment you just made. So now I have complete authority to dispose of this painting, right? Yes, this painting completely belongs to you. You can dispose of it as you wish. Lin Xing didn't know why Yang Ming valued this painting so much. Even he had been skeptical at first about whether it could be auctioned off. He never expected Yang Ming would spend 1 million, far exceeding the market value of the painting. Thus, Lin Xing was very puzzled. Please follow my instructions. Okay. The appraisers, seeing their boss here, didn't dare to be negligent. Master Huang, please cut off the lower half of the painting completely and remember to follow this line. Master Huang, hearing this, was puzzled. This person must be a spendthrift. He glanced at Lin Xing, who nodded, so he decisively said, all right. Master Huang had excellent skills and could restore any painting to its original state without any tools. This simple cutting was no challenge for him, and in an instant, the two parts were separated. Master Yang, please take a look at the differences in the gaps where these two parts of the painting have been cut. Master Yang examined them carefully, then touched the gaps with his hand, squatting down to think. Master Yang is an expert at distinguishing paper materials, and within seconds, his eyes widened in shock. He dipped his hand in water, pinched the gaps, and surprisingly, half the sheet of paper split apart. At this moment, even Lin Shang was flustered. Everyone knew that this situation was likely the legendary painting within a painting. Typically, a less valuable painting is crafted into a bag-like paper using a special method, with another artwork inserted inside. The inserted painting is usually worth a fortune. Hurry up. Everyone sprang into action. Their emotions were excited, but their movements were incredibly gentle, fearing that a careless mistake would ruin what was inside. Yang Ming watched nervously from the side. Even though he was mentally prepared, at that moment, he felt a sense of hopeful anticipation. Finally, Master Yang retrieved a dark yellow piece of paper from the pocket-like gap of the upper half of the painting. He then slowly laid it flat on the table. And everyone leaned in to look. This is. Master Huang was the first to recognize the painting, then looked at Lin Xing with a look of disbelief, as if to say it couldn't be true. Unexpectedly, he could see a painting by Wu Daozi in this lifetime. No regrets in this life. Master Yang spoke as if he were uttering his last words. Is it really a painting by Wu Daozi? Several people questioned if there could be any mistake. Master Huang, this is white hemp paper from the Tang dynasty, white and smooth, thin yet tough, with long fibers and coarse pulp, and the paper is durable. This type of paper, even after 1,000 years, is not easily brittle or discolored, and its back is rougher than the front, with grass and stick residues attached. Masterly. This is definitely the Emperor Ming observing horses painting. Although the technique seems a bit unrefined, it's certainly in the style of Wu Daozi. But which one is the real one? The one in the National Museum, or this one? Just as he finished speaking, an elderly scholar-like figure entered the room. Lin Xing hurried to greet him, saying, "You have arrived, sir. Mr. Yang, this is Professor Ming Song from the History Department of Magic City University, Elder Ming. Elder Ming is an authority on Tang Dynasty paintings. If he says it's real, there will be no doubt." "Thank you, Elder Ming," Yang Ming said, extending his hand to shake Ming Song's, expressing his gratitude. In fact, the painting is genuine because Yang Ming had already learned through a video about the circumstances of the painting being sealed within He Durong's painting while helping Huang Su find the blue and white porcelain earlier. So he was confident that it was real. It's truly impressive how powerful the system is. This method of indirectly obtaining information is extraordinary, allowing one to learn about everything surrounding the target object through contact. Although Yang Ming knew this, he still needed a crucial piece of evidence: Elder Ming's authentication. Elder Ming examined the painting carefully with a magnifying glass, occasionally checking information on his phone and pondering. Finally, he spoke. "It's real. But this painting is the predecessor of the one collected by the country, the Emperor Ming observing horses. What does that mean?" Elder Ming explained. "It means that Wu Daozi felt this earlier painting was not perfect enough, so he painted another, better version." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. As long as it was real, that was all that mattered. Lin Sheng asked, "Mr. Yang, how should we handle this painting?" Yang Ming replied, "Of course. It should be auctioned. I don't collect." Then he asked Ming Song, "Elder Ming, what would you estimate this painting's value to be?" Ming Song replied leisurely, "In theory, this painting should be priceless, but if you really want a price estimate, it can be referenced against the auction price of another painting by Wu Daozi. At least 4 billion yuan. Oh, by the way, that's in yuan. Chapter 45. A commoner is innocent, but possessing treasure is a crime. Wow. Even Yang Ming was shocked to the point of losing his senses. 4 billion yuan, that's over 1 billion. And this is just the estimated price at auction. The price will only go higher. Ming Song walked over to Yang Ming and gently said, "Kid, not bad. You have both courage and strategy." Yang Ming didn't understand and foolishly asked, "Elder Ming, you really know how to joke with the younger generation?" Ming Song shook his head and continued, "A commoner is innocent, but possessing treasure is a crime. Keeping this around is like holding a hot potato. If you can sell it, do so as soon as possible." Yang Ming fell silent. Ming Song's words indeed taught him a lesson. He had simplified the situation. The painting of the Saint Wu Daozi had re-emerged in the world, and it was a failed draft of a famous painting. Its research and collection value would be immeasurable. Once someone set their sights on it, things might develop in ways no one could predict. That's why Ming Song advised him to deal with it quickly. Yang Ming's current strength was not sufficient to protect this painting well. "Huang Su, how is the auction going?" Suddenly, Lin Sheng's voice came through the earpiece. Huang Su quickly replied, "It's almost over." "All right, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I will only say it once. When you repeat it, your tone must be gentle and your speed slow, ensuring everyone can understand. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mr. Lin. Please go ahead." As Lin Xing's words came through the earpiece, Huang Su's expression gradually stiffened. She initially thought Yang Ming's decision to buy that painting was a bit reckless. But now Lin Xing was telling her that there was a painting worth over 1 billion hidden inside. This was beyond mere shock. It felt like she was being pushed underwater. Meanwhile, Yang Ming, at the pinnacle of the pyramid, looked down at the ants below with disdain, saying, "Your knowledge is too shallow. All your mockery will be returned to you." After hearing all of Lin Xing's words, Huang Su's emotions still hadn't fully calmed down. It was impossible to remain calm in this situation. Huang Su felt that this matter was far more impactful than being wronged by Ding Mingwei earlier. But reason told her to follow Lin Xing's instructions now. She took a moment to compose herself, then picked up the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. We have one more item to auction at Jinshan Auction House." After she spoke, there was a 5-second silence in the audience, followed by an outburst of various doubts. What's going on? Is this a last-minute addition? Could it be that the blue and white porcelain has come back to life? You guys at Jinshan are so unprofessional. Look at the time. It's already dinner time, and you're still auctioning off stuff? Come on, everyone. Let's wash up and sleep. I won't be coming back again. I've never seen such an unprofessional auction house in the country. Complaints rose and fell, but Huang Su remained unaffected on stage. Because she knew that once the painting was revealed, all these complaints would vanish. Everyone, please remain calm. If anyone wishes to leave, our staff will guide you out. But getting back in won't be so easy. Huang Su's words were calm, with an implicit sense of the big store bullies the customers. The audience, made up of seasoned players in the business world, began to perk up at these words. Then what is the item? Let me see if it's worth my while to stay. Someone in the audience couldn't help but ask. Huang Su smiled and said, please look at the big screen. She then retreated to a corner, quietly watching as the curtain slowly descended. Once the equipment was ready, Huang Su projected a video onto the screen, showing the entire process of Yang Ming finding the hidden painting backstage. This was requested by Lin Sheng, and a staff member had been recording the video earlier. This method could also avoid disputes with clients later on. The venue was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The person in the video and the painting are both well known. It is the prodigal who was just mocked by everyone in the painting he took. However, as the video played, gasps and Master Yang's mention of Wu Daizi's painting rendered the entire venue instantly silent. The video continued, and finally, Meng Song's voice announcing the estimated price echoed throughout the hall. Although no one spoke, it felt like many sparks were colliding in the air. Because the value of Wu Daizi's painting in their hearts might be more precious than their lives. The title of the painting Saint from 1,000 years ago still resonates with immense shock today. I just want to ask one question. How much time do we have to prepare? Finally, someone broke the silence. Huang Su, not one to be overly sentimental, said lightly, 2 hours, no extensions. Good. Just as the word good fell, everyone took out their phones, and it was unclear who they were calling. However, Yu Song and Li Nan were completely out of the loop, as if they lived in two different worlds from the people present. Mr. Li, I need to immediately transfer a sum of funds. What? The board approved it? No way, by then the flowers will have wilted. Old Kai, let me tell you. Wu Daizi's painting has resurfaced. Are you kidding? No, I saw it with my own eyes. It's at the Jinshan auction house now. Honey, I need a large sum of money, get it ready quickly. For what? You, a woman, don't ask too many questions. It seemed the response was good, and everyone's enthusiasm was high. Yang Ming looked at the busy people and said, Lin Xing, standing beside Yang Ming, felt that despite the other's youth, he could not quite see through him. Wait, more people will come, more influential people, at least those who can afford to bid. Lin Sheng responded to Yang Ming. With so many people, is your venue big enough? Don't worry, all the actual bidders will need to verify their funds, and those just here for the spectacle will be arranged elsewhere. You've thought this through. Yang Ming suddenly felt that this event was becoming increasingly exciting. Without the hammer dropping, everyone had a chance. Every bid would stir people's nerves. As for what high price would be reached, Yang Ming had no idea. He guessed no one could predict it now. Mr. Yang, let your friends go to the preparation room. The atmosphere will be quite delicate later. As the owner of the painting, you don't need to get involved. Just quietly wait for the cash to come in. After saying this, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. System notification detected that the host's fixed assets exceed 500 million. System notification detected that the host's fixed assets exceed 500 million. System notification detected that the host's fixed assets exceed 500 million. System notification detected that the host's fixed assets exceed 500 million. Chapter 46. I offer 2 billion. What the hell, system? Why are you making a fuss? Yang Ming watched as tens of billions were about to come into his hands, only to see the money sprout wings and fly away. System notification. The system determines that the value of this painting far exceeds 500 million, conflicting with the host's current fixed asset limit. System notification, please, host. Immediately destroy the painting or donate the auction proceeds to others. What the heck? Yang Ming's heart bled as he saw the money needed to upgrade to levels 4, 5, 6, and 7 being within reach. What is going on? System, do you have an issue with me? System notification. The system is devoid of emotions. To be honest, Yang Ming felt very disappointed. This windfall was earned through his own efforts. Why should he give it to others? System notification. The host may keep 1 million for purchasing the painting. The rest must be given away without exception. The system's repeated warnings finally made Yang Ming abandon his insincere thoughts. If he didn't comply, the system might impose a horrific punishment, and he would end up losing everything. All right, system, you're ruthless. At this moment, Yang Ming nearly bit his lip as he made this difficult decision. The news of the sudden appearance of the painting Saint Wu Daizi's work spread like wildfire, reaching the circles of the wealthy across the country in an instant as calls were made one after another. Many people began to stir. Those who couldn't show up or couldn't arrive in time sent their assistants to the Jinshan auction house. 2 hours is neither long nor short. It's enough time for capable individuals to raise funds to participate in the competition. The once spacious auction hall was now bustling with voices. After everyone met, they exchanged pleasantries, as if they hadn't seen each other in years, but were actually probing each other. A group of old foxes. Linsher looked somewhat disdainful, and then turned to advise his son that in business, there are no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests. While there are instances of the wealthy helping each other, they are few. In their circles, it's said that helping is a favor, while not helping is a duty. Since it's unknown whether someone will be an enemy or a friend in the future, it's better for you to survive than for everyone to perish. Fewer competitors might lead to more potential benefits later on. Thus, everyone in the hall wore masks, and even they themselves might not be able to articulate their true thoughts. Lin Jianong nodded, somewhat understanding. He had been in the second-generation circle for a long time and had seen his share of disputes over interests. He had experienced friendships today that could turn into life-and-death struggles tomorrow, but he had never seen the real business world. Lin Sher's teachings received a response from his son, and he felt that this was the greatest gain of the day. But what about that benefactor Yang Ming, who saved me? Lin Jinhong still admired Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, it's fine to socialize, but be cautious and don't be too clever. Otherwise, Lin Sher didn't make his words very clear. But he affirmed his son's idea of befriending Yang Ming. The conversation between Lin Sher and his son in the corner made no waves in the crowded hall, as everyone was there for Wu Daizi's Emperor Ming observing horses. Please, everyone be quiet. Guests preparing to participate in the bidding, please follow our staff for verification of funds. After confirming your qualifications, you will receive your bidding number. Huang Su announced loudly into the microphone to everyone present. What surprised her was that as soon as she finished speaking, the originally noisy hall suddenly fell silent and divided into two groups. One group stood quietly to the side, while the other group followed the staff with various proof materials. This could be considered a customary practice in the wealthy circle. Those without money should stop talking. Those with money and qualifications should directly demonstrate their strength. Before long, the staff completed the verification process, and a total of 189 people qualified. So, one should never underestimate those hidden big shots. Even if they are not on the Forbes or Huruan lists, their strength can crush those who are. In such a small auction, so many wealthy individuals who had not been reported or recorded appeared. Would you dare to explore the depths beneath the surface? Quick, quick. Take pictures. Where did those people come from? Which one to photograph? It doesn't matter. I've already thought of the headline for tomorrow's front page. Just shoot away. This auction was, of course, not just news for the wealthy. The media, paparazzi, and social media influencers all flocked in. After all, writing news, especially explosive news, is serious business. Next, we will begin the auction for Wu Daizi's Emperor Ming observing horses. Huang Su is introducing the auction on stage. Now, I invite Professor Ming Tsong from the History Department, our country's authoritative appraisal master, to come on stage and tell everyone about the origins of this painting. Then the lights dimmed, and an elderly man dressed in simple cloth clothing, wearing cloth shoes, walked onto the stage amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. Of course, some people know him, and some do not. Those who know him introduce him to those who do not, while others search for information online. Once they learn about his identity, everyone quiets down in acceptance. In fact, this is a failed piece of work. Meng Tsung took the microphone and began his opening remarks. Although it cannot be compared to the painting Emperor Ming observing horses in the National Museum, I personally believe this piece has greater value for collection and research. Facing the countless eager eyes in the audience, Meng Tsung felt no pressure at all. The collected painting has become a classic. While this piece is a failed work before the classic, allowing a glimpse into Wu Daozi's early weaknesses in painting and the process of overcoming difficulties to reach mastery. Therefore, the value of this painting is immeasurable. If thoroughly studied, your painting skills will undergo a qualitative leap. I can unabashedly say that if you understand this painting, you will be the first in the world of traditional Chinese painting. This statement elicited a strong reaction from the audience, as no one expected that a mere painting could have such a transformative effect. Some who initially planned to just collect it began to have other ideas. Wow, big news. Big news, hurry up and take photos. The title needs to change. I already have a more exciting and sensational title in mind. A reporter hid among the crowd, secretly applauding, thinking to himself that this old man really knows how to create a buzz, saving him a lot of brain cells. Hey, it's strictly forbidden to take photos here. You need to be discreet. Also, be careful. These big shots have 108 ways to deal with you, a kind-hearted photographer reminded. The reporter rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. All right, let's get started. The starting price is 1.5 billion. Huang Su calmly announced the price. Suddenly, the hall fell silent, while Yang Ming backstage watched this scene, his heart bleeding. That's 1.5 billion. That's enough to last several lifetimes. Now it's all gone. Just as Yang Ming was lamenting, a voice from the audience rang out. I bid 2 billion. Chapter 47 Donation Hiss. Wow. The hall erupted in exclamations. Those without money were shocked that the rich had lost their minds. The wealthy worried that the price was rising too high too quickly, which would be detrimental to their own bidding later. However, it was certain that this price was merely the beginning. The bids continued to soar. 3 billion, 6 billion, 7 billion, 9 billion, 3 billion. Accompanying each bid was the astonishment from those not participating in the auction. The saying poverty limits your imagination might describe this situation perfectly. These individuals not participating in the bidding were not without money. They just thought it was foolish to risk their entire fortune on a painting. They certainly wanted this painting, but their financial capacity did not allow it. For them, spending tens of millions to buy a piece of blue and white porcelain or an ancient artifact was still acceptable, as they could at least pose as cultured individuals and enjoy the praise from others, which was a cost they could bear. However, bidding over 100 million was already approaching their ceiling, and for them, tens of billions were better spent on company expansion, mergers and acquisitions, or factory upgrades. So when they heard the bids reach tens of billions, they felt sour, angry, and wronged. They were already top-tier individuals enjoying various accolades and high-quality services in the bustling city, feeling that their lives had been worthwhile. But all their superiority was shattered tonight. Because in another realm they could not reach, there were people even richer, more sought after, more reckless, and more extravagant. They could not bear it. But this feeling of helplessness forced them to return to reality. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Someone in the crowd muttered under their breath, while others pretended to be indifferent, wearing expressions of detachment. In reality, they secretly vowed to work harder, earn more money, and enjoy more high-quality treatment. Money is indeed a monster that can make one enlightened or turn one into a demon. Meanwhile, the auction continued its frenzied pace, unaffected by the psychological state of these individuals. 4 billion, 45 billion, 5 billion. At this point, only a few bidders remained. Everyone was waiting for these few to determine the outcome. Yang Ming was completely petrified. He never expected the price of this painting to soar above 4 billion. Who are these people? Yang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. True wealthy individuals, yet they are unknown. Lin Xing had been in this industry for so many years and had been through many wealthy circles, so he knew a thing or two. What he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Look, those few are just agents. The real boss behind the scenes would never show up. Especially at occasions like today, the fewer people know of their existence, the safer they are. Oh, Yang Ming replied, somewhat understanding. 83 billion. Is there a higher bid? Huang Su's heart was more dramatic than a soap opera's. 83 billion. First call. 83 billion. Second call. 83 billion. Third call. All right, congratulations to Mr. Li. Number 22, for winning the painting Emperor Ming observing horses. The hall erupted with thunderous applause, regardless of whether they could afford it. The fact that someone could buy it was worth congratulating. After all, clapping doesn't cost anything. Next, please invite Mr. Yang to complete the final handover ceremony with Mr. Li. Number 22. Generally, auctions do not have this kind of segment, but since this painting fetched nearly 5 billion, the Jinshan auction house specially prepared this handover to formally introduce the seller and buyer. Quick, this historic moment, take a photo. This picture will be tomorrow's news headline. The excited reporter directed the photographer beside her. Not just her, many paparazzi were sharpening their tools, ready to capture this historic moment. But they didn't expect that the security had already noticed them. Shortly after, several burly security guards escorted the paparazzi out of the hall like they were small chickens. Hey, can we still take photos? Wait, let us see how the situation develops. The photographer looked at the beaten paparazzi and felt a bit shaken. After all, photos can be replaced, but one's body is the capital of revolution. They were just workers. There was no need to risk their lives for their boss's achievements. On stage, Yang Ming shook hands with Mr. Li. Number 22. Mr. Yang, if possible, my boss would like to invite you to dinner. When would you be available? No need for such politeness. I've been quite busy lately. Maybe another time. Yang Ming was prepared to face the hidden big shot directly, after all. He was still just a small fry. Sure, my boss said that as long as Mr. Yang is free, he will warmly welcome you. After speaking, he handed his business card to Yang Ming. Lin Xing laid out an agreement on the table, and they both signed it. After signing, they smiled and shook hands again. Quick, now is the time, shoot. The photographer didn't react in time. Suddenly hearing the shout, he hurriedly picked up his phone and snapped a few pictures. Fortunately, I just got a new phone recently, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to capture it. The photographer smiled proudly, showing off his new phone. Yeah, as long as it's captured, let us prepare to withdraw. The two people, like agents in a gunfight movie, quickly slipped into the bathroom under the cover of the crowd, then jumped down from the bathroom window, the height not being high. A sound of shattering echoed in the darkness, followed by the profound sense of grievance from the cameraman. Damn it, my brand new phone. Hurry up and leave. Are you waiting to get beaten? The reporter urged. The cameraman helplessly picked up his broken phone and followed the reporter, quickly leaving the Jinshan auction house. Meanwhile, Mr. Li from number 22 said to Yang Ming, 83 billion will be transferred to the Jinshan auction house account before 11 a.m. tomorrow. Please have Mr. Lin and Mr. Yang check it then. Yang Ming slightly lowered his head, as if making a significant decision. Then he said to Mr. Li, Mr. Li, could you please delay the payment? I plan to donate all the auction proceeds. Chapter 48. Old movies and old songs, all of it? Mr. Li from number 22 asked in confusion. Yes, so Mr. Li doesn't need to rush to pay. Once the recipient of the donation is confirmed, just transfer it directly to them. In fact, Yang Ming's heart was bleeding, not just bleeding, but gushing out thousands of milliliters. This money was originally all his. And now it was all going to be used for someone else's benefit. But others didn't know this. Everyone below was stunned, as Yang Ming actually donated such a large sum. If this money were invested in himself, he would surely rise to prominence immediately. Many people's thoughts were focused on this huge sum of money. Lin Sheng was hesitant. The ownership of the painting belonged to Yang Ming, and how to handle this money was also Yang Ming's decision. But he really didn't want Yang Ming to regret it. So he advised, this painting was obtained by your own insight, so it rightfully belongs to you. Therefore, you don't have to donate all of it. If you really want to do charity, donating 1 or 2 billion is enough. Mr. Lin, thank you, but my mind is made up. Beside them, Huang Su had been confused since the auction ended. When she heard Yang Ming say he wanted to donate all 4.8 billion, she was so shocked, she almost collapsed to the ground. The thinking of this big shot was truly beyond her comprehension. To just donate nearly 5 billion. One must be incredibly wealthy to have such confidence. Not just her, but even Yang Ming's good brother Yi Song and his girlfriend Li Nan could not understand this sudden donation. Everyone in the hall was puzzled. Lin Xing knew he had no position to persuade. After all, the guest had complete disposal rights. Mr. Li from number 22 took a deep look at Yang Ming and then said, no problem, once you decide, just contact me anytime. I want to take the painting for now. We can discuss it after the payment is made. After speaking, he left the scene without looking back, leaving in a carefree manner. The auction was over for today. Please leave in an orderly manner under the guidance of the staff. Lin Xing felt that saying anything to Yang Ming now was useless. It was better to end this matter first and let everyone calm down before discussing it again. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a sense of emptiness and solitude began to emerge in the hall. Outside the venue, people didn't drive away immediately but gathered in groups in the parking lot, by the bushes, and under the big trees to discuss what had happened today. Inside the venue, only Lin Xing, Yang Ming, Huang Su, Yi Song, and Li Nan remained. Mingzi, what are you thinking? Let me see. Have you been kicked by a donkey? That's 4.8 billion. Do you know how much cash that is? Yi Song said with a look of exasperation and continued. Remember that movie The Richest Man in Shihong City we watched 2 years ago? You said that if you got rich, you would take me to see the cash in the vault. Are you going back on your word now? Oldie. It's not that I want to show you. I'm just afraid your heart can't take it. Besides, this money won't be mine soon. Seeing it will just add to my distress, so why bother? Yang Ming shrugged, looking quite helpless. Yu Song wanted to say something more, but Yang Ming quickly stopped him, saying, let us go. I'm tired. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Yang Ming didn't want to bring up the money anymore because every time he mentioned it, he felt sad. There was no need to dwell on it, even though his thoughts and body had been greatly transformed by the system. Moreover, Yang Ming's view of money was no longer as naive as it was when he first received the system, but suddenly losing 4.8 billion still made him care and feel a bit heartbroken. Let us go. Yang Ming had no intention of staying any longer and quickly walked out of the hall. When they reached the parking lot, Yisong called out to Yang Ming. Ming Zi, Huang Su didn't drive. Could you give her a ride? After all, it's late. Yisong finally remembered the purpose of coming here today. Earlier they had chased a thief, bid on Wu Daizi's painting, and ended up with a donation, leaving him dizzy. Now that they were leaving, he finally remembered that today was meant to introduce a girlfriend to Yang Ming. Sure, drive safely. Li Nan whispered a few words to Huang Su, then said to Yang Ming, I'm leaving my best friend in your hands. You better not bully her. After saying that, she shot Huang Su a glance full of mischief, making the latter feel quite embarrassed. Ming Zi, we're leaving now. Yisong's Koenigsegg had been borrowed by Li Xianqing for a photo shoot. Today he was driving Li Nan's mini BMW. The two quickly got into the car and drove away. Do you think those two have a chance? I don't know, but today Ming Zi did save Huang Su. So at least they can continue to get in touch. Yisong looked thoughtful, but was quickly dismissed by Li Nan. I think Su Su seems to be interested in Yang Ming. I can tell at a glance. Her expressions, actions, and thoughts can't escape my notice as her roommate for 4 years. So should we just wait for them to announce it? Take it slow, after all. Today is just the first day. We shouldn't put too much pressure on them. Let it happen naturally. Li Nan solemnly warned Yisong not to pry into it. Over here, after sending off Yisong and Li Nan, Yang Ming pressed the unlock button on his Cayenne and said to Huang Su, let us go. I'll give you a ride home. Huang Su felt a bit shy, but she nodded. In the car, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Yang Ming turned on the car's music player, and the theme song from the 90s movie Ghost immediately played. I didn't expect you liked this song too? Huang Su asked. Yes, I like some old movies and old songs. I think these classics are timeless, and every time I watch them, I have different insights. What a coincidence. So do I. Huang Su seemed to have finally found a common point between them. Then the conversation in the car continued in a pleasant atmosphere, dispelling the earlier awkwardness and replaced by bursts of laughter. Yang Ming's witty responses made Huang Su feel as if she was receiving fresh and thought-provoking viewpoints. Before they knew it, the vehicle soon arrived at the Jindawan community where Huang Su rented. Yang Ming got out and gave her his jacket, saying, it's quite chilly at night, put this on. Huang Su was taken aback for a moment, took the jacket, and instantly felt an overwhelming urge to cry. How long had it been since a man had cared for her? Especially a wealthy and handsome man. She struggled to control her emotions, mustering great courage to say to Yang Ming, why don't you come up for a bit? I'll make a cup of tea, and by the way, you can take the jacket back. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll get the chance to return it to you. Seeing the sincerity in Huang Su's face, Yang Ming nodded. Thus, Yang Ming and Huang Su took the elevator to her home on the 13th floor. To be honest, it was Yang Ming's first time being invited into a single woman's home. The one-bedroom apartment with a living room, bathroom, and kitchen is not large, but it is clear that Huang Su has taken great care of it. There is a faint scent of jasmine in the air. You sit down. I'll go boil some water. Don't rush. Sit down and let's talk, Yang Ming said, pulling Huang Su down onto the sofa. The two started chatting about their childhoods, then moved on to college and work, and just like that, Yang Ming didn't leave Huang Su's home all night. Chapter 49. No picture, no truth. The next day, when Yang Ming woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. This was the deepest, longest, and most comfortable sleep he had enjoyed in a while. After all, he and Huang Su had been quite wild last night. They were so exhausted by the end that they simply embraced each other and fell asleep without even showering. Yang Ming got dressed and took a look around the house but didn't see Huang Su, so he guessed she had gone to work. After all, he was currently unemployed. On the table was breakfast made by Huang Su, and after washing his face, Yang Ming devoured it hungrily. He had burned so much energy that he needed to replenish it. Even though his stamina had been boosted by 67 after the system transformation, he still felt a bit fatigued, which showed how wild last night had been. After finishing his meal, Yang Ming tidied up a bit and headed downstairs to drive home to change clothes. As soon as he arrived at Haijing No. 1, Yang Ming received a text message from Huang Su. The content was simple. She felt that their relationship was developing too quickly and that she hadn't thought it through properly last night. She hoped they could take things slow. Yang Ming looked at his phone and thought, shouldn't this be his line? In fact, Huang Su on the other end was also conflicted. But she felt that the gap between her and Yang Ming was quite significant, considering he was the kind of person who could donate for 8 billion without batting an eye. So, after struggling with her thoughts all morning, she finally mustered the courage to send the message. However, she had no regrets about what had happened last night in the ambiguous atmosphere. Okay, let's take our time to get to know each other. After sending the message, Yang Ming sat on the sofa, contemplating the donation. System, is there a deadline for this donation? System assistant, by midnight tonight. Or the host may face penalties from the system. Yang Ming fell silent. The truth was, he had only mentioned the donation at the auction because the system had pressured him, and he hadn't really thought about how to go through with it. Are there any requirements for the form of the donation? System assistant, as long as the beneficiary is not the host or the host's friends and family. The system will not interfere. Yang Ming understood. As long as it wasn't for himself or someone he knew, he could donate the money to a beggar on the street. And the system wouldn't care. Meanwhile, the events from the Jinshan auction house began to circulate in various circles, with different versions emerging. Some said a young man inherited a fortune and brought a painting by Wu Dazi to auction, ultimately deciding to donate all the proceeds. Others claimed a young man accidentally bid on a painting at the scene, only to discover that it contained another painting, which turned out to be a limited edition work by Wu Dazi, selling for 5 billion, leading him to decide to donate it all. This version was widely accepted and was the closest to the truth. At this point, a platform published an article titled 5 billion, all donated? This article quickly garnered millions of views and hundreds of thousands of shares in just 1 hour. Now, netizens were restless. The article's mention of the huge sum of 5 billion and the fact that it was all donated for free led many to question its authenticity. Many curious onlookers were pushed this article, which ignited countless likes, comments, doubts, and curses, completely exploding across the internet and in the real world. Everyone wanted to know who the protagonist was. Thus, the Jinshan auction house became a hotspot, as countless netizens gathered at its entrance. The purpose of the gathering was simple. Written on various banners, seeking the truth, seeking explanations, seeking the true identity of the benefactor, seeking donations, seeking contact information for the benefactor. Various bizarre requests were scribbled on red banners. Nearby office workers, passers-by, elderly people returning home from morning exercises, students heading to school, and sanitation workers cleaning up all paused to watch. They forgot about work, walking, going home, going to school, and cleaning, willingly becoming part of the curious crowd. Meanwhile, the Jinshan auction house was tightly closed, and the people inside were in a panic. This was the first time the company had gained such significant attention since its establishment. And if not handled properly, it could lead to a disastrous loss of reputation. Lin Xing was in the office contemplating countermeasures, pacing back and forth while smoking. When his subordinates reported the situation that morning, he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was just someone leaking information to the media, causing some confused netizens to come and make a fuss. However, when he looked outside from the company lobby, his eyes nearly popped out. What was going on? Outside in the square, rows of people were orderly arranged, some holding banners and shouting slogans, while others were merely there to watch the spectacle. But Lin Xing felt completely helpless. Call the police? Ridiculous. They hadn't done anything wrong, so what good would that do? An illegal assembly? That's an even bigger joke. If the police came, they would scatter like birds and beasts, claiming they were just bored onlookers. Lin Xing, the employees can't get out. If they step outside, they'll be surrounded and bombarded with questions. Lin Xing, how do we handle lunch? We can't get out at all, and takeout can't come in. Lin Xing was overwhelmed, wondering what to do. He couldn't just sit there and wait for these people to drag things out indefinitely. Just then, as the Jinshan auction house found itself in a predicament, the online article's views and shares continued to rise, with the comments section filled with demands for the truth. It was no wonder everyone was so focused on this matter. The author of the article repeatedly used phrases like 5 billion, all, and donated for free. People have a sense of hope. What if this money could help alleviate their own poverty? That would be wonderful. The key to grabbing people's attention lies in exaggeration and empathy. By putting themselves in the shoes of the majority, they can evoke genuine desires from the public. Indeed, the author of this article was the reporter who had braved being chased away by security to stay until the end last night. The photographer, even though his phone was broken, didn't feel bad at all because his boss promised to compensate him with 2 new ones. The photos had been extracted from the original phone, but when the reporter looked at them, her brows furrowed deeply because there wasn't a single clear front-facing shot. It was either a profile or the back of someone's head. What good was that? No picture, no truth, you know? The seasoned reporter, however, managed to find one passable photo among the many. Although it was still a side profile, you could vaguely make out the right half of the face. This side profile looks a bit like the car god. Chapter 50. The terrifying effect of dual topics. Stacking. The photographer next to her was happily munching on an apple while watching the explosive comments online. Seeing the reporter staring blankly at the photo on her computer, he cheerfully walked over. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be interested in the car god too. This photo has a good angle. I wonder who took it." The angle didn't seem this good before. The reporter's sister stood up in a flash upon hearing this, and the stool inevitably fell to the ground, hitting the photographer brother's foot. "Ouch, what's wrong with you?" "It was just a casual remark. Why are you so agitated?" "I didn't say you're an old woman chasing after young boys, did I?" The reporter's sister completely ignored the photographer brother's cries and turned to enter the boss's office. She had discovered a bigger secret. After a period of cooling down and the official's intentional or unintentional guidance, the topic of car god had gradually fallen off the trending list. Although there were still some discussions online, the excitement was not as intense as before. However, now and then, one or two posts would still make it to the trending list, indicating that the heat was still there, albeit at a lower ranking. The reporter's sister stayed in the boss's room for a long time. Her colleagues were curious, wondering if the reporter's sister had fallen into the boss's trap. But it was daytime, and everyone pretended to pass by the boss's door to go to the bathroom, straining to listen. The fierce argument inside could occasionally be heard through the thick walls. The sounds of slamming the table and kicking the stool came and went. Colleagues were worried that the reporter's sister might lose her integrity, but no one dared to rush in to save her. If the boss got caught, their own jobs would be at risk. Although this job didn't pay much, it was barely enough to get by. If they lost this job, they would really have to face hard times. Colleagues were both worried and helpless, pondering whether to testify or remain silent if the police showed up. Half an hour passed, and everyone's focus gradually shifted from moral condemnation to discussing the boss's endurance. Bang! The reporter's sister emerged from the boss's room, looking exhausted but with a vibrant spirit and a gleam in her eyes. Colleagues hesitated to speak, unsure how to comfort this middle-aged reporter's sister, especially since they had just stood by and done nothing. What if she held a grudge against them? The reporter's sister tidied her messy hair, recalling the intense discussion she had with the boss about the combined impact of the topics, car god, and donating $5 billion. The excitement in her heart was unstoppable. The two had even argued fiercely over the use of a certain word, nearly coming to blows. In the end, the reporter's sister emerged victorious and was assigned full control over the article. Why did the boss relent? Because the reporter's sister had directly threatened him, saying that if he didn't follow her suggestions, she would immediately go out and shout about harassment. How could the boss not back down? Xiaoli, get ready. I need to write a piece urgently. You two will handle the formatting and proofreading. Xiaofeng, I'm counting on you for the graphics. Xiao Huang, the traffic and external releases are up to you. The reporter's sister assigned tasks to everyone, acting like a boss lady. Colleagues imagined a dramatic scene and regretted not stepping up to help the reporter's sister, secretly resolving to assist her in producing this report. After all, she had paid a price for it. Thus, a powerful and cohesive team was formed, all with one goal: to help the reporter's sister's article go viral overnight and free her from the boss's clutches. Around 3 p.m., after the article titled 50 billion, all donated, was published, a platform released another article titled Car God, Great Philanthropist, Devil's Angel. As a highly followed platform, the moment the article was published, the views skyrocketed to over 1 million, with tens of thousands of shares. Then, every minute, the views and shares exceeded the previous minute, and finally, when the traffic surpassed the platform's capacity, the website crashed. Damn it. Hurry, add more servers, quick. Boss, we can't. The few sets of servers we just added are already at full capacity. Boss, we've received countless complaints saying our servers are garbage. The website and everything else have crashed. Boss, I got a call from the investors saying if we don't recover soon, they'll pull out. The boss slumped in his chair. After a long pause, he slowly said, Contact Ali and Tencent. Rent their servers. Price is not an issue. What's important is speed. Employees let out a long breath and went to contact Ali and Tencent. Half an hour later, the platform's interface was restored, but all the comments were full of curses. Half an hour later, the article Car God, Great Philanthropist, Devil's Angel had reached over 60 million views and more than 5 million shares, with hundreds of thousands of comments and over 10 million likes. This was undoubtedly a miracle on the internet. The reporter's sister compared the car accident on the Yan'an elevated road to the auction of the 5 billion painting last night, and contrasted the profile of the car god, captured by netizens, with that of the mysterious donor of the 5 billion, concluding that the similarity was as high as 999. It's no wonder that the reporter's sister had a strong grasp of psychology. She intentionally guided the readers to conflate the two topics. Once the two high-heat topics collided, The effect would be atomic bomb-level explosive. And indeed, it did not disappoint her. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was on the phone with a stranger. "Hello, is this Mr. Yang Ming?" "Yes, who are you?" "Mr. Yang, hello. I am Wan Lingling from the President's Office of Dingxing Real Estate. Previously, you purchased 499 shares of our company. And our chairman would like to meet you." Yang Ming paused. What was this about? Just because he bought their stock, they wanted to meet him? Was this a power play? Seeing that Yang Ming was silent, the caller continued, "Mr. Yang, our chairman is very sincere and hopes you can find some time." "All right. But I have some matters to attend to recently. I'll contact you when I have time." Yang Ming could only agree for now and consider this later, as he was still troubled by the donation issue. "Okay, please contact me when Mr. Yang has time." With that, the caller hung up. Yang Ming fell into another round of silence. On the other side, the online frenzy finally caught the attention of the official public opinion monitoring system, Director Fong. Since this article went online, the views, shares, and comment counts have reached a terrifying level. "How terrifying?" Director Fong asked nonchalantly, taking the report. "The views have reached 300 million, shares 100 million, and comments 40 million, and the numbers are still climbing." Chapter 51, The Halo of the Protagonist, Part 1, Slap. The report in Director Fong's hand slipped and fell to the ground. "Say that again." His subordinate had to repeat the figures. Director Fong's expression grew anxious. After thinking for less than a minute, he told his subordinate, quickly summarize the main points of the article into a simple report. "I'm heading to the leadership office immediately." Director Fong could hardly wait. Every passing minute meant the online public opinion would worsen significantly. It's no exaggeration to say that every second counted right now. This public opinion analysis report, after several levels of approval, finally landed on the desk of the second-in-command in the Magic City government. As a person used to handling big situations, the leader quickly realized that this matter had passed the critical period for a ban, and now the main priority was to guide and disclose information. Time was short, and a directive report was sent from the city office to various district offices. Relevant departments in the Magic City quickly took action. In the face of the tidal wave of online public opinion, the officials swiftly issued an announcement. The announcement stated that the city government would investigate the details and disclose relevant information in a timely manner. Additionally, the news office would hold a media conference to express attention to the subsequent developments. Since the official had issued an announcement, many rational netizens immediately quieted down. Some keyboard warriors, who clamored for the disclosure of the event's protagonist appearances and the origins of the donation amounts, were silenced for a while. The official response was very efficient, quickly contacting the Jinshan auction house and sending personnel to maintain order at the scene, patiently advising a group of confused individuals. Finally, tranquility returned to the front of the Jinshan auction house. The officials also obtained Yang Ming's contact information from the Jinshan auction house and sent relevant district leaders to discuss subsequent donation matters with him. "Mr. Yang, I represent countless impoverished people living at the bottom of society to thank you for your generosity." "Oh, it's nothing. I just did what an ordinary person can do." Yang replied, "This money will greatly help our poverty alleviation work. We will strictly supervise the use of funds to prevent any unreasonable or illegal activities. Thank you. I will also keep an eye on how this money is used in the future." After hanging up, Yang Ming finally felt at ease, donating the money to the officials. It was a wise move. Otherwise, he would be coveted from all sides. Although Yang Ming was not afraid, he would still be troubled. In the evening, the officials updated their announcement and held a press conference. The meeting and announcement detailed the background and consequences of the emergence of this painting worth billions. The officials also disclosed that the seller, Mr. Yang, hoped to donate the full auction proceeds of 4.829 billion to the country to support its poverty alleviation efforts, etc. They presented the account details of the received donations and stated that they would strengthen the supervision of the funds flow in the next steps. Thus, a complete set of measures was implemented, and the incident gradually calmed down. Yang Ming's donation pathway was resolved. The crisis at the Jinshan auction house was alleviated. The onlookers learned the truth. The female reporter gained significant traffic, and the officials' poverty alleviation work could proceed better. All parties had their interests met, creating what seemed to be a win-win situation, although some lingering questions remained. One was whether the car god and the person donating in this auction were the same. The other was the evasion of many netizens' requests for public auction site videos. Nevertheless, even so, it still received many likes and shares. Occasionally, a few people would pop up with some disgusting skeptical comments, quickly drowned out by a tide of positive reviews in the vast network. As for the frequently mentioned Mr. Yang in this incident, he was pushed to the top of the trending searches, and everyone was full of praise for his generous donation. Although there was no evidence proving that this Mr. Yang was the car god, it still could not stop netizens' curiosity and their penchant for whimsical associations. Therefore, this Mr. Yang was tagged by many online as car god, most beautiful donor, profile killer, most generous person, and charity handsome guy. The imagination of netizens is indeed limitless. Although their educational backgrounds vary, at least their imagination is at the undergraduate level or above. Meanwhile, some people were quietly lurking in forums, preparing to secretly exploit Mr. Yang's popularity for malicious purposes. More people, especially women, were freely expressing their admiration and flattery online. Mr. Yang is so powerful. I actually just want to be a small trinket on your leg or in your wallet. I wonder if you need one. Seeing the amount of Mr. Yang's donation, my hands trembled with excitement, and my heart almost jumped out. The car god is indeed the car god. Even donating can create such a big stir. I want to be the car god's disciple and inherit the title of the most beautiful philanthropist. Please accept me, and let me inherit your trillion-dollar fortune. I am a face control person. Mr. Yang's profile is the most beautiful I have ever seen. I hope to have the chance to be small for Mr. Yang. People often say that the bolder a person is, the greater the rewards. The imagination of netizens is truly boundless, and their teasing remarks are often bizarre. But many people just take a look and have a laugh. However, those who know Yang Ming do not think so. Yusong and Li Nan participated in the auction all the way, making them the most familiar with the entire process. If at first, Yusong was merely happy for Yang Ming's sudden wealth based on their friendship, this online incident elevated his impression of Yang Ming to a level of admiration. Lin Xing also deeply admired Yang Ming. This handsome young man was brave and resourceful, helping Huang Su clear the suspicion of theft and generously donating $8 billion to support the poor. He was not just talking the talk, but was genuinely donating, with official confirmation. Huang Su need not be mentioned. The man she shared a bed with last night was so outstanding that it was frightening, causing her to feel anxious and uncertain. Although Lin Shi and his son did not contact Yang Ming after the auction ended, Lin Shi instructed his son to strengthen their connection with Yang Ming. A big shot who donates $5 billion without batting an eye is someone to cling to quickly. After Yang Ming donated all the money, he felt unburdened. This sum, which once made him envious, was finally no longer related to him. The pressure of being under the shadow of the system's punishment vanished in an instant. System assistant, congratulations. The host's fixed assets have not exceeded the 500 million limit. Punishment lifted. System assistant, the host's behavior deserves encouragement and praise. System assistant, given that the host has completed a generous donation, a reward of 10 minutes of protagonist aura experience is granted. Chapter 52. Terrifying as such, second update, protagonist aura. What's the use? System assistant. First, during the time you have the protagonist aura, any harm inflicted on you will not succeed. System assistant. Second, everything will develop in a direction favorable to the protagonist. System assistant. Third, some realistic ideas of the protagonist will often come true. Yang Ming, is it that powerful? It makes me want to try the effect immediately. System assistant. The protagonist aura is a level 20 system-added instant kill item. Are you sure you want to activate the trial? What the heck? I have to wait until level 20 to have such an item? Wouldn't he using it now be a waste? System assistant. Will you activate it? Forget it, forget it. I'll just try it. Anyway, it's only 10 minutes. Let me experience the shocking effect brought by this awesome item. Otherwise, I might lose my motivation to level up. Yes. System assistant. Activating protagonist aura. Countdown. 9:59. Yang Ming lay sideways on the sofa, waiting for some amazing or cool item effects to appear. However, 3 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Countdown 6:59. At this point, Yang Ming started to feel restless, but he comforted himself that the item activation might take a bit of time. So he needed to be patient. Soon, 8 minutes passed, and still, not even a bird appeared. Countdown 1:59. Yang Ming still didn't curse. He was pondering whether the effect would only show up in the last minute. Finally, the 10-minute countdown ended. Yet, everything remained the same, with no changes at all. Not even the cup of water in front of Yang Ming, which was still full. Damn, is this it? System assistant, experience ended. What the heck? I didn't feel any protagonist aura at all. System, don't fool me because I didn't study much. My intelligence has skyrocketed to the max because of you. Okay, system assistant. Just because the host didn't notice anything doesn't mean nothing happened. Please wait patiently. Only then did Yang Ming quiet down. To speak of the protagonist aura, he truly felt nothing, but based on his understanding of the system, there should be some ripples at the very least. Ding dong, ding dong. Yang Ming's phone received 2 news notifications. The station has just received the latest news. The police in the Magic City have recently dismantled one of the largest water army groups in the country, capturing 235 criminal suspects in one fell swoop. According to reporters, this group of water army members was plotting a cyberbullying incident targeting Yang, who has recently been trending online with titles such as God of Cars and Most Beautiful Philanthropist. Our frontline reporters received the latest updates from the scene, indicating that a group of criminals impersonating God of Cars, Yang was reported by the public. This gang used Yang's recent trending events to defraud netizens, swindling over $9 million in cash, and they have now all been apprehended, with the stolen money returned in full to the victims. After Yang Ming read these 2 news updates, he was stunned. What kind of operation is this? System assistant. Countless incidents are happening in places where the host cannot pay attention, utilizing the host's reputation for illegal activities. System assistant. The protagonist halo allows the host to resist all factors that are detrimental to the protagonist, even if they occur in very small places. After listening to the system's explanation, Yang Ming finally understood how powerful the level 20 protagonist halo really is. The protagonist halo is terrifying. However, after realizing the wonders of the protagonist halo, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh repeatedly in his heart, as this effect only lasts for 10 minutes. This effect is so powerful, yet the duration is so short. Isn't this just teasing himself? Indeed, everything is a trick. Yang Ming's popularity online remains high, making it difficult for many celebrities, second-generation rich, and big shots who are preparing to buy trending topics to cope. Why do they have millions or even billions of followers while they spend money to buy trending topics but see no significant impact? One can't help but admire these people's creativity, attributing all failures to Yang Ming being too popular. Anyway, they just need a scapegoat, which makes them feel much better. A typical mentality. Moreover, with the recent exposure of 2 nationwide cyber cases, the media has once again elevated Yang Ming to a pedestal. In such a bustling and noisy online environment, Yang Ming seemed to be unaffected, quietly staying at home for a few days. But he wasn't completely idle. At least he bought the top-level duplex next door at Tangshan Ipin. Property name: Tangshan Ipin. Property location: Pudong New Area. Property type: duplex. Property number: Building 4401. Property area: 767 square meters. Purchase amount: 50,000 yuan. System assistant. You will spend 50,000 yuan to purchase Tangshan Ipin Building 4401. Is that correct? Yes, system assistant. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. Please pay attention to the logistics. Not long after, Yang Ming received the real estate certificate from the delivery guy. He then left Haijing Yihua and strolled slowly to the neighboring Tangshan Ipin. Speaking of luxury homes, Tangshan Ipin truly ranks among the top tier. However, having lived in Haijing Yihua for some time, Yang Ming felt no excitement upon entering the room. He had seen and experienced everything that needed to be seen and experienced. In an era where one would rather have a bed in Puxi than a room in Pudong, Yang Ming still admired the founder of Tangshan, Tang Junian, for betting on the future development of the Magic City. This was something many dared not even imagine at the time, but Tang Junian did it. Standing amidst the reeds in Pudong, he seemed to see the brightest and most glorious Pudong New Area many years later, sitting in the similarly spacious living room. Facing the similar Huangpu River view not far away, Yang Ming actually felt a sense of fulfillment in life. If one were to say there were no regrets in life, then that indeed should be the case. After all, Yang Ming had achieved a life free of worries about food and clothing. Now he had lost his goal to move forward. How should he proceed next? Yang Ming hadn't figured it out, or rather, he felt a bit lost. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the cold windows, thus allowing me to fly against the wind without looking back. Unafraid of rain in my heart and frost in my eyes, Yang Ming casually answered the phone. Hello, Boss Yang. It's Lin Jianhong. Lin Jianhong's excited voice came from the other end of the line. Boss, what kind of title is that? It's a form of respect, just don't mind the details. What's the matter? At this moment, Yang Ming was contemplating life, so he wasn't concerned about being called boss or not. Well, we're having a gathering tonight, and would like to invite Boss Yang to join us. Yang Ming wasn't very keen on meeting some random people and was about to refuse when Lin Jianhong quickly added, It's just some club members, not many people, very quiet. Okay, Basic social interactions were something young Ming couldn't completely refuse. Chapter 53 Nightclub, third update. The Bund is the most beautiful place to view the night scene of the Magic City, where the lights are dazzlingly extravagant. The Bund, also known as Zhongshan East First Road, leads up some stairs to the sightseeing walkway, where there are some resting areas along the sides. If you want to experience the night view of the Magic City, it's best to get to the Bund before dark so that you can see the entire Bund transition from dusk to fully lit. At this moment, Yang Ming was gazing at the mesmerizing night view and soaking in the artistic vibe of the Magic City, letting the wind tousle his hair. "Hey, boss. Where should I pick you up?" Lin Jianhong, now a subordinate, was shouting on the phone, trying to ask Yang Ming for his location because it was just too noisy around him. Inside the nightclub, Lin Jianhong didn't expect to stumble upon an event day, with countless stunning models, internet celebrities, and star big shots present, making the place packed. "I'll send you my location. You can come pick me up in 30 minutes. After finishing his meal, Yang Ming took a stroll to the Bund to sort out his thoughts. He had never been to nightclubs or bars, so he felt a bit of longing and anticipation for such places. However, he didn't expect that before he could enjoy himself at the Bund, Lin Jianhong's call would disrupt his pretentious plans. So he quickly walked back to Tangshan Yiping along the sidewalk. After receiving Yang Ming's location, Lin Jianhong muttered enviously, "As expected, this is the kind of place a boss like him should live in." Yang Ming didn't wait long at the entrance before hearing the sound of an engine approaching from a distance. "Boss, get in the car," Lin Jianhong said without any pretenses. Yang Ming opened the car door and got in, not forgetting to tease as he closed the door. "Just don't speed this time. I'm in your car, and no one will save you." Lin Jianhong coughed awkwardly and said, "I wouldn't dare. This time I'll definitely drive civilly and yield to pedestrians." After saying that, he stepped on the gas, leaving amidst the astonished and envious gazes of passers-by. The nightclub is quite famous in the Magic City, often making headlines when a celebrity or a rich second generation comes in to splurge, leading to chaotic scenes where thousands scramble for money, which are widely reported in the next day's news. Moreover, this nightclub frequently hosts various events, inviting big names from all walks of life. Internet celebrities, ordinary people, college students, and rich second generations love coming here because it's a place to hook up, flirt, and show off a bit. Tonight, the nightclub invited many well-known celebrities and internet stars to celebrate its anniversary, and even before nightfall, the place was already packed. Everyone excitedly moved their bodies in sync with the frenzied atmosphere of the stage, riding a wave of exhilaration that kept building. When Lin Jianhong's sports car arrived at the nightclub entrance, the marketing manager and security personnel immediately approached to open the door and park the car. However, sports cars are not uncommon at the nightclub, so it didn't create much of a stir. The guidance from the marketing manager and security personnel did pique the interest of onlookers nearby. "Have the VIP seats I told you about been arranged?" Lin Jianhong asked the marketing manager, Lu Ha. "Lin Xiao, the booth in the middle is just right. Let me lead you in first. The beauties will come shortly." Lu Ha flattered. Lin Jianhong was a regular at this nightclub. After all, rich second-generation kids have limited places to have fun, and once they get familiar with a few, they rarely change venues. They mostly keep in touch with a few marketing people, who are all very savvy, knowing what to say when they meet different people. Lin Jianhong's father, Lin Shi, runs an entertainment company in the Magic City, with not many big-name stars signed under him, mainly young newcomers and emerging female internet celebrities. However, his company has done very well in the live streaming industry, so Lin Jianhong often brings some of his artists to enjoy the lavish nightlife at the nightclub. After a few visits, many of the marketing managers, atmosphere creators, and security personnel in the nightclub recognized this extravagant young master. Yang Ming watched as Lin Jianhong was comfortably attended to from the entrance to the inside, sighing in his heart, being rich is great. However, it wouldn't be long before Yang Ming would be attended to even better, because he was even richer. Arriving at the central booth, Lin Jianhong sat down, suddenly realizing something, and immediately stood up, nervously saying, "Boss, you first, you first." Lu Ha beside him was taken aback. He hadn't paid much attention to Yang Ming, thinking he might just be Lin Jianhong's little follower. Now, seeing Lin Jianhong personally stand up to offer his seat, he was dumbfounded. The marketing manager of the nightclub also reacted quickly, immediately recalling whether he had shown any disdainful expressions or disrespectful actions towards Yang Ming earlier. After confirming he had only been paying attention to Lin Jianhong and hadn't done anything out of line, he quickly put on a beaming smile and flattered, "This is Lin Xiao's boss, which means he is my boss too. Tonight, I will definitely ensure both of you enjoy a top-notch service in the club. Yang Ming smiled and said nothing, thinking that indeed. The marketing people in nightclubs were quite capable. Their skills and flattery were not inferior to Xiao Zhang's. As long as one had the ability to read the room and articulate well, they would be sought after in any industry. After sitting down, Yang Ming glanced around the nightclub. This nightclub was estimated to cover more than 2,000 square meters, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the Pujiang River, showcasing the unforgettable skyline of the Magic City under an alluring atmosphere. The interior was decorated in a European retro luxurious style. According to Lin Jianhong, this place had become a gathering spot for trendy people in the Magic City since its opening. Under the dazzling and enchanting lights, young men and women were enjoying the modern luxurious vibe. The dance floor was enveloped in blue lasers, with the sound-controlled laser lights changing colors and dynamics in sync with the music, allowing dancers to unleash their wildness while crazily expressing their inner selves. They could dance however they wanted. Not bad. Yang Ming rarely praised something. This might be related to his first visit to a nightclub, feeling a bit curious and intoxicated, unconsciously being swept away by the atmosphere inside. Seeing that Yang Ming was somewhat satisfied with the place, Lin Jianhong said, "Boss, this nightclub gathers elites from all over the world, with shareholders being the most influential figures and social celebrities in the Magic City." Seeing Yang Ming showing interest, he continued, "In recent years, it has been continuously expanding its influence and has become the top choice for meeting international celebrities and business elites in the Magic City. On weekends, the shareholder terrace has strict access controls, open only to shareholder members." After saying that, he pointed to the closed door on the second floor. Yang Ming glanced at it and then looked away. Just then, Lu Ha brought several beautiful women to Yang Ming's booth. Chapter 54, Letting You Show Off What You Can't Show Off, Part 4. The beautiful women saw Lin Jianhong and immediately crowded around him. "Lin Xiao, it's been a while since you came. Lin Xiao, you're so bad, not even contacting us. Lin Xiao, what are you planning to drink tonight? Lin Xiao, when will you let me see your legendary ability to drink without getting drunk again?" Lin Jianhong smiled but didn't answer, only slightly furrowing his brows. "Boss, these are regulars here and are quite familiar with me. As soon as Lu Ha mentioned I was coming, they all came over on their own, feeling ashamed. Knowing how to play is also a skill. It just depends on whether you have the fortune to enjoy the beauty's favor." After saying that, Yang Ming glanced meaningfully at Lin Jianhong. "Look, a few over there are my benefactors and also my boss. You can call him Yang Gu." The group of beauties exclaimed, "Wow, he's even more impressive than Lin Jianhong, and he looks pretty handsome too." Everyone seemed eager to approach, but no one took the lead. "Hurry up. Don't let my boss be bored over there," Lin Jianhong urged. Just like that, as one person got up to sit next to Yang Ming, there was a second. A third. "Yang Gu, Lin Xiao said you have a higher status. Since Huahua didn't serve you properly earlier, I'll drink a cup as a penalty. It's said that men in nightclubs are clever, and the women are no less capable." This one sentence made Yang Ming feel extremely pleased. "It's my first time here, and I'm not quite familiar with the rules. All you sisters need to teach me, a newbie in the nightclub, a thing or two." Yang Ming's words gave this group of women, who were used to men's tricks in nightclubs, a refreshing feeling. "Yang Gu, you really know how to talk. I like it so much." As she spoke, Huahua leaned towards Yang Ming, but unexpectedly, Yang Ming caught her. "I need to go to the restroom. Beautiful. Otherwise, holding it in for too long isn't good for my health." After saying that, Yang Ming stood up and walked towards the restroom following the directional sign. "Ha ha ha, Huahua. Your tricks don't work sometimes, huh?" Xiao Xiao openly mocked Huahua, and this group of superficial sisters saw their friendship sink like a ship capsizing. "All right. I need to make my boss happy tonight. You all settle your personal grievances privately. If I make my boss happy, there will be rewards for me." Instantly, everyone perked up. These atmosphere creators were essentially the decoys nightclubs used to attract more male customers. Their usual income mostly came from the drinks they could have at the nightclub, with other earnings largely depending on the customer's generosity or the boss's mood. It could be said that their monthly income barely covered maintaining their beautiful appearance. However, once someone offered extra cash or tips, it could be unlimited. Hearing Lin Jianhong mention rewards, the women's eyes lit up like wolves, energized. "Don't worry, Lin Xiao. I promise to let Yang Gu experience what top-notch nightclub life is like." Yes, we'll definitely take good care of Yang Gu." After that, a few of them started whispering to each other, seemingly assigning tasks or finalizing their interests. Lin Jianhong didn't pay attention to these women. He was also someone who mingled successfully in the nightclub scene and was clear about the ins and outs. When young Ming returned from the restroom, he encountered his first experience of being flirted with by women. "Young Gu, ever since I saw you, I've gained weight. It's so annoying." "Why?" Yang Ming asked, puzzled. "Because I'm thinking about you. How can I not gain weight?" Yang Ming found it hard to handle these enthusiastic tricks, but didn't he lose his rationality? He knew all of this was due to the power of money. "No money? Oh, sorry, we're not familiar." At that moment, a group of people passed by, and the leader paused upon seeing Lin Jianhong. "Oh, isn't this Jianhong? I didn't expect to run into you here tonight." Lin Jianhong glanced up coldly and said, "Oh, it's He Ling. What brings you to the Magic City tonight?" "As if the Magic City belongs to your family, I can go wherever I want." The people at the booth could all feel the sparks between the two, like old grudges and new animosities. Lin Jianhong ignored his provocation, drinking a glass of wine and no longer paying attention to He Ling. "I have things to do, so I won't chat with you anymore." "See you next time on the racetrack," He Ling said, not caring about the previous exchange. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to recall something and laughed. "I heard you had a serious car accident. I was worried you might end up with a limp. But it looks like you're fine." After saying that, he laughed heartily and led a group of people to another booth not far away. Once they left, the beautiful women sighed in relief. Fights in nightclubs were common, especially in situations where there were already some conflicts. Things often escalated in such environments. Therefore, the security forces in nightclubs were usually quite strong, but some fights could be mediated while others were too volatile for security to intervene. Clearly, Lin Jianhong belonged to the latter group, but fortunately, he had been restraining himself due to Yang Ming's influence tonight. "Who is that?" Yang Ming asked. "He's He Ling, the heir of Dingxing Real Estate in the capital and also the head of the Capital Supercar Club. He has always been at odds with us and once claimed he would kick us out of the amateur racing club." Dingxing Real Estate? Yang Ming thought about how he still held a nearly 5% stake in it. However, He Ling was clearly a second-generation rich kid, not someone who dealt with business matters. So he didn't continue to ask. Perhaps even if he did, He Ling wouldn't know. Before long, the atmosphere in the venue began to liven up. The host on stage started shouting, "Thanks to young Master He for his generous support. Let's cheer for young Master He over there." Instantly, all the lights focused on He Ling's table, drawing everyone's attention. Young Master He held a bottle of Louis XIII in one hand and a bottle of black gold champagne in the other, looking like a big boss from a Hong Kong movie. Damn, is he trying to establish dominance right off the bat? Lin Jianhong realized that tonight would not be peaceful. So he called Lu He over and said, "Let's also order a dragon suit later, but it has to be more impressive than theirs." Lu He certainly understood the situation. Competing in a nightclub was a great opportunity to make money. Usually, both sides would go all out, with no upper limit. In the end, all the profits would go to the nightclub. Not long after, a similar scene unfolded at Lin Jianhong's table. Watching the envious glances from the dance floor, the vanity of the beautiful women like Hua Hua and Xiao Xiao was greatly satisfied. Yang Ming didn't like competition, but that didn't mean he was indifferent. It was just a vicious cycle. Once you finished your dragon suit, they would continue on their side. And then what? Just keep going until one side runs out of money. Lin Jianhong clearly wasn't new to this kind of game, putting on a nonchalant face. Since they were going to put on a show, they had to do it in a way that left the other side unable to respond. Just wait. Yang Ming had no interest in watching their childish competition. He summoned the system in his mind to search for the dragon suit. Since it was a consumable, it shouldn't be unavailable in the system. Of course, in reality, Yang Ming could also spend money. But buying that way meant he couldn't be sure if the other party would accept it, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Ultimately, both sides would bleed heavily, leaving the nightclub owner laughing at the end. The most straightforward approach was to buy out all the dragon suits, leaving them with nothing to show off. Chapter 55, Too Overbearing Part 5, The System Interface Switched, Nightclub Name, Type, Dragon Suit, Number of Sets, 1, Flash Sale Price, 1 Yuan, Nightclub Name, Type, Dragon Suit, Number of Sets, 2, Flash Sale Price, 1 Yuan. Wow. Another dozens of pages of results. But this was to be expected. Nightclubs primarily dealt in champagne and other alcoholic beverages. It wasn't easy to find a three-legged frog, but four-legged ones were everywhere. So never say that there aren't enough drinks or champagne in nightclubs, because it's only your wallet that isn't thick enough. Alcohol and champagne are always abundant. Yang Ming flipped to the last page. Nightclub name, type, dragon suit, number of sets, all stock, flash sale price, 400 yuan. Yang Ming was delighted. Just 400. indicating that the nightclub had plenty of stock. But in terms of system operations, this was no big deal. He quickly selected to purchase. System assistant, congratulations to the host for a successful purchase. Order completed. Please check and review. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction, knowing that a good show was about to unfold. Boss, you don't need to worry. I've played this game with Yiling before. Last time in the capital, I backed down, but this is Shanghai. And I'm not going to let this kid take advantage of me, Lin Jianhong said, waving to Lu He, wanting to continue ordering. Lu He had been paying attention. So as soon as he saw Lin Jianhong's gesture, he hurried over. At this point, Yang Ming thought that since he had cleared out the dragon suits, he might as well finish off all the alcohol too. It would only cost a few hundred more. So he continued searching. And the system immediately jumped to the last result. Nightclub name, type, alcohol, number of sets, all stock, flash sale price, 800 yuan. It seemed even the system had come to understand Yang Ming's temperament. To walk his own path and leave others with no way to go. After a similar operation, when the system prompted a successful purchase, a barely noticeable wicked smile appeared at the corner of Yang Ming's mouth. Before Lin Jianhong could finish speaking with Lu He, trouble broke out at Yiling's side. What? Say that again? Do you think I'm out of money or clout? How could you say there is no alcohol or champagne? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Yiling's loud voice could still be heard clearly by Lin Jianhong. Even amidst the noise of the nightclub. What's going on? Yiling said your nightclub is out of alcohol. Didn't you know? Lu He beside him looked confused as well. It was impossible for a nightclub to run out of drinks. If they had no alcohol, how could they operate? They must have stocked up significantly. Running out of alcohol was too absurd. Lu He wasted no time and hurried off to confirm. Before long, he returned with his head down, looking helpless. Lin Xiao, indeed. Someone has bought out everything. Tonight, all dragon suits, including all black gold, and all the alcohol have been bought out by one person. Lin Jianhong took a sharp breath. He had never seen someone so extravagant. No, actually, Lin Jianhong had seen one person like that before, and that was Yang Ming. The man who made a generous donation of 4.8 billion that night. Boss, I'm sorry, it seems we can't have fun tonight. Lin Jianhong felt that something strange was happening today. Meanwhile, Yiling next door was still cursing, while the marketing staff could only smile apologetically, hoping that this young master could understand their plight as lower-tier salespeople. Lin Jianhong glanced at Yiling and said to Yang Ming, Yiling is just a bully who picks on the weak. He acts obediently like a little Red Riding Hood in front of his father, but once he is out, he changes faster than flipping the pages of a book. Yang Ming didn't care about Yiling. He was more concerned about Ding Xing, especially since he had money invested in their company. Just as they were arguing, the music suddenly stopped, and he received a note from the nightclub manager, which made him immediately uneasy. Everyone was puzzled by the sudden silence, including many other second-generation rich kids, internet celebrities, and stars at different booths. Tonight was supposed to be an anniversary celebration. Why was it ending before it even started? I need to make an urgent announcement. Tonight marks the first time since opening that we have cleared all inventory. Before he could finish, the audience began to stir. Everyone was discussing what it meant to clear inventory. Some had already guessed, but still looked incredulously at the sweating host on stage. Now let me tell you. All alcoholic beverages and champagne are sold out. The only options left for everyone are drinks and cocktails made fresh at the bar. To express our apologies, we are offering complimentary fruit platters tonight. Additionally, we have urgently arranged for more drinks from other places, so please be patient for a moment. A chorus of surprise wow erupted from the crowd. This is quite extravagant. Before everyone could finish their exclamations, the host continued, May I ask which table Mr. Yang Ming is at? How do you plan to arrange your drinks? Hearing his name, Yang Ming quickly nudged the dazed Lin Jianhong and said, Go tell him. I want a full set of all the Shenlong drinks, and all the varieties should come without exception. As for the alcohol, let everyone present drink it. I can't finish it all anyway. Lin Jianhong was momentarily stunned, but the girl sitting next to him, Xiao Xiao, was the first to react, shouting, Lin Xiao. Yang Gu is talking to you. Lin Jianhong finally snapped back to reality and joyfully said, Boss, this is too generous. You really don't have to go this extravagant. Despite saying this, Lin Jianhong was internally thrilled beyond measure. The beautiful women nearby immediately realized that the person they were looking at, Yang Gu, was the wealthy one who had covered all the drinks and champagne. Lu He, did you understand? Hurry up and arrange it. If my boss is unhappy today, you can forget about working here. Lu He, momentarily out of it, instinctively thought he was dealing with a big shot. He had never seen someone who could book an entire nightclub, and he doubted the owner ever expected such a day would come, while everyone was still in confusion. Luha hurriedly ran to discuss with the host, occasionally pointing at Yang Ming's table. Soon, all the lights focused on them, shining like dazzling stars. Yang Ming kept his head down, and no one could clearly see his face. He quietly sipped his drink. Thanks to Mr. Yang for the drinks. From now on, all drinks for everyone present are on Mr. Yang, the host announced. The music, dance, lights, and cheers resumed as if nothing had ever stopped. However, everyone's gaze remained fixed on Yang Ming's table. They were too shocked and curious about who would spend so much money treating others to drinks. Is this guy out of his mind? Or is he just too rich? How could someone be this extravagant? Chapter 56. Conflict, 6th update. Lin Jianhong and the beautiful women enjoyed the spotlight and the envy surrounding them, feeling an indescribable excitement inside. Boss, you're incredible. I don't even know how to express it. Lin Jianhong began to stutter. Next door, Heling was also stunned by this operation, realizing that his face had been thoroughly slapped tonight. It was like two people fighting. They had agreed to punch and kick. But suddenly one picked up a cannon and started firing. Should you run away or stay and wait to die? Anyone with a bit of sense would choose to back down and behave. Heling was certainly not the reckless type, while he was uneducated. He had been influenced by his father and knew when to stand firm and when to take a hit. Lin Jianhong didn't provoke Heling excessively either. They were both living off their families, so why mock each other? Then came Yang Ming's shining moment in the nightclub. Tall beauties held up spade lightboards, starting to circle the entire venue. Following that, the beauties placed all the champagne on the table. After several rounds, Yang Ming's table was now filled with spades of all colors, white, black, pink, and more. The sight made the group of beauties almost dizzy. This is a real big shot. Yang Ming was actually avoiding trouble. If Lin Jianhong and Heling kept bickering, doing things piece by piece would take too much time. Didn't they know that time is money? So Yang Ming settled it for them. Boss, I can't believe this is your first time here. I feel like the reputation I built over the years in nightclubs doesn't even compare to what you've accomplished in one night. Although Lin Jianhong seemed to be complaining, he was actually grinning from ear to ear inside. Yang-gu, cheers to you. Yang-gu, cheers to you. The girls at the table raised their glasses without hesitation and downed them in one go. After all, this was a wealthy person who had booked the whole place. And if not now, then when? If people knew that Yang Ming only spent about 100 yuan to win over so many hearts, they would probably cry in the bathroom. At that moment, someone in the nightclub shouted, Lin Xiaoxiao is here. Everyone who was still immersed in the nightclub atmosphere was instantly drawn to the commotion. Soon, they indeed saw a stunning figure, wearing sunglasses and a hat, quickly ascending the stairs with the protection of security. Yang Ming looked up and was surprised to see the door separating guests from shareholders opening. A man walked out and swiftly escorted Lin Xiaoxiao inside. The national goddess Lin Xiaoxiao has arrived. Lin Jianhong sighed as he took a sip of his drink. Lin Xiaoxiao, 22 years old, is currently the hottest actress and singer in the country. Her looks are a deadly weapon for men, and her voice is clear and melodious, allowing her to top all major music charts with just one song. The entertainment industry has long held a selection of the four little flower daughters, and since her debut, Lin Xiaoxiao has always occupied the top spot. Moreover, some musicians have claimed that her musical talent rivals that of several top female singers today. In summary, Lin Xiaoxiao is now a national goddess, and wherever she goes, there are crazy fans waving flags and shouting. Lin Xiaoxiao is not easy to approach, always presenting a cool demeanor that makes her seem aloof. Who are those people upstairs? Yang Ming asked Lin Jianhong. Boss, I came by this afternoon and was told that an influential figure in the entertainment industry would be hosting a party on the second floor tonight. Lin Jianhong paused and said, I guess Lin Xiaoxiao is here to accompany a guest since she is quite popular now. Yang Ming listened and remained non-committal. Anyway, it wasn't his business, and he had no intention of trying to latch onto any powerful figures. Besides, with his system, did he need to find another backing? The Shenlong drinks continued downstairs, but Yang Ming's table was already filled with champagne and liquor. So the waitstaff delivered the remaining drinks to all the VIP booths and scattered tables. Those who received spades or other fine wines would pour a glass and come over to Yang Ming's table to toast in gratitude. Yang Ming merely lifted his glass to his lips as a gesture, but didn't drink, while Lin Jianhong was different. As soon as others complimented him a bit, he would get carried away and drink it all. Of course, the other beauties like Hua Hua and Xiao Xiao also drank quite a bit, but for seasoned nightclub goers like them, it was nothing, barely enough to get stuck in their teeth. Yang Ming occasionally looked up and noticed that ever since Lin Xiaoxiao went upstairs, people had been coming and going, suggesting that it was quite lively inside. However, whether it was the effect of alcohol or the lights, Yang Ming seemed to see a familiar figure among the comings and goings. Yang Hui. Yang Ming thought he saw his second sister Yang Hui. But the environment he was in felt a bit hazy, so he might have been mistaken. Therefore, he immediately dismissed the idea. After all, Yang Hui was working back home. Why would she be in the Magic City? Moreover, if she were to come here, she would definitely contact him first. Thus, Yang Ming helplessly shook his head, internally complaining about how easy it was to mistake someone in a nightclub. But soon, Yang Ming thought differently as the door to the second floor opened once again. And the girl resembling Yang Hui seemed to be trying to squeeze out the door, but appeared to be desperately pulled back by someone inside, unable to escape. Maybe she was crying out, but the surrounding sound waves were too strong, drowning out even the loudest voices. Yang Ming frowned and leaned closer to Lin Jianhong's ear, asking, "I want to go to the second floor. Is there a way?" Lin Jianhong thought he had misheard and looked puzzled. "I thought I saw someone I know on the second floor." Yang Ming raised his voice this time to ensure Lin Jianhong could hear him. "My dad probably can't get in there either. It's full of social elites, and without a membership card or someone to guide you, it's very hard to enter." Lin Jianhong looked a bit troubled. "Then I'll go ask myself." Yang Ming was feeling a bit down and was eager to confirm if that person was his second sister, Yang Hui. Without a hint of hesitation, he stood up and went to the second floor, knocking on the big door. Someone inside poked their head out and asked unhappily, "Who are you?" "I want to go in and take a look. I think I ran into someone I know," Yang Ming replied honestly. "You're asking for trouble. This isn't a place that just anyone can enter." As he spoke, he was about to close the slightly ajar door. At that moment, Yang Ming decided to force his way in. With the combat skill package, he grabbed the person's hand and swiftly pulled him through the gap in the door. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." The person cried out, desperately trying to break free, but Yang Ming's strength gave him no chance at all. "Kid, let go quickly, or I won't let you off." The threatening words didn't scare Yang Ming. Instead, they made him more certain that something was off inside. Lin Jianhong watched nervously from below, his heart dropping. Damn. A conflict is happening. Chapter 57. How did this happen? 7th update. Lin Jianhong couldn't care about anything else, putting down his drink and rushing upstairs. After all, Yang Ming was brought to the nightclub by him. If anything happened, he couldn't escape responsibility either. "Boss, what happened?" Yang Ming asked. "Why did you come up?" Lin Jianhong replied. "I saw you getting into a fight." Before he could finish, Lin Jianhong saw another person blocked by Yang Ming. The person was gritting his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, one hand tightly gripping the other arm that Yang Ming had twisted 180 degrees. "Damn, boss, your skills aren't bad." Lin Jianhong let out a long breath, thinking Yang Ming would be at a disadvantage. "Let us go in. I need to find someone." After saying that, Yang Ming gave him a push, and the person stumbled back against the wall, the door closing automatically behind them. The hand was still gripping the almost twisted arm, glaring fiercely at Yang Ming and Lin Jianhong. At that moment, a waiter rushed over, and upon seeing the scene, asked with concern, "Are you all right? Young Master Huang is waiting for you. If you dare to follow, then come on." The person, despite the immense pain in his arm, still held his ground. Thus, Yang Ming followed him as they walked forward. The second floor was a stark contrast to the first floor, where various music played explosively, allowing crazy people to immerse themselves in it. Here, however, soothing music played, making it feel as if one had returned home, quietly listening to music and reading. Moreover, the massive sound waves from the first floor were completely absent here, which intrigued Yang Ming. He guessed they must have used some special soundproofing device. The second floor was a winding corridor, at the end of which were 2 rooms facing each other. The person pushed open one of the rooms, revealing a group of girls sitting inside, chatting and laughing. Wow! Lin Jianhong entered the private room and saw many female stars frequently appearing on television, as well as some top internet celebrities. In the center sat a man, flirting with these beauties and appearing very friendly. I told you, Li Tai, to watch the door, and you're getting angry? I called for you several times, and you just came now. Sorry, young Master Huang. My arm got caught by this guy. I couldn't break free." The man in the middle glanced at Yang Ming, seeming to want to see right through him. "I'm Huang Xiaobo. My friends call me young Master Huang. What do you call this brother?" Yang Ming ignored him, his eyes scanning the room for something. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." Huang Xiaobo, seeing Yang Ming ignoring him and only looking around the room, felt a surge of anger. "Boss, that's Huang Xiaobo from Zhengda Entertainment Group. His dad is the chairman." Lin Jianhong recognized Huang Xiaobo, even having been mocked by him before. Zhengda Entertainment is one of the major entertainment giants in the country, and its chairman Huang Ming has connections with other big players. For instance, he holds massive shares in the largest companies like Hui Brothers and Tianyu Media. Moreover, Zhangdao Entertainment is itself an entertainment giant, which means Huang Ming wields significant influence over the entire entertainment industry. Oh, isn't this Jiehong? What are you doing here? Huang Xiaobo recognized Lin Jianong, who occasionally interacted with big shots in the entertainment circle due to his connections, but their status was not comparable. Zhangdao Entertainment is a big shark in the industry, while Lin Jianhong's entertainment company is just a small fry, surviving on business that the big sharks don't want. Therefore, Lin Jianhong never dared to expand his company to the capital and only operated in Shanghai, making just enough to keep the company afloat. For Lin Jianhong, Zhangdao Entertainment could easily choke his company anytime they wanted. As for Huang Xiaobo, Lin Jianhong also dared not offend him, always keeping his head down and swallowing his pride when they crossed paths. Young Master Huang, this is my boss. I came to look for someone with him. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaobo didn't react immediately, but soon he burst out laughing, almost to the point of tears. I say, Jianhong, how miserable are you? Is your company failing? Looking for a backer? If that is the case, here, brother has a pair of pants for you to crawl into. I'll immediately take you in as my little brother. Lin Jianhong felt his blood boiling at such an insulting remark. No one could tolerate being humiliated like that. However, at that moment, he was more than half sober, and his rationality was frightening. These rich second-generation kids knew which matters warranted flipping the table and which ones required them to back down. Otherwise, their families would have to pay a painful price for their actions. Seeing Lin Jianhong not daring to utter a word, Huang Xiaobo was satisfied and withdrew his gaze. Hey, I'm giving you face by asking what you came here for. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. Huang Xiaobo then arrogantly spoke to Yang Ming. I'm looking for a woman, but she doesn't seem to be here. Are you blind? There are so many beauties here. Can't you see any? Yang Ming pointed at Li Tai beside him and asked sharply. Li Tai hesitated and looked at Huang Xiaobo. Oh, that woman. What did I do with her just now? Huang Xiaobo seemed to have forgotten, turning to ask a nearby female internet celebrity. I think she's in the restroom. Oh, right. She's in the restroom. Huang Xiaobo laughed loudly, not caring at all about being viewed as a monster. Yang Ming didn't linger on the matter and prepared to go check the restroom. Do you even understand the rules? This place isn't one you can just come and go as you please. Huang Xiaobo suddenly darkened his face, his eyes revealing a terrifying malice as he quietly clapped his hands. Immediately, several burly men in black suits appeared at the door, wearing earpieces and sunglasses that concealed their eyes. No, young Master Huang, let us not stir up trouble. Director Huang is still here. A female star stepped forward to advise. With a loud slap, a hand landed squarely on her face. Damn, this is my business. Who asked you to meddle? Huang Xiaobo usually behaves recklessly, but he is still smart and generally doesn't act so arrogantly. However, tonight he had quite a bit to drink. And seeing Li Tai's arm being broken by Yang Ming ignited a fire within him that he couldn't suppress. Yang Ming didn't waste any words. He turned to leave, wanting to quickly check if it was Yang Hui he saw earlier. He walked lightly past several bodyguards, but none of them made a move. Damn it. Take one of his hands off. Before Huang Xiaobo's shouting could fade, several strong men, each about 1.8 meters tall and weighing 200 pounds, were seen clutching their stomachs and kneeling on the ground. In that moment, everyone was stunned. No one saw how Yang Ming made his move. They only vaguely felt that he had reached out, lightly swaying past the punches of the bodyguards, and then a few of them were already half kneeling. How did you do that? Chapter 58. Purchasing Beyond Limits. 8th update. Huang Xiaobo's eyes were filled with fear, and his voice trembled slightly. Yang Ming still ignored him, and Lin Jianhong was also dumbfounded at this moment. He was closest to Yang Ming and saw everything clearly. He knew it was indeed Yang Ming who had acted, but his movements were extremely fast and powerful. Those bodyguards, while big, lacked agility, so Yang Ming easily took down several of them. The entire private room was now silent, with only the accompaniment coming from the screen on the wall, while the others were trembling in fear. Yang Ming didn't continue his actions. Instead, he left the private room to look for someone in the restroom. Yang Hui, Yang Hui, Yang Ming called as he approached the restroom, although he wasn't sure if it was indeed Yang Hui. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the call, another bodyguard came out without saying a word and threw a punch directly at Yang Ming's face. This time, Lin Jianhong, who was following behind, clearly saw the movement. Yang Ming merely tilted his body slightly to dodge. Then with his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck towards the area just below the opponent's heart. Ah, Sometimes, Lin Jianhong suspected that Yang Ming could see through a person's organs and bones because he knocked them down with a single punch, achieving a remarkably high efficiency. Only those who had practiced martial arts since childhood and understood the various weaknesses of the human body could strike with such precision to make someone lose their ability to resist instantly. At that moment, Yang Ming rushed into the restroom and indeed saw a girl sitting on the floor, completely soaked, with messy hair, some injuries on her face and body, and a bit of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yang Hui. The girl looked up in surprise at Yang Ming. It's really you. Yang Ming never expected that his sister, who he thought was working as a clerk back in their hometown, had quietly arrived in the Magic City without even contacting him. Yang Hui was actually only 1 year older than Yang Ming, and they had grown up together, almost like twins. Therefore, to Yang Ming, Yang Hui was just like a peer. This was also the reason why Yang Ming always called her by her name. Get up, I'll take you back. Although Yang Ming had countless questions to ask her at this moment, the situation did not allow him to clarify things. After all, he still had to protect Yang Hui. If Huang Xiaobo continued to be relentless, a fight might involve her as well. Sure enough, at that moment, more bodyguards rushed over. Yang Ming instructed Lin Jianhong to support Yang Hui while he led the way. These people didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. They just stared wide-eyed. Thus, Yang Ming returned to the private room, but by then, Huang Xiaobo had already vanished without a trace. Yang Ming saw 2 bodyguards standing at the door of the opposite private room and reached out to push the door. However, the bodyguards at the entrance each blocked him with a hand. Bang bang. Yang Ming knocked the 2 of them aside and quickly pushed open the large door. This private room was even more luxurious than Huang Xiaobo's previous one. Upon hearing the noise, everyone inside turned to look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced around and spotted the previously arrogant Huang Xiaobo. There were many people inside, but few girls. Most were middle-aged men, seemingly discussing something, with smoke swirling around, making it quite suffocating. Yang Ming noticed Lin Xiaoxiao sitting on a round sofa. She glanced at Yang Ming, but did not pay further attention. Little brother. What should I call you? The one speaking was Huang Ming. Lin Jianhong quietly informed Yang Ming from behind. Today's incident was my son's fault, little brother. Just say what kind of compensation you want. Huang Ming had a friendly demeanor. Lin Jianhong immediately warned Yang Ming. The more Huang Ming smiles and speaks, the more problematic it is. Why is it my fault? Clearly, this woman insisted on bothering me, saying she wanted to become a star. I merely suggested a few requirements for her to meet. When she didn't comply, I had to pull her back to continue. After all, we must uphold integrity. Upon hearing Huang Xiaobo's words, Yang Ming was instantly filled with rage. Yang Hui had always had a dream of becoming a star since she was young, but her mother, Huang Lan, had always prevented her, claiming that becoming a star or an actress had no future. For over 20 years, Yang Hui had buried this dream deep within her heart, but she had never given up. Recently, Yang Hui had heard about Zhangdao Entertainment from a live-streaming influencer, who happened to be going to attend an event organized by Huang Xiaobo. So, Yang Hui had tried every means online to persuade this influencer to bring her along. Unexpectedly, after Huang Xiaobo got drunk, he demanded that Yang Hui kneel on the ground a few times before considering signing her. However, Yang Hui firmly refused. And what Yang Ming witnessed afterward was her being forcibly pulled back to the private room to kneel, and then being taken by bodyguards to the restroom to look in the mirror. They told her to see what she looked like, recognize reality, and give up on her dream of becoming a star. Yang Ming knew about Yang Hui's long-held dream. So hearing Huang Xiaobo's words instinctively made him glance back at the haggard Yang Hui. However, the incident of her being forced to kneel, along with her injuries, pushed Yang Ming to the edge of madness. Ever since he was chosen by the system, he had never been this angry. Even when he was falsely accused by Zhao, he only wanted to resolve it within legal boundaries. But some things he simply could not tolerate, such as bullying his family. The more it came to this, the calmer Yang Ming became. He looked at Huang Ming's cunning expression. Although he wanted to rush up and punch him, he held back. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Yang Ming called upon the system in his mind and searched for information on Zhangdao Entertainment and Huang Ming. Name, Huang Ming, age 52, confidentiality level kill amount 10,000 yuan. He didn't expect Huang Ming's confidentiality level to be so high, but Yang Ming did not hesitate and successfully made the purchase. Tonight, he was determined to make Huang Ming and his son pay the price they deserved. Before long, a massive amount of information and videos flashed before Yang Ming's eyes. Indeed, he was the godfather of the entertainment industry, a business tycoon whose means, connections, funds, and influence were not something he could easily shake off at present. Information about Huang Ming rapidly flowed through his mind. Based on these video materials, Huang Ming's power was substantial, and he had good relationships with many enterprises in the country. Moreover, he was continuously expanding his business and official connections, far exceeding what an ordinary person in the entertainment industry could possess. Of course, Huang Ming's life had not always been glamorous. He had also started from the bottom and eventually became an entertainment giant with assets reaching hundreds of billions. Before Yang Ming became the system host, if he had seen all of this about Huang Ming, he would have trembled and dared not say a word. As the gap between him and Huang Ming was enormous, with no comparability at all. But now it was different. Even though Yang Ming believed his overall strength was still inferior to Huang Ming's, he remained confident. Tonight, he had to teach Huang Ming and his son a lesson. Who told them they had encountered a cheat? They could only silently lament their bad luck in the future. As for how to vent Yang Hui's grievances, Yang Ming already had a plan in mind. I want to purchase the hero's halo at a higher level. Chapter 59, Settling Accounts, Part 1, System Assistant. Host, please confirm. Is it? Yes. System Assistant, congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing Hero's Halo, duration 3 hours, timer starts now. 2:59, finally, it's Yang Ming's time as the protagonist. System Assistant, first, during the time you have the Hero's Halo, any damage inflicted upon you will not succeed. System Assistant, second, everything will develop in a way that is advantageous to the protagonist. System Assistant, third, some realistic ideas of the protagonist will often come true. At this moment, Huang Ming suddenly changed his tone and said coldly, "But you hurt my bodyguards, and we need to settle this." As soon as he finished speaking, several middle-aged men nearby, while munching on snacks at the table, began to laugh hee. They thought to themselves, where did this young punk come from to provoke Huang Ming? A very patient old fox, into preparing to settle accounts. Lin Jianhong saw that Yang Ming was going to suffer, so he boldly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Huang, this is my friend. He didn't mean it. Could you please let it go?" At first, Huang Ming didn't remember who he was. And after a few seconds of being stunned, he finally seemed to recall. "Oh, so it's the kid from the Lin family. Just because he is your friend, do I have to give him face?" Hearing this tone, Lin Jianhong knew it was bad. He had overestimated his father's face. "Lin, sure, that bird has to kneel to talk to me. What generation are you?" Huang Ming's face grew colder, and his icy tone made Lin Jianhong feel that he might not make it through tonight. "You did this yourself. You have to bear the consequences, little friend. Didn't your mother teach you anything when you went out?" Huang Ming ignored Lin Jianhong and said to Yang Ming, "I don't know how Chairman Huang wants me to explain." Yang Ming was not intimidated by Huang Ming's threat and calmly replied, Not bad, some backbone. I just don't know if you will still be so righteous later." Huang Ming actually began to appreciate this young man a bit. "How about this? You stand still and let each of those bodyguards hit you once, and this matter will be over. As for that girl behind you, I'll compensate you 1 million. How about it? Uncle Huang, let the bodyguards hit him directly. He won't die, but will be crippled. Please let him go, and we won't ask for compensation." Lin Jianhong knew that Yang Ming wouldn't care about money, as he had witnessed Yang Ming's generosity during a donation. So now he just needed to ensure that the three of them could leave safely. Huang Ming saw Lin Jianhong jumping out again to babble nonsense. So he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Notify the planning department to kick Lin Shi's company out of the promotion for the upcoming movie. If he calls to ask, just tell him he raised a good son. Lin Jianhong's worst fears came true. As for the movie Huang Ming mentioned, he didn't know, but he knew it was probably something his father had worked hard to secure. After hanging up, Huang Ming didn't even look at Lin Jianhong. In his heart, Lin Jianhong was not worth mentioning. Huang Ming saw Yang Ming hesitating, so he said, "I'll give you 5 minutes to think. If time is up, I'll take it as your agreement." Then he signaled the nearby bodyguards to get ready. "I don't know if these bodyguards are your personal bodyguards or temporarily assigned to protect you," Yang Ming asked randomly. What, do you want to bribe my bodyguards? I can tell you, these people are from the nightclub, but the one over there by the restroom is hired from the Tianzuan bodyguard company." "Oh," Yang Ming replied and stopped talking. Huang Ming and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what he was up to. A few minutes later, Huang Ming said, "Time's up. You can start." As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a suit pushed open the private room door, looking displeased at the sight of so many people inside. "What is going on? Why is everyone just standing here?" "Manager, Chairman Huang said he wants to teach that kid a lesson." One of the bodyguards replied, "Are you kidding? You're security personnel, not thugs. After saying that, he glared at Huang Ming and said, Chairman Huang, this is a legitimate business venue. Shouldn't you consider the consequences of your actions? Wei manager, are you managing too broadly? I'll call old Hu in a bit. Does my word not count here? At that moment, Manager Wei suddenly received a phone call. Hello, Chairman Hu? You said? What? Oh, okay. I'll contact you right away. Huang Ming, what? I haven't even called yet. Old Hu's news is too fast. Did someone tell him? Everyone shook their heads. Wei Rufin ignored Huang Ming and dialed the phone number sent by the boss earlier. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my longing. Softening the cold window, so I can soar against the wind without looking back, unafraid of the rain in my heart and frost in my eyes. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming's phone rang. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Yang Ming picked up his phone. Are you Chairman Yang? Wei Wufan looked at Yang Ming in disbelief because he saw that the incoming call on Yang Ming's phone was his own number. He quickly hung up and said to Yang Ming, Chairman Yang, I'm sorry, just now Chairman Hu instructed that all 67 of the shares are transferred to you. You are now the actual major shareholder. This message carried a lot of weight, and Huang Ming and the people on the sofa heard it clearly. Yang Ming knew that the hero's halo had begun to take effect, and everything would start to develop in his favor. The system is in the rhythm of instantly killing the whole scene. Now the first result is that he is the largest shareholder of the nightclub. So, Chairman Huang, do you still want my security personnel to hit me? At this moment, Huang Ming was shocked beyond words. He originally thought he was just a kid from an ordinary family, but unexpectedly he had some background, and Huang Ming suddenly felt he had underestimated the situation. Seeing Huang Ming silent, Yang Ming continued, How about you call the Tianzhuan bodyguard company and ask if the boss has changed? Upon hearing this, Huang Ming didn't know how to respond. Could it be that Tianzhuan is also yours? I can't believe that. Huang Ming didn't believe this at all because he once tried to acquire Tianzhuan Security Company but was directly rejected by the CEO, who said that the company was his dream and would never be sold for any amount of money. Huang Ming was convinced that Yang Ming was trying to trick him. So he made a call. Hello, is this President Lin? Your company was sold? Ah, Chairman Huang, I just signed the contract. How did you know? Huang Ming felt cold inside but still pretended to be calm and replied, The buyer wouldn't happen to be surnamed Yang, would he? Yes, he is surnamed Yang. Named Yang Ming, his agent just left. Chairman Huang, you're truly in the entertainment circle. Your information is so well informed. Before the other party could finish, Huang Ming nervously pressed the hang-up button. All right, since Chairman Huang has confirmed, do I still need my own bodyguards to hit their own boss? All of Huang Ming's words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a single one. And you guys? Yang Ming smiled and looked at the surrounding security personnel. Everyone heard Huang Ming's earlier conversation, including the Tianzhuan bodyguards, who had just received the notification about the change of ownership in their company. All right, the farce is over. All security personnel withdraw. Wei Wufan issued the order. All the security personnel breathed a sigh of relief. They never expected that in just these few minutes, their boss had changed. And he was the very kid they had just been preparing to teach a lesson to. Hit the boss? The one who feeds you. How can you hit him? The bodyguards who had been under order are now much more relaxed, having felt suppressed and uncomfortable just a moment ago. Who would have thought that the flood would wash away the Dragon King temple? Huang Ming awkwardly tried to cover it up. All right. Since Director Huang has settled accounts with me, Yang Ming seemed to be looking for something. Wei Wufan immediately understood and quickly moved a few sofa chairs to place behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at Wei Wufan, then slowly sat down, signaling Lin Jianhong to help Yang Hui sit down as well. Now let's calculate the accounts between me and Director Huang. Chapter 60. Wow. Heartless. Second update. At this moment, Huang Ming felt like a mute eating bitter herbs with grievances he couldn't express. Huang Ming remained silent, but Huang Xiaobo exploded first. I said, when will you be done? My dad isn't holding it against you anymore, and you still want to settle scores with him? Do you really think we are afraid of you? As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Ming shot him a glare. To be fair, Huang Xiaobo dared to confront the heavens, the earth, and even the air because Huang Ming had spoiled him. Whenever Huang Xiaobo caused trouble, Huang Ming always found ways to clean up after him, which directly led to an increase in the frequency and severity of Huang Xiaobo's mischief. Often, by the time one issue was settled, another one would explode, leaving even the company's legal team helpless. Although the legal team had changed many times, one thing remained the same. Huang Xiaobo was still creating chaos. Dad, why are you glaring at me? Our family has never been afraid of anyone. It's just a nightclub and a bodyguard company. We can afford it. Shut up. Huang Ming finally couldn't help but yell at his precious son. Haha. Director Huang is wealthy and generous. I certainly don't look down on him. It's just that your account is settled, but mine cannot be resolved with just $1 million. Yang Ming's anger was no less than Huang Xiaobo's, but due to the system's modification of his mental strength, he was able to suppress this negative emotion effectively. Huang Ming understood the stakes better than his son, knowing that obtaining shares in these two industries was far from easy as Huang Xiaobo claimed. Therefore, he had started to take the situation seriously, realizing that tonight's matter would be easily resolved. However, at this moment, he still felt that with his accumulated power and connections in the entertainment industry, many people would give him face, and he didn't need to worry too much. So, Mr. Yang, how do you plan to resolve this? Huang Ming unconsciously began referring to Yang Ming as Mr. Yang. Good. As long as Director Huang has the attitude to resolve the issue, otherwise, I really don't want to waste my breath. Dad. Huang Xiaobo was about to explode again, but was slapped by Huang Ming. That's right. This is how a son should be taught. Otherwise, I intended to teach you a lesson myself. No need for Mr. Yang's help. I will teach my own son. Let's return to the matter at hand. Yang Ming was secretly pondering what kind of result he wanted from this matter. Yang, let us keep the green hills and flowing water. Tonight, I'll take the blame. You just say what you want. Huang Xiaobo took a solid slap and finally sobered up significantly, realizing he would have to pay a price for today's events. For him, this was a tremendous humiliation. He had always bullied others and had never been in such a mess. Upon hearing Huang Xiaobo's words, Yang Ming suddenly woke up. Initially, he only wanted to vent his anger and let Huang Xiaobo apologize to Yang Hui. However, he overlooked an important fact. Both Huang Ming and Huang Xiaobo were not humble gentlemen. As long as they were allowed to catch their breath tonight, Yang Ming would face crazy retaliation in the future. From any perspective, if Yang Ming did not have the protagonist halo, he would not be able to withstand Huang Ming's revenge. It truly echoed the old saying, if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow back with the spring breeze. Yang Ming's heart gradually hardened. Perhaps being ruthless was the only gain he would get from this incident tonight. Tonight's matter could not be resolved simply with apologies. Yang Ming secretly decided, young Master Huang, since you've said that, you should bow a few times to my sister. This is called tit for tat. I haven't taken advantage of you. The heads of my Yang family are not easily bowed. At this moment, Yang Ming was determined to ruin Huang Ming and his son tonight, ensuring they could never turn back. Huang Xiaobo glanced at Huang Ming and, seeing he said nothing, walked in front of Yang Hui and suddenly knelt down and bowed. Good boy, being able to bend and stretch indeed shows you have the potential to achieve great things. Huang Ming watched his son's performance and silently praised him. After bowing, Huang Xiaobo stood up without a word, ready to leave. He had lost face tremendously tonight. Why stick around? Did I say you could leave? Yang Ming said slowly. Hearing this, Huang Xiaobo immediately shouted angrily. What? Is that not enough? What do you want? Huang Ming was also a bit angry at this moment. Technically, his son had returned what he owed, and Yang Ming should have shown some mercy. Saying this now clearly seemed intent on escalating the conflict. Mr. Yang, I don't understand what you mean. Huang Ming felt a slight worry in his heart, but he was clear about his own capabilities and strength. Not easily intimidated by a few words from this young man. What? Director Huang doesn't he believe it? Huang Ming didn't he respond. But a middle-aged man beside him began to interject. Mr. Yang, this matter was indeed Xiaobo's fault, but since the misunderstanding has been resolved now, I think we should avoid further conflict. This was a fair statement with no flaws, quite diplomatic, and indeed his words were recognized by several other middle-aged men, who started to play the peacemakers. Mr. Yang, what do you want? Please clarify. If Huang Ming hadn't finished speaking when the private room door was pushed open, and someone walked in directly in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming stood up and said, Old Zhu, I'm sorry to trouble you to come here so late. Yang Ming was becoming more proficient in using the protagonist halo. The script he had constructed in his mind was gradually unfolding, and the supporting characters he needed would appear in turn. The protagonist halo understood what Yang Ming was thinking, and as long as it was realistic, it would basically help Yang Ming realize it. Of course, Huang Ming had not been idle either. Long before Yang Ming entered, he had started investigating Yang Ming. However, since Yang Ming activated the protagonist halo, the outside investigations had turned into a smokescreen deliberately released by the system. Zhu Xingyan. Oh, several familiar faces. Director Huang, Director Lin. And you little rascal. Oh, I didn't expect Xiao Xiao to be here too. Huang Ming and the middle-aged man, Director Lin, were both shocked when they saw Zhu Xing'an. They hadn't expected Yang Ming to invite such a big shot from the legal profession. This was going to be problematic. Huang Xiaobo's face turned ashen. He had been scolded by Zhu Xing'an like a chick more than once, leaving him speechless. Zhu Xing'an had once been asked to help Huang Xiaobo, but only once, as he also despised Huang Xiaobo's bullying behavior. Grandpa Zhu, I didn't expect to see you here. Yes, there's no way around it. The old man is Mr. Yang's dedicated lawyer. Little girl, let's chat later. Let Grandpa handle his business first. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Chairman Huang, Chairman Lin, let's talk about old times later. I've already understood the situation here. Huang Xiaobo violated the will of others and forced them to do things against their will. Everything is recorded on surveillance footage and constitutes a criminal offense. After a pause, he turned to Huang Xiaobo and said, I have warned you long ago, don't be too arrogant. Not everyone in this world will indulge you. Hearing Zhu Xing'an's words, Huang Ming knew that his son couldn't escape this disaster. The wrinkles on his face, which was over 50, suddenly increased, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Dad, I don't want to go to jail. Dad, I don't want to. Huang Ming shook his head helplessly. All right. Don't make it sound like a life and death situation. Just consider it a lesson learned. Damn. So heartless. At this moment, Huang Xiaobo truly felt like crying without tears. It turns out that in Zhu Xing'an's eyes, going to jail is just like visiting someone. Chapter 61. The Trap, Part 3. Just as he was speaking, a few uniformed police officers entered the private room. Zhu Xing'an had, of course, made thorough preparations before coming. Have you got the surveillance footage? Yes. Good. Then I'll leave the rest to you. I will take the victim to the station to give a statement. Just like that, Huang Xiaobo was taken away. Even though there was nothing he could do, Huang Ming still didn't want to sit idly by. Son, don't worry. Dad will hire the best lawyer for you. It sounded like encouragement, but only Huang Ming knew that the best lawyer was already across the room, and he felt powerless. Mr. Yang, I will take my leave now. You should be able to handle the rest yourself. Just have your sister come to the district office to give a statement tomorrow morning. I will accompany her inside at 10 o'clock. Yang Ming stood up, shook Zhu Xing'an's hand again, and said, Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Xiao Xiao, go with the old man. There's nothing for you to do here. Zhu Xing'an waved to Lin Xiaoxiao. All right, Grandpa Zhu, I just wanted to talk to you about my new contract. As Lin Xiaoxiao passed by Yang Ming, he was looking at her. Their eyes met, and neither spoke. Yang Ming could smell the faint fragrance on Lin Xiaoxiao. It was a refreshing scent. This woman smells so good. This should be the first impression Lin Xiaoxiao left on Yang Ming. After they left, the remaining people in the private room began to feel a bit uneasy. Mr. Yang, if you do this, our feud will escalate. Huang Ming was gradually losing his original elegance and calmness, replaced by anxiety and anger. But Yang Ming showed no fear. He no longer regarded Huang Ming. He didn't expect that the effect of the protagonist's halo could make one completely forget fear and dread. This ability was quite powerful. Yang Ming, Chairman Huang, your son's account is settled. The remaining issue is our grudge. Huang Ming was taken aback. This was a ruthless move, indeed. Fortunately, Huang Ming was no pushover. He sneered coldly, I didn't expect Mr. Yang to be so formidable. After locking my son up, you still plan to deal with me. I wouldn't dare, in fact. The matter of you and my sister being bullied and her injuries really has nothing to do with me. It's merely a matter of moral laxity and discipline. Yang Ming spoke logically, and even if Huang Ming wanted to refute, he couldn't find a word for a long time. What exactly do you want? Huang Ming gritted his teeth and asked. Oh, it's very simple. I think your Jingdao Entertainment Group is quite good, and I'd like to buy some shares to play with. Damn. Listen to what Yang Ming is saying. Buying some shares to play with? Is this a cabbage? Shares are not something you can buy just because you want to. Chairman Lin beside him suddenly stood up, looking very displeased, and said, Mr. Yang, even if Chairman Huang and the others were at fault tonight, that should be enough. Xiaobo has already been taken away. You've already taken everything from them. Don't go too far. Ha 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 ha. Chairman Lin, what does this have to do with you? Mr. Huang hasn't said anything, so why are you jumping into yap? Yang Ming looked at this Chairman Lin with disdain. You. Huang Ming stopped Chairman Lin from continuing and looked at Yang Ming and said, Is Mr. Yang formally proposing a share acquisition offer? Not really, just a suggestion, but it's not something that requires Chairman Huang's consent. Yang Ming seemed to enjoy teasing Huang Ming. He had the illusion that he was toying with him. Yang Ming knew that as long as he thought of something, the protagonist's halo would allow the system to buy it instantly for him, and he didn't need to lift a finger. Besides, even if he wanted to buy, his limit wasn't enough. Yang Ming now just wanted to say that the protagonist's halo is very powerful. It's almost like a Doraemon-level wish-granting artifact, but unfortunately, it's a one-hit kill item that only appears at level 20. Hey, Mr. Yang, it seems you've got it wrong. I can't make decisions about my shares. You probably don't understand that, do you? Huang Ming looked at Yang Ming with disdain. Many people are like Mr. Yang now, thinking that by saying a few harsh words and pretending to be tough, they can easily achieve their goals of buying this company or that enterprise. But they don't know that there are higher powers out there. Before he could finish, Huang Ming's phone rang. It was a call from Huang Ming's mistress. He was hesitating whether to answer when Yang Ming casually said, "It's better if you pick it up." "Hello, didn't I say I had important matters tonight? Don't call me." "No, dear, my brother and sister just called me, saying they sold the shares of a few entertainment companies that you held. I wanted to ask you what was going on." "What?" Huang Ming's hand holding the phone slowly fell, allowing the caller on the other end to keep desperately calling his name. You, how did you do it?" Huang Ming's spirit suddenly sagged quite a bit. He really didn't expect things to develop to this extent. "But I haven't lost yet. The shares of Jingda are still in my hands. You can't do anything about it." Huang Ming's remaining bit of pride was still holding on. "Oh, that's indeed the case." Yang Ming seemed completely unconcerned, just fiddling with his phone. Ding. Huang Ming and the others received a multimedia message, and without needing to ask, it was certainly sent by Yang Ming. Huang Ming suspiciously opened the video message. The content of the video was actually very simple. It was the conversation Huang Ming had just had with a few middle-aged men. The problem lay in the matter they were discussing. Jingda Entertainment, under Huang Ming, had many stars, internet celebrities, and trainees, and of course, there were many beautiful girls. Huang Ming had always had the habit of sending his artists to social events. Over time, this quickly formed a business hidden with great profits. Of course, this simple networking was just the tip of the iceberg of such profits. The biggest profits came from some special demands of the clients. It was because Huang Ming discovered these profits that he wanted to gradually scale and industrialize this business. Tonight, he was meeting with several directors from Zhengda to finalize this deal. Of course, Huang Ming had already started this business. He just wanted to pull a few major shareholders into the water tonight, so that the responsibility would be shared and the profit alliance would be more stable. Naturally, not all the artists under Huang Ming participated. Some would definitely refuse vehemently or resist strongly. And the consequences of such opposition were indeed very painful, either exit the entertainment industry or be permanently shelved. The exposure of artists and stars is very important. As long as the company doesn't promote them, the audience will quickly forget what their names are. So entertainment companies are the dominant force in the entire industry. Many people have surrendered, and many have changed careers or withdrawn. But none of this affects Zhangda Entertainment and Huang Ming's determination to continue expanding this business. When Huang Ming opened the video, he saw himself and several major shareholders toasting and discussing business, as well as some inappropriate remarks, and he panicked. The others, upon seeing this, looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." This was actually a video that Huang Ming had secretly filmed himself. Huang Ming could not believe that this video would be obtained by Yang Ming. He simply wanted to record the video as evidence in case someone wanted to withdraw or report him in the future. However, he never expected that his carefully designed scheme would be completely exploited by Yang Ming. Of course, Huang Ming wouldn't be foolish enough to expose the video himself. But don't forget that Yang Ming could purchase information and even retain part of the video within that information. Ha ha ha, Chairman Huang and several directors have seen this, right? Chairman Huang is meticulous in his actions. I just happened to capture this segment. You might as well ask Chairman Huang if he has done this before. This is a trap, Chairman Huang. Yang Ming smiled at Huang Ming and the several directors with pale faces. You still have tonight. Please continue to support the readers. In the final book review, 5-star ratings and quality comments are welcome, and click more to urge updates so that the author knows that many people are still reading. Chapter 62, Justice Arrives Late, 4th update. Huang Ming, you need to explain this to me clearly. What was the purpose of your video? Yes, Lao Huang. This is not fair. Huang Ming, I was still so loyal in supporting you. I didn't expect you to stab your brother in the back without even a warning. Huang Ming was left speechless by the pressure from his shareholders. A pair of eyes filled with anger stared fixedly at Yang Ming. And Yang Ming? At this moment, he felt very relaxed. He knew that Huang Ming's ironclad board of directors was about to fall apart. Haha, Chairman Huang. Some things are better left unknown unless you refrain from doing them. Do you agree with me? Huang Ming sat silently on the sofa, not saying a word. He really had no defense. Even if he tried to explain, no one would believe him anymore. Fortunately, he held 33 of the shares in Zhangda Entertainment, making him the largest shareholder with absolute decision-making power, so he wasn't intimidated by the directors. However, from now on, he would become a lonely figure in the boardroom. Is that really good? Huang Ming, since you are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. After saying this, several of them pushed open the box door and left. The subsequent impact would definitely create a big uproar, but that wasn't what Huang Ming was most worried about. What he was most worried about was how the other party would use this matter. Chairman Huang, now you should consider my suggestion. Yang Ming was losing his patience. Impossible. I will absolutely not sell. Huang Ming still didn't give up and continued to hold on. Well then, I have already acquired 67, and you know what will happen next. This. Huang Ming looked at the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him in shock. Oh, you don't know, huh? I actually only have the shares from those few shareholders left to buy, and the largest portion is yours. It seems you want to sell, but it doesn't matter. After saying that, Yang Ming stood up, patted his pants, adjusted his clothes, and dropped the last sentence. Chairman Huang. Sometimes taking a step back can open up a vast horizon, but since you are unwilling to retreat, I have no choice. I can't possibly force you at knife point. So I have decided to convene a shareholders meeting. Remember to attend. No, wait, Mr. Yang, we can still talk. I am willing to negotiate. Huang Ming spoke to Yang Ming almost in a pleading tone. Oh, you are willing to negotiate now, but I am not willing to negotiate anymore. Just like that. I hope to see you at the shareholder meeting. Yang Ming signaled Lin Jianhong that he could go back. Director Yang, I'll send you back. Wei Wufan said as he saw Yang Ming about to leave. Thank you. I've had a drink with Jianhong and can't drive. Please. Everyone did not look at Huang Ming again. At this moment, Huang Ming stood there like a wooden statue, mumbling to himself in a daze. Lin Jianhong took one last glance at Huang Ming as he closed the door, sighing inwardly. A once great hero, yet unexpectedly unable to withstand even 2 blows under the big boss. At this time, Yang Hui had already been carried away by the security in the corridor. She had directly fallen asleep due to excessive shock and extreme fatigue. Perhaps it was because Yang Ming came, which made her feel very secure, so she fell asleep. The party downstairs continued, and there were still various drinks on Yang Ming's table, while Hua Hua and Xiao Xiao were waiting for Yang Ming and Lin Jianhong. The people in the dance floor were still in high spirits, dancing passionately, while handsome men and beautiful women were weaving through the crowded crowd looking for targets. It seemed that the events upstairs did not affect this world at all. But in fact, changes were slowly taking place. President Wei, I'm leaving first. All right, Director Yang. Wei Wufan humbly saw Yang Ming and the others to the door, where a Mercedes-Benz van was already waiting. See you, Director Yang. See you. Yang Ming waved his hand. And at that moment, the car door automatically closed. At this moment, the world finally quieted down. Yang Ming felt that although tonight's events were not handled perfectly and lacked a commanding presence, he had only been responding to challenges as they came, just managing to cope. However, the outcome still left him satisfied. After all, the protagonist halo was very strong, and there was still time left, 134. Wasted, right? System shower, protagonist halo, once activated, cannot be turned off until time runs out. Oh, all right. Yang Ming was actually a bit curious about what would happen to all the items purchased under the protagonist halo after it ended. Would everything be returned to the other party? System shower, please rest assured, although these assets are under the hostess name, the host cannot gain any economic benefits from them. Yang Ming. So it just means I can't gain economic benefits. But that means I can still gain some social influence, right? Yang Ming thought to himself that he had finally taken advantage of the system. Not bad. After all, these assets were under Yang Ming's name, making him the actual owner in the eyes of the public. However, there would definitely be economic and social benefits generated from them. It just depended on how the system would sever those economic benefits. System shower. All economic benefits belong to the system. Damn. Okay, you really can directly confiscate my earnings. While Yang Ming was communicating with the system, Huang Ming in the box certainly wouldn't sit idly by, waiting for his doom. Hey, President Wang. This is Huang Ming from Zhangda Entertainment. Yes. I want to ask you about something. Huang Ming had finished speaking when the other party directly hung up the call. His heart sank. This was already the 6th call he had made. All ended with the same result of being hung up in advance. It felt as if overnight. The once mighty entertainment mogul had been abandoned by the whole world. There are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people. This phrase should be directed at myself. Yet I foolishly thought I could manage everything with my identity. Huang Ming mocked himself inwardly. He only wanted to protect his son tonight, but unexpectedly, he failed to save his son, and his entire fortune was lost in the process, not to mention having offended quite a few people in the process. Truly, he lost both his wife and soldiers. With the protagonist halo still active, Huang Ming's attempts at self-rescue were no different from a cow sinking into the sea. When Huang Ming staggered out, he seemed to have aged a lot overnight. "Are you Huang Ming?" the police officer at the door asked. "Yes. May I ask if it's my son?" "It's not about your son. We received a report that you were suspected of committing a crime. Please come with us." "Oh." Huang Ming fainted. "Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." Chapter 63. Eating meat or drinking soup. Fifth update. When Yang Ming placed Yang Hui on the bed, it was already 2 a.m. "Jianhong, you worked hard today. Why not stay in the guest room for the night?" Lin Jianhong actually had many questions he wanted to ask Yang Ming, and perhaps some requests, but he, who always had good insight, knew that this was not the time for those things. "No, boss. Once you handle your family matters, I'll arrange to meet you again." Lin Jianhong's decisive refusal to stay over made Yang Ming feel a bit more favorable towards him, responsible and knowing when to advance or retreat. This refreshed Yang Ming's impression of Lin Jianhong. "All right, you should go back and rest early." After Lin Jianhong left, looking at Yang Hui in the room, Yang Ming felt for the first time that he didn't really know his family well, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo tonight. Even though Yang Ming had a one-hit kill system, he definitely wouldn't have been able to retreat so easily. At least a fierce fight would have been inevitable. Yang Ming suddenly felt that there were still many things he was powerless to do, mainly due to his current lack of strength. He now had some assets. But in terms of connections, business, and influence, he still had many inherent shortcomings and couldn't compete with those big shots who had been in business competition for years. So what kind of wealthy path should he take next? This was the first time Yang Ming seriously thought about his future after obtaining the system. Yang Hui was sleeping soundly, and Yang Ming didn't bother her. After all, he was also exhausted from using the protagonist's halo today. While the Yang siblings were sleeping at home, the outside world was not as quiet as they were. "Have you heard? Huang Ming from Jingdao Entertainment and his son have both been arrested." "What? So sudden?" "I heard his son bullied a girl, but unexpectedly her brother is tough. And they both fell." "What kind of background does that guy have?" "He's so powerful." "I don't know. But I heard old Huang's shares in Tianyu and Huai were completely taken over, and even most of his own Jingdao Entertainment shares were acquired. Did all this get settled in just one night? So, everyone is saying this kid has an incredible background. Otherwise, how could these big shots easily compromise? I heard that the shareholders of Jingdao united to send old Huang in. Isn't that terrifying? It's a troublesome time recently. You should have the younger generation at home cultivate themselves and avoid causing trouble. Today's young people are very low-key. What if they bump into trouble? The business circle in Modu is buzzing with stories of the conflict between Yang Ming and Huang Ming. While Lin Jianhong didn't idle after returning home, because Lin Shi was now extremely anxious. "Quickly tell me, what happened tonight? What happened to that old fox Huang Ming?" Lin Jianhong knew his father was anxious, so he told him everything that happened on the second floor of the nightclub in detail. After finishing, Lin Jianhong felt a chill down his back. Originally, during the auction, Lin Shi and his son already felt that Yang Ming should be a big figure. Lin Jianhong also thought that Yang Ming was probably a bit more powerful than his father, but at most he was just a distinguished platinum level. However, he never expected that Yang Ming had been hiding his true strength. His performance tonight was completely at the level of the strongest king. Thus, Lin Shi and his son sat silently on the sofa, each with their own thoughts. "Jianhong, how's your relationship with Yang Ming now?" Lin Shi asked. "To say it's good is not quite accurate, but tonight I stood by his side, even at the cost of offending Huang Ming. You should have noticed that." That's good," Lin Shi replied thoughtfully. "How about this? Dad will make a few calls in the study. You should go back to your room and sleep." Saying this, Lin Shi entered the study and locked the door, as if there was some secret that couldn't be spoken of. Lin Jianhong was already used to his father's operations and was not surprised at all, because whenever faced with life and death decisions or choices about the future, Lin Shi would always lock himself in the study until he made a decision. Lin Jianhong didn't bother with his father anymore and went upstairs to return to his room. Tonight's events were also a shock for him. Huang Ming, the chairman of Jingdao Entertainment, was someone whom his father looked up to in less than a few hours. Yang Ming effortlessly resolved various unfavorable situations. Even in the end, he completed a counterattack. His son was taken away and he was powerless. His shares were acquired, and he was astonished. The directors collectively rebelled, and he bowed his head in silence. How much power does it take to bully such a giant in the entertainment industry of a listed group? In fact, Lin Jinhong still didn't know that Huang Ming had been arrested. Otherwise, he might not even be able to count sheep to sleep tonight and would still be wide awake. In the study, Lin sure, what are the chances of Huang Ming getting out? I'm not sure, but it could take a few years. Those shareholders are really ruthless. Not only did they provide various unfavorable evidence, but they also had former employees and stars come out to testify. A deep male voice came through on the phone. What kind of person is that Yang Ming? Lin Sure continued to ask. I don't know. The person paused for a few seconds and continued. The business circle in Modu has gone crazy. All the young people in their 20s at home are under house arrest. And some of the usual spoiled rich kids have even been sent abroad, fearing they might accidentally provoke someone. They are investigating, but found nothing. You say? How can a person hide their identity to such an extent? What level of security must they have? The helplessness and astonishment in the voice on the phone left Lin Sure momentarily speechless. I do know him. He's a very low-key young man who speaks and acts based on his heart. Last time at the auction, he donated 4.8 billion. And I already thought he was extraordinary. Now that I think about it, I still underestimated him. So what is happening with Jingda Entertainment now? Lin Sure continued to ask. Chaotic. The response on the other end was succinct. I heard that General Wang from Hawaii and General Xiao from Tianyu held an emergency executive meeting overnight to discuss countermeasures. Lin Sure, is it that serious? Yes, Tianyu is fine. They have an official background, and the shares released are not much, so they are very resilient. However, Hawaii is in a bit of trouble. I heard that Mr. Yang's shares are already closing in on old Wang's. At this moment, Lin Sure fell silent. He knew that after this battle, the resources, rankings, and influence in the entertainment industry would have to be reshuffled. Whether he could seize this fleeting opportunity would depend on how he positioned himself. As he thought about this, he looked up at the ceiling of the first floor. Son, whether our family eats meat or drinks soup in the future depends entirely on you. Lin Sure's eyes revealed deep concern. Chapter 64. A Day in the Life of Tool Man Yang Ming. 6th update. Just as Lin Sure was worried about the future, Lin Jinhong upstairs had already made a decision. Lick, I must lick, find ways to lick, in various styles. This is an obvious opportunity to take off once on board. Lin Jinhong is not a fool. The problem is whether Yang Ming is willing to take him along. After making up his mind, Lin Jinhong unusually fell into a deep sleep, because tomorrow would be the start of his battle. In the early morning of Modu, countless people were sleepless that night, feeling the calm before the storm. Sure enough, just as dawn was breaking, the weather suddenly changed, strong winds rose, and heavy rain poured down, catching those who were out for morning exercise off guard. Many people got drenched in the rain, and the office workers living in the suburbs began to worry as they faced the heavy downpour outside. Being late today was inevitable. In the Haijingyua community, the doorbell rang at room 3602 of Building 8. Ding dong, ding dong. Yang Ming opened the door to find Lu Shuang standing at the entrance with breakfast and a bag of clothes. Mr. Yang, this is the breakfast and clothes you asked me to buy, all ready for you. Lu Shuang looked a bit worn out, but still wore a smile on her face. Thank you. Yang Ming accepted the items without hesitation, having sent Lu Shuang a message last night to prepare 2 breakfasts and a complete set of clothes for Yang Hui to change into in the morning. Just as he closed the door, he heard a voice behind him. Xiao Ming, where is this? Oh, you're up. Go wash up in the bathroom, and here. Change into this set of clothes. Yang Hui looked at her brother in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. She had deceived their parents to come to the Magic City, hoping for a shortcut to fame, but instead, she encountered the malicious intent of Huang Xiaobo. After waking up this morning, she still felt a bit scared. Last night's memories gradually returned, making her feel as if the whole world was dim. If it weren't for her brother Yang Ming arriving just in time, the consequences might have been unimaginable. The thought of Huang Xiaobo's fierce gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Xiao Ming, let's hurry back home. If Huang Xiaobo and his people find us, it would be terrible. Yang Hui had been in a semi-conscious state last night and was still unaware that Huang Xiaobo and his son were already imprisoned. It's okay. Yang Hui, I've already taken care of everything last night. They won't be able to hurt you anymore. Yang Ming spoke to Yang Hui in an extremely reassuring tone. But, enough, there's no but. Hurry up and go wash up and change clothes. We'll eat breakfast once you're done. With a nervous heart, Yang Hui entered the bathroom. The sound of running water in the bathroom made Yang Ming contemplate how to explain his sudden acquisition of a large sum of assets to his family. If he spoke directly, they would probably react similarly to Yi Song. If he didn't say anything, he would likely face endless questions and worries from his family. Before long, Yang Hui emerged from the bathroom in her new clothes. This time, she clearly seemed much more cheerful. Xiao Ming, this apartment is nice. How much is the rent? I recently made some money doing business with friends and changed to this apartment. The price is reasonable. Yang Hui didn't pay much attention. And after hearing Yang Ming's words, she began to seriously look around the room. In fact, she had always lived in a small city, and her understanding of the Magic City was entirely based on news reports. Initially doubtful about how Yang Ming could afford to live in such a place, she didn't pursue it further after his explanation. Hurry up, breakfast is getting cold. Oh, I'm coming. The warm scene of the two siblings having breakfast together reminded Yang Ming of his school days. 1 cup to the rising sun, 1 cup to the moonlight, awakening my longing, softening the cold window. Hearing the phone ring, Yang Ming casually picked it up. Is this Mr. Yang? Yes, who is this? A sound of relief was clearly audible on the other end of the line. Mr. Yang, this is Fang Yibai from the Secretary's Office of Zhengda Entertainment. The company is currently leaderless, and Mr. Li asked me to ask when you will come to the company to take charge. This Zhengda Entertainment was not something Yang Ming purchased outright. It was merely a byproduct of the protagonist's halo. Yang Ming hesitated. System assistant, the host needs to be responsible for the operation of these companies. Is that so? Doesn't that make me a tool? And I would get a share of the company's revenue, but it seems it's not entirely useless. Do I have absolute authority over the company's personnel and operations? System assistant, except for the lack of profits, all other rights belong to the host. Deal. After reaching an agreement with the system, he said to Fang Yibai, I'll be there in the morning. Okay, Mr. Yang. I'll notify the company executives to wait for you in the conference room. Yang Ming hung up the phone, thinking, since he already acquired 67 of Zhengda Entertainment, he wondered if he could buy the remaining 33 from Huang Ming, so he wouldn't have to worry about being restrained in the company. He then opened the system and searched for Zhengda Entertainment. The system displayed, company name Zhengda Entertainment, development potential, purchase share, 33, flash purchase amount, 200. 000. It didn't seem too expensive. This value was indeed lower than Yang Ming's estimate. He initially thought the limit of 500, 000 wouldn't be enough. But it turned out to be just 200, 000. System assistant, due to the chairman's arrest last night and the various negative news that broke today, the value has significantly decreased from its peak. Is that so? Unexpectedly, things turned out to be better than expected. He could seize a bargain. Yang Ming clicked to purchase. System assistant, you will spend 200,000 yuan to purchase 33 of Zhengda Entertainment. Is that correct? Yes. System assistant, congratulations, host. The purchase was successful. Please wait for the agent's call regarding all shareholding proof and related documents. Thus, Yang Ming became the owner of all of Zhengda Entertainment shares. Although the majority still belonged to the system, nominally, the entire company was now completely in his hands. Yang Hui, watching her brother seemingly lost in thought, reached out and tapped him. What's wrong? Who called? Yang Ming finally came back to his senses and replied, It's nothing, nothing. After waiting for a moment, he seemed to recall Yang Hui's purpose for coming to the Magic City and said, Do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Yang Hui paused with her chopsticks in midair, as if there was something difficult to say. It's okay, just say what you really think. There are no outsiders here. Yang Ming encouraged her. I feel that the entertainment industry isn't something an ordinary girl like me can just enter. It was naive of me to think it would be easy back then. Yang Hui deeply blamed herself for her regret, and by the end, she even started to choke up. All right, come with me to the company today. Let us ask some professionals. Yang Ming, feeling a bit flustered, could only pull out his trump card to comfort her since his sister was on the verge of tears. Your company? What company? An entertainment company? Sure enough. Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, Yang Hui's previous gloom lifted, and she was just curious about which company Yang Ming was talking about and how he had a company. Just watch and say less when we get there. I'll arrange everything. In fact, at this moment, Yang Ming was already lamenting. A day in the life of Tool Yang Ming is about to begin. Chapter 65. Are you really one of us? When Yang Ming and Yang Hui arrived at the Hengda building, it was already 10 a.m. Zhengda Entertainment Company, Limited, occupied the 8th to 12th floors of the Hengda building, covering a total of 4 floors and nearly 5,000 square meters of office space. Of course, This was not just for office work. There were also halls for dance rehearsals, singing, and performance practice. Zhengda Entertainment is one of the top 3 entertainment giants in the country, and Huang Ming had been in this industry for nearly 30 years. Starting from a small agency and developing into a major player spanning various performing arts sectors. This shows Huang Ming's capabilities and methods. However, all of this would become a thing of the past because Yang Ming changed everything, and he did it all in just one night. Zhengda Entertainment Company, Limited, had gone from being an entertainment giant to a troublesome entity that everyone in the industry feared. Many companies that once collaborated seamlessly began to shift blame, breach contracts, delay, and even file lawsuits. The entertainment circle in the Magic City was suddenly filled with a sense of crisis, like a storm was brewing. Huai and Chanyu were also significantly affected, but fortunately, both companies are involved in various fields, and the upper management is unusually united. So they managed to avoid major repercussions in this incident involving Huang Ming. However, when the police announced the arrests, it still caused an uproar in public opinion. The fact that an entertainment company was secretly engaging in broker activities was simply unacceptable to the public. As a result, netizens and ordinary citizens voiced their demands through various channels, calling for the truth to be revealed and the situation to be clarified. At the beginning of the announcement, Huai and Tianyu conducted emergency public relations, clarifying on their company websites that they were not involved in the incident and hoping that the public would keep a close watch. With this attitude, and since the netizens had no concrete evidence, the two companies temporarily escaped the whirlpool of public opinion. However, Zhengda Entertainment, as the instigator, was not so lucky. Various voices of victims began to appear online, mixed with both truths and falsehoods, making it quite dizzying. Early in the morning, Zhengda Entertainment was in chaos. In fact, after receiving the news about the chairman's arrest last night, the company had already started to panic. Li Minghui had been at the company around 3 a.m., as he truly did not want to see the company collapse. However, with the release of the police case details, the biggest crisis in the company's history quietly approached. Li Minghui was now overwhelmed. During this period, he learned that all shareholders had signed a share transfer agreement last night. And the largest shareholder was not Huang Ming, but a relatively unknown person named Yang Ming. He was somewhat curious, but more worried, as the intervention of a stranger during such turbulent times could potentially push the company into an irretrievable situation. So, early in the morning, he decisively had Fang Yibai contact Yang Ming, hoping to bring him to the company to take charge. Of course, this was actually an excuse. He wanted to meet Yang Ming to see if he had the ability to turn the tide. Yang Hui saw many reporters in front of Hengda Building and instinctively took a few steps back. Fortunately, the building had strong security, and coincidentally, these security personnel were dispatched by Tianzhuan Company to protect the artists of Zhengda Entertainment. The leading security personnel, named Zhang Fei, had received a text message about the company's change of ownership last night, which included a photo of Yang Ming and some basic information. Director Yang. I am Zhang Fei from Tianzhuan, please follow me. Upon hearing that they were from the same side, Yang Ming took Yang Hui's hand and, under the protection of numerous security personnel, avoided the reporters as they entered Hengda Building. Hengda Building, established in August 2000, has a total of 34 floors and is not particularly outstanding among the many buildings in Shanghai, but not every company can settle there. It belongs to the category of being better than some, but not as good as others. The lobby downstairs is quite spacious. It is now 10 a.m., and many employees from other companies have just started work, coming and going. However, more than a dozen people stood straight in the center of the lobby, seemingly waiting for someone's arrival. When they saw Zhang Fei bringing Yang Ming in, they quickly approached him under the leadership of one person. Director Yang. I am Li Minghui, the general manager of Zhengda. I apologize for not arranging for someone to pick you up in advance. It was my oversight. After saying this, he glanced at Zhang Fei, hesitating to say more. Go ahead, he is not an outsider. The Tianzhuan security was also acquired by me last night. It is considered a subsidiary of mine. Li Minghui doubted whether he had misheard. Although he tried hard to maintain a calm demeanor, the fear in his heart made him shudder involuntarily. The company was currently being sued by more than a dozen downstream planning and packaging companies. Some film investors were preparing to withdraw their investments, and the announcements for the company's artists had basically all been canceled. Li Minghui listed various unfavorable news, hoping to see some anxiety on Yang Ming's face. However, he was disappointed. Yang Ming not only showed no signs of unease but appeared calm as if nothing were amiss. Let us go, Yang Ming said briefly. The people in the lobby, who had been moving about, suddenly felt the presence of a big shot arriving. Yang Ming led Yang Hui forward, followed by Li Minghui and Jiang Fei on either side, with a dozen others, both men and women, trailing behind them. The group marched toward the elevator in a grand manner. If there were more people, it could have been staged as a scene from a movie. When the elevator arrived with a ding, many of the people originally waiting for the elevator saw the powerful aura of this group and quickly made way. There were only a few spots left in the elevator when Jiang Fei and Li Minghui entered the elevator. The people behind did not follow but silently watched as the doors slowly closed. Once the elevator completely closed, the remaining dozen or so quickly entered other elevators to follow suit. Ding. Director Yang, the office has been temporarily arranged for you on the 12th floor. Originally, Director Huang Ming's office was next to yours. It doesn't matter. I definitely want to be here often, just coming by occasionally to take a look. Oh, by the way, this is my sister, Yang Hui. Mr. Li, you are also a senior in this industry. Could you help analyze whether my sister can enter the entertainment circle? Li Minghui had initially wanted to report some company business matters, but upon hearing Yang Ming mention this, he immediately said to Fang Yibai behind him, "Quick, have Sister Han come over." Okay, Director Yang, Mr. Li. Fang Yibai turned and left Yang Ming's office. At this moment, Yang Hui couldn't quite believe it. Since entering Hengda building, she had been in a daze. When these people declared Yang Ming as the chairman, countless questions surfaced in her mind. However, there were too many people, and she remembered Yang Ming's advice to speak less, so she tightly closed her mouth. Now, Yang Ming had arranged such a big surprise for her, making her incredibly happy. She silently accepted the fact that her brother was starting to rise rapidly. Not long after, Fang Yibai brought a woman in her 30s to Yang Ming's office. Director Yang, Mr. Li, Han Guifang greeted the two. Director Yang, this is our most powerful agent at Zhengda Entertainment, with a team of elite talents. Even with average qualifications, she can make someone well-known. Yang Ming replied. Then please have Sister Han take my sister to discuss whether she is what it takes. Okay, Director Yang. Miss Yang, this way please. Yang Ming looked up and gave Yang Hui an encouraging glance, signaling her to feel at ease. Yang Hui then followed Han Guifang out of the office. Li Minghui, Director Yang. Before Li Minghui could finish, Yang Ming raised his hand to stop him. Mr. Li, I know what you want to say. I also understand that Zhengda Entertainment is currently in a precarious situation, but I did not come to the company to solve these issues. As he spoke, he paused and continued. These problems are actually quite easy to resolve. To put it simply, they are not worth mentioning. I believe with Mr. Li's capabilities, you can easily resolve various difficulties, and what I want to do is help you eliminate obstacles within the company so you can focus on your work. Upon hearing this, Li Minghui was stunned. Yang Ming's words enlightened him. Yes, before dealing with external issues, internal stability is crucial. He realized how important this issue was that he had overlooked. Well, since we are at this point, I want to ask Mr. Li. Li Minghui said somewhat apprehensively, Director Yang, please go ahead. Are you truly one of my own? Chapter 66. Be kind but quick with the blade. Yang Ming's calm words startled Li Minghui. This was Yang Ming giving him a warning. Li Minghui's mind raced with various thoughts, while Yang Ming seemed completely unconcerned, sitting in his chair waiting for his response. Actually, Yang Ming had a strange feeling. As soon as he stepped through the door of Zhengda Entertainment Company, he felt as if he had a certain business acumen, with various business management ideas flying through his mind, and he vaguely felt that he exuded the aura of a business tycoon. What was going on? System Assistant. Since the host purchased 2 business projects, leadership has been automatically added to the mental power. So what is the current attribute? System Assistant. Intelligence 51. Physical Strength 76. Mental Power 178. Comprehensive Physical Quality 56. Compared to before, all the data has improved, especially the significant increase in mental power. System Assistant. The increase in the host's leadership ability has caused an anomaly in the host's mental power data, and in the future, the various data will gradually be balanced. So the host does not need to worry. Yang Ming thought. As expected, no wonder he felt a natural affinity for business matters. At that moment, Li Minghui was sweating profusely. It was already November, the weather had turned cooler, and it shouldn't be this hot for him to sweat so much. In fact, a person's psychology can affect their external performance. Li Minghui was currently in a state of panic due to Yang Ming's words. Although his brain was still working at high speed, the sweat was pouring out uncontrollably. What does Mr. Yang mean? Li Minghui felt extremely nervous, even trembling while speaking. Mr. Li, don't be so nervous. We're just having a casual chat. Your performance will seriously affect my first impression of you." Upon hearing this, Li Minghui was so frightened that he almost fell into the chair behind him. He was over 40 years old, had been working hard at Jingda Entertainment, and had only reached the position of general manager through experience. Now, facing the new boss, he felt like he was under a constant fear of being fired. Before Yang Ming arrived, he had wanted to discreetly gather some information, but now, well, I am definitely Mr. Yang's loyal subordinate, I swear. Li Minghui did not hesitate any longer. With rumors circulating in the company, many executives had started to form cliques, and some had already found new jobs, just waiting for the company to shut down and be dismissed. Therefore, internal stability was very important. Good, I was waiting for Mr. Li's words. Yang Ming stood up suddenly. He patted Li Minghui on the shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement. Li Minghui seemed to genuinely receive Yang Ming's message, and his spirit began to recover slowly. At this moment, he was no longer trembling, and he had a plan to address the chaos in the company. "Mr. Yang, I want to..." "Shoo." Yang Ming made a gesture for silence, as he was reviewing the information about Huang Ming that he purchased last night. The system's purchasing information function was indeed powerful. As long as you find information about a person, you can basically glimpse related information about others closely connected to them. In other words, if you find the right person, you can obtain information about everyone around that person. Li Minghui stood by confused, remaining silent. The information from the system was being displayed very quickly. And since Yang Ming had already reviewed it last night, it seemed to go by quickly. Not long passed, and Yang Ming squinted his eyes, formulating a plan in his mind. "Go, notify all company executives to gather in the large conference room in 30 minutes. I have something to say." "Okay, Mr. Yang. I'll instruct them right away." After saying that, Li Minghui exited Yang Ming's room, feeling an invisible pressure that could swallow him at any moment. As soon as he stepped out of the office door, Li Minghui slowly relaxed his shoulders, only then noticing that he was drenched in sweat. He was just facing a young man in his 20s, whose social experience likely wasn't as rich as his secretary's, yet he felt such a strong sense of oppression. Li Minghui no longer had any thoughts of defiance. All he wanted was to complete everything Yang Ming had instructed, and not only do it well, but do it impressively. He picked up the phone and called the office director, "Notify all executives to gather in the conference room in 30 minutes. If anyone does not come, let them go to HR to process their resignation." "Okay, Mr. Li, I'll notify them immediately." Upon hearing Li Minghui's stern tone, the office director knew this matter couldn't be delayed and quickly notified the working group. For those who were absent, she directly contacted them by phone. "System assistant, host. Please be careful not to exert too much deterrent force, as it may make people feel suffocated." "Yang Ming? Yang Ming, this deterrent force isn't that great. It's just scaring Li Minghui and the like. When facing strong business competitors, it won't have any effect at all." "System assistant, please pay attention to Li Minghui's standing position just now." Yang Ming focused and saw a puddle of sweat on the floor. "This is too weak. I just said a few casual words, and he reacted this way. How can he lead the company like this?" Yang Ming complained to the system. "System assistant, the host probably doesn't realize how strong your leadership deterrent is. Let the host experience the power of deterrence later." Although Yang Ming still didn't want to admit it, he was already about 70 or 80% convinced of the system's words. "Mr. Yang, please proceed to the conference room. The personnel are all present." Yang Ming looked at the time, surprised. "Wow, that was quick. It's not even been 10 minutes. "Yes, Mr. Yang, coincidentally. There was an incident last night, and all executives are present today. All right, let's go." The 11th floor of the Hengda building had a huge conference room that could accommodate over 100 people. But this room was usually reserved for gatherings of artists or annual meetings. Normally, meetings were held in small conference rooms for each department. When Yang Ming and Li Minghui entered the conference room, the previously bustling environment fell silent instantly. Many executives were used to seeing Li Minghui. But when they saw Yang Ming behind him, an inexplicable sense of fear arose. What was going on? This question suddenly appeared in the minds of every attending executive and lingered without leaving. "Everyone, Huang Ming has been arrested, and Mr. Yang, who has acquired 67 of the group's shares, will temporarily take over as chairman. Now, please welcome Mr. Yang to speak." The audience was stunned. They didn't expect this young man, who brought them invisible pressure, to be the new chairman. "All right, without further ado, the company is facing internal and external troubles, and we must unite." Yang Ming's words resonated with many, but still, quite a few scoffed at it. Although they felt fear, they had already made up their minds to obey on the surface while undermining internally. After all, they were just workers. "All right, I've said so much. I see that many of you agree, but some might not care, or even resist. So let us cut to the chase. It's good for you, and good for me. The people below exchanged glances, unsure of what the new chairman was planning. I will provide a list of unsuitable individuals, those who are cunning and untrustworthy, as well as Huang Ming's loyal supporters, to General Manager Li Minghui. And he will invite these people out of the company one by one. As soon as this was said, the room erupted in an uproar. It seemed like a plan to fire people was underway. Li Minghui hadn't expected Yang Ming to go straight for the big move without giving anyone a chance. He looked at the people below with some sympathy. After all, they had worked together for so long. Yang Ming noticed Li Minghui's hesitant expression, stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling sentimental? Don't want to part with them? Mr. Yang, people are not wood or grass. Who can be without feelings? I've fought alongside most of them for Zhengda Entertainment, and now to have to do it myself, I feel a bit reluctant." "Haha, not bad, kind-hearted." Yang Ming smiled and clapped his hands, but then he suddenly changed his tone and said sternly, "Let me teach you something. Please, Mr. Yang, go ahead." Li Minghui didn't continue to be sentimental, but instead made a listening posture. A person must be merciful, but the knife must be swift to accomplish great things. One must be decisive in killing and cutting. Chapter 67. To punish a person, first punish the heart. First update. This statement shocked Li Minghui quite a bit. He felt that in over 40 years, he had only gained weight but not intelligence. Yang Ming casually made the matter of dismissing people public, instantly provoking opposition from many in the conference room. Why? Exactly. We followed Chairman Huang before because he was the chairman. If we don't follow him, who will we follow? I also have my family in Magic City. The company can't treat me this way. If I am fired, I will sue in court. I must seek justice. Generally, you have to judge. I have treated this company as my own. Yang Ming sat quietly, watching coldly. This was Li Minghui's first test to see if he could lead the company out of this predicament, while everyone in the conference room was worried about their future. The door was pushed open. Fang Yibai brought a file bag to Yang Ming. "Mr. Yang, just now, someone at the front desk claimed to be your agent and said they wanted to deliver this to you." "Oh, okay." Yang Ming opened the file bag, and inside was Huang Ming's stock transfer agreement. Yang Ming handed this to Li Minghui. Perhaps this would help him make up his mind. Li Minghui stared at the stock transfer agreement, stunned for several minutes. Everyone doesn't need to keep talking here. This is the stock transfer agreement just received from former chairman Huang Ming, and his 33 shares have all been acquired by Mr. Yang. Now the entire Zhengda Entertainment belongs to Mr. Yang. The executives, who were still discussing, suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. This means Yang Ming has the complete right to dispose of the company without consulting anyone, even if he plans to close or sell the company. It has nothing to do with others. "All right, General Li, announce the list. I don't have time to listen to these middle-aged people babble anymore." "Okay, Mr. Yang." This time, Li Minghui did not hesitate at all because the real boss had spoken. "Please have the named executives go to Manager Wang in the HR department to handle their resignation procedures. The company's compensation system will be explained clearly by Manager Wang." These people began to sit up straight. The next moment was the time to announce their fate. And each person's heart was praying that their name would not be on the list. Mo Feifeng, Ding Jiang, Lin Donghan, Sitalan, Zhang Dou. Those who were called stood up pale and pushed open the conference room door to leave. This was the last bit of dignity left for them. Meanwhile, those not called were relieved that they had really hit the jackpot today. Of course, Yang Ming would not expel these people from Zhengda Entertainment for no reason. Rather, he had gathered information about Huang Ming and found that these people had information that was more or less detrimental to the company's development. So this time, it was both a matter of unloading the millstone and eliminating the harm in advance. By the time Li Minghui finished reading the list, 20 minutes had passed, and the originally crowded conference room was left with only about a third of the people. "All right, the internal restructuring of the company stops here. I believe you. Under the leadership of General Li Minghui can definitely turn the tide and save the company from peril." Yang Ming's motivational speech was quite good, but nothing is more enticing than actual benefits. "Next, I will announce the new welfare system for the company." Yang Ming spoke out the draft he had prepared in his mind, and didn't he forget to have Fang Yibai record it by his side. This welfare system was nothing more than salary, bonuses, promotions, paid vacations, and household registration in Magic City. The remaining people, upon hearing this, were all brightened. This was a salary they had never dared to dream of before. Especially the last point about the household registration in Magic City made them drool. Of course, The household registration idea was a sudden inspiration Yang Ming had while listening to Li Ming. We read names. So he searched for household registration information in the system, and surprisingly, related information popped up. Household registration address, Magic City Community, Suwei District, quantity, 30 people, price, 9,000 yuan. Household registration address, Magic City Community, Minhang District, quantity, 35 people, price, 9,300 yuan. Household registration address, Magic City Community, Huangpu District, quantity, 21 people, price, 8,800 yuan. Household registration address, Magic City Community, Jing'an District, quantity, 46 people, price, 11,000 yuan. In the end, Yang Ming spent nearly 30,000 to acquire a total of 132 household registration qualifications. So when announcing the welfare system, he conveniently included the household registration qualifications as well. As expected, some middle-aged executives remained calm when they heard about the salary and benefits. After all, they still had some skills and could shine in other companies even if they weren't at Zhengda Entertainment. However, when they heard about the benefits of household registration in Magic City, they clearly became restless because their parents' and children's life and death were closely related to household registration. Moreover, getting household registration in Magic City was something they had dreamed of since graduation. Now having the opportunity to obtain this qualification made it hard for them to stay calm. Everything went as Yang Ming expected. Some people hoped for high salaries and high positions, while others preferred the household registration in Magic City. After all, everyone has their own preferences. Each person could find something suitable for themselves in the new welfare policy. All right, I finished speaking. Please remain calm. There are many slots available, but this crisis at Zhengda Entertainment is your token of loyalty. Token of loyalty? That's right, General Li is in command. You all cooperate with each other and do your part. If you have any energy left, you can also offer suggestions. I guarantee that as long as Zhengda Entertainment is still here, all your requests can be fulfilled. Yang Ming seemed to dangle a carrot in front of the executives, leading them step by step in the direction he had designed. Li Minghui marveled beside him. Mr. Yang understands people's hearts much better than Huang Ming. This strategy of punishing the heart before punishing the person is truly masterful. Chapter 68, Turning Point, Second Update, General Li. You don't need me to teach you about the next steps, right? All right, Mr. Yang, I guarantee that within 2 days, Zhengda Entertainment will resolve all troubles and aim for the top position in the country. Good, that's the spirit. Yang Ming couldn't help but praise Li Minghui. I basically want to interfere with the company's operations. Don't bother me with big or small matters. Also, I only look at results, not processes. If this is done beautifully in the future, you can not only firmly hold the position of general manager but also gain more. Yang Ming didn't make it clear. But he knew Li Minghui understood. Not only he understood, but the other executives did too. All right, everyone take your positions. I'll take my leave. All the executives stood up to see Yang Ming off. At this moment, Yang Ming had quite the air of a business leader. Li Minghui followed behind Yang Ming. Fang Yibai followed behind Li Minghui, and several department managers followed behind. A group of people exited the conference room like this. When the door closed, a huge uproar erupted in the conference room, with various shouts, exclamations, and praises rising one after another. I was almost scared to pee just now, Mr. Yang has such a strong sense of pressure that I didn't even dare to take a deep breath. Go away, go away. Are you sure you didn't pee just now? I smell something like urine. I didn't expect the company to have a household registration policy. I didn't hear about it when Chairman Huang was here. Ah, you still call him Huang Dong? That Huang Ba Pai looks like nothing good. Even if he has a household registration quota, would he be so kind as to share it? Let's go, focus on the current tasks. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Someone muttered, and everyone shot out of the conference room like arrows. That's right, it's too early to talk about rewards, high salaries, and household registrations now. Because Zhengda Entertainment is still under media fire, still being roasted by the public and other competitors. They want to do everything possible to prevent the company from heading in a worse direction. To put it bluntly, saving the company is saving themselves. And that means saving their families. In this way, Yang Ming's goal is achieved, and the employees' goals are also achieved. A win-win situation. The only losers are Huang Ming and his followers. Huang Ming still doesn't know he has been caught in the crossfire again and is now crying in the detention center. Over here, Yang Ming and Li Minghui brought 7 or 8 people to the agent's room. Yang Hui was discussing something with a group of people. Just as Li Minghui was about to knock on the glass door, he was stopped by Yang Ming. No need to rush. Let's wait until they finish discussing. Li Minghui nodded. So a few of them sat down in the public area nearby. And Fang Yibai went to the adjacent beverage area to bring back a few cups of coffee. Others also found their seats and sat down. Employees coming and going looked at the general manager and the secretary of the board, along with several powerful department managers sitting on the benches, and quickened their pace. Only after walking far away did they start to whisper and discuss. That handsome guy, who is he? Is he a new trainee? Oh, so handsome. Even the general manager is personally accompanying him. He must be a highly valued newcomer. I spotted him first. Don't try to steal him from me. Last time, show. Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear you. You little flirt. You're going crazy for men. Others laughed heartily, while also glancing at Yang Ming. Internally sighing, so handsome. Not long after, Yang Hui came out of Han Guifang's office. Upon seeing Yang Ming and a group of executives waiting for her, Yang Hui blushed, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. Sister Han, how is the matter with Miss Yang? Director Yang, generally. Our team has analyzed that although Miss Yang's own conditions are average, her comprehension and potential are very large, and she is highly malleable. I see. Then let us try packaging her first. At this moment, Han Guifang clearly had something to say but was worried about Yang Ming's reaction. What's wrong? Li Minghui asked. Given the current situation of the company, as soon as the words left her mouth, Li Minghui knew what she was going to say. So he quickly interrupted. Don't worry, it will calm down soon. Then I'll leave it to General Li. I'm waiting for your good news. Li Minghui took Yang Ming and Yang Hui to the underground parking lot, with Jiang Fei driving Yang Ming back to his residence this time. As the car drove out of the underground garage, Yang Ming saw a crowd of people blocking the first floor of the company, and the current security personnel seemed a bit overwhelmed. Director Yang, don't worry. With us here, we guarantee that no outsiders will get in. Jiang Fei saw Yang Ming frowning in the rearview mirror and was afraid the boss was about to explode, so he quickly responded. Yang Ming didn't answer. He was already somewhat unable to show his emotions. That brief moment of frowning was caught by the sharp-eyed Jiang Fei. After Yang Ming left, Li Minghui immediately resumed his domineering CEO demeanor. Notify all department managers to the rehearsal hall on the 8th floor. Some managers from certain departments who have already resigned should send their deputies to attend. Fang Yibai understood the implication, although she was the chairman's secretary. She had worked closely with Li Minghui for many years and was very familiar with his ways. Soon, Zhengda Entertainment officially informed the media and held a press conference to explain the ins and outs of the current incident, promising to provide the public with a satisfactory response. Everyone at Zhengda Entertainment received orders that this press conference must succeed and cannot fail. Many ordinary employees found it strange that their managers were passionately engaging in tasks that would usually be pushed aside. Various rumors were flying around the company. Only the executives understood that their fates were now tied to the company. Zhengda Entertainment is a top entertainment company, and the press conference venue was nearly full. Li Minghui spoke eloquently on stage, while reporters below quickly recorded with their pens, and countless cameras were flashing continuously. All right. The ins and outs of the incident have been clarified. Ladies and gentlemen, Huang Ming is no longer the chairman of Zhengda Entertainment. All his shares have already been transferred. However, since the incident occurred at Zhengda Entertainment, we will carry out a series of compensations and care for the victims. As soon as Li Minghui finished speaking, hands shot up in the audience. That young lady in the yellow dress. May I ask, General Li, will the compensation plan be made public? Also, will Zhengda Entertainment continue to follow up on Chairman Huang's trial? Li Minghui listened intently. He needed to respond carefully, as one misstep could lead to trouble. The compensation plan will be announced at the earliest opportunity. Also, I've already emphasized that Huang Ming has stepped down and does not hold any shares in this company. So Zhengda Entertainment will not respond to any matters regarding Huang Ming in the future. That gentleman in the second row, Li Minghui, used his eloquence to address various media questions. Some were friendly, while others were blunt. Yet Li Minghui maintained a smiling demeanor. All right, the last question will be from the young lady in the front row. May I ask, General Li, who exactly is the person acquiring Chairman Huang's shares? Can we invite him to say a few words? Upon hearing the question, Li Minghui felt a bit troubled, but he still answered honestly. The chairman has just completed the equity transaction and is not convenient to face the media. If he is ready later, we will invite several authoritative media outlets for an interview. All right, the press conference is now concluded. Please leave in an orderly manner. The reporters were still full of questions at this moment, but received no answers, feeling as if they were scratching an itch. As the press conference ended, Zhangda Entertainment's PR team was working hard to guide the direction of public opinion, pointing all the arrows directly at the personal actions of the former chairman, Huang Ming. Additionally, the departing reporters received exquisite gifts prepared by Zhangda Entertainment, with each department manager assigned to host 1 to 3 reporters, ensuring that they wouldn't write recklessly, exaggerate, or disrespect the facts. Everyone was putting in their effort, striving to help the company extricate itself from the mire. What no one expected was that a turnaround appeared the next day, because a bigger scandal erupted in the entertainment industry, completely overshadowing the criminal incident involving the chairman of Zhangda Entertainment, attracting all the attention of the onlookers and indirectly pulling Zhangda Entertainment out of the whirlpool of public opinion. Chapter 69. There aren't so many coincidences in the world. 3 updates. The day after Zhangda Entertainment held the press conference was supposed to be an ordinary day. However, it caused a huge uproar due to a top star's infidelity. The media, as if on steroids, began tracking and speculating, analyzing from previous clues. The general public was also happy, enjoying juicy gossip every day, as if it were a festival. Keyboard warriors online gathered on social platforms like sharks smelling blood, launching a barrage of criticism against the star. Perhaps it was just an uncontrollable moment for him, but it seemed that everyone was unwilling to miss this opportunity to condemn. Zhangda Entertainment's news was soon completely forgotten in a corner, with only a few disparaging remarks online as everyone shifted their focus. And those trolls, seeing the change in direction, quickly turned their guns to attack the star. After Yang Ming got up in the morning, he saw the news on his phone filled with the biography of a certain celebrity in various entertainment magazines mocking and ridiculing him, which made him smile slightly. This Li Minghui is quite capable. If they say it's been 2 days, then it really has been 2 days. What are you mumbling about? Yang Hui was still packing clothes. Today, she and Yang Ming planned to return to their hometown in the province. First, Yang Hui's leave was up, and second, it just so happened that their dad, Yang Chiyuan's 60th birthday was approaching. So, the two planned to go home directly, but at this moment, Yang Ming felt a bit anxious. In the past few days, Yang Hui had witnessed her brother's influence, being able to command such a large company. That must be quite impressive. Moreover, Yang Hui herself was about to join Zhangda Entertainment for various training sessions, which was quite appealing to think about. Although she still didn't know their mom, Huang Lan's opinion, judging from Huang Lan's previous attitudes, she would likely strongly oppose it this time as well. Therefore, Yang Hui desperately pulled Yang Ming home, intending for him to persuade their mom, Huang Lan. They left. When the door opened, Jiang Fei was standing at the entrance. "Chairman Jiang, what are you doing here?" "I didn't leave yesterday." Yang Ming was taken aback to see Jiang Fei. He expected him to stay at the door after dropping him off yesterday. "Actually, it's not necessary to go through all this trouble. The security in the community is quite strong. You could go back to Zhangda Entertainment." "Chairman, Zhangda Entertainment has reassigned my work to someone else, and now the general manager, Tianzun, has asked me to follow you to ensure your safety." Since Yang Ming acquired the system, he had never considered hiring a bodyguard, as he possessed the martial arts skill package. Ordinary people couldn't harm him at all. However, since it was an arrangement by Tianzun's bodyguard company, Yang Ming didn't argue. If he stayed, it could just add another labor force. "Here, these are the things I plan to take home. Can you help move them to the Qian in the basement?" "Sure, Chairman." After saying this, Jiang Fei took a few large items and went downstairs in the elevator, as he still had the car keys with him. "That bodyguard seems quite capable. Xiaoming, I'm starting to not understand you." "Yang Hui, once we get home, don't say too much about my time in the Magic City, or I won't let you participate in the training at Jingda." Yang Ming's little warning immediately shut Yang Hui's mouth. Once they arrived at the basement, Yang Ming said to Jiang Fei, "You drive, just set the navigation to Sichuan Community, Yilin County." Jiang Fei didn't hesitate. After getting in the car, he set up the navigation as instructed by Yang Ming and played soft music, allowing Yang Ming and Yang Hui to rest comfortably in the car. Throughout the journey, Yang Ming hardly spoke, while Yang Hui and Jiang Fei exchanged questions and answers. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was reflecting on the gains from the past few days. Although his money hadn't changed much and the system hadn't upgraded, he had unconsciously acquired more business resources, most of which were from the system. Yang Ming opened his phone to check the news. All social media and news platforms were still covering the celebrity's infidelity scandal, and Zhangda Entertainment and Huang Ming had basically disappeared from the internet. It was as if everyone suddenly had amnesia, and even self-media had stopped commenting on the incident. As he scrolled, he fell into deep thought. Indeed, The entertainment industry is a place full of controversies. He had underestimated it. Just as he was thinking, he received a report from Li Minghui on his phone, which was quite simple. Great news. The company is back on track. All operations have resumed, and all artists have returned to work. Yang Ming's reply was even simpler. Just 2 words. Very good. He believed Li Minghui understood the meaning behind those 2 words. After a while, he sent Li Minghui a second message. The company is in your hands. I trust you. At that moment, Li Minghui, who was looking at his phone, felt his hand tremble slightly. Then he dialed an internal phone. Send me the list of employees who performed exceptionally during this company crisis. Okay, CEO Li. The secretary outside hung up the phone and promptly sent out the notification. Zhengda Entertainment began to operate very low-key, as if nothing had happened. Now, it just needed to wait for the public to truly forget about the incident. Yang Ming knew that there were traces of Zhengda's manipulation behind the celebrity's infidelity news. This was called diverting attention. To reduce the heat, all it needed was to expose a bigger, hotter news story. The people at Zhengda knew this. Li Minghui was also aware, and others in the entertainment circle understood it even better. The media was merely aware of the truth, but chose not to speak it. For them, any news that generated buzz was good. They would report on whatever was trending. After all, Zhengda Entertainment still had its roots in the industry. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse, and the media wouldn't want to hold a grudge and wait for retaliation. So, they would pick the soft targets. That celebrity was just coincidentally caught dating someone, and the person who caught them happened to be a paparazzi, who also happened to come from Zhengda Entertainment. And it just so happened that Zhengda needed a topic for publicity. All these coincidences coming together might not actually be coincidences. Li Minghui didn't care because he prioritized company interests above all. As long as the company was good, moral issues could be left for future generations to judge. Yang Ming also didn't care. For him, Li Minghui had already sharpened the knife, and with a swift motion, a superstar fell, resulting in Zhengda Entertainment's smooth transition. Was it worth it? Yang Ming didn't know, but he felt that many things couldn't simply be categorized as right or wrong. Rather, it depended on whether the event was the truth. Since it was the truth, and Zhengda needed it, sacrifices were inevitable. Driving on the highway, Yang Hui leaned back against the seat and fell into a deep sleep. Just a second ago, she was chatting excitedly with Jiang Fei, and the next second, it suddenly became quiet, which amazed Yang Ming. Looking at the buildings receding outside the window, and then at the moral and ethical debates surrounding the celebrity online, Yang Ming suddenly realized that many things couldn't just be seen on the surface. One had to look at problems dialectically, just like in this world. Some people live in tall buildings, some in deep ditches, some shine brightly while others are rusty. Both sunlight and darkness are important components that cannot be lacking. Chapter 70. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Yang Ming silently mourned for the big-name celebrity for a few minutes before saying to Jiang Fei, "When we reach the highway service area, let us stop and get something to eat." "Okay, Chairman." Jiang Fei drove attentively without glancing away. At this moment, Yang Hui stirred awake and said, "Brother Jiang, could you turn on the radio?" Jiang Fei acknowledged and switched the music to the radio frequency. The host was introducing a song. Dear listeners, today we are fortunate to have the currently popular female singer Lin Xiaoxiao with us to share some of her experiences in songwriting. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came to the radio, and Yang Ming closed his eyes, as if listening, yet also seemed to be asleep. "Xiaoming, when do you think I can be as famous as Lin Xiaoxiao?" "Don't think about that. She is famous for her own reasons. As long as you show your true self, whether you become famous or not doesn't matter. The process is what's most important." "Cut it out. Don't think I don't know. You told CEO Li to only care about the results and not the process. Why are you saying the opposite to me? Isn't this double standard too obvious?" Yang Ming ignored her because, at that moment, the radio was broadcasting a piece of news that caught his attention. The station's reporter learned that He Xuanquan, the chairman of Dingxing Group, was missing. The reporter inquired with internal staff and found out that the group was currently being managed by the vice president. And President He Xuanquan had not been seen for 2 days, which had never happened before. "Oh, what is going on? I also plan to visit the Dingsheng branch in the Magic City when I return from Yulin County. Why has He Xuanquan disappeared?" Yang Ming was filled with doubts. Disappearing at such a critical moment is certainly not a good sign. My nearly 5 share profits still depend on He Xuanquan. Moreover, without He Xuanquan, wouldn't the company's business stagnate immediately? 2 days? It seems that the disappearance started the night before last, when He Ling was competing with Lin Jianhong for the dragon suit. The broadcast didn't mention anything about He Ling's situation, so Yang Ming could only suppress his curiosity to find out. Right now, going home to celebrate my dad's birthday is the most important thing. The three of them stopped at a highway service area, had a meal, and then got back in the car, finally arriving at Sichuan community around 2 p.m. Why is it so quiet at home? Did they go to the supermarket? Yang Hui was puzzled. She was sure that her mom, Huang Lan, should be at home at this time. I'll go look for her, Yang Hui said as she was about to head out. Just then, the door next door opened, and Aunt Lu, speaking in a thick local dialect, said, Xiao Hui. Xiao Ming, why are you still here? Didn't you know your grandpa is in the hospital? What? In the hospital? Yang Hui showed a worried expression, feeling very anxious. Fortunately, Yang Ming was beside her. He remained calm, as usual. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to be this way. But the system's modifications had made him almost cold-blooded. Mental strength includes not only leadership but also other attributes that, while not improving as quickly as leadership, still see some growth. For example, calmness and wisdom are the reasons why Yang Ming can handle situations without panic. Let us go to the hospital. Standing here won't help, Yang Ming said. The two went downstairs and had Jiang Fei drive them to the inpatient department of Yulin County First People's Hospital. Since Yulin County only had one tertiary hospital, Yang Ming knew without asking that his grandpa must have been sent to the First People's Hospital. Hey, Mom. Why didn't you inform me and Xiao Ming about such a big deal as grandpa being in the hospital? You're back? Yes, Xiao Ming came back with me, Yang Hui replied. Then hurry to the hospital. I'll hang up now. Huang Lan sounded like she was in a heated discussion about something. As Yang Hui could hear a lot of noise on the phone. Let us go to the First People's Hospital, Yang Ming told Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei drove the Cayenne away slowly. At this moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the community. Hey, what car is that, son? Looks like a Porsche Cayenne. How much is it? About $1 million or so. Wow, so expensive. But how come I saw the Yang siblings get in the car? Mom, you must be seeing things. That kid Jiang Ming is holed up in the Magic City. Are you kidding me that he got into that Cayenne? Maybe Mom made a mistake. My son hasn't even gotten into that car. How could Yang Ming afford it? These two were old neighbors of the Yang family. The mother named Tan Yakin and the son named Lu Binbin. Tan Yakin always liked to argue with Huang Lan. Whatever Huang Lan liked, she disliked. And anything Huang Lan didn't like, she made sure to annoy Huang Lan about it every day. A typical rural shrew. However, Huang Lan didn't bother to argue back and maintained a policy of appeasement. Recently, as they both aged, they no longer clashed as they did when they were younger. But Tan Yakin looked down on Huang Lan's family from the bottom of her heart, believing her own family was superior. Influenced by Tan Yakin, her son Lu Binbin had been at odds with Yang Ming since childhood. They were the same age and attended the same school from elementary to high school but were in different classes. Unfortunately, Lu Binbin's grades were always inferior to Yang Ming's. And whenever academic performance was mentioned, Tan Yakin would bring up how Huang Lan lost her job due to having too many children as a sharp comeback. Mom, let us go. Tomorrow I'll take you to see a car. I've wanted to buy one for a long time. Once Grandpa's house is demolished, you must buy it for me. Okay, as long as you can find a girlfriend. I'll sell a few of the relocation houses to help you buy a place in Linen or even the Magic City. Thanks, Mom. Lu Binbin flashed a big smile, showing his yellow teeth, looking as happy as a child. In the hospital's inpatient department, Huang Lan and her husband Yang Qiyuan wore deep frowns. Surrounding them were Yang Ming's uncles and aunts, all silent as if contemplating something. Sister, is there really no way for the old man's health? Pa. What do you mean there's no way? It all comes down to money. Huang Lan shot a frustrated glance at her younger brothers. Huang Lan was the eldest in the family, with 3 younger brothers beneath her. The older generation believed in raising children to support them in old age, but unexpectedly, having more sons didn't help them age well. Every family has its difficulties. Huang Lan knew that her younger brothers were not affluent either. But when the doctor mentioned money, all 3 of them stepped back, leaving Huang Lan to negotiate alone, which inevitably frustrated her, especially her second brother's wife, Tang Jun, who indirectly mentioned their family's financial struggles and that they wouldn't contribute any money. When the other 2 families heard that the second brother wouldn't contribute, even those who initially planned to help backed out. The doctor said heart bypass surgery is one of the most common procedures for the elderly. As long as good equipment is used and the surgeon is skilled, the old man could live another 10 years without a problem. Huang Lan wanted to appeal to her brother's emotions and reason with them, but unexpectedly, her second brother's wife immediately rejected her. Sister, I don't have that money. You know Huang Kai just got a girlfriend and is about to discuss marriage. I haven't even settled the betrothal gifts. Huang Lan was about to scold her when she saw her second brother push his wife aside and angrily shout, "This is my dad. If we don't have money, we'll sell everything we have." Huang Youfu, this is your dad, but he is also your son. The second brother's wife retorted defiantly. Seeing the tension between them, Huang Lan was ready to say a few soft words to ease the situation. Unexpectedly, the second brother's wife completely let loose, saying, "If you want me to pay, we'll get a divorce." Huang Youfu was stunned, thinking his wife had gone mad. Just then, a voice drifted in from the doorway. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Chapter 71. The best medical service. It was Yang Ming and his sister who had just arrived. "Xiaoming, you're back." Huang Lan seemed to ignore Yang Hui and rushed straight to her precious son. "Mom, I'm still here. Do you have to be so obvious?" "It's like I'm invisible," Yang Hui complained. "You little brat, taking leave to go to the magic city without saying a word. And you expect me to treat you nicely? Go away." Yang Hui knew her mom was just being tough because she was worried about her being bullied in the magic city, and although the words were harsh, it warmed her heart. "Don't worry, with Xiaoming around, I can have wind when I want wind, and rain when I want rain." Then Yang Hui turned and saw Yang Ming's gloomy face, immediately dropping her proud expression. "Xiaoming is here. Grandpa just mentioned you." Yes." Yang Ming smiled at his uncles. Eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle, and several aunts. It's been a long time. Yang Ming grew up at his grandparents' house and was particularly close to them. At that time, Huang Lan was expelled from school for having too many children, violating family planning policies. With 3 children to feed and a family struggling to make ends meet, Huang Lan made a tough decision and, along with her husband Yang Qiyuan, went out to work, becoming a true worker. Such a young child was left in the care of her parents. It's impossible not to feel heartbroken, but without money, the children will go hungry, so the couple can only choose the lesser of 2 evils. Growing up beside their grandparents, Yang Ming and his siblings are naturally close to their grandmother's family. At this moment, Grandma Lu Milan walked over unsteadily and asked, "Xiaoming, what should we do about your grandfather's situation?" Since childhood, Yang Ming has been considered a person with ideas in Lu Milan's mind. Just now, the old woman heard her sons and daughters-in-law speak, and her mood was very bleak. If she had known this would be the outcome, she would never have given birth to so many sons. It seems daughters are more reliable. "Grandma, it's okay. I'll talk to the doctor." Yang Ming tried to comfort Grandma Lu Milan. "Xiaoming, do what you can. Kids shouldn't overestimate themselves," said second Aunt Tangjin coldly from the side. Yang Ming heard her and turned to show a sunny smile. "Second Aunt, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Tangjin pouted, feeling uncomfortable, as if she had been outdone by a younger generation. "You just said there's no money, and now that Xiaoming is here, you're being sarcastic again. What does that mean?" Huang Youfu was already dissatisfied with Tangjin's stingy behavior and was even more disapproving of her now. "Oh, Huang Youfu, are you really not satisfied with me? Let me tell you, I'm not serving anymore." Saying this, Tangjin tried to leave, but several sisters-in-law nearby desperately held her back and managed to persuade her to stay. "All right, everyone, keep your mouth shut. The doctor will be here soon, and we don't want to make a scene." Huang Lan quickly reprimanded her brother as she saw the family conflict about to erupt. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat entered. "Who is the family member of Huang Renchuan?" "Doctor, we all are," they replied in unison. "Great." After examination, Huang Renchuan's heart is under too much strain and needs immediate surgery. Otherwise, his condition will further deteriorate, and by then, even if we want to operate, his body won't be able to handle it. "Doctor, how much will such a surgery cost?" Tangjin was most concerned about the money issue. And even though Huang Youfu was desperately signaling her to be quiet, she still acted as she pleased. "It will cost about 200,000. And if we invite doctors from outside, the price will be even higher." Hearing the price, everyone fell silent. 200,000 could cover a down payment for a house in a small county. At this moment, Tangjin looked at Yang Ming and sarcastically said, "Xiaoming, didn't you say that money can solve any problem? How do you feel now? After working in Shanghai for a few years, you started to show off." Yang Ming ignored second Aunt Tangjin's cold words. He was searching for medical services in the system. Since he could quickly access legal services the last time he encountered trouble, he could naturally access medical services as well. So, Yang Ming searched the system. "System assistant, the search results are too many. Please narrow down the criteria." Yang Ming smiled wryly, realizing he had forgotten that there are so many hospitals in this world. If the system displayed all of them, he would probably take days just to flip through them. So he added the prefix top tier to his medical service search. The system immediately responded: hospital name, Massachusetts General Hospital, hospital qualifications, medical team, 23 people, quick purchase amount, 10,000 yuan, hospital name, Johns Hopkins Hospital, hospital qualifications, medical team, 25 people, quick purchase amount, 12,000 yuan, hospital name, Cleveland Clinic, hospital qualifications, medical team, 30 people, quick purchase amount, 15,000 yuan, hospital name, Mayo Clinic, hospital qualifications, medical team, 46 people, quick purchase amount, 18,000 yuan. What is going on? Why are all the options foreign? Yang Ming was puzzled as to why the search results only showed foreign medical teams. In fact, this was Yang Ming's misunderstanding. He didn't know much about foreign medical services, but these 4 medical centers are top tier globally, since he had added the top tier tag during the search. The system naturally provided the quick purchase services ranked from high to low. System assistant: these 4 medical centers are world-class and cannot be compared to domestic hospitals. Please choose carefully. After hearing the system's explanation, Yang Ming realized he had been ignorant. So he naturally chose the most expensive service from Mayo Clinic. System assistant: you will spend 18,000 yuan to purchase medical services from Mayo Clinic. Is that correct? Yang Ming quickly confirmed. System assistant: congratulations, your purchase was successful. Please be ready to answer the call. As soon as the system's notification ended, Yang Ming's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was a domestic number. Yang Ming knew it was the medical service team calling. However, as soon as he pressed the answer button, he was taken aback. The entire conversation was in American English. Chapter 72, The Flying Knife Across the Pacific, Part 1. Yang Ming had been out of school for 2 years. No matter how well he had studied, he was still a bit unfamiliar with this language that he rarely used. Listening to the rapid-fire speech on the phone, he struggled to respond while opening the system to see if he could find a language-related product. The system displayed skill name, language proficiency, all languages, skill level, toddler level, quick purchase amount, 0 yuan, skill name, language proficiency, all languages, skill level, elementary level, quick purchase amount, 500 yuan, skill name, language proficiency, all languages, skill level, middle school level, quick purchase amount, 5,000 yuan, skill name, language proficiency, all languages, skill level, university level, quick purchase amount, 50,000 yuan, skill name, language proficiency, all languages, skill level, grade C, quick purchase amount, 500,000 yuan, skill name, language proficiency, all languages, skill level, grade B, quick purchase amount, 5,000 yuan, skill name, language proficiency, all languages, skill level, grade A, quick purchase amount, 50,000 yuan. Are these prices too high? At this rate, Yang Ming could only buy a grade C, language proficiency, and he wasn't sure what that level meant. System assistant: sufficient for daily life? Perhaps seeing that Yang Ming still had doubts, the quick purchase system unusually recommended something to him. Item name: real-time translation pill, all languages, required level, originally required level 10. Now only level 3 during the Double 11 period, quick purchase amount. Original price 5,000 yuan, special price 500,000 yuan during Double 11. Damn, system, you're getting creative, huh? Yang Ming was genuinely baffled by the system's new trick. System assistant: the system adapts to local customs. The host can choose either grade C, language proficiency, or the real-time translation pill. At this point, Yang Ming also began to distrust the effectiveness of the pill, wondering if it would be better to choose grade C, language proficiency, but that would take up a skill slot, which seemed a bit regrettable. System assistant: host, please rest assured, taking the real-time translation pill is as effective as the top-tier language proficiency skill, and the host does not need to learn any language. Just speak normally in Chinese, and what is heard by the other party will automatically translate into their country's language. When the other party speaks, it will also automatically convert into the host country's language. This is really amazing. Yang Ming almost lost himself in pride. It means he can speak however he wants. And the other party can too, but both will hear their own familiar languages. This is indeed much more convenient than obtaining the language proficiency skill. and the brain won't be stuffed with various strange vocabulary and grammar. Bought it. System assistant. You will spend 500,000 yuan to purchase the real-time translation pill. Is that correct? Yang Ming clicked yes with his hand. System assistant, congratulations. Post, purchase successful. Please take the pill out of your pocket. Yang Ming touched his pocket and indeed found a blue pill similar to Viagra. Taking advantage of no one noticing, Yang Ming quietly put the pill in his mouth. And just as he was about to pour a glass of water, he was surprised to find that the pill dissolved instantly and disappeared without a trace. Shocked, Yang Ming looked around, and everyone was not looking at him strangely, so he felt relieved. At that moment, he actually understood what the person on the phone was saying. And surprisingly, it was in Mandarin with a bit of his local dialect. It was really magical. Steve, Mr. Yang. 45 medical experts from the Mayo Clinic will arrive in Guilin City today at midnight and will reach Yulin County by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yang Ming. Thank you to every member of the Mayo medical team. I await your arrival. Yang Ming suddenly remembered something and asked, time is too tight. I hope Mr. Steve understands. Steve laughed on the other end of the phone. No problem. Our private plane from Mayo is already waiting at the airport. And we are on our way there. We will meet Mr. Yang soon. Yang Ming could only hang up speechlessly. This is too extravagant. A private jet just to go out, and suddenly he really wanted to buy a plane to play with. System assistant. The host's current level cannot kill large transportation tools like planes. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Yang Ming replied awkwardly. Can't I just think about it? After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him with surprised expressions. What is going on? Do I have something on my face? Huang Lan. Son, your English is so good now. I remember your English grades used to be the worst subject. If you had improved your English back then, you might have gotten into Hucking and Yin University. Yang Ming realized that the function of his blue pill was too powerful. Even his mom was stunned by it. System assistant. During the call, the language heard by those around you is equivalent to what the other party hears. All right. Next time it's better to find a quiet place to make calls. Otherwise, it might seem pretentious. Luckily, it was English this time. If it had been a rare small country's language, it would have scared a bunch of people. Hey, Mom. I've been practicing foreign languages for work recently. It's nothing to be surprised about. However, Huang Lan didn't think so. Although she graduated from high school, the only subject she was taught before being expelled was English. So she could still distinguish it. But since her son was being so low-key, she didn't press further. Hey, Xiaoming. You've been chattering on the phone for so long. Is Grandpa's illness treatable? Just as Huang Lan was about to retort, Yang Ming stopped her and said lightly, don't worry, the person who will treat Grandpa's illness will arrive tomorrow. By then, he will definitely be able to make Grandpa live another 10 or 20 years in good health. The doctor next to them, hearing Yang Ming's words, asked with some concern, did you personally invite a flying knife doctor? It's still a flying knife across the entire Pacific. Chapter 73. So Many Foreigners. Part 2. The young doctor was filled with questions, thinking this family was really one stranger than the next. When they came to discuss the illness, everyone crowded around to listen, but when it came to hospitalization and surgical fees, everyone retreated further away. The young doctor walked out of the ward helplessly, thinking that this old man probably didn't have long to live. Yang Ming didn't speak and said to Huang Lan, Mom, don't worry, I've arranged everything. Huang Lan wanted to believe her son. But reality forced her to face the harsh truth. Not long after, a slightly older director came with a group of young faces to do rounds. The young doctor introduced Yang Ming's family. This is our director of cardiovascular surgery, Director Yin. Yin Renchuan, this heart problem is quite serious. Has the family decided on a plan? Will it be surgery or conservative treatment? Director Yin said while flipping through the medical record book. A few uncles and aunts looked at each other, unwilling to answer. Doctor, we've decided to go for surgery. Yang Ming took the initiative without any hesitation. All right. Young man, the old man must be very fond of you. It's really reliable at this time, but the costs are quite high. Can you make the decision? Director Yin didn't hold back and directly pointed out the issue of surgical fees. No problem. I can make the decision. Director Yin. They have already owed more than 10,000 yuan. The previous medical expenses must be made up before this afternoon. The head nurse spoke up. All right. I'll pay it now, but there is still surgery to come, right? You give me a number, and I'll pay it all at once. Director Yan's eyes finally moved from the medical record book to Yang Ming, slowly saying, not bad, not bad. Young people should have this kind of virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young. If you earn money, you should honor the elderly. especially when they are sick and hospitalized. Director Yin increasingly liked this young man, feeling that he saw many qualities in him that many young people today lacked. Paying about 250,000 should be fine, just adjust accordingly. Director Yin thought for a moment and mentioned a rough number, as if to him, 250,000 was the same as 25. Therefore, many people now say they dare not get sick because once they reach the hospital, money is no longer money. It's like napkins, and it disappears quickly, leaving them to scramble for bits and pieces to use. Please follow me to pay, the head nurse said. Xiaoming, do you have money? Mom has a few thousand, and Dad has some pocket money. Why don't you? Young Qi Yuan, listening nearby, was stunned. He didn't expect that the little pocket money he had saved over the years had escaped his wife's watchful eye. Yeah, Xiaoming. Dad's money can be used too. Let us go together. Yang Ming didn't stop them, and the father and son followed the head nurse out of the ward. After Yang Ming left, Director Yin said to Huang Lan, your son is doing well. You will have support in the second half of your life. Huang Lan didn't say anything, just smiled, while the several nearby suddenly felt embarrassed and their faces turned red. Indeed, compared to Yang Ming, am I even a person? Soon, the young father and son returned, holding several receipts and detailed bills, handing them to Huang Lan. All paid by Xiaoming. I didn't help. Yang Qi Yuan said to his wife. Huang Lan gave him a glare, thinking, don't you have the awareness of being a father? The money that our son earned hard in Shanghai, can't you contribute a little? Yang Qi Yuan didn't argue. Being in the hospital, he was originally a taciturn person. And when it came to these matters, he preferred to remain silent. All right, let us go eat. Huang Lan, seeing that the big matter was settled, shouted that they should go eat. She handed the receipts and the bag containing the medical records to her brother, saying, we're going to eat. You all stay here. Mom, uncles haven't eaten either. Yang Hui said from the side. Huang Lan scolded Yang Hui in an annoyed tone. What? They don't have to pay for the food. Are they going to starve to death waiting a while to eat? This statement shows just how heavy Huang Lan's resentment was. She truly did not expect her brother and sister-in-laws to stoop to such a level. It's fine, we can wait to eat, Huang Youfu said with an awkward smile. He also wanted to honor his elderly father, but his wallet didn't allow it, and besides, he had a fierce wife at home, so he had no real standing. Meanwhile, Tang Jin had been quietly standing in a corner since Yang Ming paid the 250,000 yuan fee. She knew that without having paid, she had no voice. And it was better to quietly be a bystander than to intrude. Director Yin did not stay in the ward for long when Yang Ming left. He went to another ward. However, Yang Ming left a deep impression on him. On the way to eat, Huang Lan asked Xiaoming, where did you get so much money? Yang Ming had anticipated that Huang Lan would ask this question. So he recited the reasons he had prepared in his mind about doing business and making money from stock trading. Although Huang Lan and Yang Qi Yuan had deep doubts in their hearts, they had to believe it since the hospitalization fee was paid in real cash. They just advised Yang Ming to work harder, save more money, and not do anything illegal. Yang Ming nodded in agreement, but he didn't take it seriously. With the system, who would care about that little money? Before 3 a.m. the next day, a small Boeing passenger plane painted with the letters Mayo landed at the airport in Linen. There were no large airports in Yulin County. Generally, people would choose to fly to Linen Airport in the provincial capital. Of course, there were a few prefecture-level cities in the province with airports, but they were usually smaller. International flights generally prioritized landing at Linen Airport, especially the plane carrying the medical team from Mayo. Steve had contacted Linen Airport in advance to arrange for the landing, so everything proceeded smoothly after the plane landed. Everyone seemed eager, wanting to see their patients as soon as possible. After all, Steve had said that this was a mysterious wealthy individual who had paid an extraordinary price to hire the entire medical team. If Yang Ming knew what they were thinking, he would probably wake up laughing from his bed. He had only spent less than 18,000 yuan, which was less than 4,000 yuan in total. Who knows how the system operated, making the Mayo team excited all night, eager to fly to Yulin County. This time, the Mayo team had specially hired a local tour guide to navigate, as dozens of foreigners would likely get lost in the vast land of the country. As soon as the Mayo team landed, many hospital directors in Linen received the news. What's going on? Did the Mayo Center send a delegation? What's happening? Steve is leading the team? Quickly called to ask which hospital invited them. The early morning Linen had not fully awakened from the night. But several people were frowning in a few nationally renowned hospitals while a few doctors who looked like experts stood beside them. Old son, I must meet Susan from the Mayo team this time, otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace. Yes, old son, there's an anesthesiologist named Quake in the team. I really want to discuss with him. You must arrange it for me. The same conversations were happening in the offices of directors and other hospitals. Meanwhile, far away in Yulin County, young Ming was troubled about what to have for breakfast. He was torn between buying several types of breakfast to satisfy his craving for local specialties. Mom, there are so many foreigners over there. A childish voice broke the morning tranquility of Yulin County People's Hospital. Chapter 74, The Lying Young Ming? Third update, around 6 or 7 in the morning. Many patients and their families had already gotten up, sitting in groups in the first-floor garden, sharing their unfortunate experiences of illness. Just when one patient was about to reach an emotional high, shedding tears and moving others, the little girl's voice interrupted nearby. Isn't it frustrating? Just as someone was about to lament their tragic fate, they were disrupted, losing their focus and emotions, and the patient glared angrily at the little girl. Everyone else turned to see what kind of foreigner was causing such a stir. It wasn't he like Ultraman was fighting monsters, so what could be so intriguing? Moreover, although Yulin County was located along the coast of the province, it wasn't devoid of foreigners. Many foreign teachers were invited to high schools and training classes. In the past, people might have found it novel to see foreigners, but now, what era was this? Little girl, foreigners are just like us, one neck carrying one head. No need to make such a fuss. The heavy local dialect scared the little girl, who quickly hid in her mother's embrace. After that, the patient prepared to reorganize their words and emotions, but the fellow patient who had been listening attentively stood up and ran towards the commotion. What's going on? In the past, I could make hundreds of people cry with a story, but today it's not working. So, he could only follow the crowd towards the entrance. Don't push, there's someone here. If you want to see, find another place. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Watch your manners. Wow, so many foreigners. And they're wearing white coats. They look so high-end and classy. Yulin County is now a remarkable county, attracting so many foreigners for treatment. What a lack of experience. Are they patients? They're doctors, for goodness sake. What kind of eyes do you have? Everyone was passionately discussing the scene unfolding before them. Gossip in a small county usually travels fast. News from a roadside stall can spread to everyone within an hour. Not to mention the appearance of so many foreign doctors in the hospital. Before long, many local social media accounts in Yulin had posted relevant photos and comments. Director, it's incredible. Our hospital suddenly has a lot of doctors, and it's chaos outside. The director of Yulin County People's Hospital, Su-rong, happened to be on duty last night. And when he was still groggy in the morning, he was awakened by the office director's noise. I told you, ding, not to panic in case of an emergency. This is a hospital, not your home. But, Su-rong was somewhat exasperated. Had he known, he wouldn't have promoted Ding-in, who was so reckless. Just then, the phone in the director's office rang. Su-rong thought to himself that something must be wrong today, not letting anyone have peace early in the morning. But upon seeing the red phone on his desk, he hurriedly got up to answer it. Director Su, this is Secretary Wong from the county government. The leaders have heard that many world-renowned medical experts have appeared at your hospital today, and they are rushing over. Please prepare a situation report. What experts? I haven't heard. At this point, Su-rong saw Ding-in frantically signaling him, and quickly replied, Okay, I'll prepare immediately. After hanging up the phone, Su-rong was stunned for several seconds, suddenly looking up and startling Ding-in. Quick, I'll get dressed while you tell me what's going on. Okay, Director. Here's the thing. This morning, the security department reported to me that several buses with linen license plates were entering the hospital, so I went out to take a look. And there were just tons of foreigners. Most of the people inside I don't recognize, but there's one person whose photo I often see. Su-rong asked in confusion. Who is it? Ding-in picked up a copy of the Lancet from the director's desk and pointed to the cover, saying, This person. Su-rong stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar face on the cover, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Director, what should we do now? Su-rong was so shocked that he couldn't recover at all. Using the last bit of his strength, he pointed at the quick-acting heart-saving pill on the table. Ding-in hurriedly poured out the pill and gave it to Su-rong. After a while, Su-rong finally slowly regained some color and weakly said, Immediately notify the hospital leadership members to come to the hospital quickly. Just say a big person has arrived. Ding-in took on the task and prepared to go out. But before leaving, he looked at Su-rong with concern, only to be waved away by Su-rong. When young Ming arrived at the ward, several uncles and aunts were present, looking quite tired. To be honest, if they didn't even want to accompany him now, they would probably have a hard time holding their heads high in front of relatives in the future. Xiaoming, "You're here," said second Uncle Huang Youfu with a smile. Tang Jin, as always, looked down on Yang Ming. Although she was shocked that Yang Ming had paid 250,000, she still didn't believe he could invite any good knife doctors. After all, top doctors wouldn't come to a small place like Yuan. "Xiao Ming, when will the doctor you invited arrive?" Tang Jin, seizing the opportunity while Huang Lan hadn't arrived, wanted to ridicule Yang Ming to take revenge for being looked down upon yesterday. Although this was purely her personal idea, she was stuck on it, convinced that Huang Lan's family had humiliated her beyond measure. "Should be soon. They said on the phone yesterday that they would arrive by 8 o'clock. Hee. A doctor rushing over in the morning. Are you sure their medical skills are superb? Which chief doctor would come to the hospital so early? Only those who aren't doing well would rush over to make money." Tang Jin showed no mercy to Yang Ming. Her resentment had fermented overnight, and she couldn't hold it back anymore. "No, they came by private jet last night. Strictly speaking, they left yesterday afternoon. So it can't be counted as arriving this morning." Yang Ming, not sensing second aunt's resentment, answered honestly. "Ha ha ha ha, your joke isn't funny at all. Leaving yesterday afternoon and taking a private jet? Which flight in our country takes a day and a night and still hasn't arrived? You can't even lie properly. Did your sister teach you this? You're making me laugh to death." Tang Jin felt a sense of satisfaction and revenge after being suffocated by Yang Ming's payment of 250,000 in medical fees yesterday. She finally struck back today. "Dare to underestimate me. I'm not someone to be trifled with," Tang Jin thought to herself happily. "You should say less. Xiao Ming is also well-intentioned. I say, Huang Youfu, don't be a good person for nothing. Your sister's family doesn't take us seriously at all. What are you trying to defend? Besides, Xiao Ming's lie is so outrageous. As an elder, shouldn't I teach him a lesson?" "Oh," second aunt misunderstood. "I didn't say I invited doctors from the country. Didn't I tell that young doctor yesterday? They are doctors from the other side of the Pacific." Chapter 75. All in chaos. First update. What? Doctors from the country? You can't be serious. That's worse than lying, Xiao Ming. Just as Tang Jin was about to further criticize Yang Ming, the ward door was pushed open. "Is Mr. Yang Ming here?" A white face appeared before everyone. Tang Jin didn't understand what it meant, but she could still distinguish the name Yang Ming. "Hello, I am Yang Ming." The white man appeared very excited and quickly shook Yang Ming's hand without letting go. "Mr. Yang, I am Steve, the one who contacted you yesterday. Our team has arrived and is outside, but the people here are really simple. They surrounded our medical team, and I had to break through the crowd to see you." Steve looked helpless, as if he had survived a disaster. "It's okay. Maybe our small town's people are too enthusiastic. After all, although they have seen foreigners, a foreign medical team is still quite rare." Tang Jin and the other uncles and aunts of Yang Ming stared blankly as Yang Ming communicated fluently in English with the white man. They couldn't understand, but that didn't stop them from imagining dialogue scenarios. The most unfortunate was Tang Jin, who had just mocked Yang Ming, only to be slapped in the face by the appearance of the white doctor, praying in her heart that this was a fake and incompetent doctor. But the reality often defies the villain's expectations. Sure enough, with a flurry of hurried footsteps, Su Rong appeared in the ward, followed by a group of doctors, all dressed in black, making it impossible to see their faces, but there were many heads. Each of them looked rosy, as if there was some joyous occasion. "Mr. Steve, I am the director of Yulin County First People's Hospital. Thank you for coming to our hospital." Su Rong trembled as he reached out, wanting to shake hands with Steve. But unexpectedly, Steve, with his poor Chinese, said, No, we are not here for you." Su Rong was stunned. This was a clear insult. However, he didn't mind. After all, the man was the world's top cardiovascular surgeon, a regular in the Lancet, with papers, research achievements, and various complex surgical techniques, none of which were not at the top of the world food chain. Yang Ming didn't understand any of this, but doctors around the world were very clear. There is also a hierarchy in the medical field. Ding Yin whispered a few words in Su Rong's ear, and then Su Rong enthusiastically walked up to Yang Ming. "Mr. Yang, I didn't expect you to invite such a world-class medical team. It's truly astonishing. On behalf of many doctors from the country, I thank you for your support of the medical costs." Yang Ming was confused. This wasn't right. He didn't intend to support the medical costs. He just wanted them to perform surgery on his grandfather. So he could only speak the truth. "Director Su, you misunderstood. Steve is only here to perform surgery on my grandfather, and of course, that includes his entire team." Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, Su Rong almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood and patted his pocket. Thankfully, the quick-acting heart-saving pill was still there. Such a top-notch, skilled, and prestigious medical team was actually only serving a 70-year-old old man. Wasn't that a waste? No, Mr. Yang, we can discuss this. Su Rong was unwilling to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, almost pleading with Yang Ming. How about this, Director Su? Let's wait until they treat my grandfather's illness first. Yang Ming actually didn't know how the system communicated with the Mayo Clinic, nor did he know how long Steve's team would stay in the country. But the goal of treating his grandfather's illness couldn't be misplaced. Okay, thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yang. Su Rong had no choice but to bow and scrape. As the county's top leaders were waiting for his report to see if they could keep the team in Yulin County to benefit the local people. Then we won't disturb Mr. Yang and Mr. Steve. Saying this, he turned to the person beside him. Vice President Xie, take Director Yin and Xiao Bai to support Mr. Yang's needs at any time. The bald Vice President Xie nodded understandingly, while the excited Director Yin and Xiao Bai were on the verge of tears. Xiao Bai was the young doctor from yesterday. When Yang Ming spoke to him, he didn't believe it. But he didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Director, we will definitely cooperate well with Vice President Xie. Being able to follow the medical team around, in the eyes of these doctors, was a coveted training opportunity. Looking at the envious gazes around him, Xiao Bai felt that his choice to pursue medicine was indeed the right one. All right, everyone disperse. Chief of Security, remember to manage the crowds in the hospital and ensure that the medical team's work is not affected. Also, contact the county's welcoming hotel to arrange for the medical team's experts to check in, with all expenses covered by our hospital. The head of security nodded and immediately went down to organize personnel to guide the crowd, as there was almost no place to stand in the entire hospital. The people from Yulin County heard that world-class doctors had arrived and rushed over, hoping to see if they could get an appointment with a specialist. In the ward, only Steve and Yang Ming's relatives remained. Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe the reality. They never expected this white man to be such an impressive person. Even the hospital director personally welcomed him. Doesn't that indicate something? Tang Zhun had already curled up in the corner, trembling, feeling like her face was swelling. At that moment, Huang Lan and Yang Chiyuan pushed the door open and looked at the white man in the ward, also puzzled. So, Uncle Huang Yukai and third Uncle Huang Yud repeated what had just happened to Huang Lan. I was wondering why the hospital was so crowded. It turns out my son is making a fuss. Xiaoming, don't do these things in the future. Just invite a regular specialist. No need to bring in foreign doctors. How much will that cost? Huang Lan's typical small-town woman's frugality came to the forefront again. At this moment, Xiao Bai, who was guarding the door, pushed open a crack and said, the director said that all medical fees for Mr. Huang Rinchuan will be waived. What? Huang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she wanted to confirm whether she was dreaming. You still have to pay what needs to be paid. I'm not short on this little money. Go back and tell the director. Xiao Bai originally thought Yang Ming would be happy, but unexpectedly, he didn't care at all. This was quite normal. Being able to afford such a powerful medical team, how could they care about this little money? This actually left Yang Ming speechless. His grandfather's medical expenses were much more expensive than hiring a team from the Mayo Clinic, and there was no comparison. Steve, please take a look at my grandfather first. Steve nodded. So Yang Ming and the others stepped aside, and Steve carefully examined Huang Rinchuan's body, with some instruments brought over by his assistant. About half an hour later, Steve finally finished the entire diagnostic process and said to Yang Ming, your grandfather's cardiovascular system has indeed become thinner and more fragile. But I recently developed a new procedure that can restore 60 of his basic vascular function within a week. Great, thank you so much. Don't mention it. It's what I should do. Just as Yang Ming and Steve were communicating about Huang Rinchuan's condition in Yulin County First People's Hospital, the outside world was starting to become restless. It's an understatement to say the medical circle was not calm. If one must describe it, it could only be summed up as chaotic, and it was all a complete mess. Chapter 76. I'm Just a Driver, Part 2. Su Rong sat idle in the director's office. A few minutes ago, he received calls from the directors of major hospitals in the capital, Magic City, and Linen, saying they wanted to visit and inspect Yulin County First People's Hospital. The drunken man's intention is not in the wine. Su Rong immediately reported this matter to the county leaders. The leaders instructed to prepare for the reception, especially to strengthen the hospital's security forces. A word from the leaders had everyone running around. Various major cities also dispatched their own expert teams, hoping to learn some of the world's top treatment methods under the Mayo medical team, which was also the purpose of their visit. Of course, there were regulations for selecting experts. After all, too many people wanted to go, but the receiving capacity was limited, so the number of spots was naturally limited. And the number of experts from each hospital could not be the same. This led to open and covert competition among major hospitals, and the chaos began. However, every circle has its own long-established error correction mechanism, and the medical circle is no exception. Soon, as the chaos among the major hospitals further expanded, they decisively reached an internal agreement to allocate spots according to hospital size and other conditions, which curbed greater chaos. Regardless, the turmoil outside was really nothing to Yang Ming. Of course, Yang Ming would never have thought that his small act of impulsiveness could stir up the deeply rooted medical system, with doctors vying to learn from the Mayo experts and creating such a scene. In the following days, Su Rong frequently came to find Yang Ming for various reasons. And finally, Yang Ming got annoyed and said to Steve, "Steve, after you treat my grandfather's illness this time, are you going back to your country immediately? Or will you stay in the country for a while?" Steve pondered for a moment and asked back, "Yang, isn't this service time for a year?" Damn. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. He was almost moved to tears by his own stupidity. He should have known that when the system is involved, it's basically a long-term contract, and he actually doubted the capability of the system. System assistant, the host still needs to give me a bit more trust and confidence. Last time when Yang Ming purchased legal services, Zhu Xing'an also said it was a one-year legal advisory service. He didn't expect that this time the medical service would also be for a year. But dealing with so many people is troublesome. Yang Ming felt a bit distressed. He couldn't keep a team of 45 people running around with him. Sigh, it's a headache. Just when Yang Ming was about to tell Steve to return home early, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Director Su, Steve's team will serve me in the country for a year. If the major hospitals are interested, they can contact me. I will have Steve and their hospital exchange for a period, with the condition that in the future, whenever my family or friends go to any of their hospitals for treatment, they must enjoy VIP treatment, and as long as I need, I can call back Steve and them at any time within a year." Su Rong then conveyed this message to the directors of major hospitals across the country. And of course, the response was affirmative. Which hospital doesn't want a bit of privilege? Besides, if they could invite experts from Mayo, they might not even be able to see their own hospital in the future. So, after Steve performed surgery on Huang Rinchuan, Yang Ming expressed his hope that they could participate in this academic exchange activity among hospitals in the country. Steve certainly wouldn't refuse his employer's request. He had this idea himself, and now that everything was aligned, participating in the exchange activities among hospitals was perfectly fine. The tumultuous week quickly passed, and the people of Yulin County remained focused on the topic of healthcare during this time. When people met, they would greet each other with, "Did you see the doctor today?" Why? Because now, there were many doctors in white coats in Yulin County, and everyone could see a sea of white when they stepped out. Huang Rinchuan's cardiovascular system recovered quite well after the surgery, and Yang Ming's uncles and aunts had also been very well behaved these days, without causing any trouble. Everyone was just waiting for the old man to be discharged. "Xiaoming, go home and bring your grandfather some warm clothes. The weather is getting colder." Although Huang Lan loved her son very much, she was quite assertive when it came to sending him on errands. Oh, several uncles hesitated. They understood that their nephew was probably doing something impressive in the Magic City. But running errands for his mother, isn't that what a son should do? Compared to him, their gap was indeed not small. Yang Ming had been in the hospital for the past 2 days, so he let Jiang Fei find a place to stay by himself and didn't bother with him. Now that he needed a car, Yang Ming could only call Jiang Fei. "Come to the hospital to pick me up. I need to go back to get some things." "Okay, Yang Dong." Jiang Fei's response was still concise and clear, without any unnecessary words. This time in the car, Yang Ming heard news about He Xuanquan, the chairman of Dingxing Real Estate, disappearing from the public eye. "Every day, you give me a headache." "No, this time when I return to the Magic City, I must go see the headquarters of Dingxing Group, at the residential community." Jiang Fei was smoking at the bottom of the building when a black car drove over from a distance. When a brand new Honda sedan appeared next to the Cayenne, Yang Ming was coming down from upstairs. "Hey, buddy, your Porsche Cayenne is nice," he said. The driver was Liu Binbin, who had mentioned a few days ago that he was going to buy a car. He didn't expect to be driving a new car so soon. "Want to smoke?" Liu Binbin asked, trying to be friendly. Jiang Fei ignored him and extinguished his cigarette. Just then, Yang Ming also came downstairs, and at that moment, Tan Yakin from the Honda car got out and happened to see Yang Ming. "Oh, Xiaoming is back home?" "Yes, and Tan, my grandpa is in the hospital." I'm going to bring him some warm clothes. Oh, why not let Binbin give you a ride? Look, he just got this car, 220,000. Not bad, right? Yang Ming glanced at it. It was decent. The muscle lines were indeed good, but he didn't fully trust the quality of domestic cars. When Lu Binbin heard his mom suggesting he drive Yang Ming, he clearly looked unhappy. Why should he give him a ride? This was his precious new toy, meant to attract beautiful women. He believed that as long as he drove it out, he would definitely have the image of a rich and handsome guy. Of course, except for the Kian next to him, because it was prettier, more elegant, and more expensive. Lu Binbin looked at the Kian and unconsciously swallowed, like a man experiencing a primal desire for a woman. But he had no money. Buying this Honda had already drained his mom's savings. And with the relocation funds and resettlement, housing not yet settled, he could only be frugal lately. No, Aunt Tan, thank you for your kindness, but I have a car. Don't be polite, Xiao Ming. Just let Binbin give you a ride, Tan Yakin said, her voice getting softer. As she saw Yang Ming open the Kian's door and sit inside, Lu Binbin was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Yang Ming could afford that car. That man must be a friend of Yang Ming's, right? It had to be that way. After Jiang Fei got in the car, Lu Binbin smiled and said, "This big brother is also a friend of Yang Ming's? I should have known we should get to know each other. I've been his neighbor all along." Jiang Fei started the car and said to Yang Ming in the back, "Mr. Yang, we are leaving, please hold on." Then he noticed Lu Binbin still standing in front of the vehicle blocking the way and said, "Please move aside." Then, as if remembering something, he added, "And there's no need to get acquainted. I'm just a driver." Chapter 77. Such Good Luck, Part 3. Lu Binbin foolishly stepped aside like a soulless puppet, slowly walking back to his car. Damn it, a driver? Your whole family are drivers. Coming back to his senses, Lu Binbin cursed in the direction the Kian had gone. Tan Yakin also heard Jiang Fei's words. To be honest, she didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't refute it at all. Just watching the Kian slowly disappear from her sight, Lu Binbin couldn't accept that Yang Ming had suddenly become richer than him. He kicked his new car hard, suddenly feeling it wasn't appealing anymore. Mom, no way, I have to buy that car. No, it has to be better than Yang Ming's car. Although Tan Yakin spoiled her son, she was still rational at this moment and understood their family's current situation, at least until the housing payment came through. They basically had no ability to buy another car. So she started to give her son some motivational talk. Binbin, don't look at how advanced Yang Ming's car seems. It might just be a second-hand one, not worth much. Your new car is brand new, even though it can't compare to a genuine Kian. It's still on par with a second-hand one, so it's all the same. Tan Yakin's words indeed had an effect. Lu Binbin stopped insisting on buying the Porsche. Mom, when will the relocation be finished? I want to move out quickly and live together with Yang Ming's family. My taste has been dragged down a lot. Soon. I heard they are about to issue the relocation notice. Your grandpa's house has a large area. It should be able to exchange for 2 sets. Don't worry, son. At this point, Lu Binbin finally showed a smile, but under the sunlight, his yellow teeth looked even more yellow. On the way to the hospital, Yang Ming kept looking out the window, remaining silent. Years had passed, and Yulin County had hardly changed. Only many places had started to build high-rise buildings. Yang Ming thought of himself. He once thought he would still be a boy when he returned, but unexpectedly, time had passed, and he was subtly sensing the signs of becoming a big shot. Can't think. If I think anymore, I'm going to float away. The car quickly arrived at the hospital. Mom, I brought some of Dad's clothes. They should fit Grandpa. Anyway, he'll be discharged in a few days. Huang Lan shot her son a glance and said impatiently, You went to get clothes from your grandpa's house? This kid went to his own house to get clothes. But it was fine. The clothes were already taken, and her husband's size was similar to her dad's, so the fit was just right. Xiao Ming, those foreign doctors you found seem to be quite popular. Every now and then, a bunch of doctors come to ask them about this and that. I just saw our director Sue taking notes next to them, but I don't understand English, so I can't follow what they're talking about. Aunt Yang Lan said nearby. Third Aunt Juichio quickly chimed in. Yeah, I saw many of those consulting doctors are quite old. TSK. This world really is hard to understand. All right, stop talking about useless things. Hurry up and ask about your dad's condition. How long until he can be discharged? Uncle Huang Yukai shouted at his wife. Steve just told me he can be discharged tomorrow, but the blood vessel clearing medication he brought from the country isn't enough. And those medicines aren't sold here, so he has already had Mayo send some more, Yang Ming said while helping Huang Lan organize the clothes. It won't be insufficient, right? Huang Lan asked worriedly. Don't worry, Steve said it will arrive within a month. The current supply is enough to last until then. That's good. After that, the ward fell back into its usual calm. Everyone was silent, with only Lu Milan occasionally making sounds while feeding Huang Renchuan. Yang Ming clearly felt that several uncles seemed a bit afraid of him, rarely speaking, and when they did, they picked some trivial topics. Once it involved sensitive subjects like money, work, or girlfriends, they would naturally skip over them. Relatives acting like this was quite something. The awkwardness in the air was almost suffocating. In fact, these members of the Huang family were well aware that during this time of their father's illness and hospitalization, the credit should go mainly to the eldest sister Huang Lan and her nephew Yang Ming, while they were merely supporting characters. Plus, previously, Tang Jinming had covertly mocked Yang Ming, only to be harshly struck by reality, making them all want to keep a low profile to avoid becoming the next Tangjin. As for Huang Youfu, ever since his wife became withdrawn and went home to recuperate, he had also become quiet, only occasionally returning home to check on Tangjin's emotions, fearing that she would be too affected by the situation. In fact, Tangjin was not that fragile. She knew Yang Ming was not someone she could provoke. So to avoid another conflict, she could only go home and hide. If she couldn't provoke him, could she not hide? Another reason for Tangjin returning home was that her father's house was facing demolition. After Tangjin's father passed away, he left all the cash to Tang Jun's brother and the house to Tang Jun. Originally, a dilapidated old community was inconspicuous to anyone. But the only value it had was that it was adjacent to the best middle school in Yulin County, which could also earn a bit of rental income. However, a few days ago, it was suddenly announced that this community was included in the demolition area, and rumors began circulating in society. Tangjin originally planned to clarify whether there was any truth to the matter, but unexpectedly encountered Huang Renchuan in the hospital. She had to abandon this plan and went to the hospital to take care of him. After this surgery, she understood that her family was probably not comparable to the Huang Lan family, so she returned home with her tail between her legs. Her only thought now was to get her son Huang Kai a set of wedding housing, allowing him to marry with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, she received a call from the community yesterday, confirming that the neighborhood had been included in the demolition list and that construction would soon commence. Many people had already signed demolition agreements and received compensation and relocation housing. Was the house really going to be demolished? Huang Youfu was delighted when he learned the news, disregarding the previous unpleasantness with Tang Jun, and was eager to please his wife. What are you so happy about? It has nothing to do with you. This is what my dad left me. Tang Jun felt a bit smug, as if she could finally breathe easy. The frustration from the past few days finally had an outlet. The next scene was Huang Youfu being scolded by Tang Jun like a stray dog. The official demolition would definitely issue various notifications, and the demolition of this old neighborhood had caused quite a stir in Yulin. Many people were puzzled as to why their neighborhood was not included in the demolition range, and they rushed to the authorities for an explanation. As a result, the authorities made a report on the evaluation of the dangerous buildings public, stating that Donghui community could no longer be lived in, which was why it had to be demolished, not a decision made impulsively by the officials. The news of the demolition of Donghui community inevitably reached the ears of the Huang family today. In the hospital room, Yang Ming's uncle and aunt were discussing it, and even Huang Lan and Yang Qiyuan joined in. They heard that notifications had been sent out, stating it was a dangerous building and could not be renovated, so it would be demolished directly. It seemed that the second brother's family had a house in that neighborhood, and they appeared to have struck it rich this time. Just a few days ago they said they had no money, and now after the demolition, they will become rich landowners. Third Aunt Juichio giggled, her gaze inevitably glancing at Huang Lan's reaction. Although Huang Lan did not show it explicitly, her brows were furrowed. Why was this good fortune not coming to her family? Clearly, their Sichuan community was also quite dilapidated, with the concrete and the stairs almost turning to rubble. Yet no one had come to assess whether it was a dangerous building or not. Huang Lan was fuming internally, and her expression was quite grim. The others also dared not breathe too loudly, fearing they would become the target of criticism. Yang Ming understood his mother's thoughts. He knew she was just unwilling to accept it, wondering why others were so lucky. So he spoke to Huang Lan, Mom. I bought a few apartments in Donghui community through a contact a while ago, and I forgot to tell you. I didn't expect to be so lucky to coincide with the demolition. Yang Ming's intention was actually to comfort his mother Huang Lan, as buying a few apartments in the system was not a big deal for him. However, after Yang Ming finished speaking, everyone looked at him strangely. Because before there was any good news, no one would randomly buy several apartments in an old and dilapidated neighborhood, It didn't make sense. Yang Ming hadn't thought much when he blurted it out, but now seeing everyone looking at him this way, he realized he had been hasty. Oh, don't be surprised. I have a friend in real estate. It's normal to know some insider information in advance, Yang Ming explained. So that's how you managed to buy a house there in advance. It turns out you had insider info. Xiaoming, that's not fair. You had this news and didn't inform your uncles in advance, causing us to miss the best opportunity to buy a house. Who says otherwise? Now that the construction notice has come out, only a fool would sell their house. Everyone is just waiting for their relocation housing. Several uncles now felt that Yang Ming was somewhat unfathomable, but they couldn't quite express what they felt. Now, besides fear, they had more blind faith in Yang Ming. As if whatever he said was right. Mom, we might get a phone call in the next few days, after Grandpa is discharged. Let's go take a look at the houses. I haven't seen the ones I bought yet. You child, how can you buy a house without looking? What if the house is bad? Wouldn't that be a loss? Mom, no matter how good or bad it is, it's going to be demolished anyway. There's no need. Those houses will just be a pile of dust later. Yang Ming didn't care at all, even though he didn't have a single house from the demolition yet. Then let's go see it tomorrow afternoon. We'll take Grandpa home first. After persuading his mom, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. One lie requires countless others to support it. Facing his own mother, Yang Ming felt a bit guilty about deceiving her. As for his uncles and aunts, he didn't particularly care. If they believed, that was fine. If not, he would let facts convince them. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the houses. Yang Ming began searching in the system. Although he knew there would definitely be houses in Donghui community, he still felt a bit uneasy. What if there weren't any? Having made such bold claims, it would be bad if he ended up being proven wrong. After a while, the system interface displayed house name, Donghui community, house location, Renmin Road, house type, commercial housing, house number, building 11, room 502, house area, 119 square meters, flash sale price, 2,300 yuan, house name, Donghui community, house location, Renmin Road, house type, commercial housing, house number, building 9, room 502, house area, 119 square meters, flash sale price, 2,300 yuan, house name, Donghui community, house location, Renmin Road, house type, commercial housing, house number, building 8, room 502, house area, 119 square meters, flash sale price, 2,300 yuan, house name, Donghui community, house location, Renmin Road, house type, commercial housing, house number, building 5, room 502, house area, 119 square meters, flash sale price, 2,300 yuan. Yang Ming wanted to turn to the next page, but unexpectedly found there were no more listings. What was going on? Logically, with such cheap prices for the neighborhood's flash sale, there should be dozens of pages of housing information. System assistant. Due to the ongoing demolition in this community, housing sources are limited. Please be advised. Yang Ming thought for a moment, and it was indeed the case. Most of these houses had owners, and the system could only acquire a few within a reasonable range. Moreover, now facing demolition, anyone selling their house would either be a fool or crazy. Forget it. For units is fine. I don't really care about this little money. System assistant. You will spend 2,300 yuan to purchase Donghui community, building 5, room 502. Is that correct? System assistant. You will spend 2,300 yuan to purchase Donghui community, building 8, room 502. Is that correct? System assistant. You will spend 2,300 yuan to purchase Donghui community, building 9, room 502. Is that correct? System assistant. You will spend 2,300 yuan to purchase Donghui community, building 11, room 502. Is that correct? Yang Ming quickly clicked yes. System assistant, congratulations, host, for your successful purchase. All property certificates are currently in logistics transport. After buying the houses, Yang Ming felt a lot more relaxed. By the time Huang Lan sees the houses tomorrow, she should be able to find some psychological balance. Although his mom was carefree, sometimes she just wanted to compare with others. If she couldn't measure up, she would sulk. Once the houses were in hand, it would make her feel like she was also part of the demolition households, and that would surely lift her spirits. A toast to the morning sun, and a toast to the moonlight, awakening my longing and softening the cold window. The phone ringing interrupted Yang Ming's thoughts. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was Wan Lingling from the president's office of Dingxing Real Estate, who had called him last time, so he answered immediately. Hello, Chairman Yang, this is Wan Lingling. Do you remember me? Of course, the secretary from Dingxing. Actually, I was wondering if it's convenient for you to talk now? Chairman, he would like to have a word with you. Yang Ming had been thinking about this for a while. He had been hearing news about He Xuanquan's disappearance these days, and he felt a bit uneasy, not knowing what the current situation at Dingxing was. Please hold on. I'll find a quiet place. Saying this, he signaled Huang Lan that he needed to take an important call, and Huang Lan waved back to him. Yang Ming quickly walked outside to a secluded spot and said on the phone, "Sure, I've been wanting to call Chairman He for a long time." Haha. I didn't expect Chairman Yang to have been thinking about this for so long. A deep voice suddenly came from the other end, catching Yang Ming off guard. After a moment, he realized it was He Xuanquan's voice. Chairman He, I've been hearing your news frequently on the radio these days, and I'm quite worried about your safety. You're too polite, Chairman Yang, but there are indeed some troublesome matters. We can discuss them in detail when you come to the capital. For now, I just wanted to greet you to facilitate our future communications. Who would dare to dismiss Chairman He's face? Yang Ming wanted to personally learn from him. The two chatted happily on the phone, feeling like they were old friends who had just met, but Yang Ming sensed that He Xuanquan was holding back on some important matters, as if there were some unspeakable concerns. However, since he didn't mention it, Yang Ming, being shrewd, wouldn't make baseless speculations that would come off as childish. Yang Ming and He Xuanquan talked for over an hour, both feeling reluctant to end the call. In the end, He Xuanquan earnestly invited Yang Ming to visit the capital soon so they could enjoy drinks together. However, throughout the conversation, He Xuanquan had been subtly concealing his health issues. How did Yang Ming notice this? Because there were always a few seconds of pauses followed by heavy coughing sounds, which made Yang Ming realize that this meeting with He Xuanquan wouldn't be simple. Finally, they exchanged contact information, mainly because Yang Ming didn't have He Xuanquan's number. Let us meet next time. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Oh, by the way, there is something I want to congratulate Chairman Yang on. Your acquisition of Zhengdao Entertainment and the skillful way you turned the tide is truly admirable. To all the readers, I want to report that the author Lao Yun's book review area before the debut. 1. The number of reviews exceeded 50, already exceeded. 2. The rating reached 90. Just as Lao Yun updated, the book's rating had already reached 90, thanks to the strong support from all the reviewing readers. Chapter 79. So many houses waiting to be demolished. First update. Yang Ming was taken aback, then quickly realized. Although becoming the chairman of Zhengdao Entertainment seemed mysterious to ordinary people, it was no secret to someone at He Xuanquan's level. Thank you for your kind words, Chairman He. It's just an inconspicuous entertainment business, merely a pastime, not comparable to your real estate kingdom. He Xuanquan smiled and didn't continue. As some things didn't need to be explicitly stated, everyone understood. After hanging up, Yang Ming held his phone, feeling unsettled for a long time. It was his first phone call with a tycoon from 100 billion group, and he gained some insights. Yang Ming felt that what he said and how he presented himself were fine. He was neither overly flattering nor arrogant. On the other end, after He Xuanquan ended the call, he stared at his phone in a daze for a while before handing it to Wan Lingling, saying, "What a remarkable young man. I didn't expect someone so young to speak so flawlessly, neither humble nor arrogant. The business world is likely to become more interesting from now on." Before Wan Lingling could respond, he started coughing violently, and it took a long time for him to recover. Chairman He, how is your health? He Xuanquan stopped Wan Lingling from continuing. Strictly confidential. Otherwise, those troublemakers in the company will act quickly. Wan Lingling didn't say anything further, but looked at the powerful man in the real estate industry with concern. At this moment, Yang Ming was being nagged by his mother. Xiao Ming, what call took so long? Why were you hiding it from us? Is something going on? Yang Ming replied. Don't think too much. I know about the daughter-in-law situation. Don't rush me. If you keep pushing, I'll just come out directly. Yang Ming dropped a heavy bomb on his mother. What? Cheating? You child, you haven't even found a girlfriend yet, and you're thinking about cheating. How will you live your life later? Okay, I give up. I won't say anything more. The mother and son argued back and forth, ultimately ending with Yang Ming conceding. The next day, under Dean Su's arrangement, all the discharge procedures were completed very quickly, with no delays. We're leaving. Let us take Grandpa home first, urged Uncle Huang Yukai. Others had already packed their things one after another. Yang Ming had Jiang Fei drive the car to the entrance of the hospital, and when several uncles saw the Qian, they were once again amazed. But it didn't last long. After all, Yang Ming had given them too many surprises, and a luxury car couldn't stir up too much excitement. Xiao Ming, how much did this car cost? asked Grandma Lou Mylan, who had never seen one before. Grandma, it's not much, just a means of transportation. Others thought, really showing off, this car is worth the price of a house in Yulin County. But no one pointed it out, all agreeing with Yang Ming that the car was not expensive. After Huang Renchuan had surgery, he was still relatively weak and at over 70 years old. His recovery speed was somewhat affected. Mr. Yang, your car will go ahead, and there is an ambulance following behind. After we get home, we'll check on the old man again, said Su Rong. Thank you, Dean Su. Let us arrange it that way. Yang Ming didn't refuse Su Rong's kindness. After all, he had helped him a lot. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Rong might advance further in his career after this. So he was just returning the favor. And Yang Ming felt no burden at all. Thus, the Qian led the way, with the ambulance following slowly behind. The speed was not fast. And Yang Ming's uncles all had their own small cars. Although they were cheap, they were still usable for transportation. All the cars headed towards Nanping community. How much money does Xiaoming really have? And Huang Lan asked Uncle Huang Yukai, who was driving beside her. How would I know? But that Qian looks like a fully loaded one. It's worth at least over $1 million. You men only know about cars. When will you grow up? Having been scolded, Huang Yukai didn't argue back, just continued driving quietly. But he was thinking about how to get along with his sister's family in the future to benefit from it. The same conversation occurred in Uncle Huang Yu's car. But he clearly had no intention of relying on anyone. He was just lamenting that the Huang family had produced such a remarkable person as Yang Ming. How is Ye doing in the capital? Zhu Yiqiu asked. Every time she calls, it's good news, never bad. We haven't seen her in person, so we don't really know how she is doing, Huang Yu replied, most worried about his precious daughter, who had lived in the capital for several years, returning home so infrequently that he could count it on his fingers. But every time she did come home, he could sense her unhappiness. How about we ask Ye to go to the Magic City, and then we can ask Xiaoming to take care of her. All right, let us talk about this later. Huang Yu still felt a bit embarrassed. He was the youngest in the Huang family and had been brought up closely by his eldest sister, Huang Lan. So their bond should have been the strongest. However, in recent years, everyone had been busy making a living, leading to a natural decline in their interactions. Nevertheless, Huang Yu believed that as long as he asked his sister, Huang Lan would agree to what Yang Ming said. But now he was unsure of his daughter's thoughts. So he didn't echo his wife's sentiments. Soon, several cars arrived at the Nanping community. After settling the two elderly people, Steve and a doctor from the First People's Hospital conducted a final checkup on Huang Renchuan. Mr. Yang, Mr. Huang's condition is stable. As long as he takes good care of himself, I guarantee he can live for another 10 years without any problem. Generally speaking, doctors wouldn't express their true opinions so clearly. Even if they felt that way, they wouldn't leave themselves open to criticism. However, Steve was different. He provided Yang Ming with medical services, including honest feedback on the situation. Thank you, Steve. We will need your care in the coming year. It's my duty. Although the medical team led by Steve was about to start their tour of various hospitals, he would still come to Yulin occasionally to see Huang Renchuan. Mom, we are leaving now. In the afternoon, Xiao Ming and I will go to Donghui community to check on the demolition situation, Huang Lan said to her mother, Lu Mylan. You and Yud should come to see your parents more often, Lu Mylan replied. Okay, big sister, the two responded obediently, nodding their heads. After saying that, Huang Lan's family left, while Huang Yukai and Huang Yud stayed behind to discuss how to take turns caring for the elderly. Xiao Ming, tell Mom the truth. How many apartments did you buy in Donghui community? Mom needs to be prepared so she won't be shocked. On the way back, Huang Lan seriously asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming answered without hesitation, I bought one apartment each in Building 5, Building 8, Building 9, and Building 11, all 119 square meters. Even though Huang Lan was somewhat prepared, she was still shocked by Yang Ming's response. So many apartments waiting for demolition. Chapter 80, Instant Karma, Part 2. Yeah. How is that considered a lot? The Donghui community is in terrible condition. Before the demolition, the houses in this community were hardly worth anything, Yang Ming explained. Noticing Huang Lan seemed very shocked. Huang Lan nodded. She knew about this. The Donghui community was established in the last century and was one of the first newly built communities in the country. Now, decades later, the walls and surfaces were almost peeling off, and many floors showed signs of being on the verge of collapse. Therefore, houses here were basically unsellable. And many people had bought homes in other communities and rented out their Donghui community apartments to earn some pocket money. If it weren't for the demolition this time, no one in Yulin County would pay any attention to the existence of Donghui community. As they approached Donghui community, the number of people and cars on the road suddenly increased, and Yang Ming's car was stuck in stop-and-go traffic, as if it couldn't get through at all. "Let's get off here. You can turn around and go to another place. Wait for me to notify you to pick us up," Yang Ming said to Jiang Fei, who nodded in agreement. After Yang Ming and Huang Lan got out of the car and walked a few steps, they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of Donghui community. Of course, if it were just the residents of the community, it wouldn't cause such congestion. Many people had come from other places and communities to join the excitement. After all, the demolition of Donghui community was now common knowledge in Yilan County, and many people had simple motives for coming: to ask the demolition office staff whether their own community could be demolished and when it would happen. A large demolition notice stood at the entrance of Donghui community, with many people surrounding it, discussing it. The authorities had temporarily requisitioned the community's property management office as a temporary office for the demolition office. It was still not working hours, so the main entrance of the office on the first floor was tightly closed. Yang Ming watched as many people wore expressions of joy, standing at the door and dreaming about the future. It's no wonder a community that was once lifeless suddenly became a hot commodity, and anyone would be excited and unable to sleep. "Mom, you go around first. I'll go check over there," Yang Ming said. "Be careful with so many people. Don't get lost," Huang Lan replied. Yang Ming nodded and squeezed into the area with the most people. Most of these people were residents awaiting demolition, and many were discussing how to negotiate compensation with the demolition office staff. "Resident A, why isn't anyone organizing in our community? This is disadvantageous for us. Without a leader, it's hard to negotiate with the demolition office, and in the end, it's us residents who suffer." "Resident B, organizing? It's already good enough that we're getting demolished. The authorities don't even know which nerve they hit to choose our community. What if we don't sign, and they just pick another community instead?" "Resident C, I think you're right. Demolitions now are different from before. The policies are standardized. It's basically impossible to get more than what's offered. I've decided that as long as it meets my expectations, I'll sign." Everyone had their own thoughts and expectations, but from the tone of the majority, it seemed they wouldn't choose to confront the authorities head-on, as that would only bring misfortune upon themselves. After listening for a while, Yang Ming didn't glean much more information. He figured he could just follow the majority when the time came. He didn't care much about the demolition in this small county town. He was just in a hurry to come along to make his mother happy. Meanwhile, Huang Lan encountered someone she didn't want to see, her neighbor, Tan Yakin. "Hey, isn't that Huang Lan? Aren't you supposed to be in Sichuan community? What are you doing here joining the excitement?" Tan Yakin had been sparring verbally with Huang Lan for half a lifetime, so she quickly retorted, "Why? Can you come, but I can't come to take a look?" Tan Yakin laughed so hard she almost choked. "I have a house here. Of course I'm coming. In a bit, my 80 square meter apartment might just be exchanged for 2. What about you? Just here to watch the fun? Are you here to count heads?" Lu Binbin, who was beside Tan Yakin, was searching for Yang Ming's figure, wanting to vent the frustration from yesterday. But after looking for a long time, she couldn't find Yang Ming. "Haha, Yakin, that's where you're wrong. I don't know if you have a house here, but you don't know if I have one either. So on what basis do you say I'm just here to watch the fun?" When Tan Yakin heard this, she laughed. "I tell you, Lanzi, boasting can make your tongue twist. It's easy to say things standing in broad daylight. As our old neighbors for so many years, I know you better than myself. I can guarantee you don't have a house in this community. If you do, I'll avoid you in the future. Wherever you are, I'll definitely keep my distance." When Huang Lan heard this, she thought that was a bit excessive. She hadn't gotten to the point of making people avoid her. Just as she was about to say something, Yang Ming squeezed out of the crowd. "Hey, Mom, there are too many people inside. Why don't we head back first? We can come back once others have signed." After saying that, he noticed Tan Yakin and Lu Binbin. "Aunt Tan, what a coincidence." "Xiao Ming, what do you mean by signing?" "Oh, it's like this. I bought a few apartments here for my mom, and luck happened to be on my side. The demolition came up, so we're here to see what the policies are. So, Aunt Tan, do you have a house here too?" At this moment, Tan Yakin's face turned pale. The words she just said couldn't be taken back, but she still found it hard to believe, as it seemed too coincidental. Just then, Yang Ming's phone rang. "A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my longing, gently easing my cold nights." When Yang Ming saw that the caller ID was from Shunfeng, he picked up the call. "Hey, Mr. Yang, I have your package here. I'm at the entrance of the Donghui community." "Oh, wait a moment. I'm here too. Hold on. I think I see you. Don't move over there. I'll come right over." Yang Ming hurriedly hung up the phone, thinking that this package arrived quite timely, And how did they know he was here and sent it to this location? The system's package delivery was truly a mystery. System assistant. Host, please do not question and do not inquire about the operations of this system. Humph. If you don't want me to inquire, then I won't. I just want the results. This damn system is starting to act spoiled. However, these thoughts did not stop him from going to pick up the package. Aunt Tan, you chat with my mom first. I'm going to get a package. Saying this, he dashed out. Tan Yakin looked at Huang Lan, her face as red as a ripe peach, but the embarrassment was evident at that moment. Huang Lan pretended as if nothing had happened, but Tan Yakin could not. She was someone who cared about her image. The two stood there, motionless, in a standoff until Yang Ming returned. Mom, here are the property ownership certificates and the keys to the apartment. The agency has taken care of the procedures for us and kindly mailed everything to me, Yang Ming said to Huang Lan while holding the package. He then took them out one by one, reciting, "This is Building 5, this is Building 8, this is Building 9, while flipping them open to show Huang Lan. Tan Yakin was close enough to see Yang Ming's name on the property certificate, and it was indeed for the Donghui community. She felt a wave of dizziness and then lost consciousness. Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Lu Binbin shouted desperately at Tan Yakin beside her. It was truly instant karma. Chapter 81. The consequences of offending a big shot. Third update. The scene was chaotic until the ambulance arrived to take Tan Yakin to the hospital. Lu Binbin looked at Yang Ming with a face full of anger. Yang Ming could only shrug his shoulders, indicating he was innocent. Did you hear? Someone just got too emotional about their house being demolished and was sent to the hospital. What? Is there such a thing? Yes, the ambulance is here. You guys probably didn't see it inside just now. Hey, we should be careful, or else a joyful occasion could turn into a funeral, and that would be a loss. After this farce, many people calmed down, starting to think about how to properly face this sudden demolition joy. Here they come, the demolition office people are here. Someone shouted in the crowd, and the previously calm people began to get excited again. Everyone wanted to know exclusive news to show off their connections at the demolition office. In front of the property office, someone was opening the door, followed by many official-looking people. Hello, leaders. I'm a resident of this community. Could you please tell us about the specific policies? One brave resident said. Please wait. We will distribute the demolition notices and consent forms. The official had a business-like attitude, making the people nearby feel deflated. After a while, the lock on the property building was opened, and the leading group went upstairs without even looking at the crowd shouting below. Only one staff member remained at the door to explain the rules to the community residents. Then, residents who received the news began to line up to collect the demolition notices and consent forms. The demolition notice explained the relevant policies for this demolition, stating that the area of the return houses would follow a 1:2 policy, along with some other points for the demolition residents to note. Many people were very happy to see the 1:2 ratio because it meant they would get an area equivalent to an extra house. And they directly ignored the following notes. The demolition consent form had a table mainly for filling in the area of the demolition resident's house, the area of the return house, the location of the return house, and the compensation amount, with small print below stating the calculation methods for the area of the return house and the compensation amount. Everything looked quite legitimate, and Yang Ming saw the people who got the consent forms writing eagerly with smiles on their faces. Huang Lan also wanted to go up to get the form to fill out. But when she heard that the return houses would be arranged according to a 1:2 ratio, she became extremely happy, calculating that their return house area would be 119,42952 square feet, almost fainting from joy right then and there. The reason Yang Ming stopped Huang Lan was simply that there were too many people, and he didn't want his mom to squeeze in with them. Later, he saw someone come down from the second floor of the property building, whispering to the staff downstairs, and then someone quietly followed them upstairs, which made Yang Ming realize there might be something he didn't know about the demolition. Although he wasn't particularly concerned about the house here, he couldn't tolerate the feeling of being played for a fool. He approached one of the staff members on the first floor and looked at his name tag, which read Li Tianyu. Hey, what are you doing? Li Tianyu asked. Oh, nothing. Just wanted to see how many forms are left. Yang Ming smiled. Please queue properly and don't cut in line. Li Tianyu glanced at Yang Ming and then said, You demolition residents are really lucky this time. You can take down such an old community and exchange it for 2 new houses. You should be thankful. The people nearby who were collecting forms instantly echoed, Yes, yes. Truly blessed. Yang Ming was not among these people because he was busy buying information about Li Tianyu. Initially, Yang Ming thought that the official demolition would be straightforward. saying what it was, and that was it. However, what Yang Ming had just witnessed indicated that it was not that simple. So he wanted to find out what he had missed. The system quickly displayed: name, Li Tianyu, age, 30, confidentiality level purchase amount, 100 yuan. Yang Ming paid 100 yuan to purchase Li Tianyu's personal information. A flood of information flashed before Yang Ming's eyes, of course. He only wanted to know what was related to the demolition of the Donghui community, ignoring other moral issues like Li Tianyu's extramarital affairs and keeping a mistress. From the information, Yang Ming finally learned some insider details about this demolition. In fact, the demolition of the Donghui community was indeed due to its age and having become a dangerous building, but it was not necessarily something that needed to be demolished immediately. The key was that many retired officials lived in this community. That's why the authorities decided to demolish it. Of course, if it were that simple, it would be fine. Yang Ming initially thought this demolition was an official one, meaning the policies would be clear-cut with no room for negotiation, but after all this, Yang Ming realized that it was a case of hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat, with the real driving force being a real estate company. And this real estate company was one Yang Ming was very familiar with. It was Dingxing Real Estate. Dingxing started in a small county and eventually grew into a big real estate developer, but that didn't mean they had abandoned these 4th and 5th-tier cities. On the contrary, Dingxing had recently increased its investment in small counties, hinting at a desire to monopolize the real estate industry in these areas. Therefore, the demolition of the Donghui community was actually led by Dingxing. Knowing this information, Yang Ming was even more certain that there must be some shady dealings involved. Because when real estate developers demolish, they usually sit down with residents to negotiate. If one time doesn't work, they try 2 times. If 2 times don't work, they try 3 times. Anyway, they have to peel off a layer of skin. But Dingxing was very clever, using the official banner, and indeed some officials were involved. So the external propaganda always claimed it was an official demolition. This way, the common people had no complaints and essentially signed the demolition consent forms obediently. Moreover, this time Dingxing had indeed invested a lot. The 1:2 ratio had already reduced Dingxing's profits by more than half. Another important piece of information is that the compensation for this demolition is tiered. Not everyone's standards are the same. The main dividing criterion is the level of decoration. For well-decorated properties, the compensation is 3,000 yuan per square meter. For medium-quality decoration, it's 2,000 yuan, and for the lowest tier, it's 1,000 yuan. If it were a small apartment, there wouldn't be much difference, but for someone like Yang Ming with a larger property, the price difference can be significant. If calculated at 1,000 yuan for 476 square meters, that's 476,000 yuan. If calculated at 3,000 yuan, that would be 1,428,000 yuan. The difference between the two can reach 952,000 yuan. Based on Yang Ming's understanding of the system, any house snagged through the system would definitely be well decorated or luxuriously decorated. Therefore, Yang Ming believes that if there isn't any under-the-table dealings, it wouldn't be possible. As for the resettlement houses, that's another level that can be manipulated. Resettlement houses are divided into urban and suburban categories. Yang Ming has already noticed that most people's resettlement houses are located in the suburban areas of Yulin County, which are basically more than half an hour's drive from the city center. Yang Ming hasn't picked up his demolition approval letter yet, but he feels that whether he picks it up or not, the outcome should be the same as everyone else's. As for the demolition resident who just went upstairs, they might belong to some privileged class. Thinking of this, Yang Ming prepares to ask what he can actually get from the demolition. If these powerful individuals dare to infringe upon his interests, he will definitely let them know the consequences of offending a big shot. Chapter 82. Show Off the Muscles, Part 1. Just as Yang Ming was about to inquire further, he was stopped by his mother, Huang Lan. What are you going to do? It's nothing, Mom. I'm going to get the demolition approval letter. Oh, be careful. Don't get into a conflict with anyone, okay? Got it. Got it. Yang Ming, a wealthy young man, was scolded by his own mother like a good child. Excuse me, I'd like to pick up a form. Could you help me find it? Yang Ming said to the staff. At this point, a long table had been set up at the entrance of the property management center, with 7 or 8 employees coordinating with residents. Upon hearing Yang Ming's request, the staff looked up and asked, "Which building are you in?" Building 5, 502. Building 8, 502. Building 9, 502. Building 11, 502. The staff was momentarily stunned. That's 4 apartments. The nearby residents filling out their demolition approval letters looked at Yang Ming enviously, thinking that this kid had hit the jackpot, as he had twice the number of houses allocated to him. Talk about luck. The staff snapped back to reality and quickly apologized. Sorry, I was distracted. I'll find it for you right away. At that moment, Li Tianyu walked over and asked, What's going on? The staff replied, This gentleman has 4 apartments, and I'm looking for his demolition approval letter. Li Tianyu didn't press further but glanced at Yang Ming before walking away. Here it is. Is this Mr. Yang? Yes, that's me. Here are the approval letters for your 4 apartments. Please sign them and hand them back to me. Yang Ming didn't speak and took the papers aside to examine them carefully. Xiaoming, what are you doing here? At this moment, Huang Youfu and Tang Jin arrived. Tang Jin's father's property happened to be in Donghui community, so the couple was also there to pick up their demolition approval letter. Second uncle, I'm here to get this. Yang Ming waved the approval letter in his hand, indicating he was a property owner in the community. Huang Youfu and Tang Jin were genuinely surprised that Yang Ming had properties in this community as well. But this time Tang Jin was smart and didn't say anything to Yang Ming. Instead, she just smiled casually at him. You're a bit late, Youfu. Huang Lan, seeing Huang Youfu and his wife had arrived, also came over to greet them. After all, he was her younger brother. Sister, Xiaoming this. Oh. You weren't in the hospital a few days ago, so you didn't know. Xiaoming has actually bought several apartments here, and he got lucky by hitting the demolition. Huang Lan said it casually, but to Huang Youfu and his wife, it felt like a bombshell. Sister, we're also going to get the approval letter. Huang Youfu felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to face Huang Lan, so he found an excuse to leave. Huang Lan didn't think much of it and nodded. The couple hurriedly ran to the sign-in area not far away to get their forms. At this moment, Yang Ming looked at his approval letter, and the more he looked, the more his heart sank and the angrier he became. Damn it. They are treating me like a beggar. He angrily walked back to Huang Lan and said, Mom, let us go see the house and find out what the situation is. The demolition office people are simply too much. Huang Lan didn't understand, but she did whatever her son said. The two arrived at Building 502. And upon opening the door, a luxurious decoration came into view. Xiaoming, this decoration is too extravagant. Yang Ming was also a bit taken aback. They really don't value money at all, he thought to himself about the system. System assistant, this is just basic operation. Host, don't overreact. Yang Ming ignored the system's pretentiousness and dragged Huang Lan to check out buildings 8, 9, and 11. It goes without saying that each apartment's decoration was astonishingly luxurious. Absolutely top-notch. If one were to calculate the price, it would probably be no less than the market price. Damn it, they are only giving me 1,000 yuan per square meter for this decoration. Isn't this just treating me like a beggar? Yang Ming's anger began to spread. And on the way back to the property management center, he wanted to confront the person in charge. Who is your person in charge? Yang Ming slammed the approval letter on the staff's desk. The staff was startled and quickly explained, Mr. Yang, if there is a problem, we can sit down and discuss it. Discuss what? Call your person in charge over. I want to ask him. The staff could only seek help from Li Tianyu, who was not far away. Li Tianyu hurried over. What is going on? The staff pointed at Yang Ming and said, This Mr. Yang has objections to the compensation agreement and wants to see the person in charge. Li Tianyu smiled, thinking this was the first time it happened. So why be so nervous? He then said to Yang Ming, Mr. Yang, what are you dissatisfied with? Our policies are the same for everyone. There's no room for negotiation in official demolitions. Li Tianyu remained calm in response, as this wasn't a major issue for him, just using official power to suppress complaints. You better get someone with higher authority to explain it to me. Don't you know that trouble often comes from careless words in your line of work? At this moment, Yang Ming relaxed, speaking clearly and at a measured pace, but his tone remained very firm. Li Tianyu could tell from Yang Ming's attitude that this guy was probably not easy to deal with. He was momentarily intimidated. All right, come with me. Li Tianyu had no choice but to take Yang Ming to the second floor of the property management center. People like Yang Ming, who are difficult residents and stubborn during demolitions, are quite common in the process. Li Tianyu had dealt with them before, but for some reason, he felt a natural fear when facing Yang Ming. Finally, he brought Yang Ming to an office, and Huang Lan followed in, along with Huang Youfu and his wife. They figured out that as long as they followed Yang Ming, they wouldn't suffer any losses, considering the strength he had displayed. Before long, a bespectacled man with somewhat graying hair walked toward their room. Bang! The door was slammed shut, startling Huang Youfu and Tang Jun, who silently prayed, "Please don't let anything go wrong. Please don't let anything go wrong." This is an old trick of the demolition office. First, psychologically break down these tough nuts. Then give them a little sweetener to smoothly persuade them to back down. It works every time. The previous few have been left in a daze by this. "This is Fong Kai, Director Fong, Li Tianyu introduced." Yang Ming smiled and stood up to introduce himself. "Director Fong, hello. My name is Yang Ming. And this is my mother and uncle." Fong Kai chuckled. "Hello, hello." In fact, Yang Ming had already seen Fong Kai from Li Tianyu's information and knew he was the person in charge of this demolition project. Now that he had met the real person, Yang Ming wouldn't hold back. He had to show off his muscles to avoid being treated like a beggar and casually dismissed. Chapter 83. Find someone who can make decisions. Part 2. Fong Kai is actually the person in charge of this demolition led by Dingxing Real Estate, not an official. Every real estate company has its internal resettlement department specifically for solving problems during the resettlement process, negotiating resettlement, and advancing demolition progress, etc. Fong Kai, as a veteran backbone of this department, has participated in resettlement negotiations and project advancement in various cities, making him a practical figure in Dingxing Real Estate. Although he hasn't been officially appointed as the manager of the resettlement department, he can be considered a de facto king. At this moment, facing Fong Kai's gentle smile, Yang Ming did not let down his guard. He knew this was one of Fong Kai's strategies, to first approach you with warmth and reason, and if that doesn't work, the smile will quickly turn into that of a smiling tiger. In negotiations, Fong Kai is a professional, and a smiling tiger doesn't get that title for nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in this position for so long. Fong Kai, just now, Shali said that you seem to have questions about the compensation agreement. Yang Ming, I do have questions, and not just one. It depends on how Director Fong explains it. While talking to Yang Ming, Fong Kai silently assessed the young man's character and prepared to tailor his approach. However, Yang Ming didn't give him a chance to observe slowly and directly voiced his doubts. Fong Kai, then let's talk openly. There is nothing that can't be resolved. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming smiled at Fong Kai. However, this smile, in Fong Kai's eyes, was somewhat uncomfortable, as if everything was under the opponent's control. To be honest, it was the first time Fong Kai felt like he was being seen through. Yang Ming, this demolition consent form states that the compensation for my house is set at 1,000 yuan, but as far as I know, there are clearly 3 standard compensation amounts. Why is the lowest one assigned to my house? Next to him, Tangjin and Huang Youfu were also stunned. They were also receiving 1,000 yuan per square meter and thought everyone was under this standard. They had no idea there were these intricacies involved and almost signed. That was close. Fong Kai's expression changed from sunny to cloudy as he said, "You are spreading unfounded rumors. You can't believe such gossip entirely." Yang Ming already knew he would deny it, so he continued, "The information is definitely accurate, but if Director Fong doesn't acknowledge it, I can go outside and talk to someone about it to get their opinion." Fong Kai wasn't a fool. He knew Yang Ming was threatening him. He realized this matter was likely going to be exposed to Yang Ming and could only say, "There are indeed 3 standards. But the assessed price for you is that standard, and it can't be raised." Yang Ming, can you disclose what those standards are? How was the assessment conducted? Fong Kai wanted to make a joke, so he said, "These are internal standards and can't be disclosed casually. Otherwise, I might lose my job." Yang Ming knew that Fong Kai was being stubborn, saying, "What internal standards? What can't be disclosed? Then how did I find out about it?" Seeing Fong Kai about to refute, Yang Ming raised his hand to stop him. "Director Fong, don't treat people as fools. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to keep your job." However, since Director Fong is unwilling to speak plainly, let me tell you, Donghui community has luxury renovations at 3,000 yuan per square meter, medium renovations at 2,000 yuan, and the lowest, which is our 1,000 yuan per square meter compensation. Would you say I'm correct? Fong Kai was left speechless, and even Li Tianyu beside him was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to know so clearly. Then Yang Ming took out his phone and placed the photos he had just taken from several houses in front of Fong Kai, saying, "As long as Director Fong's eyes aren't blind, he can see that several of my houses have luxury renovations. So why was the compensation set at 1,000 yuan per square meter for us? It seems you decided this directly without even going to see them." Yang Ming felt it wasn't enough and delivered a second blow to Fong Kai. Fong Kai felt he couldn't let the other party lead him around anymore. Otherwise, the negotiation would definitely collapse. "I don't know how you learned all this, but currently, all residents are being offered a standard of 0.000 yuan per square meter. No one is receiving any other standards. Fang Kai's tone began to turn rigid. He realized that young Ming was even better at catching him off guard than he was. After several exchanges, he often found himself in the shocked position, unable to refute. If this stalemate continued, he might soon lose. He wanted to resolve this quickly and get rid of this troublemaker. Young Ming would not leave easily. Being treated like a beggar had already crossed his bottom line. Director Fong, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking. As far as I know, your resettlement house policy isn't entirely in the suburbs. There are some urban quotas. So why are all my resettlement houses in the suburbs? Given that I have so many properties, it shouldn't be too much to ask for an urban quota, right? Yang Ming's aggressive stance stunned Fang Kai and Li Tianyu. This was the first time a property owner had left the demolition site speechless. For urban resettlement, the officials didn't give many. Only a few people could be resettled in the city, while most had to go to the suburbs. Li Tianyu spoke the truth. As the entire community involved thousands of households, and urban communities were basically saturated with little excess capacity. Therefore, the official offer was that 10 of Donghui community would be resettled in the city, while the rest would be arranged in the suburbs. Then I want to ask, what are the criteria for this assessment? Yang Ming's question was sharp, leaving Li Tianyu at a loss for an answer. It seems it really relies on connections. Yang Ming laughed, which made Fang Kai and Li Tianyu feel uneasy. This guy seemed to know too much. In simple terms, the criteria are subjectively determined. Those with connections get to be resettled in the city, while others I don't care about, but I want all of my properties to be resettled in the city. Yang Ming stated emphatically. Impossible. This matter exceeds my authority. Fang Kai also refused to back down and abruptly stood up from his chair. Don't rush, Director Fang. I'm not asking you to make the decision. I know this isn't something you can decide, so I'm not trying to make it difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Fang Kai let out a sigh of relief and said, don't make it hard for us people who are just doing our jobs. Yang Ming smiled and said, although you don't have the authority, you have still made some decisions beyond your authority. I believe Director Fang won't forget that. Fang Kai began to feel that this matter was no longer under his control, seeing Yang Ming's expression. It seemed he already knew that Fang Kai had used several urban resettlement houses as bargaining chips. How about this? I can let Xiaoli reassess the compensation for your houses to see if it can be raised a level. But the urban resettlement houses are really gone. This request cannot be fulfilled. Fang Kai's attitude softened. Realizing he had lost and was willing to take a step back to meet Yang Ming's compensation request. Ha ha ha, Director Fang really knows how to calculate. Since you can't make the decision, I'll find someone who can. Chapter 84. This person, not to be provoked. Part 3 saying this. Yang Ming took out his phone and dialed a number. Fang Kai and Li Tianyu exchanged glances, unsure of what Yang Ming was up to. The phone was quickly connected. And since it was on speaker, everyone could hear the conversation. Mr. Yang, I didn't expect you to call me so soon. Are you planning to come to the capital? Fang Kai recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Mr. He, this matter isn't urgent. There's a tricky situation I need your help with. What is it? Is there anything Mr. Yang can't solve? It's quite a coincidence. I just returned to my hometown and found out my house is being demolished. I didn't expect that the demolition would be led by our company, Dingxing. I thought it would be a pleasant experience, as such opportunities are rare, but I ended up seeing a rather disgraceful side of Dingxing. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, Fang Kai suddenly remembered who the voice belonged to. But he couldn't recall it immediately since he hadn't encountered this person in a long time. Are you on site? Yes, Mr. He, I'm on speakerphone right now, Yang Ming replied. I'm He Xuanchuan. Who's in charge on site? Give me your name. Fang Kai was terrified. He had indeed met He Xuanchuan and reported to him before. But he had never faced the group president directly like this. Mr. He, I'm Fang Kai from the relocation department. He Xuanchuan shouted loudly over the phone. What the hell are you doing? Do you think a small county is easy to fool, that you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, this person in front of you has more authority than I do. If you offend him, I'll have to clean up your mess. Who do you think you are? If you don't want to work, just go back to headquarters and resign. At this moment, Fang Kai was sweating profusely. He had never heard He Xuanchuan criticize anyone so harshly. Normally, when there were minor mistakes, managers would offer gentle guidance, rarely raising their voices. But it seemed he had offended someone formidable this time. Mr. He, I was wrong. Mr. Yang's words are my words, and his requests are my requests. Don't say anything else, just get his matters sorted out beautifully. Fang Kai was completely dumbfounded. unable to comprehend how someone from a small county could provoke such anger from the group president. Li Tianyu, standing nearby, was also alarmed. Who exactly was Yang Ming to make the group president so furious? If he were on site, he might have kicked Fang Kai away. Judging from Mr. He's attitude, Yang Ming must have a high status. Fang Kai felt lucky that the brunt of the anger fell on Fang Kai, and he was spared. At this moment, Fang Kai felt like his soul had left his body, unsure how to respond, and he Shuangchuan, not hearing a reply, shouted again on the phone, "Fang Kai, are you deaf or mute?" Fang Kai thought these few minutes were the hardest of his life. Trembling all over, he said, "Mr. He, I heard you. I'll handle Mr. Yang's matters immediately and ensure he is satisfied." He Shuangchuan replied, "Then that's settled. If Mr. Yang is not satisfied, I'll make your entire relocation department roll out. I can always hire more people." At this point, Fang Kai could only keep replying, "Yes, yes, yes." Once he Shuangchuan hung up, Fang Kai didn't have the courage to look Yang Ming in the eye. He felt an inscrutable aura from him. After he Shuangchuan's outburst, neither Fang Kai nor Li Tianyu dared to speak boldly. They didn't even dare to utter a word of dissent. Huang Lan, knowing her son was so impressive, felt immense joy in her heart, while Huang Yufu and Tang Zhun were even more silent, not daring to breathe. Yang Ming put away his phone and said, "Director Fang, can we discuss this now?" Fang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly apologized to Yang Ming. "Mr. Yang, it's my fault. You don't need to say anything. I'll definitely handle this well and ensure your satisfaction." Yang Ming then smiled again. "Good, but I have one more request. Please arrange for my uncle's house as well." Fang Kai immediately opened his notebook, picked up a pen, and began to take notes seriously. "No problem. Mr. Yang's request will be handled to the best of my ability." Just moments ago, Fang Kai had been trying to outsmart Yang Ming, but now he was as obedient as a kitten. The contrast was astonishing. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he stood up to shake hands with Fang Kai, but the latter was looking down, appearing deflated. "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. These houses need to be demolished, and the relocation houses won't be ready this quickly. I wonder if there are any temporary accommodations we can use for transition?" Before Fang Kai could respond, Li Tianyu answered, "Yes, there's a project of ours called Bihaizhu not far from Donghui community. The occupancy rate is decent, and the company still has a few units available for Mr. Yang to stay temporarily." After saying that, he looked to Fang Kai for confirmation. Fang Kai returned to his senses and said, "Yes, Tianyu is correct. Those units are just sitting empty." Yang Ming was very pleased with their current attitude. They were treating him like an emperor, and it felt incredibly satisfying. "All right, then we're off. You can contact me if needed. As for the demolition consent form." Saying this, Yang Ming glanced at the consent form still on the table. According to procedure, he still needed to sign it. But he suddenly felt it would be better not to sign, as it might lead to complications. Fang Kai said, "Mr. Yang, you can leave the rest to us. You don't need to worry about it. Once everything is settled, we will sign a memorandum with you." Since Fang Kai said so, Yang Ming felt relieved. After Yang Ming and his family left, Li Tianyu couldn't help but ask, "Director Fang, who exactly is Yang Ming?" Fang Kai replied helplessly, "He's someone we can't afford to offend." Chapter 85, He Shuangchuan's life in danger? Xiaoming, thank you. I didn't expect there to be so many twists and turns in this demolition. I almost fell into a trap. At this moment, Tangzhen, the second aunt, suddenly realized and felt immense gratitude towards Yang Ming. She thought that if she didn't cherish such a kind relative, she would be too ungrateful. Huang Lan remained silent, but she felt that her son had become more mature and steady during these years in the capital. In the past, he would cry and complain about even the smallest issues, but this time, from finding a doctor for his grandfather and covering the medical expenses to negotiating with the developer over the Donghui community, he exuded a charming demeanor. However, Huang Lan couldn't quite describe what kind of charm it was. Yang Ming was changing every day, constantly growing stronger in intelligence, physical strength, mental fortitude, and overall fitness. Of course, those around him could feel the changes, which were all within acceptable limits. "Uncle, aunt, it's just a small effort. There is no need to be so polite. Kindness often lies in a single thought. After all, they were his elders." And Yang Ming no longer turned a blind eye to his second uncle's affairs as he had before. A gesture of kindness deserves a gesture in return. Seeing the goodwill Yang Ming extended, Tangzhen reciprocated with kindness, which is the most basic principle of human interaction. All right, you are also elders. Xiaoming is doing the right thing. Let's leave it at that. There is no need to keep mentioning it." At this moment, Yang Ming also sighed with relief. feeling that he had finally completed a significant task. For him, family is the most important thing, no matter when. The next day, Fong Kai personally delivered everything Yang Ming requested. The allocation list for the relocation houses, floor plans, effect diagrams, including the floor plans for the temporary accommodation at Bihai's, were all presented before Yang Ming. There is also a memorandum that Fong Kai needs to submit to President He Xuanquan when reporting back to the capital. Otherwise, he might have to pack up and leave. The materials above are all internal documents related to the demolition, which can only be seen by high-level officials and Fong Kai from Dingxing, and are definitely confidential materials that cannot be leaked. This shows that Fong Kai is already obedient to Yang Ming and cannot come up with any tricks. Yang Ming's 4 demolished houses total 476 square meters. According to a 1:2 ratio for the resettlement houses, that would be an area of 952 square meters. Yang Ming carefully looked at the room sizes brought by Fong Kai and selected one 216 square meter duplex, one 152 square meter 4-bedroom, one 136 square meter 3-bedroom, and one 178 square meter commercial shop on the first floor. The other rooms were all odd-shaped, either low-level or very small, which Yang Ming did not particularly like. When asked if Fong Kai had kept some for himself, Yang Ming believed He Xuanquan's warning from yesterday still echoed in his ears, even if Fong Kai had ulterior motives. He wouldn't dare to gamble with his future. Even so, after Yang Ming made his selections, there was still a surplus of 270 square meters. I don't really like the remaining houses. Do you have any good suggestions? Yang Ming asked Fong Kai. Fong Kai replied, Mr. Yang, we still have a 200 square meter large shop in the Pearl of Bihai project that hasn't found a suitable owner. How about selecting that? You can arrange it. And the remaining area can be compensated at a rate of 3,000 per square meter. Fong Kai had no objection. The president had instructed him to handle things beautifully. And what would make it beautiful was to do things as Yang Ming instructed, which would satisfy him the most. During this time, Yang Ming's second uncle and second aunt also came to choose their resettlement house. One slightly larger was for Huang Kai's wedding, while the smaller one was for the couple to live in. As for the temporary resettlement houses in the Pearl of Bihai, Yang Ming chose 4 rooms in one building, intending to return the Pearl of Bihai houses once the urban resettlement houses were completed. To be honest, after Yang Ming made a phone call, all the urban resettlement houses that Fong Kai had unilaterally decided to trade away were recalled, and several project leaders from the Donghui Community Demolition Project in Yulin County, including Fong Kai, received warnings and disciplinary actions from the headquarters, which was quite unlucky for them. Those who had connections, offered gifts, or made calls just to enjoy the benefits of urban resettlement and high-end compensation evaluations were all suspended by the newly dispatched workgroup under the pretext of changing project supervisors. It was no surprise that those people were upset. However, there was nothing to be done. Yang Ming's methods were not particularly sophisticated, but finding the right person was undoubtedly the key. Even without He Xuanquan, Yang Ming, relying on his status as a Dingxing shareholder, could easily pressure the local project leaders in Yulin. Finding He Xuanquan was just to avoid wasting time. Mom, all these houses are yours. You can let whoever you want stay in them. Don't feel any burden. My house is your house. The temporary resettlement house can be for Grandpa and them to live in since the elderly need some time to recuperate. All right, let's do it that way. Huang Lan did not hesitate. Would she refuse her son's house? Absolutely not. In the afternoon, Huang Lan moved the elderly to the resettlement house in the Pearl of Bihai. This Pearl of Bihai was considered the highest-end community in Yulin County and was also a model community newly built by Dingxing in Yulin County, aiming to lead surrounding communities in that direction. Therefore, when Yang Ming opened the door to the room, he almost thought he had returned to the Magic City. The room faced south and was luxuriously decorated, far exceeding the level of the houses Yang Ming planned to demolish in Donghui community. The key was that the entire Pearl of Bihai community was delivered in a fully furnished state, with complete furniture and appliances. And all the sofas and beds were imported from abroad, making one feel as if they were in a spring breeze upon entering the room. Thus, after a few busy days, the family successfully moved into the luxurious room in the luxurious community. Huang Lan and Yang Qiyuan felt as if they were dreaming. After confirming they were not dreaming, they told Yang Ming, Xiaoming, you need to continue working hard in the Magic City and strive to buy a house like this there. If you don't have enough money, just sell the resettlement house here. Anyway, one house is enough for us. Yang Hui, standing nearby, made a face of disdain but secretly enjoyed watching Yang Ming's joke. Let us see how you explain things to your parents later. I'll just sit back and watch you two tear into each other. It will definitely be exciting. Lost in thought, she unconsciously began to smile. But after being shot a glare by Huang Lan, she quickly composed herself and returned to her room with a wronged expression. Besides moving, Yang Ming also took the time to have dinner with Steve and the entire medical team at the most luxurious Cine Yanyu Hotel in Yulin, setting up 5 tables to treat the medical team. After all, they were following Yang Ming's arrangements to embark on a nationwide exchange, which was not easy. Yang Ming directly handed all the work to Steve, who fortunately had a tour guide with him, ensuring that no inconvenient accidents would occur in any location. Moreover, the top team from Mayo Clinic was treated like VIPs in various hospitals across the country, so there was no fear of being underestimated or poorly arranged. After arranging everything, Yang Ming decided to return to the Magic City. After all, the main base was there, and many matters awaited his decision. Of course, Yang Hui preparing to sign a contract with Zhangda Entertainment was also a significant event for Yang Ming. As the younger brother and current chairman of Zhangda Entertainment, he needed to be present to ensure everything went smoothly. However, at this moment, news broke that He Xuanquan, the president of Dingxin Group, was spitting blood at home and was in critical condition. As this news was shared fervently by the majority of uninformed onlookers, it quickly appeared on major media outlets. Chapter 86. How is this possible? At this moment, Yang Ming was sitting in his Cayenne, feeling somewhat bewildered as he looked at the news on his phone. When He Xuanquan spoke to him on the phone yesterday, although he was still coughing, he was clearly full of energy, almost as if he wanted to jump out of the phone screen to curse someone out. How could he suddenly be spitting blood and critically ill overnight? The key was that this illness would relieve him. Yang Ming still had some shares in the group, and handing them over to that useless son of his was clearly not reassuring. So he picked up his phone and dialed He Xuanquan's number. But a lady's voice on the other end uncooperatively said, "The number you have dialed is turned off." Listening to the customer service repeatedly mixed in English and Chinese with the shutdown prompt made Yang Ming feel extremely frustrated. "Take a detour to Linen. I'll fly to the capital, and you first take my sister to the Magic City. We'll discuss other matters when I return," Yang Ming instructed Jiang Fei. "But, Mr. Yang, General Manager Li just confirmed your itinerary with me, saying there's something that needs to wait until you return to the Magic City to decide," Jiang Fei said, unusually speaking up. "What is it?" Yang Ming asked. In fact, Yang Ming could confidently leave the Zhangda Entertainment matters to Li Minghui. After the recent scandal at Zhangda Entertainment broke out, Li Minghui handled everything very appropriately from any angle. He knew when to be tough and when to be soft. And when to be firm, he did so without hesitation. Now the entertainment circle attributed the credit for Zhangda Entertainment turning the crisis into safety to Li Minghui's efforts. After seeing the related reports, Yang Ming naturally felt relaxed. He could just watch the show while Li Minghui handled things in front of the stage, as he never thought about showing his face so quickly. Those who need to know will naturally have channels to know. Those who shouldn't know will only recognize Li Minghui in front of Zhangda Entertainment. As for the media, at least Zhangda Entertainment has recovered from this incident. They still have some means in the news media world and are not afraid of causing trouble. "No, we can only decide this after you return to Shanghai." Jiang Fei conveyed Li Minghui's words as they were. Yang Ming did not respond. Instead, he gazed out the window deep in thought. After a long while, he said to Yang Hui, "You and Jiang Fei should return to Shanghai and rest for a few days. We'll discuss your future matters when I come back from Beijing." After speaking, he handed the room key and community access certificate of hygiene number 1 to Yang Hui. Originally, the duplex was voice-activated and used a fingerprint for entry. But Yang Ming didn't have time to input Yang Hui's fingerprint and voice, so fortunately, the mechanical key was still usable. "You won't be in any danger going to Beijing, right, Xiaoming?" Yang Hui asked with some concern. This trip from Yulin County to Shanghai was a hard one, as she had to persuade Huang Lan to agree. Plus, with Yang Ming in Shanghai, they could look after each other, which was why Huang Lan finally agreed. Now, Yang Ming silently ran off to Beijing, leaving his sister alone in Shanghai, feeling extremely desolate and without anyone to rely on. "Don't worry, it's basically impossible for 3 or 2 people to get in. When I go out, I'm the one who bullies others, not the other way around. I'll have Jiang Fei follow you in Shanghai to prevent you from being targeted by bad people because you're too pretty." After saying this, Yang Ming burst into laughter, and he found Jiang Fei's expression of wanting to laugh but not daring to very amusing. "Jiang Fei, after you settle my sister in Shanghai, take her to Zhangda Entertainment to find Li Minghui and tell him to arrange for Yang Hui's training and some preliminary preparations as soon as possible. As for other matters, let's not discuss them for now. Yang Ming now exuded the aura of a budding business tycoon, with every gesture reflecting well-thought-out decisions. The airport in Linen was quite large, and it was actually Yang Ming's first time there. Since he had mostly studied and worked close to home, he hadn't needed to use an airplane. So airports still felt quite novel to him. However, having not seen pork doesn't mean he hasn't seen a pig run, right? After successfully purchasing his ticket, he prepared to wait in the VIP area for boarding. Yang Ming, Yang Ming. Hearing someone call his name from behind, he naturally turned to see who it was. Before long, he saw a woman slowly walking towards him, getting closer. When she reached him, Yang Ming could finally see her face clearly. She was in a deep gray-fitted suit, with a short, narrow skirt that revealed two long, slender legs clad in nude-colored sheer stockings. And on her feet were a pair of black pointed high heels, her hair styled into a bun. Oh, isn't this Wu Yulan? Yang Ming stared at the graceful professional woman in front of him, stunned for a few seconds before realizing. It's really you, Yang Ming. I was worried I might have mistaken you. After all, I haven't seen you since graduation. Wu Yulan was a college classmate of Yang Ming's. Like most young graduates who ended up unemployed, she returned to her hometown in Linen and joined a magazine. Time had flown by, and 2 years had passed. The once unremarkable Wu Yulan now exuded the aura of a capable professional woman. Where are you headed? Wu Yulan asked. Oh, I'm going to Beijing for some business. What a coincidence. I'm also going to Beijing. Which flight are you on? Yang Ming checked and said, the 232 flight. What a coincidence. I'm on that flight too. They both froze for a moment and then laughed. The airport was noisy, and no one noticed the awkward laughter between the two young people. Yulan, it's almost boarding time. What are you doing here? Oh, editor Fan. I'm sorry, I ran into a college classmate and got a bit carried away talking. Fan Shi, 30 years old, was the deputy editor at the magazine where Wu Yulan worked. Young and already an elite in the workplace, he had studied abroad earlier and adopted a Western mindset, which made him feel superior compared to domestic professionals. To put it bluntly, he looked down on domestic white-collar workers. Of course, Fan Shi had decent manners and wouldn't show it too obviously in such situations, just saying lightly, oh, then hurry up. We're in business class and need to board early. Wu Yulan hesitated. After all, it was rare to run into Yang Ming. But she also had to stick to the boarding process, feeling a bit stuck. Let us go. I need to board too. After walking a few steps, Fan Shi smiled and said, you guys in economy class can board a bit later. Yang Ming found this amusing. This guy was really funny, who gave him such courage. As if he was the only one who could buy a business class ticket. Yang Ming remained silent, smiled at Wu Yulan, and walked toward the boarding channel with his bag. Although Yang Ming said nothing, Fan Shi perceived a hint of disdain in his expression, which made him feel a bit upset. Being looked down upon by an unknown nobody was a humiliation for someone like Fan Shi, who had just returned from studying abroad and was full of arrogance. The reason Fan Shi reacted so strongly was that he was pursuing Wu Yulan. And with Yang Ming appearing, even if he seemed not wealthy, he was handsome, which made Fan Shi worry that Wu Yulan might develop feelings for him. This was not unfounded, as Yang Ming had been a top student and a handsome guy in school, with countless schoolgirls having written him love letters, all of which he rejected, eventually choosing Lin Yuhan, who was also a top student and beautiful, as his girlfriend. Now, with Wu Yulan encountering Yang Ming again, it was natural for her to have feelings. However, since this was a work trip, she could only temporarily set aside her romantic feelings. Yang Ming took the lead, walking ahead, while Fan Shi closely followed. No matter how cultured he was, seeing Yang Ming ignore him made anger unconsciously flare in his eyes. Hey, I think you're in the wrong place. Fan Shi shouted loudly, immediately attracting the attention of other passengers in line. Wu Yulan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. What's wrong? Is there a problem with me being here? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Economy class is next door. This is the queue for first class. Fan Shi chuckled inwardly. This kid couldn't be flying for the first time, not even knowing the right queue. Really a bumpkin. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Yang Ming replied, handing his ticket to the ticket agent nearby. The flight attendant waiting nearby saw the ticket Yang Ming presented and immediately smiled brightly. Welcome, Mr. Yang, to flight 1564 to Beijing. We will do our best to serve you. Yang Ming nodded to the flight attendant and walked down the passageway with his bag, leaving Fan Shi in a daze. He was in first class. How could this be possible? Chapter 87. One person below, thousands above in fact. It wasn't entirely Fan Shi's fault for looking down on Yang Ming. It was just that Yang Ming was too low-key, dressed in casual brand-name sportswear and domestic canvas shoes. He looked like a student who had just graduated and had yet to be beaten down by the harsh realities of society. Compared to Fan Shi in his custom suit and shiny pointed leather shoes, Yang Ming did not seem like a business person at all, but more like an unemployed traveler out for leisure. The crowd watching Fan Shi's embarrassment couldn't help but add insult. See? Don't judge people by appearances when you go out, or you'll end up like this guy. A typical scene of an elite being slapped in the face by ordinary folks. I want to get that first-class guy's phone number. 123. At this moment, Fan Shi felt so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Editor Fan. It's our turn to board. Wu Yulan seemed like an angel saving the frozen Fan Shi. Okay. Fan Shi moved his nearly petrified body to the boarding gate. And the flight attendant who had just seen him didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of mockery. After enduring the agonizing wait for boarding, Fan Shi hurriedly ran toward the boarding gate, not caring about Wu Yulan, who was desperately chasing after him. Welcome aboard Flight 1564. Please pay attention to your safety underfoot. Passengers, please slow down while moving. Please walk carefully. As the flight attendant's reminders echoed, Fan Shi tidied up his clothes, adjusted his emotions, and following the flight attendant's guidance, took his briefcase to his seat. Editor Fan, you run so fast, I can't keep up. Wu Yulan gasped as she sat down next to Fan Shi, unable to help but complain. Oh, Yulan, I'm just worried about the interview with our target in the capital later. I wanted to sit down and check if there are any issues or gaps in the interview notes, Fan Shi replied. Ah, Editor Fan. You really prioritize work above all else, something I should learn from. Wu Yulan's compliment brought back a bit of dignity to Fan Shi. He could only say that Wu Yulan had good emotional intelligence, knowing how to maintain her leader's face at this moment. Or else she would definitely face difficulties at work later. The first class was in front of the business class, and Wu Yulan, sitting near the aisle, could see Yang Ming resting his head on the seat back when there was no obstruction, silently recalling the former campus star. There are many procedures to prepare before the plane takes off, and the flight attendants and crew complete each task meticulously. After the plane took off, Yang Ming got up to use the restroom, and when he came out, he saw Wu Yulan sitting not far behind him. So he immediately approached and found a vacant seat to sit temporarily. Going on a business trip to the capital, I'm envious of you frequent flyers. Wu Yulan felt a bit shy and quickly explained, it's my first business trip. It was never my turn before, and this time Editor Fan personally asked me to join. Yang Ming, upon hearing this, figured out the underlying reason. He was no longer as naive as before. Looking at this old classmate who still maintained her campus innocence, he didn't expose it, but glanced at Fan Shi, who pretended to be asleep, and didn't continue the topic. Yang Ming, I'm telling you, this time we're interviewing a very famous real estate company leader in the capital. I'm so excited. Really? What a coincidence. I'm also going to see a friend from a real estate company. Ah, then let's meet up in the capital. I'll see if there are any other classmates around to gather together. Before Wu Yulan could finish her excitement, Fan Shi closed his eyes and warned, Yulan, our time is very limited this time. Don't arrange those personal plans of yours, or it'll be bad to leave others hanging. Fan Shi coldly refused Wu Yulan's upcoming request for leave. This made Wu Yulan's mood a bit low. What real estate company are you preparing to interview this time? To ease the atmosphere, Yang Ming gently asked. It's that top-ranked Dingsheng Real Estate. Oh, by the way, Yang Ming, I heard that their company has developed communities in some small cities. I can ask if they can give you a discount. Wu Yulan's naive and sweet personality was truly innocent. Do you think you can get a discount just by interviewing? If that were the case, I don't know how many real estate developers would go bankrupt. Okay, then I can rely on you to buy a house. Yang Ming couldn't refuse Wu Yulan's enthusiasm and could only nod in response. Fan Shi finally found Yang Ming's shortcoming. It turned out he was still a renting loser. As for the earlier first class, it must have been a lottery prize. Otherwise, based on Yang Ming's financial situation, it simply didn't make sense. Who would randomly buy such an expensive ticket, not being a company boss? Fan Shi kept finding various reasonable excuses in his mind for Yang Ming to buy a first-class ticket, trying to eliminate his earlier embarrassment. Yulan, don't brag. The company's internal regulations are strict. Don't always think about taking shortcuts. Besides, your classmate probably can't afford a house even if there is a discount. Yang Ming sought out Wu Yulan, wanting to relive those past university days, but unexpectedly got interrupted by Fan Shi. So he didn't continue reminiscing and prepared to stand up and return to his seat to sleep. As for Fan Shi's remark that Yang Ming couldn't afford a Dingsheng house, Yang Ming didn't care at all. He just didn't know that he had just received 3 houses and 2 shops for free in Yulin County. Wu Yulan, I'm heading back to my seat. If you have time after the interview in the capital, remember to call me. My number hasn't changed. Oh, are you leaving so soon? Then I'll call you if I have time. Wu Yulan seemed a bit disappointed, but she didn't plan to keep young Ming. After all, everyone was busy working. I really want to take a break and have a good chat with young Ming. Wu Yulan's heart was filled with youthful longing. Yulan, you've just entered society and don't know that some people pretend to be wealthy, but are actually from shell companies, looking good on the outside but worthless inside. If you're looking for a boyfriend, you should be like me, well-behaved, not ostentatious, not pretentious, low-key, someone who looks like a promising young man. Fan Shi wanted to redirect Wu Yulan's attention back to himself, but what he said was simply ridiculous. Although Wu Yulan was naive, she wasn't foolish. She smiled and said, Editor Fan, someone like you is someone I think I cannot reach. I still want to find a man who can strive together with me, sharing the joys and burdens of life. Just as Fan Shi was about to refute, he saw Wu Yulan put on the earphones next to her and start listening to music. Humph, when we get to the capital, you two will be in for it. Fan Shi felt uneasy about Wu Yulan and Yang Ming's attitudes. In less than 2 hours, the announcement came that the plane was preparing to land. After the first-class passengers disembarked, Fan Shi and Wu Yulan followed suit, taking the shuttle bus to the exit point. Keep your eyes peeled and look carefully for the reception signs outside. Okay, Editor Fan. Fan Shi reminded Wu Yulan to pay attention to the pickup signs as they walked. At that moment, Wu Yulan saw Yang Ming ahead, seemingly looking for something. Yang Ming, you're not out yet? Are you waiting for someone? Yes. The person picking me up said they are almost here. How about waiting for us to leave together? Wu Yulan invited. Yulan, we're also being picked up. Why are you inviting someone else? If the other party finds out, who knows what they'll think of our company? Fan Shi was unwilling to go the same way as Yang Ming. Yang Ming also politely declined with a smile. At this moment, someone approached and inquired, Are you Mr. Fan and Miss Wu from Linen? Fan Shi extended his hand to shake with the person and said, Yes, I am Fan Shi. You must be Guoji from Ding Xing's reception department. Yes, please follow me. The car is outside. Fan Shi held his head high, glanced at Yang Ming, and then followed Guoji forward. Wu Yulan looked back at Yang Ming with a hint of reluctance, but ultimately followed Fan Shi. At this time, Yang Ming didn't pay attention to Fan Shi and Wu Yulan because the person picking him up had already arrived. Mr. Yang, mister. He asked me to take you to his villa. He said he would host a welcome dinner for you tonight. The person who came to pick up Yang Ming was Wan Lingling from the CEO's office, who had been in contact with Yang Ming several times before. She started directing people next to her to take Yang Ming's bag. Meanwhile, Guoji was taken aback when he saw Wan Lingling. Why did the secretary of the CEO's office come to pick someone up personally? At this moment, Fan Shi also saw Wan Lingling standing next to Yang Ming, speaking respectfully. Excuse me, please wait a moment. I need to go say hello. Guoji seemed very anxious. Who is that person? Fan Shi asked, a bit displeased. His tone not very good. That person is remarkable. In Dingxing real estate, he is a presence beneath 1 person and above 10,000.